The story begins with someone screaming very loudly at night. As it turned out, it was a small child who was hanging in the hands of a monster. The boy's mother screamed loudly for someone to help. The policemen who came to save this boy were dead. They were killed by this monster. It seemed that something truly terrible was about to happen. The monster extended its hand to the boy. The blow on this little one around was very strong, and there was a lot of blood. All the people were in shock because they did not understand what was happening now. Suddenly, someone unknown appeared unexpectedly, and he cut off the hand of this terrible monster. It was some guy in a blue t-shirt, and he looked really strong. When he returned, it became clear that it was some superhero who saved the boy. The hand of this terrible blue monster just fell to the ground. The blue monstrous monster did not understand what had happened at all. When he realized that this young man had torn his hand off, his body began to turn red. The superhero swung his hand to get rid of the blood of this horrible monster. The terrible monster threw the baby into the air and wanted to strike. The mother of this child started screaming and catching him. Luckily, the little guy landed right in the hands. The red monster jumped into the air and wanted to strike this superhero. He fell to the ground and there were fragments all around. No one knew what happened. Fortunately, the unknown hero managed to dodge the attack of this red monster. Now the boy wanted revenge and pursed his lips. The hero kicked this terrible monster in the face. The monster flew far and hit a stone house. He made a really big crack in the stone house. No one knew if he survived. Suddenly, the red monster turned and ran. He opened his mouth and wanted to swallow this superhero. But fortunately, the superhero managed to understand this and struck first. He kicked the monster and it flew high into the air. The superhero felt really powerful and wanted to finish what he started. He readied his strong hand for one blow. Then he slammed his fist into the monster's face. Now the hero wanted to inflict a lot, so he began to hit him hard. His bullets flew in different directions and hurt the monster. After a while, a lot of blood was coming from the red monster. It was clear that he was losing this battle. The main character dealt a final blow to the terrible monster, and it flew away. The monster fell to the ground, and now it was finally clear that he had little chance. The monster finally died. He stopped breathing. In the meantime, the young man was carefully following all this. All the people were shocked, because they could not understand what really happened. Everyone looked closely at this unknown hero because he seemed really powerful. The main character clenched his fist, and the blood of a terrible monster came out of it. Suddenly, people all started clapping for this hero. The hero looked intently and did not say a word. People were screaming that it was gorgeous and they couldn't believe it was even possible. The hero simply returned and wanted to just leave. The mother of the baby, who was saved by a stranger, said, or he waited. The main character returned to this mother. She thanked him for saving her child and asked how she could thank him. But the main character didn't say anything, just looked into her eyes and stood silently. He jumped off the ground and flew up. He started jumping around the houses, and after a while he disappeared. People were really shocked. One of the old men said that there really are superheroes in this world, and it's really fantastic. The main character just flew quickly over the houses. He looked forward without looking back, without listening to what all the other people were saying. The next day, all the events took place at the Inchow school. An old teacher was explaining the lesson. He wrote on the board and talked about disasters and their origin. He went on to talk about the meaning of the different hieroglyphs. He said that a person endowed with superpowers is called a Superman. The teacher said that there is nothing to listen to here and that it is a different world for other people. One of the classmates, who did not listen to the teacher, wanted to show his friend an interesting video. It was the same video about the stranger defeating the monster. He was posted this morning. This video was on YouTube and had a lot of views. Everything was shot on the street. The blonde-haired classmate was really shocked. You didn't watch the moment when the unknown superhero beat the red monster, one of the guys said to look at the comments. People wrote about the end of the world coming soon and other comments. They wondered what would happen soon. And suddenly the teacher noticed that two students were not listening to him. He pointed to these two boys and asked them to be quiet. Suddenly a very loud alarm sounded around. The old teacher was really shocked because he did not expect this. The two students who watched the video were very scared. The other students didn't understand what was going on. They thought it was just some kind of test. One of the students just slept on a book while all the students packed their things. One unfamiliar young man continued to sleep. The students started packing their things. As it turned out, there was a fire not far from the school. It seemed to them that they would be evacuated from the school. A stranger on the microphone said that the risk is quite high. The teacher began to tap his notebook on the table and asked the students to calm down. He said that they should all leave the building and not push each other. Meanwhile, my girlfriend was restless. She wondered why the anxiety had started again, because it had already happened recently. She said this is the third time this year and it is very disturbing. Many years ago, there was Lion John, who killed more than 70 people and created the Can channel. Suddenly, the girl noticed that one of the boys was just sleeping on the desk. She wondered why this guy didn't go with the students and just sleep. She called him and wanted to wake him up so that he would get up and wake up. Suddenly, the phone rang. The boy who was sleeping woke up. It was some jury. The guy did not know him, but despite this, he decided to pick up the phone. He said hello. Meanwhile, almost all the students left the class. It turned out that this student's name was Khan. The woman on the phone said he needed to go to the Port Incho and let me know when it's ready. The woman told the boy to hurry, and the young man said that he understood. The girl with black hair sitting opposite was surprised, not understanding what it was. Then the boy looked at her and asked what happened. She understood that the boy was sleeping and said that she just wanted to wake him up. She asked him to go home. The boy carefully looked at the girl. The girl carefully looked at the boy. There was something really strange. The young man began a small warm-up. This surprised the girl. She thought the boy was crazy, and she left that class. Meanwhile, Indus was surprised because he did not understand what was happening. He decided to get up, fight, and pack his things. He was glad he had taken some things with him. He wanted to change his clothes. He looked around, wondering if anyone else was still in the classroom. He left the class and said that he had to hurry because there was no time. The events took place at the Port of Incho. A man had his hand on the gearbox and was screaming for people to die. He started to press the gas with his foot. In front of some monster was this man's truck. He screamed for the monster to die and sold a large truck. A big truck hit this blue monster. It was a really strong blow. The car flew a little into the air. Despite this, the monster is still alive, and the truck was almost destroyed. The man was really shocked. He thought that this monster was somehow invincible. He was scared. A big, scary blue monster carefully looked into the man's eyes. He raised his hand and wanted to strike very hard. He hit the body of the car with his hand and smashed everything around. There was smoke from the almost destroyed car. The man was really surprised because he wanted to destroy the blue monster with his truck. Then the man in the t-shirt asked his friend to stop crying. He said that warriors are coming to help them and they will survive if they do everything right. Suddenly, the two of them rose up a big, terrible monster. After that, the events are transferred back to the school. The hero decided to get dressed in the toilet. The partner on the phone said that the situation is really difficult and you need to hurry. The hero was ready and said that he would arrive soon. He took off the earpiece and said that he was on the phone now. He told Jury that he hid his bag with his clothes. He opened the window and wanted to jump out of it. Jury said that you need to go in the direction where he says, the hero understood. He said that he would go very fast on the way and hurry. The hero jumped from the window and flew over the houses as fast as he could. Then he very quickly jumped around the residential buildings. A terrible blue monster stood on two men who wanted to kill him. The men were scared to death because they did not understand what was going to happen. The monster struck one of the men. The man flew away and hit his back against the container. He fell to the ground and there was a lot of blood coming out of him. It was really a very strong blow. The terrible monster now wanted to destroy another man. He hit him with his blue hand on one of the heavy containers. The man was dead and bleeding profusely. Meanwhile, the terrible monster saw another man running away from him. He jumped from the blue container to catch this fleeing man. He jumped behind him and it scared the worker very much. He was scared to death and paralyzed. The monster took him by the head. He threw it over his shoulder and it flew away. The man hit one of the blue containers hard. It really hurt. He fell to the ground and was badly injured. He spat out all the dirt he got. His nose was bleeding. He was really very scared. Suddenly he saw that this terrible monster was approaching him. A large blue monster was standing right over this man. It wanted to destroy him. The worker was scared to death because it was really some kind of monster. The blue monster's fingers were approaching the worker's face. He thought it was the end. Suddenly a wrench flew into the air and someone shouted, "Wait!" The metal tool hit the blue monster right on his head and it hurt quite a bit. The monster didn't understand what happened and who hit him, but he was really angry. He turned around while the worker shouted that it was his boss. The boss was really angry and told the monster to run away from his place. He was holding some other tool in his hand. Meanwhile, the main character was running very fast. The boy ran at a speed comparable to the speed of an airplane. The guy on the phone told the guy to take care of himself, and he agreed to his offer and jumped on. He galloped very fast indeed, as fast as he could, and now it seemed to him that they had come. He saw a large port near which a large green boat was parked. Meanwhile, one of the workers was screaming very loudly. He was really in a lot of pain. The boss shouted that this was his worker's chance to escape and asked him to do so. The worker said that he thought that the boss had run away on his own and did not expect this. Meanwhile, a big scary monster was looking at people and wanted to destroy them. The chief told the terrible monster to look at him and run away from where he came from. He said goodbye in his thoughts to his wife and to his son. He asked them to take care of themselves. It seemed to him that this was the end. He was standing in front of a gigantic monster that was several times bigger than him. Suddenly, this blue monster saw something. He left the worker he was leaving near the containers and went to the other side. The chief did not understand what was happening, but asked the monster not to turn back, never again. Meanwhile, the monstrous monster placed its heavy hand on one of the containers. He very much went into his hand against the container, and he wanted to throw it against these two people. Both workers were really shocked and did not understand what was happening now. The blue monster picked up a large container and threw it as hard as it could. This container was flying straight to the boss of this port. He was really scared. The container was flying very fast and was approaching the boss's face. Suddenly, an unknown hero appeared and wanted to save the boss. He ran very fast, but the container flew faster than him. The hero in red pants jumped high into the air, which greatly surprised the boss. He kicked this big blue container with his strong foot. The chief did not expect this at all. He was really shocked. He just watched the hero act. He almost had a heart attack. The main character landed on the ground from the impact of such a container. He was ready to fight and was looking ahead carefully. The first worker was in shock and did not understand what was happening. The monster looked ahead. Where the main character was, he didn't care about people. The head of the port also looked at the situation. Everyone was wondering what would happen now. The big monster was really angry and wanted to destroy everyone. The main character said that people need to run away from here because it is generally dangerous here. The guy said that this phone was scary even for him and asked how the other one was feeling. Meanwhile, the monster was getting even angrier, its eyes getting redder. The main character asked the jury if he should try to talk to this terrible creature. Suddenly, it became clear that there was a hidden camera on the boy's face. Guy name is Jury. He said that you can try to talk and there are some chances. The boy quickly said that there would probably be a battle soon. I realized that he himself said that before the start of the battle, you should always try to talk with your opponent. The boy said that if they could talk to someone, they would probably find out why the horrible monsters came to this land. The main character asked the terrible monster if he could speak at all. The boy said that he had not met anyone like him, and said that if he understood him, let him give some sign. But suddenly it happened that the unknown hero and his friend were really shocked and did not expect this. The blue monster began to blush and scream loudly. He was really getting stronger. Suddenly he screamed very loudly and it was very scary. He kicked his foot and crushed the asphalt. He became several times larger than the boy and began to shout loudly and swing. He hit the asphalt hard, and because of that, the guy had to fly away. The boy was really surprised because he did not expect this at all. The monster looked at him with big, red, scary eyes. Suddenly, the monster hit the boy hard and he flew far away. He hit the wall, and it was a very unpleasant feeling. After all, he landed on his painful shoulder. He looked at the monster with his eyes and pushed away. Flying further, he was ready to fight. He told his friend that he didn't think this monster was that stupid. He also said that their attempt to talk to him had failed. Now the hero wanted to continue the fight against the monster. At the same time, a large blue helicopter was flying over the port. The helicopter was with a film crew and a camera. The reporter said that they are filming at an altitude of 600 m and are trying to be in a safe zone. They saw the Superman himself in a white cap and were pleasantly surprised. Also, after a while, she said that the alien department had also arrived. There were a lot of soldiers with tanks and other weapons at the port. The commander told everyone to be in position, but not to fire. The aide said that the passage to the port was too narrow, and they would not be able to get there. He said that if they wanted, they could continue to follow Plan A, but this made the commander very angry. The commander said that they do not yet know the true potential of the others, those who are fighting them. The commander said that the professors analyzed this superhero, the White Cap, and found that he was stronger than their powers. Of course, here is the formatted text according to your instructions. The commander said that it must be their partner. He said they were not a threat to them at all. The adjutant asked the commander, why did they arrive, then did they arrive at all? The commander then said they had a plan B, pointing to a large truck. On this machine sat a large man who had a mechanism instead of an arm. This was plan B. Suddenly, the White Cap saw that a helicopter was flying above him. It surprised him. This helicopter was broadcasting the battle, and the people who were in the city were watching it all. People did not see all the details, but they were sure that it was a Superman because he fought against a monster. They didn't know who he was, but they were sure that he could be trusted because he was fighting for them. Everyone watched this broadcast. It was the most important news at the time. Everyone was worried about him. Suddenly, the White Cap began to run away from the red, monstrous monster. But suddenly, a big red hand of a monster flies in the face of superheroes. The monster hit him very hard against the wall. But as it turned out, the boy was smarter than the monster and therefore predicted this blow. He began to fly towards the red monster to counterattack. He was flying, his hands in fists. He wanted to hit him. The terrible monster was getting worse. It seemed that now it would explode even worse. Suddenly, he began to spit something out of himself. It was the main character who did not expect this at all. Now, it would be necessary to dodge this thing, as it turned out. It was the tongue of this terrible creature. But with that in mind, the island managed to beat the pace of this super guy. Suddenly, he managed to grab the superhero by his little leg. The red, scary monster took his leg and started waving it. The White Cap did not expect this at all. The guys thought that he would die now. The red, scary monster threw the boy straight forward into the big blue container with all its might. It was indeed a very strong blow, because of which the boy rammed the container very deeply. The guy was still sitting in front of the monitor. He was really in shock. He didn't understand if his friend had survived. He saw that there was a really giant hole in the container. In the meantime, the monster was becoming bluer, which meant that it was no longer so evil. The colonel's assistant was in shock, and now it seemed to him that the main character had died. The colonel also did not understand what was happening. Suddenly, the colonel said that there was no more time, and it was necessary to act. The colonel was really angry. He understood that in that situation, a different plan should be used. Said to use plan B and act on it. Then everyone understood and began to obey the order. Suddenly, the container of the big truck opened loudly and quickly. A large, strong man began to climb out of the container. It was clear that he was not an ordinary policeman. He jumped right on top of this car. He also had a metal arm. Suddenly, some kind of weapon was created with this metal hand. It was really unexpected. It was a really big, giant weapon. The boy took aim with it and wanted to shoot. Suddenly, the same moment came when the boy fired his weapon. After the shot, some yellow cartridge flew. It was an unusual cartridge. The blue monster did not expect anything at all. It seemed to him that he had already defeated everyone and everything. Suddenly, this cartridge pierced the blue monster's head and it collapsed. The shooting man watched as the blue monster fell to the ground. He took another close look with his red eye and checked that everything was correct. The colonel said he had done a good job. But suddenly, the blue monster stood up on its strong legs. This surprised not only the boy with the red eye. This surprised the colonel as well, because it seemed to him that the monster was finally dead. Meanwhile, the monster was getting redder and redder. His eyes became happy because he understood that he was attacked by people. The colonel was really impressed, so he yelled for the guy to hit him again. The guy with the rifle fired another shot. He took aim, and the cartridge flew right at the monster. This cartridge hit the monster directly in the head. Meanwhile, the boy did not give up. He continued to fire his rifle. He fired another shot at that monster because he didn't want to give up, but the red monster dodged all his blows. The man was really confused and kept shooting as hard as he could. But despite all this, the terrible monster continued to move towards the fighters. After a few seconds, the monster came several times closer and was very angry. The monster wanted to completely destroy all people. The guy kept shooting because it was the only option. He brought the weapon to his face and took aim at the creature. He looked intently with his red eye. Suddenly, he saw one strange detail that really surprised him. The red monster continued to move towards him, but suddenly it turned around. He looked into the container into which he dropped the white-capped hero. Suddenly, some strange sounds started coming from the container. It was really unusual. Then suddenly, some strange smoke came out of the container. The fingers and the head of the main character began to climb out of the container. It was really epic. He got out and said that the main monster really pushed him really hard. The hero continued to joke. No one expected it. The guy was still sitting in front of the monitor. He was really surprised, because it seemed to him that he had died. Then he breathed his last and said that thank God he is alive. He also said that this monster is not needed because it cannot speak. The main character said that then it remains only to destroy this monster. So he headed towards that monster. Suddenly the red monster heard this and understood that it was necessary to attack. The main character said that it was necessary to strike hard with all his strength to finally destroy him. They were getting closer to each other, and despite this, it was getting hotter. Suddenly, the main character jumped, and it surprised the monster. The main character simply disappeared somewhere. It was unexpected. No one could understand where. The monster was really surprised. He did not understand where the main character had disappeared. Suddenly, a white cap appeared over the head of this red monster. He kicked the monster very hard. After that, he took out his hand and wanted to strike with his hand. He struck the monster with his hand and took it by its teeth. Whitecap continued to hold the monster by his teeth and was ready to throw him. He rested his foot well on the asphalt and destroyed it. The main character threw this big blue monster over him. In flight, it was understood that the monster was simply powerless and could not do anything. The main character was really serious and threw him from this power. After that, there was a giant explosion, and there was a lot of very shrapnel around. Also, the tension went a very big wave after the explosion. She was so strong that even the police began to wear them down. Stones flew everywhere. Everything around was covered in dust, and nothing could be seen. After a while, you could see that the monster was really badly injured. He was lying with his head on the asphalt. Then the young man took his hand under his teeth. Then the boy took another close look at this monster and understood one important detail. Suddenly, everyone around was in shock. This guy's classmates helped with open mouths because they were in shock. All the police and the army were in shock. The news service could not say a single word because they were simply delighted. The hero's friend also could not say a word because he could not regain consciousness. There was something really suspicious about the guy with the red eye. It seemed like it wasn't the end yet. The reporter who said that it is not known what happened, but she thought that what happened now was a very big earthquake. Suddenly, she saw something really unusual. Around him, the main character saw something unusual. Also this. There was something really shocking. The main monster's hands began to move. It seemed that he was not dead yet. Suddenly, his legs began to move as well. He began to try to climb out of this deep hole with his hands. He rose up and out of the ground. It was really unexpected for everyone. It seemed the monster would now launch a second attack on humans. The monster became even stronger and more confident, and the main character could not believe it. His partner could not say a word because now he was really scared. Suddenly, the evil monster began to sway. He was really sick, and he fell very hard to the ground again. The guy said that that monster was not as strong as the monster that was on Anmen Island. The partner said that a lot of work had to be done on the island then. Suddenly, a man was sitting on the mountain. He said that the white cap was like a fish in water during this battle. The rumors about him turned out to be true, and he was truly ruthless in battle. He told someone else that the hero still needs to work on himself. This unknown character's name was Dan Yan. She was some kind of girl. The strange man left and told Dan Yang that he would be back soon. The white cap was really surprised because he felt someone behind him. The hero turned his head back to understand what was going to happen. Of the strange stranger was braided into a long gray braid. The partner did not understand what the hell it was and what he was doing here. The protagonist decided not to wait long and asked him who he was. But the strange person just started laughing miserably. After 5 seconds, he said that the white cap has a very scary look. Jury did not understand what kind of person this was, so he began to worry. Meanwhile, the mysterious man came closer and closer to the white cap. That's why the main character was really tense, because he didn't fully understand. He carefully follows every step of this person. Suddenly, he looked up and told Jura that there was someone else on the mountain. It was Dan Yang, who was closely following the whole situation. The reporter said that something really unexpected happened. A suspicious man appeared in front of the white cap who had just won. A boy with gray hair saw a news helicopter circling in the sky. All the people who watched this broadcast wondered what they were talking about. Everyone was really very interested, but no one could hear their minds. The colonel's assistant looked at the two people and did not understand what was happening. He asked the colonel what was going on with them, but the colonel himself did not know what it was. The colonel said that this is definitely an unexpected meeting with a hero, and they need to watch carefully. Meanwhile, the man with the rifle was clearly not happy with the situation. The whimsical man said that it was a pity that everything ended in a banal way. He also said that the battle was really good. Suddenly, a stranger said that the white cap looked like Ketchupman. Ketchupman was just a TV character. The hero couldn't even understand what he and Ketchupman had in common. Jury told his partner to pull himself together because the enemy wanted to confuse him. At that moment, the young man asked the strange man, "Who is he and what is he doing here?" Jury understood that Khan didn't understand people, but he sure was good at it. Jury said that this terrible stranger was in any case very dangerous. The suspect said that he has been watching the hero on TV for a long time, and on the internet too. He was his phantom. He also watched all the personal broadcasts of the White Cap. It was really very interesting for him to follow his life, especially when other scary monsters appeared in the battle. The scary man said he had some business to attend to, that's why he's here. And seeing the White Cap in battle was a real reward for him. He wanted nothing from the White Cap. The protagonist asked the stranger if he actually believed now, but he just kept silent and smiled coldly. The partner suddenly remembered the people in suits who were on the island of Samchan. They were good until they tasered the White Cap. It seemed to him that this stranger could do the same. He could be military or some kind of agent, so you have to be careful. The young hero stared intently at the unpleasant stranger. Suddenly, the man decided to start telling an interesting story. He asked the protagonist what people called him. Whitecap said he was called Superman. At that moment, the suspicious man said that he was also Superman. It was very surprising to Jury. He did not expect this. Whitecap could not believe that there are people like him. Suddenly, he said that there are many more heroes besides the two of them, the power of which is many times stronger than ordinary human energy. Whitecap felt that he had already heard somewhere. The partner confirmed that such cases were also in other parts of the planet. It is still unofficial, but even in Korea there was one case when people saw monsters. At the same time, it was an ordinary night in London. People watched this broadcast and did not understand who that ordinary passerby was. Suddenly, Paul approached the man and said that she had already seen this man. But as it turned out, she wasn't talking about the White Cap. The girl was really curious about what the man with the gray, tangled hair was talking about. Meanwhile, in Scotland at Burger King, all the people were also watching the conversation of the main character with the White Cap. A woman called her sister to Justin Weber's concert. After all, she already bought the tickets. The sister was really pleased and decided to follow the woman. Meanwhile, not everything was quiet in Moscow either. The boy called Vasil, but Vasil knew nothing about that strange stranger. It seemed to them that this terrible stranger might also turn out to be one of them. Meanwhile, Whitecap asked what of this information. He also said that he doesn't care about him and just doesn't run after him anymore. The main character turned around and wanted to go in the other direction. But suddenly the scary stranger said that he had something else. But Whitecap did not listen to him at all. He just wanted to eat. The stranger said he could visit his school and talk to him. This surprised the young man very much, and he stopped. Then he turned back. He couldn't believe it. He was scared because it was secret information. The stranger also added that the boy is just a regular schoolboy. The protagonist began to worry even more because of the stranger's words. Was he really in shock because he didn't know how he knew this information? Jury also did not understand how he learned all this. He was also frightened. The creepy stranger said he would keep their secret and laughed terribly. He also said that the hero would not reveal to the jury. Whitecap was very scared when he heard. Jury was shocked and couldn't even understand how he knew all this. The stranger continued to speak and said that the boy with pink hair was not familiar. He said that Jury made masks and other mantras for the main character. The angry stranger said that he would gladly take Jury to work for him. After all, he clearly had a talent for all this. He told the White Cap that they would have more fun with Jury. The boy was scared. He did not understand what else this cursed enemy knew. The creepy man started laughing and said that White Cap didn't like his joke, because the main character had a very serious, scary look. Suddenly, he became angry with this man and took a step. He kneaded his hands and was ready to attack this creepy stranger, but Jury shouted that now was not the best time to attack. The young man was really angry with the stranger because he had hurt his family, so he moved on. The stranger just looked into the eyes of the White Cap, and the White Cap just wanted revenge, that's all he said. The angry stranger said that he did not even think that he would be able to make the hero so angry. But suddenly he said that he is not the enemy, and they don't need to just continue the conversation. The main character was serious and decided to go to the end. His partner was ready to fight. He wanted to stop her. The evil enemy said that if they had no choice, then they would fight. The white cap took a step forward and jumped. The guy was flying in the air and was ready to deliver a strong blow to the enemy. Juri wasn't sure that this was exactly the right decision, and he was scared. But surprisingly, the creepy man remained calm. The colonel was confused. He did not understand that they had started to fight. The guy with the metal arm didn't understand either. He placed his two hands and performed the technique. There was a flow of energy between the two men. It was a really strong impact. The evil stranger managed to block this guy's punch. This really surprised him. He couldn't believe it. After all, no one has ever been able to stop this powerful blow. Juri was also in shock. He thought it was impossible. The white cap realized that his blow was powerless here and there was no point in trying. So he just withdrew his fist and turned around. The hero wanted to strike again, but suddenly the stranger disappeared. This really surprised the boy because he had never seen anything like this before. Suddenly, a mystical stranger appeared on the arm of this young hero. The stranger said that the white cap is too weak. Then he jumped from the boy's hand and landed with 2 feet on the ground. He said that if the white cap really wanted to fight him, he would have to put in more effort. The man with gray hair said that the boy did not understand everything. He said that he is the same superhero as the white cap, and if you want to die, use all your strength. White cap was surprised by this. Meanwhile, Juri understood that it was necessary to stop all this. The stranger said that if they start fighting for real, everything around them will be destroyed. He said he couldn't stop himself until he destroyed everything around him. This scared the white cap a little because he was really serious. Juri was saying to stop it because it might be true. Juri said he understood how much of a white cap it was because this stranger was really nasty. He could see from the white cap's face that he was really confused and didn't know what to do. Juri told the main character that he knows a lot about them and it is necessary to stop it all. He was clearly superhuman and you have to believe that he was not their enemy. The terrible stranger looked at the white cap and thought. Suddenly he did not say that it seems that the white cap understood and did not want to enter the battle now. He turned and said goodbye to them, but said that they would definitely meet again. Suddenly the white cap told the stranger to wait. The main character asked him what his name was and then he could go. White cap said his name was Ying Kong. This did not surprise the stranger because he knew everything about this hero. This stranger turned around and said his name was Nagi. He turned and wanted to leave and looked at his girlfriend. "We're with you," he said. "By the way, he's finally leaving." Dan Yang suddenly asked if she needed to examine his hand. The stranger understood what his unknown girlfriend was talking about. Because during this struggle there was a big explosion and it was quite painful. This guy's hand was really red because the white cap is a big blow to me. But given that, he said it was fine and just laughed. He jumped and ran away from the scene. The white cap still couldn't understand what it was. He was really scared. The boy with pink hair was also in shock because he didn't know how to react to all this. The white cap just stood there in silence for quite a long time. Suddenly, the man who was watching this broadcast was surprised because he thought that something really serious was about to happen. The unknown hero who was behind him was silent. People in Moscow also did not understand what had happened. It seemed to them that people could not get along with each other. Suddenly, the boy said that if they really started the battle, there wouldn't be a single living place left around. Suddenly, some strange sounds began to be heard at the port. Whitecap looked back because these sounds seemed familiar to him. He saw 2 workers walking hand in hand. 2 workers approached the Whitecap and said that they would like to thank him somehow for what he had done. But the Whitecap watched them carefully and could not say anything. The chief said he thought they were both going to die. They didn't even know how to thank him because he really saved their lives. The boss offered to go to the main character with him to a cafe and treat him there. But the Whitecap simply cold-bloodedly said that it should not be done. He jumped high into the air and the asphalt flew all around. He continued to fly in and run away from this port. When the colonel saw that the Whitecap had fled, he said that the operation was now definitely over. The colonel ordered the forensic experts to inspect the scene afterwards. The man with the rifle said it wasn't the shape of the cartridge or even the charge. This surprised the colonel because he did not understand what the man was talking about. The man continued to say that they had created the strongest weapon, but it was no different than a monster rifle. He said that if they didn't come up with better weapons, then everyone would just die. The colonel promised to pass all this information to the investigation department. They just threw away the paper and destroyed all the data. Suddenly, some strange sounds started. It was unexpected. It was some kind of phone calling the head colonel. The colonel took his phone out of his pocket and was surprised. He did not expect such a call. The man on the phone asked what the situation was, and the colonel replied that the White Cap had fled the scene. He was one of the most influential military men. The colonel's deputy asked why he didn't call him once everyone had left the scene. Because of this, the colonel was forced to apologize. The colonel decided to carry out his orders. Better, he said, that the body be taken to the laboratory. He promised that all departments would do their best to fight these monsters. The military put the monster's body into a large plane. The commander-in-chief said that the colonel called off the Day-Tai-K mission and then everything would be over. The colonel understood everything that the commander-in-chief told him. The commander-in-chief ended the conversation. He hung up on his office phone, but suddenly he decided to dial one unknown number. He said that the number of other monsters has increased, and he is ready to answer for it. He said that in total there were 14 cases and 2 people were injured. The man still spoke on that line and asked the commander-in-chief to tell the most important information. He said the body would be delivered to the Falcon section tomorrow evening. A speech began about this stranger, and therefore he had to finish the conversation. He asked or he didn't waste time on all that stupid stuff. He did not understand why the commander-in-chief told him about it and complained. He raised his fist to his mouth and coughed. Now he decided to take the stage. His name was Marcus. He was a leader of peacemaking and innovative future. The stage was really very high, and suddenly he decided to set something up. Meanwhile, the plane was finally loaded at the port of Ikeon. People were still around. They told everyone else to move to a safe distance. The plane took off immediately after loading the body. This surprised the assistant because it was just an ordinary plane. It seemed to him that it was unofficial, but the colonel said that they do not know and it is not up to them to decide. But meanwhile, the stranger was still watching it all. As it turned out, he guessed that it was all the work of the Falcon. He took some monster by the neck. He asked him one last time where Sherlock was, and he destroyed him with his own hands. But the evil monster said that this superhero will let him go and then he will be able to say something. But this superhero was really upset. He said that he already had a chance. He raised this high-air monster and threw it from a height straight down. Explosions were heard all around and there was a lot of gunpowder. This monster hit one of the stone buildings very hard. But the superhero did not give up. He flew very fast, straight down. He raised his fist or made a strong blow. He wanted to make a catch-up punch. He was ready for it. He hit the entire monster hard, roughly in the stomach. This monster was really in a lot of pain. It seemed to him that he was almost dead. But Ketchup Man did not give up. He was really serious. He said that it wasn't even half his strength and he could do even more. Ketchup Man, who left him alive so that he would pass on one piece of information to Sherlock. All the people looked at him and rejoiced because they understood that the superhero once again defeated everyone. The TV presenter said that the Ketchup Man, as always, brought victory in New York. The woman also said that he was their hope. He was considered a modern hero. He was perfect according to people. He was a Superman and a superhero. He had a lot of fans. But as it turned out, it was just a TV show with this superhero. Someone watched it on their TV. The guy is sitting and waiting for the next episode of this series. Joe Ree suddenly woke up and did not understand what was happening. He said that the guy needs to recover from what happened yesterday, but he didn't want to miss the streak. He said that the release was really cool and the jury needed to look at it too. The main character thought about what the stranger said. He didn't understand how he could be like this hero from TV. Suddenly, jury said that the school must be open today. He said that he forgot about it because there were many events yesterday. The main character quickly dressed and ran out of the house because now he was late. He ran as fast as he could so as not to be late. All the people were talking about was the fight that took place yesterday between the White Cap and the stranger. It seemed to them that this stranger had almost destroyed the White Cap, but there were also people who were against him. But considering this, one of the boys said that the White Cap was the coolest. They really had an argument. The guy understood why his friend was insulting him because he was the first to start talking about the White Cap. The main guy listened carefully to this dialogue. What pissed him off was that one of the guys said that the White Cap was just a robot that was created by the army. He said even if he was a White Cap, he would definitely leave his friend. They continued to walk and quarrel with each other. It seemed that a fight was about to break out. Suddenly, he pointed his fist at one of the boys and wanted to hit him hard. But suddenly he was very scared because something extraordinary happened. A really big, stocky man approached him from behind. He was very scared because he was afraid of the consequences of what this guy would do. He asked if he wanted to test his strength with him, and the boy quickly apologized. The boy with brown hair said that this boy was Cho Tae-ik. He wanted to hit the young man because he had been very angry since the morning. But suddenly he saw something really unusual. He saw another guy standing not far from their company. Then he asked why he was looking at him. Khan was surprised because he did not understand why the boy approached him because he was not doing anything at all. Then the strong man rudely invited him to walk with him. But at that moment, the main character realized that he did not want to have problems and simply apologized and wanted to move on. The stout man turned around but said that he remembered all their faces. He was really very upset, but fortunately he went away. The company of boys were very scared because they understood that they almost died. They started talking about gong dofu. The following events took place at the Mabin school. It was a gang that was born at the school. Everyone around had a lot of power and were gangsters. The boy thought that the stocky man who approached them was the leader of this gang. Another young man began to worry very much because he really understood that it was so. They were almost beaten because they looked badly at this gangster. They wanted to try to escape from this gang. After a while, everyone was in the classroom. The girl was saying something to the black square and heard someone calling her. She asked her friend why she was calling her. Her friend asked her what happened to her because she looked really, really bad. The girl's name was Ye Jin Chu, and she was her classmate. Suddenly, a guy walked between them. It was an Incan. He just calmly sat down at his desk. Suddenly, the woman told the boy that he had a split fly. This surprised the boy because he did not expect this from a classmate. The girl with the black square also looked at the boy. She was really very interested. The boy was really very ashamed, and the girl just walked away. She asked her friend why she smelled of cigarettes, but her friend did not understand what she was talking about. The girl asked Chi-jin not to contact those people. Jin liked the fact that her classmate was giving her some orders. She said that if a girl ties with her boxing, then she will probably think and stop too. But her friend just called her a fool. Suddenly, she saw something really unusual. It was another Khan who could not sleep pinch his fly and was furious. Her name was Hong Mu, and she thought the boy was strange. The following events take place somewhere on the ocean. A boat could be seen sailing over the Atlantic Ocean in its boat. Suddenly, something really unusual happened. Something big fell directly into the water. The man on board was already surprised. He turned back to see what happened there. He really wondered what it was, but he understood what it was. He saw only how some black object was underwater. It was really gigantic, and the old man was surprised. But after 5 minutes, he needed something else. There was a penguin on board. The man did not understand why a soft penguin was needed on board. The other guy said today was Ruby's birthday, and it was a present. The guy thought it was her dream, so he immediately bought it. They continued their conversation, but suddenly some unknown object appeared in the air. They joked about Ruby. The man said it needed to be fixed. And the old fisherman said that the time is coming really fast because his children are already very grown up. He said that if he thought about it, he had never given his daughter any good gifts. The man told his assistant to put the penguin in the cabin because it will stink of salt. But suddenly the object fell into the ocean. This surprised the man, and he did not understand what had happened. He looked back to see what exactly had fallen into the ocean. He was really alarmed because he had never seen anything like this in his life. It seemed to him that it was something mystical. Deep in the ocean was some very strange, massive black object. The assistant said that the old man must meet his daughter. But the man did not listen to him. He was looking at a giant black object in the ocean. Suddenly, something really big started coming out from under the water. Then suddenly, a big blue hand came out of the water. It looked like a monster's hand. This strong hand hit the ship, and it all began to shake. The boy was still in the middle, almost fell, and did not understand what was happening to the ship. After that, he asked the old man if everything was all right and what had happened. But this blue monstrous monster set foot on this ship. The guy who came out was really confused because he didn't understand what it was. He had never seen anything like this before. His heart was even stronger as he saw the massive monster crush the old man. The following events are transferred to the Soyan school. The teacher said that there had already been 3 such cases recently, and people were worried. He drew some chalk monster on the board and said they looked something like this. The teacher said that all people live together with such terrible monsters and it is dangerous. He invited the students to talk about these terrible monsters. The teacher said that the students definitely know something about these monsters. He said that these monsters are definitely different from humans. According to information, they have tremendous physical strength. The speed of these monsters is 200 kilometers per h, and they easily take people. And people, if they see scary monsters, cannot cope with their fear. He also said that in the last 5 years, 37 cases of the appearance of these others were discovered. And to date, unfortunately, 517 deaths have been registered. 6 cases were found in Korea, but unfortunately recently the number of cases in the port has increased to 7. Unfortunately, 14 people died yesterday because of this. The teacher also said that 5 out of 7 cases were solved thanks to the white cap. And fortunately, in most of these cases, the hero defeated the monsters. With the discovery of monsters and heroes, many different opinions and gossips appeared among people. But experts believe that all the information has no confirmation and cannot be considered true. It was really very strange because it was some kind of hero who appeared out of nowhere and fought, cheered people up, and gave them hope. Everyone was interested in how 2 cases before this new superhero appeared. The teacher said that the first case of these others appeared at the beginning of 2015 in the city of Fokani. Many victims were found there, and not everyone expected the corpse of the blue creature. Another case was in 2016. As many as 75 killed and 100 wounded were found then. All this happened in the city of Kanlini. He said that the first monster that appeared on the planet was called Hepticon. Hepticon from ancient Greek means 7 horns. It was called so because the enemy really had them. This monster was really very strong and big. It just knocked out civilians and no one could stop it at all. But suddenly at some point an unknown man appeared with a long and began to fight with the monster. But after some time, this stranger simply disappeared, followed by the terrible Hepticon. Scientists and politicians thought for a long time about what reason they should name and what happened after that. Therefore, they officially declared that Hepticon killed the stranger and is now hiding somewhere to start attacking again later. After that, a center was created to fight the other scary creatures. It was this center that caused alarm at the school a few days ago. And he created a special large military unit called Deity K. The teacher said that now the main question for today is the connection between all 3 persons. All the people were wondering if the man with long hair who fought against Hepticon really died. If so, who killed him? Who is the White Cap? Where did he come from? And is he really just fighting for the people? Well, the most important question, where do monsters come from, or what are they called others, and what is their purpose on this planet? But suddenly the man noticed something. All his students were just sleeping on their desks and didn't listen to him at all. This annoyed the teacher. He told all the students to wake up because the bell would ring soon and it was time to finish. The man also said that just because they didn't have a major lesson didn't mean they could just sleep. Then the teacher said that the most important thing for the students should be the existence of humanity, because it is currently under threat. The teacher said that the students should not forget this at all, because this is the most important thing. He asked them not to play games while their race was dying out right now. After that, Master also asked them to pay more attention to this world. He said goodbye to the students and said that they would meet him again at the next lesson. Suddenly, the girl with the yellow jacket began to think. The following events take place in the car. The man was talking to his wife. It was a teacher who promised to see his wife because today was their anniversary. Then he looked at his portrait with his son and thought deeply. Suddenly, the man shed a tear because he wanted to see his son. He promised him that he would pray for him every day. The teacher said that he was afraid that his son might meet the same terrible monsters in heaven. Meanwhile, in the Atlantic Ocean, the blue monster was just standing on the ship. The man looking at this monster was simply in shock. He did not know what to do in such a situation. Suddenly, he took out his radio to report what had happened to the ship. He also pressed the red button that was on board. He began to shout into the radio that an unusual situation had occurred and he needed help. But suddenly, at that moment, an evil, scary monster hit the man and the walkie-talkie fell to the ground. The young man was really in a lot of pain because the monster was really powerful. The big blue monster was holding that man's head and thinking about something. The man wanted to say something, but he couldn't do anything. He shouted very loudly for help, but no one heard him at all. Suddenly, on the walkie-talkie, a man asked what happened. But the walkie-talkie was broken and he could not understand anything. The following events take place on a sunny day. The girls just walked outside and played ball. Some guys were lying down and sunbathing. Other people bathed in the warm pool. They all had a good rest. It was all an Operhau. It was a royal cruise. The people on board were worried. The captain of the ship asked what the situation was, but as it turned out, the connection was lost, and they could not find out the name of the ship. One man said that the distance between them and that ship was about 10 miles. The ship's captain said they needed to change course and were going to help. Meanwhile, everything on the ship was covered in blood. The man was just lying on the floor and was almost dead. He couldn't do anything at all. Suddenly, a copy of this man stood and stared at the ship hurtling towards them. Meanwhile, there was a lunch break at school, and the students went to eat. Comrades talked only about food, about how hungry they were after all the lessons. One guy said that they don't have any pretty girls this year. Another comrade said that no one needed him. Dai, a student of the third group, very angry. Dai said that there are still good girls in their group, but the boy did not like the answer, because he considered the others to be just pictures. The boy said that, unfortunately, the 3 leaders and their pawns were not in their class. But one of those idiots turned out to be in their group. This guy's name was Ki Dick Grun. He was in the third group and was not far from them. The fat guy asked his friend to leave the guy alone because he didn't do anything at all. But despite this, Wu Chang continued to insult them all. Suddenly, he noticed something really unusual. Chan said that there was another strong-looking guy in their group. The fat student said that the boy's name was Quan Chol _. Once, Park Jiam made him angry and Quan gave him a really hard fight. Wu Chang asked Li Dai to keep this secret from everyone. After 5 minutes, both students were picking a variety of food on the table. Li Dai asked for food supplements, although he could not because he was on a diet. The woman was very nice and happily gave him food. Li Dai asked if he could call her mom now. After a while, he was sitting at the table eating his food. Suddenly, someone came up to him and said hello. It was Quan Chan, who asked the boy why he eats alone every day. Quan started talking about how he had no friends in the group. Unexpectedly, he said that Ying Kang also had no friends, but Khan only thought about Juri. He missed her. Now he also confirmed that he had no friends. Suddenly, Quan looked somewhere. He stared intently at Ying Kang's hands. Quan asked if the boy played sports. Kang said that only taekwondo. Quan suggested that they have lunch together, and Kang happily agreed. Suddenly, both students heard a strange, loud sound. It was one guy who was thrown hard to the ground. The guys behind were annoyed and wanted to hit him in the face again. It was Gundofa and his entire evil gang of gangsters. The girls watched and could not understand what had happened, but they were scared. Li Di became very afraid when he saw Gundofu. Quan was also closely following the whole situation. Gundofa said it was time to show who was really in charge here. And for that, he needed to teach everyone a lesson. At the same time, the minister was talking to someone in America. The man said they just had to wait, but the minister didn't understand how much longer. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The man said it was them. 2 people came to them. St. Paul and Kellen Otter were standing in front of him. The man said the worst thing had happened and every second counted. The heroes did not understand what the man was talking about. He said a cruise ship with 3,000 people was attacked by other aliens. The girl really did not expect something like this. Kellen was also very tense and anxious. They understood that the passengers had nowhere to run, and that was the most terrifying thing. So the man said they needed to act now. Paul said that we must leave immediately. Therefore, the man offered to go to the helicopter. The minister understood everything and let her go to work. They all got up and left the office. The office door closed, and the minister was left alone. The minister felt a strange power when superheroes appeared in the room. He considered them real supermen. After some time, a dark night came on the street. Dan Yang said that all the news is only about his meeting with the Cap. She said someone even offered a reward for valuable information. This angered Nangi because the news is ready to do anything to find out information. Dan Yang was afraid for Nangi. She thought that now they were in danger, but he didn't care. Nangi said that the main thing is that the events are happening very intensively. It seemed to him that the world would meet with chaos. So he wanted to show the more fun side of it all. Meanwhile, the superheroes were approaching the big helicopter. They all got on board and wanted to take off. The minister's assistant felt that they were flying to certain death. He also asked those around him to fasten their seatbelts, but they paid no attention to him. The helicopter raised its wings and was ready to take off. The flight officially announced the start of the flight. The helicopter took off. They flew in America's fastest helicopter. The assistant minister said that they need to fly for about 2 hours. He wanted to tell a little more about this situation. Help was reported 4 days ago. It was clear that an other had been discovered aboard that ship. It was a large royal fleet. He was simply traveling from England to America. The fleet understood the seriousness of the situation with the manifestation of other monsters, and that's why he asked for the help of the two of them, although they are in Scotland. They also called in a deity group and U.S. Navy warships to deal with the situation. 2 groups of military men have already gone to help the people. The girl asked, "Is the fight now with Deotic?" The group arrived last night, but 20 minutes after arriving, something strange happened. Communication with them was simply lost. After that, they showed no signs of life and seemed to have disappeared. It happened to the man that all 5 subgroups were killed by terrible monsters. Paul's heart was beating fast. She was restless. Meanwhile, Kellen could not understand how they died so quickly because they were professionals. At this point, the assistant minister said that they have another serious problem. The boat was out of automatic control, but is now headed for Florida. This meant that one of the monsters was on his way to America. The man said that this is a threat to the entire state and could have very dire consequences. At one point, St. Paul looked back and looked at Kellen. Kellen thought about a plan of action against the terrible monsters. The strongest fighters had already been dispatched just in case to intercept the ship. The flight officially announced the start of the flight. After that, a large helicopter rose into the air. This was the best solution that was chosen by the government due to the lack of information. The situation on the ship was completely unknown. Nobody knew anything. Paul said that everyone needs to calm down and think things through. The assistant minister agreed with her. He said there was no need to talk about it anymore. Now it's time for superheroine Paul. Meanwhile, all was not well at school. An annoyed boy said that finally the boy got caught. It's time to remind everyone who is the most important here, and you need to order everyone. He took one of the boys by the head and said that he would be the first. He took the boy by the head and said that he decides everything here. Suddenly, a girl with a black square came up to them. She shouted for the ruffian to stop doing all this. These words greatly annoyed the scoundrel. The young girl repeated once more that he must stop humiliating the weak. The people around were very surprised. It seemed that it was insolent. And it is really very dangerous for a girl. It seemed that these were just the last words of a cute classmate. Ying Kang couldn't say a word. He didn't expect this. His new friend was also in shock from all these events. The other members of the gang thought she was crazy. They thought she would die now. But the girl looked very serious. This girl's friend was stunned by her friend's behavior. The pumped-up boy threw the boy aside and looked at the girl with a very angry look. It seemed to him that all the people just wanted to knock him out. And he took a step towards the girl. He said he didn't care that she was a girl and he was ready to hit her too. Rubian raised his hand and wanted to hit her. The girl could do nothing but wait for death. Suddenly, someone's hand stopped this strong blow. The impudent ruffian was just unrealistically angry. It was Quan. He asked loudly why Gundofa goes to school at all. Ying Kang didn't expect Quan to be capable of such a thing. Quan continued to make fun of Gundofu for his ridiculous actions. The girl was very surprised because she did not expect her rescue. The other members of the gang started talking about Quan. They didn't know who he was. People around were simply shocked by the events. It seemed to them that the end of the boy would soon come. Quan held the rude boy's hand and continued to taunt him. Suddenly, Gundof's pupils disappeared. He became simply crazy. He kicked the boy very hard. The impact was so strong that Quan flew far away. Gundofu wanted to teach the young man. But Quan didn't give up. He got into a fighting stance and was ready to fight. He wanted to fight Gundofu to the end. When the others saw this, they began to mainly support Quan. Meanwhile, Khan was watching the situation carefully. Quan ran up and swung his leg. He hit Gundofa hard in the face. Gundofu went back a little because of the impact. But Quan didn't give up. He continued to attack the rude boy. The girl looked at it carefully. Ying Kang couldn't believe that the boy was actually doing this. He slapped Gundofa once more across his face. Quan was really serious. He wanted to order the ruffian. The other members of the gang began to worry about it all. But Gundofu entered the fight after all these blows. He was beaten and even angrier than before. Suddenly, Quan started to get really scared. Gundofa spat out a clot of blood. Now he wanted to kill Quan once and for all and was ready to fight to the end. We're getting worse for Quan. Suddenly, some unfamiliar voice said that the boys were just playing. The girl did not expect this. At the same time, Quan hoped that this was his salvation. The unknown asked them who was fighting in broad daylight. A man with pink hair approached them. No one understood why this schoolboy was here. He seemed to have no fear at all. He was one of the main students and said that the administration would come soon. He looked really old. All the boys were very surprised as no one expected to see Gongmoon. It turned out that among all the leaders of Gundofa, Gun was the weakest. Hun walked over and tapped Gundof on the shoulder. Gundofa promised to punish everyone next time. Gun said Quan crossed the line today. He said he won't leave it that easy. Quan listened attentively to everything Gongmoon said. Gun threatened him and said goodbye to Quan. Then the boy turned and looked Kwanya straight in the eyes. Quan thought that Gundofa and his gang were really scary and he was afraid. Meanwhile, the main character was already satisfied. Suddenly he belched loudly. This scared the girls who were next to Im Kang very much. Meanwhile, the helicopter continued to fly. Suddenly, the assistant minister said that they had already arrived. The helicopter was hanging right on top of the same ship. Paul asked them to open the door even though it was 1,000 feet away. So they opened the door of the helicopter that was hanging in the air. Thanks to the earphone given by the assistant, the heroes were able to communicate with the man. Paul put on one earpiece. Kellen put on another earpiece. Well, the assistant minister took the last one. Paul wanted to jump straight down from the helicopter. Suddenly, she asked James to call the minister upstairs and cancel all the bombers that were going to that place. James agreed to do as Paul said. Careful indeed. Then Paul and Kellen jumped from the helicopter straight down. The height was very high, so they fell for a long time. But after 10 minutes, they landed on board the ship. After that, St. Paul carefully looked around, but there were no monsters. Kellen also looked at the terrible conditions on board. Scattered around were the corpses of people from the Deatic unit. The heroes were sure that it was a handiwork loves the strong other. Suddenly, the blue monster saw the superheroine. He realized that he needed to act immediately. Meanwhile, James has received new additional information about this cruise. Unfortunately, the object turned out to be much larger than they thought. In addition, it had different floor sizes. It was clear that keeping the monsters busy would not be easy. Kellen suggested making noise to lure out the monsters. Paul decided that they needed to separate anyway. James confirmed that they didn't have time. He offered to inspect the upper and lower floors. James suggested that one go to the warehouse and the other to the engine room. Then they will be able to successfully inspect the ship. James was convinced that the heroes would always fight together, and he wasn't sure if they could stand alone against the monsters. But the heroes had no other choice because the ship was really big and there was little time. So Kellen decided to stay put and check the upper floors, and Paul went to the lower floors of the ship to look for hideous monsters. They agreed to keep each other informed, and Paul gracefully descended to the lower level of the cruise. The cruise was really big in size. Paul began to carefully descend, holding on to the side. She held onto the side with her strong hands, and suddenly she found a big black hole in the ship with what seemed like a good chance. Paul then decided to carefully go down there, and after a few minutes she was at that hole. Then she just jumped in there. Now she managed to go downstairs. There were many compartments of the ship around. Paul decided to look around. She then informed James that there were many, many large boxes. As it turned out, it was a B4 level composition. Paul didn't see any people around. There was nothing strange about that warehouse. Jameson then asked Buckets about his situation on the lower floors. Kellen only found so many dead bodies. Only corpses were found before the control cabin, and there were no signs of monsters. This place was truly like hell because there was not a single living soul around. James said that the monsters must be playing hide-and-seek with them and then moved to attack them. But suddenly Kellen had communication problems and he couldn't hear James. He didn't understand what happened. This could be because they were in the Bermuda Triangle. Kellen walked on, but suddenly he heard strange noises. The hero decided to return to sounds. He saw the man still talking. It was very strange. The hero wanted to inform James that there was a survivor on board, and he needed urgent help. The frightened man thought that the hero was just a demon and wanted to take his soul. The superhero did not understand what it was about. It seemed to him that it was the influence of monsters. But the man was very scared and only talked about monsters. Then it seemed to Kellen that this man was just talking about the monster on board. Meanwhile, James was in big trouble because they had nothing but headphones. Paul tried to establish contact with both men to find out what Kellen's situation was. But she understood that there were communication problems. Suddenly, she unexpectedly heard strange sounds and turned around. It was a girl who recognized her and was very happy. The girl said that the heroes came to save them. Meanwhile, Kellen continued to look for clues that could help him. After that, he entered one of the cabins of the cruise and closed the door. It was a banquet hall, and it had a very strong smell of fresh blood. There is no communication at all, and they could not exchange information. Suddenly, he saw Paul standing in front of him. It was very strange because she stood with her back turned and did nothing at all. This surprised the man, so he shouted her name. But she just stood there and didn't turn back. Suddenly, she turned to see what was there. Kellen asked the girl how she got there because he himself saw her go down. But she didn't want to say anything. Suddenly, the girl's eye glowed with red paint. This scared Kellen very much. He did not expect this. The boy understood that something was really wrong with superheroics. Then the girl struck. The blow was very strong, and the boy flew back. After that, the girl had some big sharp teeth like a monster. But Kellen was very angry and wanted to take revenge on her. But suddenly something happened, and there was a lot of blood all around. As it turned out, the superhero had his arm torn off. Now the monster became even larger and continued to attack the boy. The superhero wanted to escape and hide. There was a lot of dust around, and no one could see each other. Suddenly the boy stopped. In one place, the boy understood that he was not ready for this at all, and he almost did not die. It seemed to him that it was an illusion. He couldn't believe that a monster could change itself. In addition, the monster's power was much stronger. Suddenly, he saw something very terrible. He noticed that the terrible monster broke the pillar under which the boy was, and the girl's body almost disappeared. A monster came out of it. This scared the boy very much. The monster became bigger and bigger. Its anger grew. It wanted to destroy the young hero. Meanwhile, the boy ran away because he understood that he now had no chance against him. He tried to run far so that the monster did not catch up with him. Suddenly, he heard strange noises. It was a giant paw of a monster that wanted to destroy him. The monster destroyed the pillar under which the young hero was standing. After 5 minutes, he completely transformed into his normal body. The boy could not believe it because the monster could transform very realistically. He decided to take off his uniform because it would be much better that way. He completely removed his shirt, and now the hero was ready to fight further. At that moment, he tore off a piece of cloth and began to make crafts from it. Then Kellen took and bandaged his hand with it. The hero was angry and ready to fight to the end. He wanted to destroy the monster. He said that the monster had no right to take his hand. Meanwhile, the monster didn't give up either. He decided to continue attacking. The same moment of the helicopter that was still hanging in the air. Suddenly, James saw strange movements on the computer upstairs. These were red marks that showed the boy's movement. It was clear that there was a struggle. Suddenly, the helicopter pilot said that the rain had become even heavier and it was very dangerous. But James just said he knew it. The pilot said that they must land because it will not go any further. Meanwhile, Paul took the girl's hand and began to lead her. After a while, the little girl led St. Paul to the other people who were there. What Paul saw really impressed her. It was other people who hid on the lower floors. She simply could not believe that there were so many people from below. It seemed to her that everyone had already died. The man said that all the people from below hid here. Paul understood that there could be more survivors. Therefore, you need to hurry and act. People started begging her to save other people who were also upstairs. Suddenly, the wine accidentally fell from the table. At that moment, the wine fell to the ground and broke. But here, the monster's foot completely crushed the wine. There were really a lot of explosions around. A blue monster that continued to attack the young hero. The boy defended himself from his 0 strong attacks with his one hand. But the monster continued to attack even harder. Suddenly, he pressed Kellen completely against his body and wanted to bite him. Kellen tried to fight with his leg as well. But it was very difficult for him to fight without a hand. Suddenly, the evil monster opened its big mouth wide. The boy tried to stop the monster because he understood that his end was approaching. Suddenly, he managed to push the monster away and it flew far to the side. He landed and was ready to continue the fight. The monster didn't give up either, and it seemed to the hero that they were fighting for some kind of instruction. The boy was really very tired but did not give up. He understood that he had to kill him right now, or the terrible monster would destroy him. Suddenly, the boy's eyes lit up with blue paint. The enemy understood that the superhero wanted to do something now. He turned back to see what he had at hand. Suddenly, he saw a large wooden barrel. He decided that this would be a really good opportunity for him. He swung his leg at this same wooden barrel and greatly destroyed this barrel. Some red substance flew around. Kellen was really very focused. The red substance continued to fly everywhere. Suddenly, she began to fly towards a terrible monster. From all sides, the substance began to attack the monster. Kellen carefully looked after the terrible monster and understood that it was necessary to act. He looked around to pick up some other useful item. Nearby, he found one glass bottle. He took this yellow bottle of wine in his hand and wanted to do something. Then he hit her hard against one of the walls of the ship. After this impact, the bottom of the bottle completely broke. The substance began to flow down and began to turn into something really strange. The guy made a weapon out of this alcohol. But unfortunately, the boy did not feel well enough to continue fighting any further. Suddenly, he jumped quickly and high and went on to attack this terrible monster. At that moment, some people appeared who were closely watching Kellen. James said that the boy was from Broad's gang, although he looked rather weak. Suddenly, Kellen started talking about something. Paul said she immediately knew during the battle that he was a superhero. Therefore, Paul asked Kellen to tell the whole truth about himself and his abilities. Suddenly, the boy's eyes lit up with a blue color and he stared at one point. St. Paul did not understand what the boy wanted to show. And at that moment, St. Paul's coffee began to turn into strange crystals. The guy said that he could just manage all the liquids that were out of his reach. This struck one man. He had never met such a man. James also did not understand how this could be possible. But Kellen said that he himself does not know how he manages it. He just concentrates. Meanwhile, the hero ran at the monster with his sword. Paul said it was a truly amazing feature and she had never seen anything like it. Kellen said he can just make them as hard as diamond. He also said that he himself did not fully understand his properties. The girl said that this property can be used as a weapon and is very cinnamon in battles. Diamond flew into the monster's face-tough sword. After him, the monster fell to the ground without its eye. He was really in a lot of pain. He became even angrier. Veins appeared on his hands. Suddenly, he hit the Kellen in the face with one hand. Kellen did not expect this blow and flew really far away. But the boy was really angry and didn't want to just give up. Then Kellen stood up and wanted to make another attack on the terrible monster. He understood that due to his injury, his physical strength was not enough to fight at 100%. Suddenly, he saw in front of him what was truly terrible. It was a monster. He was into a superhero and wanted to kill him. At that moment, there was a really big explosion. The boy continued to run away. He understood that now there was simply no other way out. Meanwhile, the monster even blushed and became even more evil. Meanwhile, Paul ran on. She checked the basements and everything was clean, so she ran upstairs. Suddenly, she heard a slight vibration. It was some kind of droning sound in the same earpiece. The girl stopped but tried to get in touch with James. But unfortunately, she could not understand anything at all, so she decided to just run further up. Meanwhile, the helicopter landed on the site. James said he could still see the boy's bond, so he must be alive. But unfortunately, the signal was really bad, he wasn't sure. Meanwhile, the boy's eyes were really clouded. He was almost unable to see anything and felt very bad. He just ran forward and ran away from the red, ominous monster. Suddenly, he looked up and saw some black object hanging directly from the ceiling. Suddenly, he held back, believing that his plan was working. Then he hit that black thing very hard with his foot. He broke it completely with his foot. Suddenly, there were strange sounds all around and water began to drip. The boy's eyes lit up as he concentrated more. At that moment, water began to drip from the ceiling directly onto that monster. At that moment, the boy decided, activate your superpower. The water falling on the monsters began to turn into solids crystals. The guy used his power to the maximum. On the ego body was a lot crystals, and this was indeed bad. The red monster almost couldn't move on. He wanted to learn something from the boy. He asked how long he could use his superpowers. The man said that they must have a time limit because he couldn't hold them forever. Bucket explained that all this is controlled by his willpower. Was already completely covered with all these crystals. It was very difficult for the boy because he had not done this for a long time. Now he had to figure out what he could do with this monster. Suddenly, the monster's eyes lit up with red paint. The hero became very scared because he expected it. Suddenly, there was a lot of blood of a superhuman. At that moment, the boy's head just fell off. She fell to the ground, and another blue monster stood behind her. The guy was lying on the ground and was definitely already dead. A large blue monster came closer to his head. It was another alien, but of a different form. He was very glad that the hero died. Jeans was glad because it seemed that now both heroes found each other. Suddenly, something very strange happened. A connection with the superhero Kellenam simply disappeared somewhere suddenly. This scared James very much. He didn't understand at all why the boy's screen just turned off. This had never happened before. Now the boy's signal has disappeared and he has finally disappeared from all radars. The man was very scared, because the headphones transmitted the rhythms of people's hearts. Then James began to have bad thoughts about the death of the super people on board. It seemed to him that the boy had simply died. Meanwhile, the girl ran further forward. She jumped up to kick the door that was right in front of her. The wooden door simply flew into small pieces. The blue monster saw her. The girl woke up and was already quite angry. Suddenly, she saw the blue monster as well. She also saw something really unusual. Paul looked closely at the monster, which did not react in any way. She continued to look. The terrible monster just looked at her and was silent, and next to him was one frozen monster. She also saw the dead body of her partner lying not far from the monster, and next to him lay his severed head. She was very scared because she had never seen such a thing before. Then she began to remember how glad the boy was to join her team. The girl said that James was very cute. James couldn't even give the boy the same suit as Paul. The girl said that yesterday the aliens were strong, and she was afraid that even stronger ones would appear. Paul said that if someone is not at all during the battle, then she hopes that the other partner will remain calm. She hoped the other attacker would be smart. Suddenly, James just fell to the ground. Then the boy simply repeated the girl's words. She also said that retreat is part of the plan because you don't always have to fight to the end, and that's why you can't give free rein to emotions. No one can handle emotions, so you have to survive and save the world. But it seemed to the boy that it was all stupid. The girl did not understand the boy's opinion. He said that if one died during the battle, the other would have less of a chance. He also said that he would not panic if he died because such a person suddenly. James was very happy because his ball froze and began to fall down. Paul couldn't understand what happened because she forgot about Kellen's superpower. Then she just smiled and understood what had happened. She was transported back to reality. Suddenly, she said that it was all really nonsense. Meanwhile, the monster became even redder and angrier. He wanted to destroy everything. Chairs started flying around and chaos ensued. The girl's eyes lit up and she wanted to attack until she completely destroyed everyone. A terrible monster stood right in front of her and looked at her with his eyes. She hit him hard in the face with her hand. The blow was really very strong, after which the strong monster fell to the ground. His tooth flew off from this powerful blow, but this did not bother the girl. She was really very angry with the monster that killed the boy. Suddenly, she calmed down because she saw something. She saw the boy's head lying on the floor. The girl's eyes darkened. She felt really bad. She did not expect to see such a thing. Her best mate's eyes were open and staring straight at her. She decided to sit down and touch the superhero's head. Suddenly, a giant red monster appeared above her. Monst was angry and hit the girl with his hand. But suddenly, something really surprised him. He only injured the young superheroine's shoulder. Suddenly, she pulled her hand over the boy's face. And she put her strong hand on his face and closed his eyes for him with her hand. Now that she was back on her feet, she wanted revenge on the monster for all of this. At one point, a very strong anger appeared on her face. Now the red monster began to worry very much himself. He jumped back, laughed at the fact that he wanted to start running away. But suddenly the girl grabbed him by his hideously heavy leg. She held it with only one hand, although the leg was really very heavy. At one point, her gaze became very angry indeed. She changed her position and was about to throw him. Paul used her power and threw him. After this throw, there was a lot of dust around and no one saw anything. Monst hit a big stone wall very hard, but the girl did not give up and walked in his direction. She knitted his red hand and said that today would be his last day. Paul tore the older monster's strong arm in two. Paul said that he may not even imagine his terrible death. But the young heroine did not want to stop there either, she continued to the monster. Suddenly, he began to move his big, disgusting tentacles, and he began to get up on his strong legs little by little because he understood that he needed to start acting. The monster started screaming. He wanted the girl dead. He was really very crazy. Veins began to appear on his body. The terrible monster quickly jumped towards the Supergirl. He wanted to hit her with his red, strong hands. He was flying towards Paul and was about to strike. But Paul was faster and punched him in the face. It was really strong that even the monster's other hard tooth flew off. Paul continued, and she raised her strong fist. The scary monster looked really pitiful and didn't attack. Paul took the opportunity and wanted to hit him with her hand. In this blow, Paul was really ruthless and had already gathered all her strength. And she hit him in the face with her fist as hard as possible. It was a super strong blow. The monster just flew away. And with all his strength, he landed on a large stone column. Because of this, pieces of stone began to fly away from the stone column, and it began to crack. Paul said she fights monsters like him every day. She came to him and said that it was now time for him to die. But the red monster had no fear of the superhero Paul. Suddenly, the monster that was frozen by the crystals began to rise again. People were worried because James had not given them any information at all. People told the president that first of all they needed to re-establish contact with that ship. One man said they were trying to send a reconnaissance plane. The man sitting next to him began to doubt this idea. Suddenly, another man said that this conversation would not bring them anything. He told the president that they had asked St. Paul for help. The president was really very annoyed by all this because he was not in control of the situation. He said there was no need to send any planes. The president carefully watched all this and thought what they should do. Other people sitting nearby did not understand his decision. One man said they don't know the whole situation, so they can't act. The people were really confused because they thought that what the man said was nonsense. The man said the president had already made a decision. He launched the rockets already after all the confirmations, and all the F-40s are just waiting for permission from the president. The Senate said the order to attack should be given. This impressed all the people sitting in the room. They could not understand such a decision. The man said that there were heroes on the ship who always helped, but the Senate just started laughing at him. He asked if James had solved the whole problem yet. The Senate said that the dietic unit had been destroyed, and James' mother team had also been destroyed. It seemed to him that it was necessary to act immediately. He also wondered who would take responsibility for their deaths. He asked if anyone in the room wanted to take responsibility. But another man said that there were 3,000 people on the ship and it was no joke. The Senate was interested in how long it would take the ship to reach land. One man said they would arrive in half an hour. The Senate said that they had little time and that there were many times more people living in the city than on the ship. The other man thought Marcus just wanted to shoot the rockets for fun. Marcus wanted to act and said it was the best decision. This angered the man sitting opposite. Suddenly, the president told them to stop. The man sitting opposite calmed down. But Marcus didn't want to just shut up. The president said he was giving the order, and there was no need to argue. Marcus was very angry because of the president's words. Other politicians were interested. The president dared to make a decision. He sat calmly and considered all possible solutions. After some time, Paul decided to meet someone. It was the president. He wanted to express his gratitude to her personally. Paul looked into his eyes and was just silent. Therefore, the president decided to start speaking first. He said that Paul always puts himself at risk for humanity. Paul turned to the president and looked at him. She looked away and began to speak. She said no one else could do it. Suddenly, some explosions appeared in front of Paul. She did not fully understand what was happening. A strange web suddenly appeared on her hand. From the belly of the red monster came the same sticky web. Paul didn't understand what was going on with the monster. Suddenly, the frozen crystals began to fly apart. Another monster standing behind her suddenly began to come alive. Paul felt the terrible monster put his big hand on her. Suddenly, this terrible monster bit the girl on her shoulder. He began to capture the back of the superheroine. The girl was really very scared. Meanwhile, the monster was staring straight into Paul's eyes. Paul didn't understand what was happening to the monster. Suddenly, she saw one very interesting detail. Paul raised her hand to the monster's face, squeezed his face with all her might, and then she threw him very hard against a stone column to another monster. He landed and merged with another terrible monster. The girl was already beginning to understand something. It seemed to her that the two of them were just ordinary mutants. She approached them and said that the boy would definitely not go to heaven because of his character. So when they meet him, they will shake his hand instead of Paul. Her entire face suddenly began to glow with a bright light. And at that moment, Paul delivered a very strong and final blow to these mutants. Meanwhile, loud explosions were heard on the ship. An unknown glow began to emanate from one wall. This light became even stronger and illuminated the entire ship. This beam was visible even very far from the ship. James and the pilot were in shock and did not understand at all what was happening at that moment. Suddenly, James ordered the pilot to open the door of the helicopter. Meanwhile, Paul was really tired of everything. The metal column was completely destroyed, and the monsters were destroyed along with it. James ran out of the helicopter to see what happened there. He saw a large hole in the wall of this ship. Suddenly, some unknown figure came out of this hole. It was Paul who proudly emerged victorious. She stopped and looked straight ahead. James was blinded by the glare, so he couldn't see anything. Then Paul jumped to the surface below. James was very surprised because he did not expect to see her. Paul continued to look at him intently and sternly. Then she informed James about the death of her partner. James had tears in his eyes after that, and he simply could not believe it and fell to his knees. It was visible how bitter tears flowed from under the glasses. He fell to the ground and could not believe in the death of Clint. James continued to scream and cry loudly. Paul also found it difficult to contain his emotions about this situation. Meanwhile, in the secret dungeon of the bunker, a bell rang. The guard picked up the phone and listened carefully. After 5 seconds, he finished his conversation. Then he very quickly rushed out of his office. He burst into the hall where all the politicians were sitting. All the people could not understand what confused the guard so much. Then he told them in detail everything that had happened on the royal ship. Everyone was really surprised because they couldn't believe the happy ending. But the senator did not like this news at all. Everyone began to celebrate loudly because the disaster was already over. But then the president leaned over and began to think. Marcus, meanwhile, was very focused on something. At this point, the guard said that unfortunately, there was also bad news. The president sharply raised his head and looked at him. Marcus shifted his gaze there as well. The guard informed them that a hero named Vidro unfortunately died during the battle. The man was shocked and could not believe it. Even the senator was surprised and kept silent. All other politicians could not say a word either. But despite this, everyone was very glad that everything was over. After some time, the news about this liner appeared on all channels. The boy was eating noodles and listening intently to the news. Medics and forensic experts have already boarded this liner to work. Meanwhile, his partner was sitting in the toilet and reading something on the phone. Suddenly, he became angry because Khan had not fulfilled his promise. He shouted his name loudly, but Kang just ate and continued to watch the news. Then he shouted even louder than before. Ying Kang didn't understand why Jury was calling him. The boy shouted that Ying Kang should have just waited for him. Suddenly, Ying Kang understood what his partner was talking about. He checked the plate, but it was already completely empty. Jury was really pissed off that Kang ate everything. He glared at Khan. But Khan pretended as if nothing terrible had happened. The news reported information about the deceased Kellen. It was said that half of the monster cases were solved thanks to him. The jury simply could not believe that a superhero could die. Ying Kang now became cautious as well. But Khan pretended as if nothing had happened at all and everything was fine. Jury told Kang to make ramen for him because he was hungry. For the creepy stranger, it was also disheartening that the superhero had died. He said that Paul must have defeated the monsters single-handedly. He simply could not imagine another option. Dan Yang asked him if Paul could be so powerful. Nigi said that he had met St. Paul before. Then they both felt each other's energy. She let him escape, even though she could have easily destroyed the superhero. The guy just stood there and thought, do we all have this? This kindness really surprised Dan Yang very much. Meanwhile, one black car was driving very fast in Florida. It was Jaime, who was trying to call someone because he had very serious news. He was calling his friend Ben and was very confused. Ben was still asleep and didn't fully understand what James wanted from him. Then James said they had one really big problem. James said that the corpse of the superhero Kellen just disappeared from the scene. Ben was really shocked by this information and couldn't believe it. The minister's assistant reported that they managed to postpone the hero's funeral. James asked Ben to do his own investigation. He said he would text him with instructions. After that, Ben arranged to meet the man in Washington and said goodbye. James did not understand who could have stolen the body of the superhero. Ben was very angry and wanted to take revenge on this vile thief. Meanwhile, Jury was walking down the street and thinking about something of his own. He was interested in why one girl was not answering his calls. The girl told Jury to write her a letter. The girl flew to America, but they promised to send money to the guy. She asked Jury not to spend too much money. Jury was worried that he had almost no money left for living, and his sister simply disappeared somewhere. Then Jury decided to take the whole situation under his control and make money. Suddenly, he saw something interesting hanging on the advertising pole. It was an ad for a part-time job. It was a competition, and the winners were paid money. Jury carefully read everything that was written and was interested. Then he reached into his pocket for his phone and called Khan about this announcement. Meanwhile, Khan was at his school. The jury was really interested in the announcement in front of them. But Kang couldn't speak well because he had PE class. And Kong asked Jury what he wanted from him. Jury was happy that Khan had new friends and was having fun. He also said that their plans for the restaurant should be moved. Meanwhile, a briefing on the situation with the Royal Liner began in the U.S. The sum of wounded, missing, and dead is 150 people. The cause of the disaster was an attack by other monsters, but luckily it turned out well. In this situation, the unit Daedic and others was involved. The battle resulted in the monsters sitting on top of the liner. They did manage to avoid many casualties because the terrified passengers hid in the lower decks of the boat. Although most of the soldiers died, their deaths were not in vain. There was a strange atmosphere in the room because no one trusted any of the people. Paul listened intently to everything they talked about. Another man was also in the room and listened to their conversation. James said that this case was different because usually there was only one monster. But now, unfortunately, two monsters were found. It was all according to the information of St. Paul. James adjusted his glasses and wanted to continue his conversation. But suddenly the girl interrupted and asked to continue talking herself. The men were surprised because they did not expect this from Paul. It seemed to them that she would not want to talk at all about this whole situation. She said that immediately after arriving, she saw a monster that looked like a spider. He could make a web and have 8 legs, like a real spider. She said that it was this monster that killed her partner. It seemed to her that this monster was stronger than all the other monsters. And it seemed that he was the first to freeze one monster, and then he was killed by a spider monster. She said that this monster could duplicate the appearance of other people, and duplicated the appearance of the partner. During the battle with her, the monster took the form of Kellen. It seemed to her that this terrible monster simply copied the image and attacked like Kellen. Therefore, it was painful for the man sitting next to him to listen to it. He said that Ben's thoughts corresponded to reality. It seemed to him that monsters were endowed with different characteristics. Everyone listened attentively to everything that James told them. He put his hands on the table and said what they were most interested in. They were most interested in why 2 monsters appeared at the same time. Another important question was where and under what circumstances Kellen's body disappeared. After that, St. Paul agreed with him. As it turned out, all other remains of dead monsters were in place. Only Kellen's dead body suddenly disappeared somewhere. It seemed to James that the authorities were useless here. The body disappeared before the soldiers arrived. Ben that Kellen had just resurrected and gone somewhere to fight monsters. James thought that there could still be one possible option. But Paul thought that someone on the ship had simply stolen his body, but she didn't understand why. James had a hard time believing Superwoman's version, but despite this, he said that it could still be true. Afterward, Ben said that he conducted his own investigation at James's behest. There were cameras on board, so he asked the executives to give him the recording. But it takes more than a week, so you need to do it yourself. And to find the merciless one who stole Kellen's corpse. Meanwhile, Jury continued to create announcements for the pre-wrestling tournament. Gundofu's gang was also interested in this tournament. Gundofu was sitting somehow restlessly. Something was really bothering him. As it turned out, he hated all these stupid competitions. But the prize pool is good enough to fight. Then he said that the whole gang would be there. On Sunday morning, the arm wrestling competition began. The competition was held at a small LC stadium. It was not far from Shkroya, where Khan studied. The organizer said that the number of participants has tripled this year. Because of this, the qualifying stage will be many times more difficult, because all the participants were really very serious, and only the best 16 people will be allowed to the finals. The third place will receive 10 million, the second place, 20, and the first place will receive 50 million and a cup. Jury was scared because there were many strong people around who wanted to fight to the end. Ying Kang was also scared because he wasn't sure that he would be able to win. Suddenly, Jury remembered one interesting detail. Last night, he was showing Ying Kang an arm wrestling competition. The cover featured Ketchupman, who rarely comes to Korea. But Ying Kang did not understand what Jury wanted to convey to him. Jury said that the qualifying stage will last all morning, and the final will be in the evening. And having won, they will quickly get on a plane and see Ketchupman in all his glory. Khan wondered if they would get his autograph. Ketchupman's bright red outfit. Suddenly, one young man said that it would be a difficult day. Jury was surprised because he did not expect to see him. Suddenly, they were called to member number 82. It was Ying Kang. Jury pushed his partner and asked him to leave. Khan then went to the tournament organizer to begin his fight. Suddenly, Khan looked back and looked at Jury. Jury said that Bakken remembered the training and was not worried. He remembered the training they had done yesterday with Jury. Ying Kang wanted this to end quickly. Suddenly, he heard something really startling. His opponent approached him and said that it would still be an unfair contest. But the boy was not afraid of him. He wanted to win. Then the organizers announced the preparation, or the boys. They once again explained to him all the rules and techniques. The boy remembered that he needed to control his strength. His opponent thought he was a weakling and thought he would beat him. At that moment, the battle had officially begun between them. Kana was very surprised by the events between the boys. His opponent began to lose his initiative and his arm hurt. Ying Kang began to swing both arms to his side. Suddenly, there was an explosion in this same square. Everyone was really shocked and couldn't believe what had happened. The judge then said that player number 82 had won that round. The other participants were also shocked and did not understand how this was even possible. Jury could not believe the victory, but was very happy. Then he was angry, because of his power, an earthquake almost happened in the city. Suddenly, the final of the last competition met Ying Kang. Another round against the former finalist of the competition has begun. But after some time, Kang defeated him and he went to the hospital. Khan's next opponent said he didn't want to hurt him, so it was better to give up. But after 5 minutes, Khan defeated him and he went to the hospital. The organizers of the tournament did not understand why they had so many victims. After some time, the organizer announced that all the finalists had been selected, and the main tournament was about to begin. The man wanted to introduce the 16 finalists and then start the match. The first was the Bulgarian Zeus, who took 4th place in the World Arm Wrestling Competition. Next was the strong traditional martial arts teacher Somung Wan. Students came to the competition to support their teacher. Master Moon Yagu believed in his victory because they needed money. Next came schoolboy Ketchupman Fan and new star Im Kang. Khan's opponent was the Buddhist monk of the temple Gryurim's Yonyan_. His monk students also came to the competition to support their teacher. Next came a strong high school student, Gong Mu, and his opponent was Cho Ta-ik, who was scary and couldn't control his anger. Other people came and supported him. Then they went to the player number 14, but he was not there. Next came player number 127, Park Gundu. Im Kang was surprised to see him. Then the organizer of the tournament said that all subsequent matches between the participants. And after some time, the standings were completely ready. They were surprised that there were school children at the tournament, but despite this, they started the final selection. Meanwhile, someone was flying in a plane. It was Ketchupman, who got a little sick and didn't feel very comfortable. The manager said that the fans will be very happy to see him. Therefore, the main character of the series was happy to meet the fans. Then the manager asked the man to relax because it was a TV series. He also told him to rest because he still has a long flight to go. Meanwhile, the arm wrestling competition continued. Fighter Cho Tai was supposed to fight against Gong Mu. The guy asked him to surrender because he didn't want to waste his energy on him, and besides, they would share the money anyway. Gun said that becoming rivals was not the best decision. The guy was already very angry with him. Gong said that everyone knew that he was many times stronger than him. The other members of the gang were in shock and were interested in who would emerge as the winner. When the testicle takes off its glasses, it is a signal that it will fight to the end. This really surprised his friends. They wondered why he was doing this. The guy replied that the testicle just had complexes, and he had very cute eyes. The impudent boy was angry and wanted to start fighting. Then the referee gave them the signal to start the fight. 2 strong guys began to fight fiercely. Meanwhile, the teacher said that he would not be deceived, and he really felt a powerful force from Im Khan. He said that Khan was also endowed with something powerful like him. Khan did not understand what this monk was talking about. The monk held out his hand and offered to start. He readied himself and asked for Khan's hand to begin the duel. Khan was scared. He suspected something really unusual. At that moment, the organizer announced the victory of fighter Lee Moon over the world champion. The vanquished could not believe what had happened to him. Lee Moon smiled wickedly after his victory. Moongu's students were very happy that their teacher had won. The teacher and his students began to dance a victory dance. A fierce struggle continued between the 2 strong men. The boy with the green hair was asking him to surrender, but his opponent wanted to fight to the end and not give up. But suddenly Cho Tai took the initiative in his own hands and won the victory over the other. They were both tired from such a brutal fight. Meanwhile, the fight between Monk and Khan began. The monk was confused because he did not understand what was happening. After all, Ying Kang didn't even put much effort into fighting. A few seconds later, Ying Kang defeated his opponent. The referee informed him of the victory of player number 82 over the monk. Player number 14 did not appear, so he was disqualified by the judge's decision. Therefore, Gundu automatically won and moves on. A photo of the bound player number 14 appeared in the phone. Gundu was very tense about it. He stared intently at Chotai and the other strong man. Suddenly, the stocky man saw Gong Do and was surprised. Suddenly, Gundu punched the green-haired boy in the stomach. Then he took another guy. Then he hit the boy hard in the face with his hand. After that, both students were lying on the floor, beaten. Suddenly, at one point, the teacher heard the sounds of blows. The organizer was also surprised, because he did not expect to see such a thing. Khan also didn't understand what was going on and was watching everything closely. Gundo said that he didn't need their pathetic help today to hold on to victory in today's competition. The organizer did not understand what was happening with player number 127 and where he was going. The organizer said that if the man leaves the arena, he will be automatically disqualified. No one understood what was happening to Gundu now. After some time, the organizers informed him about the start of the second stage. Everyone was wondering who would be the player who would fight against Lee Moon-gu. Im Kang then sat down across from his new burly opponent. Suddenly, the members of the gangster gang also recognized Khan, a student of their school. They were all interested in how this weakling got so far. The gangster asked if he wanted to repeat Kwan's act, Cholya _, but Khan did not understand what the stocky boy was talking about. He said that he would take first place in the competition anyway. Grubian started threatening him and told Khan to just surrender. Then the referee announced the start of their match and both guys started to act. He looked intently into the eyes of his opponent and was thinking about something. Khan recalled how the evil student constantly insulted his classmates. And suddenly Khan unexpectedly managed to defeat the impudent boy. As it turned out, Khan accidentally beat his opponent because he was just thinking. Chotai collapsed after the battle. No one understood what happened to the pumped-up boy. Then the organizer announced the unequivocal victory of player number 82, Im Khan. The organizer said that the battles were very long indeed. But now the arm wrestling Super Cup will have a new owner. Khan was standing in front of the teacher who was grinning mischievously. He was really confident. Meanwhile, some strange noises were heard at Incheon Airport. The big foot of the blue strong alien entered there. It was one of the same monsters that were destroying the world. Meanwhile, Jury returned and was surprised that the final had already arrived. He saw Khan in the finals and was glad because he did not expect that the boy would be able to go so far. Suddenly, there were sounds of cheering in honor of Moon-gu. It was his disciples. They were too active, and it surprised Jury. Then the organizer said that it was necessary to start the grand finale. The teacher introduced himself. His name was Lee Moon-han, and he had a black belt in martial arts. He proposed to hold the match so that they would have nothing to regret. Im Kang didn't understand why he was saying this, but he agreed to his offer. Then the two rivals took each other's hands. The atmosphere became more and more heated because these were the strongest people at the competition. Im Kang looked at his opponent and was scared. He had no fear and was serious. The organizer was already preparing to start the match between the two men. Jury hoped that Khan would be able to win. Moon-gula's old teacher believed in his victory. His disciple monks were very worried. Everyone was wondering who would win. At this moment, the final battle began. These were the strongest people, so the battle was nervous. The students were scared because they recognized their classmate Im Khan. The teacher's students shouted loudly and supported the man. Two strong hands fought against each other. The old teacher was really very confused. It seemed to him that this battle would be many times easier for him. It was as if he was fighting his death. The teacher tried his best, but it did not give results. Then Im Khan managed to take the initiative in his own hands and began to shake the opponent's hand. After a few seconds, he managed to completely defeat his opponent. The jury was very happy to see the victory of the Napernik. The old grandfather teacher did not understand why his student lost. The organizers raised the boy's hand in the air, and they said that Ying Kang was their new ultimate winner. The man greeted him and asked what the boy would spend his money on. But Khan said he hasn't thought about that decision yet. The man then said that Khan could always donate his money to the relief fund. Ying Kang was interested in this idea because there were indeed many victims. He saw people standing with a placard asking for help. They looked at him and pressed him for pity. The organizer said that Khan could donate the money to a good cause. Ying Kong carefully read what was written on the poster. Then he said he would like to donate his money there because it is a good cause. The man asked Im Kong if he was sure of his decision, and the boy confirmed it. The man asked if the boy would donate the entire amount, and Khan quietly said yes. They all thought he was a really good person. Jury was in shock at the time. Meanwhile, the losing teacher began to cry bitterly. His old teacher approached him and asked him to pull himself together. He said that there is no point in doing it, besides, he will get 20 million. Then the strong man noticed something strange. He said his old teacher also cried because of his defeat. The boys were going to go to the airport by bus because they had a lot of time. Suddenly, the organizer overheard the conversation between Khan and Jury. Suddenly, members of a dangerous gang noticed the boy. They called out to him, and Khan and Jury turned to them. The main thug began to really threaten Im Khan. Khan listened attentively to everything the brute said. Meanwhile, Jury didn't understand what these guys were doing here at the competition. Jury was furious with them, so Khan began to take him aside. Suddenly, the strong male teacher saw the winner of the competition. He said it was a really fantastic fight and that his arm hurt afterwards. The teacher gave him his business card and invited him to visit his class. Im Kang took his business card and said that he would definitely come. Then the two heroes saw the old teacher who was about to leave. But suddenly he saw the trophy and asked if he could look at it. Jury allowed him to do so, but asked him to be careful. Suddenly, Jury was very surprised. He did not understand when the old grandfather managed to take his trophy. Im Kang then unexpectedly pushed his partner away. He was embarrassed and asked Jury to step back. The old man asked not to act like a frightened cat because everything was fine. Then the old teacher realized who the boy behind his mask was. This scared the young hero very much, because he understood that this was not an ordinary grandfather. The old man said that to find him, you need to go to Mount Yanpo. This really surprised both young men. Then the events are transferred to one of the city's airports. Suddenly, a big blue monster's foot stepped there unexpectedly. It was an ordinary monster that slowly explored this strange place. Meanwhile, the evil monster began to scream very loudly. This cry was heard really everywhere. The young friends had already arrived at the airport in the meantime. They wondered who the old man really was. Besides, the old man took their gold trophy. Suddenly, a siren started to sound loudly around. It scared two people. This really surprised the young guys because they did not understand what was happening. They said over the loudspeaker that monster-like creatures had been discovered at the airport. All residents had to run to the bomb shelter and be safe. Suddenly, one plane flew in the air not far from the monster. The same plane wanted to land at this airport. The blue monster suddenly saw this very plane. Suddenly, it started running towards this big plane. Meanwhile, Jury was furious that he had so few things. He only had a mask and headphones, but no costume. At that moment, Khan unexpectedly snatched his mask from Jury's hands and very quickly ran away to change clothes. Meanwhile, there was panic at the airport. Everyone was running down to the bunker. Khan understood that this was his only chance. He saw that one man had a kind of white cap. Then the superhero jumped high on the stairs and grabbed that man's white cap with his hand. He quickly took off the man's cap and quickly ran on. Khan tried to run in the direction where the monster was. The superhero quickly ran between the fleeing people. Then he ran to one of the toilets in the airport. He went into the toilet cubicle and closed the door behind him. He looked at himself in the mirror and noticed that he was wearing a red t-shirt. It was the same t-shirt Jury had given him to attract the attention of TV viewers. Then the protagonist quickly took off his t-shirt and threw the t-shirt into a nearby trash can. After that, the hero took up the white cap. He tore the colored emblem from it and threw it away as well. Then he put on a pure white cap. And he put on a black mask, a superhero mask. He heard that the government had sent the Deatic Special Unit to carry out the operation. Khan was tying his black mask and was almost ready for battle. Flight KAS 7,744 inches continued its long flight. Then the pilot informed the passengers that the pilot was going to land. Ketchupman's manager was very happy that they were landing. Suddenly, one of the pilots became very scared. He said that there was an object ahead of them. He was really very scared because he saw a monster. The blue monster ran straight towards the plane, screaming loudly. The chief pilot was almost scared to death. He raised the rudder and shouted that they were changing their flight path. Meanwhile, the terrible monster continued to run fast. He crouched down to prepare for the jump. Suddenly, he jumped high into the air. A terrible monster was almost in front of the nose of the plane. The pilots shouted loudly and directed the rudder upwards. The big monster was ready to deliver his powerful blow. But he only managed to hit the wing of this plane. All the passengers felt a strong shock and woke up. And a terrible monster landed on the runway. All passengers were worried because they understood what had happened. The pilot said the plane's wing was badly damaged. He said that it is necessary to prepare for an emergency landing. The plane tilted to the side and went down. Then the plane extended its wheels in preparation for landing. After a few seconds, the plane took off for landing. The tail of the plane badly damaged the asphalt below it. The blue monster watched the plane land carefully. Fortunately, the plane managed to land successfully. The monster watched the plane land. Suddenly, it noticed one working machine near it. He had a plan and headed for the car. Then he stretched out his hand over the car. He took and squeezed the car in his strong hand. Meanwhile, all the passengers of the plane were slightly injured. It was a really strong blow for all the people who were on the plane. Suddenly, one man saw the other outside his window. Then other people started to worry a lot. The strong monster took the car in his hand and was preparing to throw the car directly into the landed plane. The man outside the window said they all needed to run. Suddenly, he threw the car towards the plane. The truck took off at high speed. The car was about to land and destroy the plane. Suddenly, a white cap appeared behind the landed plane. He jumped into the air to try to save people. After a few seconds, the car was supposed to land right at the superhero. But luckily, he managed to deflect the blow with his leg, and the car flew far in the other direction. Now the white cap has landed on the runway. The terrible monster was very surprised to see him. Superman stood proudly in front of the plane, having just stopped the danger. After some time, the machine landed on the ground and was destroyed. The people on the plane were very happy that nothing was in danger. One of the men was happy to see their superhero. The white cap calmly looked at his enemy. Monst was very angry and shouted loudly. White Cap took the car in his hand and easily lifted it into the air. It was clear that the superhero was really very strong. The blue monster was confused by this. Then Im Kang threw the car very hard with it. The car rose very quickly and easily into the air. The blue monster saw the car quickly approaching him, so he jumped up to dodge this blow. He jumped very high up to the tops of the clouds. Suddenly he noticed a white cap in front of him, and it surprised him very much. The main character did not miss an opportunity and prepared his blow. He kicked the blue monster hard with his foot. The monster was in pain because dark blood came out of its mouth. But the superhero did not stop and continued to fight until the end. He delivered a powerful blow with his strong hand to the monster's head. The alien was already unconscious and was just falling down. He landed directly on the asphalt, and a mushroom of smoke rose around him from the impact. The white cap also landed on the ground and stopped. He looked intently, though he could not see anything through the dust. It seemed to him that the monster was made of clay and was very flexible. Suddenly, he heard some sounds in his earpiece. It was Jury. Finally, In Kang managed to connect with Jury. Jury was also very happy that they had a connection. Jury said he was not far from the plane's landing. He tried to get a picture from surveillance cameras to understand what was happening. He said that as soon as he connects to the computer, he will be next to the superhero. Whitecap then told Jury to just go home. Khan said it was dangerous there, so he better leave. He wanted to continue talking, but suddenly he saw a fist. Then the monster hit the boy hard in the face. The boy was really in a lot of pain. But despite this, he took the monster's hand and threw him forward with all his might. The blue monster still flew very far and a long time ahead. In the end, he landed in one of the metal columns of the airport. The hero carefully followed all the actions of this monster. After a while, he jumped up and continued. He was on the side of the monster and wanted to destroy it soon. Meanwhile, the elder monster took some substance in his mouth. This really surprised the boy. He did not know what the monster was up to. Suddenly, the monster spat very loudly and strongly at the hero. Khan covered his hands to protect his face. Meanwhile, the monster did not give up and continued to attack. He hit the boy hard on his shock with his fist. But suddenly, the Superman did not give up and hit the monster as well. Then the white cap gave another strong blow to the monster. His eyes darkened. He was very angry with the monster. After that, he took steps with his strong leg. The blue monster did not understand the young man's plans. Then the white cap took the monster's hand with his hand. The monster wanted to escape from the boy's captivity, so he did everything possible. Therefore, after a few minutes, he managed to jump back. Suddenly, the scary monster screamed very loudly. Khan didn't understand what the monster wanted to show. Suddenly, he heard a sound in the earpiece. It was Jury. Jury said he was able to connect and is now streaming. Khan was angry with Jury because he didn't go home. But Jury said he was also part of the team. He said that he would not just run away and would try to help. Then he asked what the situation was with the other. Khan reported that the monster looked like an octopus and screamed loudly. Suddenly, Khan heard strange noises nearby. Suddenly, many balls started falling from the sky. Khan looked up at the sky and saw hundreds of balls. He didn't understand it. These bullets began to land on the roofs of buildings. Some fell not far from the airport. There were a lot of them, and they fell really everywhere. Some also fell close to the plane with people on it. People who were on the plane did not understand what was happening. Suddenly, one bullet landed not far from Jury. He didn't understand what was happening, so he got scared. Therefore, he came closer to this object. Meanwhile, Jason and his team were keeping an eye on it all. They did not understand why there were so many eggs. James asked if the White Cap would definitely be able to do everything alone. Ben said that they should invite the White Cap to them because he does everything himself. But St. Paul was not happy with this idea. Meanwhile, a monster began to hatch from one of the eggs. It was a small monster the size of an egg. He appeared at the city's main airport. Meanwhile, Jury was watching this carefully and was very scared. The monster heard something. These were the signals given to him by his partner. The guy kept talking to him on the phone and just answers. Jury got scared and turned towards the monster. Then the monster himself saw the young man. Jury quickly picked up his phone from the table and began to run away from the terrible monster. Meanwhile, other eggs also started hatching. A big red monster came out of one of the eggs. Whitecap was confused. The monster was really gigantic and looked very strong. The main character did not understand what was happening and what he needed to do. He tried to get hold of Jury, so he started calling him. Suddenly, he saw that there was a big hole in the glass at the airport. He began to run quickly there because he wanted to find Jury. What he saw in front of him scared him very much. It was the same blue monster he was fighting with. The main character was ready to hit him with this power. The superhero's big, strong fist flew right at the monster's face. The boy hit the blue monster very hard on his face, and then the boy jumped into the air to continue his movement. He jumped high to fly into this glass hole. Suddenly, he saw that something was really unusual. It was the same giant red monster standing in front of him. Suddenly, this red monster clenched his hands together, and he hit the boy hard, and he flew to the very bottom. The red monster watched carefully as it flew. Main character. Unfortunately, he landed unsuccessfully on the painful stone asphalt. The monster did not give up. He jumped high into the air. Then he flew very fast and hard straight down towards the superhero. Jury continued to hide from the blue monster that was chasing him. Unfortunately, Jura had nothing at all, and he was afraid. He was worried, but he understood that he needed to think. Suddenly, he saw something strange in front of him. It was a girl who also hid behind one of the columns. Now he needed to think because he needed to save two people. The blue monster began to scream very loudly in the middle of the airport. The girl covered her ears from fear and began to cry a lot. Suddenly, this blue monster heard this girl's cry and turned around. He went towards this same stone column. He saw the girl and started shouting loudly. He was really very scary looking and wanted to destroy the girl. Flag and Jura took a fire extinguisher and hit the monster hard in the face. He turned to the girl and told her to run hard. But suddenly the blue monster took Jury by his leg. Jury began to scream very loudly because the monster was eating his leg. Jury was then pushed aside by the blue monster. Jury landed hard on a stone wall and blood flowed from his cheek. He just lay almost unconscious because the blow was very strong. But the monster did not give up. He continued to walk in his direction. Juria understood that now he needed to act because soon he would die. He saw a big, strong monster in front of him. He thought about his partner and realized that Whitecap was alone. Jury began to cry bitterly because he understood that his partner was alone all the time. Suddenly, the evil monster opened its mouth loudly and began to scream. But at that moment, something strong pushed the terrible monster away. It was a man who came to help. It was the same guy with the red eye and metal arm. He said they needed to help White Hood. The monsters just lay on the ground and couldn't do anything. Jury remembered the Superman because he had seen him before. Meanwhile, the monster was irritated and wanted to fight. Suddenly, the boy unbuttoned his red Olympian. He took it off and threw it forward. Now he has his full metal arm. He aimed his cannon at the monster. He recalled how the doctor told him that thanks to the operation, they would be able to install a weapon on him. The doctor showed him the weapon, and he said that this weapon was very powerful indeed. The boy remembered how this doctor had already shown him a prototype of this weapon. Then the doctor showed him another solution. It was a capsule with Natoma. The doctor said that a capsule with a cape was developed by the Deatic unit. He said that thanks to this capsule, his hand can become many times stronger again. And then his body will become many times stronger. He will become a cyborg. The doctor also said that the effect of this and the weapon would only last 2 minutes. Juri was surprised because he did not understand what was happening. The scary monster was also very frightened by this. Suddenly, this cyborg man called his dog. A big, strong dog with a metal leg started to run fast. He ran to the cyborg boy and jumped high. The guy with the metal hand pulled one can from the dog. The dog landed on the ground with its foot. The man inserted this strange, large balloon directly into his hand. It was really very painful, and so he started screaming very loudly. Suddenly, he saw a danger in front of him. It was a blue monster that wanted to strike him, but thanks to this cannon, he put himself forward. Meanwhile, the monsters started attacking the normal plane. They began to break into the cockpit of this large plane. They destroyed it completely in order to break through to the people. All the people shouted very loudly and did not understand what was happening. Meanwhile, the manager asked everyone to listen to him carefully. People turned their heads in his direction. He said that people like him and the hero should come up with some kind of weapon. But people did not understand what he was talking about in the hall, so it seemed absurd to them. The man said it was a real monster and they didn't have any weapons. It wasn't a TV series. Then the old man said that it didn't matter what situation they were in. Suddenly, the same blue monsters burst into the plane's cabin. People were worried because they understood that soon these monsters would come directly to them. Suddenly, one monster entered the cockpit of this plane. All the people started to run away very quickly and shout loudly for help. Meanwhile, the cyborg boy took another balloon. He put it in his hand as well. And then he directed his hand towards the monster. After a while, he powerfully charged towards the monster. The monster was really hurt because blood appeared on his face. He began to panic a lot because he understood that he had fewer chances. Meanwhile, the cyborg boy placed another weapon in front of his face and shot it hard. It was a really powerful blow. The monster simply fell to the ground, being already completely dead. The guy understood that it was necessary to shoot twice at the same place, otherwise nothing would work. Suddenly, he heard some communication in his earpiece. He saw another monster approaching him. His eye gave off signals. It was a thermal imager. He saw that the monsters were from the other side. Meanwhile, his dog started barking. The boy did not understand what the dog wanted from him. Suddenly, the dog showed him that he still had the last capsule left. Then the boy stood and thought about what he had to do. Meanwhile, the people on the plane panicked very loudly and ran away from the monsters. They all tried to leave this plane. Suddenly, one of the men hit the side of the plane hard. There was a big explosion, but nothing happened. Then another unknown person appeared. It was a woman with red scarred skin and a red eye, and she wanted to destroy all the monsters. The large blue monster fell to the ground with a hole in its chest. It was Ketchup Man, who was now angry. Suddenly, a blonde pointed at the door. There was another blue monster. He shouted very loudly and wanted to destroy people. Suddenly, he saw a large figure near him. It was the same character from the series. The man said that this monster scared the girl very much, and he said that you need to knock before entering the door. Then he took the monster by its terrible face. The person understood what was happening. It seemed to them that this man was just a TV hero. They couldn't believe that this person was really a superhero. Who was standing attentively, was worried because he did not understand what was going to happen. He watched a TV star fight a monster. The manager didn't understand what was going on. It seemed to him that it was impossible. The main character said that probably at this stage his television career will end. The manager thanked the protagonist for his cooperation with him. The hero also said that he was glad to work with him and said goodbye. He remembered how they met Ketchup Man. The manager cried bitterly because he understood that this was a really good hero and a good person. Then he jumped up high and said that the manager was fired. He was in the air, holding the monster in his hand. Then he threw this monster very hard on the ground. Ketchup Man said that he will always come to everyone's aid. But suddenly he heard another monster running towards him from behind. The monsters came closer and closer to deal him a strong blow, but the main character just stood calmly and waited for it. Suddenly he prepared his strong hand to strike. Then he hit the monster hard in the face and it died. The monster simply fell to the ground, already dead. Then the Ketchup Man looked carefully ahead. He looked towards the airport and was afraid for Whitecap. He understood that he needed to act, because otherwise the hero would die. All the other people were also very surprised. because they could not believe it. It seemed to them that it was an ordinary actor Dion, but now he was walking towards a red monstrous monster. Jameson did not understand what was happening at all because it was just a TV actor. Everyone watched as Ketchup Man approached the red monstrous monster. Ben did not understand how he managed to hide all his superpower. Jason asked St. Paul if she knew anything about it, but the girl simply remained silent and showed that she did not know anything. She remembered how she once met Ketchup Man, but then she could not suspect anything at all that he had any power. Meanwhile, the boys ran out of ammunition, and suddenly he fired his last shot. This shot was accurate and hit the island directly in the head. After that, the monster simply fell to the ground, being already heavily bloodied. For the cyborg, it was very painful indeed. His weapon fell from his normal hand. He hoped that this was enough to completely destroy the monster. But suddenly he heard strange sounds. It was a monster that still wanted to rebel against him. Then he shouted loudly for the dog to give him its paw. His dog began to run quickly to his master. The dog jumped high into the air, holding a metal paw. The man took this metal paw for himself and pulled it out of the dog's normal leg. Now he pressed the button that was on that metal leg, and suddenly this leg turned into a really big knife. He took this knife and attacked the blue monster with it. There was a lot of blood around after that. The main character was very tired and angry at the same time. He was standing with a knife and had a lot of blood on him. The monster's blood even got into his teeth. He became even more evil and wanted to completely destroy the monster. He began to hit the monster even harder with this knife. The monster just lay there and did not show any signs of life. The guy then stopped and put the knife right in the head. Meanwhile, the dog began to bark loudly because the owner was lying tired and covered in blood. Jury also lay unconscious, almost dead. Meanwhile, the red monster stood and waited. Seeing the hero, he began to scream very loudly. But Ketchupman was serious and wanted to destroy him. He remembered that there had just been a heavy blow, and he hoped that the white cap was alive. Then he wanted to start the battle with the red monster. I looked at him and saw something really suspicious. It was part of a hand that was sticking out from under the ground. The monster also did not understand what was happening and was in shock. It was the white cap, which, unexpectedly for everyone, got up after a strong blow. Ketchupman was very surprised, because he did not believe it. Whitecap continued to rise to his feet. It seemed that he was not hurt at all. The red, scary monster did not understand how this was even possible, because the blow was really very strong. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes began to glow. Ketchupman was also very angry and wanted to start a fight already. He stood on alert and waited for the monster to strike. The evil red monster was really angry and was already starting to attack. Meanwhile, almost all the windows at the airport were broken. There was a lot of broken things around and a lot of dust was flying. Whitecap was also ready to fight and wanted to start a fight. Suddenly, in some lair, Dan Yang was calling out to the boy because of this news. She couldn't believe what was being shown on the screen. They were both looking at the TV and couldn't believe that Whitecap was resurrected. But Nangi calmly laughed and said that this is not true at all and everything is much simpler. The girl could not understand what the boy was talking about. Then he explained that it was simply the pure energy of the white cap that prevented him from dying. He also said that it was a very powerful and effective weapon. Now Whitecap waited until they could all stop breathing. He said the atmosphere was getting better and better and it was unusual. He said that the Whitecap's style was to watch first and fight later. But the girl could not believe what her friend was saying. The boy also said that the appearance of Ketchupman surprised him very much. He does not believe that he is also a superhero. Suddenly the monster rose even more angry and became redder. He saw the Whitecap and started moving towards him. But Whitecap just watched the red monster run towards him and remained calm. Then the red scary monster decided to just hit Whitecap really hard. He calmly watched as a large red fist flew towards him. But suddenly something unusual happened, and the monster simply leaned back. Some strange objects started flying on his face and body. Dents appeared on his face and body. Ketchupman also did not understand what was happening now. It seemed to him that it was some kind of magic. Then the Whitecap took the terrible monster by its hideous face. He was calm and did not worry. Everything seemed to go according to his plan. Before the Whitecap was almost dead, he dealt heavy blows to the 7 points of this red monster. It really surprised Dion because it was very fast and no one knew how to do it. He also understood that Whitecap had real power and was several times stronger than him. The superhero believed that the Whitecap was really some special superhero that he had not seen before. But suddenly the ketchup man realized that something really unusual had happened. He watched as the terrible big monster took the initiative into his own hands. Then the monster pointed its big red tentacles in the direction of the superhero. The tentacles were directly above the main character. It seemed that they were simply destroying him. Suddenly they completely enveloped the main character, turning him into a big fist. Whitecap just stayed under those red tentacles, doing nothing. It looked like the tentacles were just going to destroy Whitecap completely now. Meanwhile, the monster continued to squeeze its tentacles even harder to kill the hero. But suddenly some very strange sounds were heard inside it all. After that, in one moment, Whitecap completely tore off all the tentacles of this monster. One tentacle flew far away. It fell straight to the ground and the monster could no longer move it. Other tentacles also began to spread throughout the airport. Then the monster was simply left without arms and sat on the floor. The monster just looked ahead at the Whitecap and understood that he had lost. Ketchupman believed that he had already completely destroyed this monster. Suddenly, someone unknown told them to wait. The Whitecap did not understand who said it, because it seemed to him that monsters do not know how to speak. The other hero also didn't know what it was about, and suddenly turned to the red monster. He looked hard because he saw something strange. It was some strange, strong person who said that it was not a request. Both heroes just stood there and watched. Ketchupman couldn't believe that the evil monster could talk. No one understood what kind of strange creature it was. Ketchupman watched closely. He really wondered who it was. The Whitecap was also calm but observant. The monster said that people must be surprised because no one expected that he could speak. The Whitecap looked into the creature's eyes because she was right. Meanwhile, the monster's eyes lit up with red paint. Ketchupman was very confused and scared because he did not know what to do. The old grandmother said that people think that monsters are just some other kind. Meanwhile, he even saw something unusual in the red monster. He carefully looked ahead because it seemed to him that the monster was resurrected. An old pensioner said that people are like children who cannot see anything. As it turned out, an evil red monster was flying towards this old person. She said that even the name Other sounded very funny. Meanwhile, Danny did not understand how this unknown person attracted the monster to her. It seemed that it was some kind of magical ability of this unknown strong man. She noticed that the clothes of this unknown person looked like a monster. She was very scared, so she asked her boyfriend what he thought about it. The guy was watching the TV screen carefully and didn't understand what was happening right behind. She was surprised because she had never seen him like this before. The guy said it was definitely different, but something was really wrong here. He said that this person gave him a strange feeling. All the monsters went to this person, so he was a very strong person. It was as if he was their boss. The monsters had already reached a level too dangerous for humans, so Nangi was surprised. Nangi was surprised that this person came alone, so there must be a big reason for it. The guy said they didn't know what door they opened, but they had to be ready. Then the big unknown man headed towards the almost dead monster. Meanwhile, the remains of the red monster met a familiar man who asked if he remembered him. The monster was just silent, so another stronger one forced him to answer. Ketchupman was surprised because he understood that the other behind them could fly. They first met monsters that could talk and were so big. This monster was very large. It was 3 times larger than normal creatures. The man was angry and asked again if the monster remembered him. But instead of answering, the terrible red monster shouted loudly in his direction, which greatly disappointed the mystical man. It was clear that the defeated monster did not give any answer and did not want to speak. The unknown male monster said that it was all very pathetic. He added that he didn't want to kill him, but the monster just made him do it. After that, he opened the red, weak monster's mouth with his hand. Then he thrust his big, strong hand right into the monster's mouth. The Whitecap did not understand what was going to happen now, because it seemed that the red monster was just killing him. Ketchupman was also very fascinated by these events. He had never seen anything like this before. Then the main monster pulled out the heart and said that he would give it to someone else who would be better. He added that this monster simply did not deserve to be on this battlefield and fight alongside him. Then he threw the heart back and asked that giant blue monster to protect him. The big turquoise monster opened its mouth wide. After that, he simply swallowed the heart of this mutant monster. The monster man couldn't believe that monsters could be so stupid and not neat. Suddenly, he said that he would definitely fix everything. This surprised the Whitecap. He could not understand what this strange monster was talking about. Suddenly, the protagonist unexpectedly rushed into battle for no reason at all. Ketchupman didn't understand what the white cap was doing because the monster didn't do anything. So he suddenly jumped up and stood in front of the white cap, begging him to stop. Then Ketchupman said that he can't just attack him because he's kind of special. He was looking right into the eyes of Whitecap and wanted to stop him. But suddenly he saw something very strange indeed. At one point, the cute guy jumped into the air to strike. The monster saw the Whitecap begin to print the main TV character, causing a very large explosion. The red, mystical man did not understand what was happening around and why superheroes were fighting against each other. Fortunately, Ketchupman stopped a very powerful blow from the white cap. Then Ketchupman began to fight against Khan. He wanted to throw him aside. It seemed to him that Kang was simply not himself. But Khan didn't look Ketchupman in the eyes, didn't say anything, and just continued to fight. Ketchupman tried to restrain Khan as best he could. He used the maximum of his energy. He had never fought against such strong men in his life. Ketchupman restrained his fists to prevent him from passing. Meanwhile, the mystical stranger didn't understand why the superheroes were fighting. Ketchupman said that now he will destroy everything that was around. Now Telazurka took control of the fight. The white cap began to feel the power that her opponent was fighting with. Ketchupman's eyes glowed pink and sparkled. Suddenly, he sent his big, strong fist into the air. Khan right in the face with it. It was really a very strong blow, and the white cap just flew in the other direction holes behind him. But despite this, the white cap flew on. And after a while, Kong just landed in the stadium. Ketchupman said he hadn't used his full power in a long time. He then said that a mystical stranger would be responsible for all of this. But the man was serious and did not want to give up. Suddenly, stones began to fly into the air. Then he said that Ketchupman concentrated all the power in his hands. But the hero did not listen to him and just ran to attack him. Suddenly, the mystical stranger raised his big fist in the air. Then near Ketchupman, some mystical giant mountains of stones appeared. Ketchupman watched as the rocks covered him under them. And suddenly there was a big explosion of stones. Then the mystical stranger said that he needed to go back now. He turned to his giant flying monster. Suddenly, Ketchupman appeared from a large pile of stones, who simply wanted the death of the red monster. But the mystical stranger just calmly looked at it and did not react in any way. Ketchupman didn't understand why his opponent wasn't reacting at all. At that moment, something began to appear under the stranger's feet. Suddenly, a big, strong hand came out of this portal and stopped Ketchupman. Ketchupman was very angry because he did not expect this at all. But his opponent simply continued to calmly look into his eyes. He said they needed to go back to where they came from. At that moment, the big blue flying monster started making some strange noises, and then he quickly flew to his master. It was right in front of him, and his form began to change. Then the monster created some big blue portal where there was a lot of lightning. The mystical hero was surprised because Ketchupman wasn't even using his power to the maximum, but wanted to kill him. The mystical stranger said that in any case it was a useful meeting for them. Suddenly he said that after the next battle they would all die. Then he jumped to his flying monster, and he went up into his great portal where there were lightnings. He has already finally left the human world and headed for another place. The mystical stranger flew forward quickly. An exit from this great portal suddenly appeared in front of him. When he jumped out, he found himself in some kind of ocean. Then the mystic stranger simply fell into this ocean. He was sinking lower and lower because he had a plan. Then the events are transferred back to the past, namely to 2012. The people on the submarine were at a depth of 88 meters. The speed of the underwater current was 2.3 kilometers per hour. Then the chief said that if there is an upsurge, everyone will need to evacuate urgently. They were already at a depth of 290 meters, and it was dark there. But despite this, they continued to descend further down because they were looking for something. One of the main men said that they had been there many times before but found nothing. Then they went down to a depth of 340 meters, which the man said was the limit for the boat. After that, the man told Jake that they were just conducting an expedition and everything should be fine. Then Jake said that they were already 400 meters deep. Suddenly, a man said that some kind of wave was detected not far from them. The main man said to slow down their decline. Then he pulled the handle and slowed them down. People kept going down and the current was really good. After that, the main man asked to activate the camera when they were near land. Suddenly, he was very surprised because he saw something. He looked ahead and said that there was definitely something strange. After that, Jake asked the boss if he needed to raise the light level, which was at 55. The main man confirmed this, saying that it is necessary to the maximum. Then the very dark submarine turned into a light one, and after a while the submarine began to glow very brightly. Suddenly the head chief saw various things around him and was very surprised. They saw the remains of other submarines and other strange things, and other incredibly interesting unexplored things. The submarine began to move on to investigate everything. Suddenly Jake said that the value of the sound wave was many times lower than usual. The commander was surprised because the transmission speed of the sonar was high. Suddenly he looked ahead and saw something there. Then he called Jake and Darren to see it. The commander asked to turn the drones and find a surface with maximum sound wave transmission. Suddenly he turned on the recording of all events. 72 Expedition Submarine Drukgyal 2 was at a depth of 432 meters and was starting to penetrate. Other people couldn't believe that they were starting to do it right now. The commander said that they would not have another chance. He thought they had found exactly the place they were looking for. Meanwhile, the news in town has already started, and thanks to the action of 2 superheroes and the Dietic unit, they managed to avoid casualties on the plane. There was also news that Med Dion was a real superhero like Whitecap. In New Scramble Entertainment said that they did not know the real identity of Honey Dion, and this news will attract even more attention when he returns to his country. The next news should also be about what happened at the airport. Suddenly, the man who was lying in the ward started doing something. The doctor who was nearby noticed all this. He saw that the patient wanted to get up from his bed, so he asked him to just lie down because he couldn't move. The man asked where his dog Sai was and what had happened to him. The doctor said that this dog had been awake almost all night and only now he managed to fall asleep. The doctor assured the hero that he cured his dog and that everything was fine with him. Suddenly, the cyborg boy heard the news about the dead and wounded. Suddenly, the doctor said that the man also almost died right at the scene. But the cyborg man didn't understand what he was talking about. The doctor said that the hero had a very strong bleeding and a ruptured lung, so he almost died. He said that someone stopped the bleeding and covered the wound with their clothes, and this saved the human cyborg's life. Then the hero began to remember the boy who was next to him with a metal hand. Suddenly, he asked the doctor where the young man who was next to him was. The doctor said that the boy's condition was really dire and he was transferred to a private clinic. But regardless, he was glad that they had all survived and that everything was okay. After that, the hero thanked the doctor profusely for his good work and saving him. Meanwhile, Juri slowly remembered all the recent events that had happened to him. He remembered all the moments that were connected with his older sister. Then suddenly he thought of a big scary monster that was in front of him. Therefore, he began to think about the Whitecap and hoped that he managed to defeat the monster. Suddenly he opened his eyes and was very surprised to see Im Khan in front of him. Khan was overjoyed that Juri was finally awake and okay. Juri was in shock and did not understand what had happened or where he was. Khan replied that Juri was in the hospital and everything was fine now. Juri didn't understand how Im Kang ended up here in the hospital because he was fighting monsters. In the end, he was unsure and did not want to speak. Juri wondered what Khan was hiding from him. Khan wasn't sure and said that he must have lost to that strong monster. This surprised Juri very much. He could not believe it. It seemed to him that the boy should win. He remembered how he ran to save Juri. And suddenly, a big, scary red monster unexpectedly appeared in front of him. A terrible monster appeared completely unexpectedly and hit the Whitecap right in his head. After that, he was hit hard, and from that time, Im Kang did not remember anything. Juri was really surprised. He didn't expect to hear that. When Khan woke up, he realized that he was on the roof of the same airport. And when he looked around, he saw something unusual. He saw that the ambulance hospitalized his partner. When he saw this, he was very afraid for his friend because he did not know what had happened to him, and quickly flew down to him in a high-speed car. As it turns out, Khan has been with Juri all along. Suddenly, Im Kang remembered the shocking news about Ketchupman. Khan told Juri that their beloved Ketchupman turned out to be a real superhero. There was also news about new yet unexplored giant monsters that also appeared on the battlefield. And one of the monsters was also seen entering some kind of flying portal, which was in the middle of the flying monster. After that, they all disappeared. After the overthrow of the 2 new monsters, people became very frightened. Juri had a real shock and could not believe it all. Khan said that Ketchupman fought against the others. Im Khan assured Juri that Ketchupman was a true hero. At the same time, there was a dark night in America. Honey Dion sat and listened attentively. All the people were talking and there was only chaos around. They didn't know what to do. Suddenly, St. Paul entered the room and everyone suddenly fell silent. No one here expected to see this superheroine. Then she opened the big iron door. Ketchupman was watching carefully for everything that was going to happen. He saw St. Superheroine Paul walk into the room. Paul said that they finally met a good actor again. Honey Dion was not satisfied with the meeting because he did not expect to see her here. None of the people also understood what St. Paul was doing here. She said she had a few questions for him, but Dion wasn't sure if he could answer such stupid questions. Then she asked him if the main TV star was lying all this time. Honey was in no mood to answer such stupid questions, but Paul said she only had a few questions for him. Afterwards, she asked him what Dion was going to do next. Meanwhile, men in suits kept a close eye on all of this. One man said that you need to make contact with him first. Then another man said that it was a Superman, that was the main thing. The man said that Dion turned out to be a real hero, and that was impressive. Therefore, St. Paul should talk to this superhero and apologize for her behavior. Other people recognized James from the St. Paul team. Meanwhile, another man was on the phone and said he'd better watch. After all, he was also in shock from everything. Dion said he was an actor all his life and just hid his superpower and didn't fight monsters. He did this to preserve his power, and this secret is very important to him. All the people listening were in complete shock. Ben also didn't expect to hear such disappointing information from him. Now the superheroine Paul understood everything for sure. She said that because of all the noise, she didn't understand anything before. Then she got up from her chair. Honey Dion did not understand what was going to happen. It seemed that St. Paul simply ended the conversation. Paul simply pointed in the direction of the door. People outside the window could not believe that everything would be so short. Suddenly, Ketchupman said the name Kellen Bucket. That made Paul stop. It got her interested. At that moment, Dion said that he was very sorry that her colleague had died so tragically. Paul stopped suddenly and could not understand what Ketchupman was leading to. She turned and asked what happened. Suddenly, the balance on the table began to sway sideways. Honey Dion was very serious and angry. Paul suddenly became very angry and told the man to keep talking. James began to worry because he understood that it was really bad. Ben was furious because he understood that this was a very painful subject for Paul. Then Med Dion said he had been talking to that mysterious stranger for a while. He was sure that he definitely had some sort of consciousness and was very special. Suddenly, St. Paul stopped and calmed down. Meanwhile, James said that he had guessed for a long time. Ben also remembered that the monster was talking to Ketchupman about something. Dion said that no one has ever met this creature, and its strength is 10 times stronger than human strength. If they hadn't left themselves, something really, really bad could have happened. He also said that next time all people will just die and the final end will come. It was as if he knew exactly about it, and not just threatening. The other people in suits then began to worry about this information. They were getting very scared. The number of attacks around the world was really increasing. We can now say that the monsters appeared according to some plan and they all had some purpose. If the words of that mystical stranger are to be believed, then all superheroes will be destroyed by monsters. And if they destroy the heroes, then they definitely destroy the whole society. Then all the superheroes who were in the room suddenly started to worry. Then Paul suddenly asked if Ketchupman would fight with them against these creatures. But he did not say that he would not fight. He said he would not be part of her team and asked her not to look for him anymore. Suddenly, someone said that Ketchupman had lost his management. Ketchupman did not understand who it was. Ben came into the room and said that a real superhero needs to have a schedule. Paul hadn't expected to see Ben in the room. Ketchupman did not understand what kind of man it was. Suddenly, Ben said there were better people for that and asked someone to come in. What Dion saw really surprised him a lot. Rose, his manager, suddenly entered the room where Dion was sitting. Meanwhile, Russia had a harsh, cold winter. A man asked someone if he was not afraid to go straight there. Another man shouted loudly and told him not to be afraid of anything at all. He also said that they had to follow the tracks and they did not eat all day. 2 evil men were going to some temple. Meanwhile, it was night in the city and there were many cars. Dion was sitting in the car with his manager, and they were talking. Rose thanked Dion for taking him in and promised to make things right. Dion believed that his friendship with Rose would last forever. Dion said that there is no room for sentiments now. Rose confirmed the words of his best friend and partner at the same time. Then Dion thought about something. Rose then asked his partner if he was on the same side as the heroes. Then Dion really thought and fell silent for a while. He didn't know exactly what he needed to do because he didn't want to make concessions. He said that everything depended on the further actions of these others. Meanwhile, the two men reached the temple, which was heavily covered with snow. It was cold in the yard, and one man's leg froze. They were surprised that the door was not broken, because usually monsters break everything. Then the man offered to go in and see why the door had not been broken down if there was a monster there. And a stout man opened the big, heavy door of this forgotten temple. It was quiet inside, and it really surprised the man. Kirilo felt that there must have been something here because all the tracks led straight here. Maxim confirmed this because there was a smell of blood. But both were sure that something was really wrong here. Even though the cathedral was very large, the energy of the monster was everywhere. And Max could feel the smell of roasting in here, and he didn't want to be separated today. He said he was just worried about his partner. Suddenly, he pushed his partner away. They both saw something very suspicious. They saw that people were just sitting on the benches. Suddenly, Kirill saw one suspicious detail. He noticed that people had large wounds on their shoulders. Suddenly, the person sitting on the bench turned around, and it was some kind of monster. Max was surprised because he understood that these were not others. Kirill also did not understand what kind of creature it was. The unknown creature turned and looked at the two men. Suddenly, Max was very scared. After all, this unknown creature started running towards them. Kirill noticed that their speed was several times faster than human speed. Kirill decided that it would be better to look at it from afar. He flew up and watched as the unknown creature ran towards the stocky man. At that moment, he loudly called his partner. But Maxim just calmly stood in place and waited. Suddenly, he took the creature by its neck and lifted it high into the air above the ground. He was very annoyed because he understood that this monster was running straight at him. Suddenly, he heard strange noises. It was another mutant from the other side of the temple. After that, Maxim became even more irritated. But the unknown creature screamed loudly and ran towards him. At that moment, Maxim delivered a strong blow. Then Kirill, who was on top, told Maxim to wait. But Maxim told Kirill to just shut up. He said that these animals will now think before attacking. Maxim also noticed that these creatures did not smell like humans at all. He also asked Cyril if he did not see that people had been dead for a long time. Kirill apologized for the misunderstanding. Maxim said that there must be another monster in this place. There were still a few people left, and Maxim offered to simply kill them. Meanwhile, the TV was still on in Jury's room. Jury told him Kang to just go to his house. Then suddenly the news from Russia started, and it surprised Jury. In Russia, people began to disappear en masse, so the military believes that it is due to the action of monsters. Jura had the impression that the world was just slowly falling apart. Meanwhile in Russia, Maxim finally killed the last of the people. He said it was worth it anyway. And the whole dead people forced them to work. Suddenly they saw some unknown object hanging down. Maxim was very annoyed and ordered him to go down, otherwise it would be worse. But Kirill was not at ease because of this monster. Suddenly, this monster moved away from the second floor and quickly landed right on the ground in front of the boys. He looked at them intently and thought about something. This monster had horns on its head and shoulders and red eyes. Cyril said that this monster was smaller than they thought, but the monster just stood there covering itself with its wings. It seemed to Kirill that he was doing this to appear smaller. He also noted that the bites on humans must have been done by this vampire. Then Strong Maxim suddenly called Kirill. He said that if the monster bites them, they will become vampires as well. Therefore, the fight against this monster will be very difficult. Maxim prepared his fists and was ready to fight the monster. After that, Maxim moved from his place, and he ran very quickly in the direction of the vampire. But suddenly, the vampire just jumped up. The monster saw in front of him the evil Maxim, who was preparing to strike him hard. He hit the monster, but the monster just stuck its leg and took his energy to himself, being in the air. Then he jumped very high into the air and spread his wings. Maxim could not understand at all what happened to the monster. The monster just flew over him after his powerful punch. Kirill also did not understand how the monster used his fist as a springboard. After a while, the monster landed on the table, standing in the middle. Maxim was going crazy and wanted to destroy the monster. Kirill was sure that this was definitely a different monster because he had control over himself. Then the monster bent down and started doing something strange. He suddenly began to tense his whole big back. Something really strange started happening to his body. Kirill could not believe that the monster was changing its body. Maxim also did not understand what was happening. Suddenly, the monster almost fell to the ground, its wings shrunk, and something began to happen. And then he started breathing very loudly because he did something really hard and painful. Kirill believed that the monster was preparing for some kind of attack, and it was bad. Suddenly, the monster said that his name was Ohir, and he was Fan's favorite warrior. Kirill could not believe that the monster could speak. This information made Maxim even more angry. The monster quietly said that it was the two of them who killed Ophir. Maxim could not understand how the monster managed to speak, because he had never seen monsters that could speak. Cyril began to assume that Ophir was one of the monsters they had killed. Suddenly, the evil vampire monster began to move and do something. Then he went up and shouted loudly. The scream of this monster was very loud and very painful for people. Then he left that table and quickly ran somewhere. He ran quickly and suddenly hit Maxim hard. Events happened too quickly, and Maxim could not understand anything at all. Kirill began to worry because the monster now had an advantage over them. But then Maxim took him with his hand by his terrible big head and raised his big fist to strike the monster. He swung high to strike a really hard blow at this monster. Maxim was very strong, so the vampire stayed on his feet. Then Maxim punched the monster very hard in the face. But the vampire survived this blow very easily and did not even fall to the ground. He was really all right. Maxim could not believe that this was even possible. Suddenly, the evil vampire monster hit Maxim hard and unexpectedly with his strong hand. Maxim's nose and teeth were bleeding from this blow, but despite this, the monster did not give up. Then the monster vampire once again hit Maxim on his face. Maxim understood that he needed to act, but the monster attacked him too much. Suddenly, the terrible vampire clenched his hand into a fist and continued. He hit the big man very hard, and he flew into the stone column of this forgotten temple. After that, the monster headed towards the half-dead man. Maxim was already just lying next to the column and could not do anything at all. Suddenly, the monster said that maybe they were wrong, and it was not them who killed the monster Ophir. But despite this, he did not want to give up, and he also said that soon all the people on the planet would die. Meanwhile, Kirill was doing something strange with his fingers. It was like a spell. Maxim could not believe that soon all people on Earth will simply die because of monsters. Then the vampire opened his mouth wide and sighed to bite Maxim and make him his new doll. But suddenly some shiny thing flew at this terrible monster and everything around lit up. The monster turned back and did not understand what could be shining so brightly behind him. Then this unknown thing flew right into the monster's big, strong shoulder and blood appeared. It was Kirill who wanted to cut off the vampire's head, but unfortunately it didn't work out. The monster turned around. The terrible vampire monster did not understand what kind of boy he was and did not want to avenge his shoulder. Kirill's eyes glowed with a bluish color, and suddenly he told the monster to pay attention to this. The monster stood from afar and looked intently at his new opponent and the yellow hair. The vampire was in a lot of pain because Kirill badly injured his shoulder. Because of this, blood dripped onto the floor. Meanwhile, Kirill just calmly and confidently looked at the monster in his terrible eyes and remained silent. Suddenly, the vampire asked the man if he managed to hit him because the monster didn't even have time to dodge. The vampire said that Kirill had a very interesting power that he had never encountered before in his life. Suddenly, Kirill became frightened because it seemed to him that the wound of this terrible vampire was simply healing. This was actually the case. The monster was not in pain, his shoulder was healing itself, and this was unexpected. Kirill is surprised because he has never seen anyone possess the ability to regenerate. Then he put his hand on his brown garment that was on him, and he took off his brown coat and just threw it into the air. He was preparing to counterattack this monster, so he carefully prepared everything for her. Then Kirill said that he hated flying mice the most among all the animals in the world. He rolled up his sleeves and said that right now he wanted to knock out the one vampire standing right in front of him. Then the vampire quickly ran forward to his new enemy and wanted to bite him to make him his doll. In order not to waste time, Kirill also ran towards the terrible vampire monster. The vampire ran faster and was about to deliver his strong blow to Kirill. But surprisingly, Kirill just calmly raised his hand and coolly waved his index finger, directing it in the direction of the monster. The monster did not understand what had happened, because his opponent had no fear of him at all. Suddenly he saw in front of him some shiny object, which again flew in his direction. It was a large sword, and it surprised the vampire monster very much. He just couldn't believe it. Then he jumped up to try to avoid the blow. The sword flew very quickly right in front of the nose of this terrible monster, but did not touch it. Then the vampire monster landed on the ground after its long flight. But as it turned out, There was a wound on the monster's forehead, so the sword still managed to injure this monster. But despite this, Kirill did not want to give up and continued to wave his finger, sending new attacks. The vampire was really scared, because now there were many times more attacks flying in his direction. Suddenly, Kirill swung not only his finger but also his entire hand straight down. Suddenly, at that moment, a large metal object appeared above the monster's head, which was several times larger than the monster. The monster just stared in horror at the metal thing flying straight at his scary head. Suddenly, this giant steel sword just fell to the ground, causing a big explosion. Kirill carefully watched this mockery, because it seemed to him that the vampire was not yet completely dead and simply ran away. Suddenly, somewhere in a new place, the half-cut body of a bulky monster appeared. Maxim, who was very angry, was standing next to this half-dead body, surprisingly. Then Maxim asked someone if he would interfere in someone's arguments. Meanwhile, a man with yellow hair was standing behind one tree and was hiding from him. Then the man came out from behind his hiding place and went straight to the angry Maxim. Maxim was shocked and asked the stranger who he really was. The man with the yellow hair said quietly that he was Cyril. He said that he was just an artist who travels and is a Superman just like Maxim. Meanwhile, the figure of a monster appeared in the temple, rising from under that very strong blow. The armless vampire said that he was surprised by the boy's strength, as he had underestimated him and thought he was weak. Cyril was also surprised because this vampire had really good regeneration reflexes, and he just didn't have enough time to kill the monster. The vampire said that he had already killed many superheroes, but Cyril was the strongest among them. Suddenly, this terrible vampire very quickly and unexpectedly simply disappeared somewhere. Kirill was frightened, because he did not understand where his armless opponent had gone. Suddenly, Kirill saw in front of him the big green leg of this terrible vampire. Then the foot of the strong monster hit the young man hard on his forehead. Despite this, the boy fell to the ground, holding onto the ground with his hands. But suddenly, he managed to get up and stand on his feet. He wanted to keep fighting. Then Moga also started to move so as not to delay and continue to attack this man. He jumped into the high air and wanted to hit the boy with his one hand. The boy realized that he had to act immediately or he would be really, really sick because of the attack. He began swinging his finger rapidly, sending various metal shocks in his direction. Then the boy also clenched his whole fist in front of him to make a strong attack. Then one large metallic blue shield appeared. He appeared right in front of Cyril, and this helped to protect him from the attack of this terrible monster. The monster did not understand what had happened, because he did not expect that Kirill could create such a large shield. Meanwhile, Kirill was cool-headed and continued to calmly look into the monster's eyes. The monster was in shock, because the shield was several times bigger than him and was made of steel, so it was very difficult to penetrate it. Then the events are transferred back, and Maxim asked Kirill how he managed to cut the monster in two. Kirill simply remained silent and looked calmly into Maxim's eyes. Then he simply raised his hand in the air to show him something. He held up his finger and said he was just making pictures in the air. He also said that he just imagines what he draws and it all turns into reality. Kirill said that he just imagined that he drew an axe and threw that axe at that monster. Maxim was really surprised because he did not even have time to see anything, and it seemed that it happened very quickly. Kirill said that this is one advantage because he can do it very quickly. Then Kirill said that the more he concentrated, the faster his new projections and weapons were created. Maxim said that he was really surprised because he could not even believe that this was even possible. He had never met anything like it. But then Kirill said that this very good and very fast ability also has its downsides. He said that he keeps losing his sight when he uses this ability of his. Fortunately, he can still see. Meanwhile, events return to reality where Kirill continues to fight against the terrible vampire monster. Cyril continued to hold his large fist to control his giant shield that protected him from the monstrous monster. Then Kirill began to quickly draw something with his finger, some new figure. The terrible monster did not understand what Kirill was drawing, and he was really quite scared. Despite all this, Kirill continued to draw his figure. He kept moving his finger from side to side very quickly. It was a very large figure. Suddenly, a very large orb appeared near the monster, which was made of steel, and it had very large and sharp spikes. The monster was very frightened because he did not expect that this bullet would move very quickly in his direction. He just couldn't do anything. Then that bullet simply split the monster apart and pierced his chest. The monster began to scream very loudly in pain, because this bullet had very painful spikes. A lot of blood splattered around. This bullet flew very far and knocked down several stone columns that were located in the temple. The stone pillars just started falling through this large steel ball with sharp spikes. Along with this bullet, the terrible monster fell to the ground. He was almost unconscious and not moving. He just lay in the fragments of stone columns. It seemed that he was dead, but suddenly strange sounds started coming out of his mouth. There was a lot of blood around. Meanwhile, Cyril's shield began to disappear little by little in the air. The large steel ball also began to disappear, and particles from it flew all over the temple. Kirill understood that it was a very strong and good blow, but unfortunately, the monster had a very large and good ability to regenerate. Therefore, Kirilo began to trace many different objects with his fingers and draw in the air. His eyes were bleeding and he was resting. The circles were really very blurry, and he already saw objects terribly, but he just wanted to get this monster thing over with. Suddenly seeing something really very terrifying, he became very frightened. He saw that the monster simply disappeared somewhere where he lay. He was no more. Suddenly it became clear that someone was running around the temple, and some strange sounds were heard around. It was the same monster. Then he quickly approached Kirill from behind. Kirill did not see him at all. The monster could deliver the final blow to Kirill. The monster raised its large, sharp hand in the air and prepared to destroy Cyril. Then the big, strong hand of the monster flew towards Kirill's shoulder. The older monster was preparing to deliver a powerful blow to Kirill. The man became very scared because he felt that the monster was behind him and was preparing to give him the final blow. Then he hit Kirill hard on the shoulder, and there was a lot of blood all around. The monster finally finished its powerful blow, and Kirill's body simply split into two large parts. The monster carefully looked at the boy's dead body. He was thinking about something and wanted to say something. He watched as one part of the body simply fell into the air, unconscious, without signs of life. The guy was definitely dead. The monster simply stood on the body of the monster and was very happy because he understood that he had finally destroyed the boy. He stood on his head with his big green foot. Then the terrible monster said that the boy was really very good, and he did not want to kill him just like that. Suddenly, he saw something very strange. There were some unknown sparkles for him. He was really scared. He saw that Kirill's body was simply disappearing. It was just some dummy. The real Kirill stood at the top and carefully watched everything that was actually happening below. Suddenly, he created a big bow and began to aim it at a terrible, scary monster. Then he raised this bow in the air, and the monster carefully watched what this man was doing. A lot of blood was flowing from the boy's eyes because he spent a lot of energy to create all these objects. Then he shot his arrow hard at this terrible monster. A steel arrow flew very fast towards the monster to destroy it. Then she got into a part of the body of this terrible monster. The vampire was in a lot of pain, and he screamed very loudly in pain. A lot of blood came out of his mouth. It was blood flowing from the inside of his body. Meanwhile, Kirill also had a lot of blood flowing from his eyes because he had spent too much energy on all of this. Then he jumped down from his stairs to look at it all from below. After a few seconds, he landed directly at the bottom. Steam was coming from his eyes and mouth. He was losing his strength. The monster was also surprised because he did not understand what was happening. It seemed to him that Maxim had died a long time ago. Then the monster began to pull this sharp arrow out of its body. Meanwhile, Kirill looked at the monster with his tired eyes and did not understand how this was possible. After a few seconds, the vampire still managed to pull this arrow out of his body. A lot of that monster's blood dripped from that arrow onto the ground. After that, he looked at Kirill with his angry eyes and wanted to just kill him. Kirill was very tired. It seemed that now he would simply die at the hands of the monster. Suddenly, he looked up and saw something strange. Suddenly, he heard a sound. It was his partner's foot. It was Maxim who came to Kirill's aid. It was really unexpected. Then Kirill relaxed because he understood that now he has a chance to win. Enraged, Maxim approached the monster. He wanted to kill it. It seemed that now another stage would come in this battle against the vampire. Kirill looked carefully at Maxim. He saw that something was wrong with him. Maxim's eyes were shining, and it seemed that he had never been so angry. The monster was really very scary because Maxim was serious. Then he quickly jumped back and took a few steps back. Suddenly, he saw something really unusual. He said that something really changed in Maxim. It seemed to him that Maxim had become several times smaller than he was before. Although he could not deny that it was true, The monster did not understand what exactly happened to Maxime, but he was sure that Maxime would definitely die today because of him. The vampire understood that it would take a long time for him to recover his arm, and he needed to act immediately. Suddenly, he opened his mouth wide and began to shout very loudly to the whole temple. They were sounds of pain. He was in a lot of pain indeed, as he was regenerating his entire severed arm. Maxim could not understand what was happening at all, because he had only seen this for the first time. Kirill was also in shock, because he understood that the monster was completely focused on his recovery. It was clear that the monster wanted to restore itself completely and repair all the wounds it had. Kirill told Maxim that the monster has the ability to regenerate itself, so it is necessary to act immediately. But Maxim was very angry and said that he didn't care about it at all. In the meantime, the monster turned very red and had a lot of sharp teeth. Meanwhile, the terrible monster completely restored itself, and instead of a hand, it had a great sword. Despite all this, Maxim simply remained calm and did not take any action. The vampire said that he wanted to thank the humans, because it was thanks to them that he learned that he could fully regenerate so quickly. Kirill was truly shocked, and he was tired because he understood that the monster was fully ready to carry a new attack. It seemed that the monster wanted to hit them with its horn and hands. The terrible monster sat down and began to move towards Maxim. He wanted to destroy both people. He started running very fast and jumping from one place of the temple to another, and no one could see him where he was. Kirill didn't understand how the vampire managed to move so fast after all the blows Kirill had dealt him. The big monster jumped away from the wall and wanted to jump on Maxim, who just stood there and did nothing. He once again stood opposite Maxim and jumped in his direction, but Maxim did nothing. He drew his great sword and was ready to slash Maximus to destroy him completely. Events returned to the past, where Kirill laughs very loudly at Maxim's strange ability. This really pissed off Maxim very much, and he asked Cyril to stop laughing at his strange abilities. Kirill said that rapid digestion sounded very funny indeed, and it seemed very strange and unusual. Maxim said that when food is rapidly transformed, his martial arts skills, strength, and vision increased dramatically. Kirill was really surprised because with normal people, everything was the opposite. The more people eat, the stronger they are. Then Maxim said that simply he just loses weight and then gains more strength, and this was his strong feature. Then Kirill asked Maxim if it is possible to activate this strange superpower on your own. But Maxim was really very angry and said that Kirill was simply behaving too intelligently and that he needed to end it. It seemed to Kirill that the superpower could not be activated independently, and an intermediary was needed for it. Maxim confirmed this information and said that in order to activate this superpower, he needs a direct opponent. He said that this power only manifests when he is attacked by a really very strong opponent and when he himself can no longer stop losing power. Kirill said that it was indeed a very strange and powerful force and asked how many days Kirill had been starving. Maxim said that in normal life he has enough strength to fight opponents, so when he is starving, his strength only increases. Then Maxim said that he had never reached his maximum form due to such starvation. Then the events are brought to reality, and Kirill remembers that Maxim has never reached his maximum result. Meanwhile, Kirill apologized because he understood that this force was really very powerful. And Maxim was really very angry because no one could stop him from eating for so long. He held the monster's hand with ease and was really very angry. It was clear that the monster was starting to lose now. Then he raised his big, strong fist in the air to strike. After that, he punched the monster very hard right in its big, scary face. The blow was so strong that the monster flew very far and destroyed almost everything that was in the temple at that time. The explosions were really very strong, and after them a lot of dust appeared in the temple. Because of this dust, no one could see anything at all, but this did not stop Maxim. The monster saw how the evil, strong Maxim was approaching him. He was really very scared because of it. There was no fear or confidence in Maxim's eyes. He was simply merciless to all monsters. The vampire monster understood that he had to act. Otherwise, he would just die in this place. At that moment, Kirill saw that the terrible monster was up to something, which surprised him. Then at one point, the scary monster jumped very high in the air. It was as if he was scared. As it turned out, the monster vampire was really very scared, and he wanted to leave this place as soon as possible so as not to die. Kirill really couldn't believe it. It seemed to him that such a big, strong monster would never want to run away and would fight to the end. Meanwhile, the vampire monster flew as fast as he could because he understood that he had little time. He began to look around because he needed to find some way out of this building. At that moment, he saw that there was an exit at the very top of the temple and decided to head in that direction. Maxim understood that he also needed to act, so he began to jump very quickly and high in the direction of the vampire monster. After a few seconds, Maxim still managed to catch up and even outrun the monster that was in the air. Maxim's eyes glowed with lightning. It seemed that all his anger had gathered in him at one moment. Then the monster was very scared because he understood that the situation was definitely bad for him and he had no chance. At that moment, Kirill hit the monster very hard on his face. Fist. This blow was really very powerful and a lot of wood and other materials were scattered around. After this impact, a large sound wave appeared in the temple and everything in the Navkurgi began to fly apart. Then Kirill lifted his head up and saw something unusual. Kirill saw Maxim flying with his fists raised in the air. Maxim flew to the ground with his fists. He was really very angry and wanted to just destroy this monster forever. After what happened in the temple, there was a really big explosion, and everyone who was near that temple felt it. There was almost nothing left of the monster. It was completely dead. Maxim had blood all over his hands. It was a very powerful blow indeed. But he didn't care. Everything in the temple was simply destroyed. Debris from all the columns and wooden benches lay around. All the columns cracked and the walls were simply broken by this impact. Kirill raised his head and saw that there was a lot going on in the church. From the street, it was possible to see that the temple was completely destroyed. In general, everything in this stone temple began to crack, and it seemed that the end would soon come. Then Kirill shouted to Maxim that after his blow, the church was completely destroyed, and it was necessary to quickly escape from it. But Maxim just looked intently down at the dead monster and did nothing. Then the walls began to crack even harder, and fragments of stone columns began to fly all around. Suddenly, at that moment, Maxim and Kirill quickly jumped out and broke the door to this stone temple. They fled very quickly because they understood that they did not have time, and the temple would now be completely destroyed. It happened as expected. The temple was completely destroyed and simply fell to the ground. Said it was definitely one of the strongest opponents they had fought in their time. But Maxim said that he always watched the teeth of this terrible monster, and said that he also did not eat anything for 2 days, and therefore everything around him really pissed him off very much. Therefore, they decided to just go to the city to eat something and take a break from it. Suddenly, one of the monsters began to move strangely. He began to feel something strange. The monster with black eyes began to be surprised because he did not understand what was happening. He asked his monster, whose name was Mifrel, what was happening. Then this specimen replied that the hornbeam had died, and that was already bad news. These monsters were really surprised because they did not expect that their monster could die so easily. The main monster said that this is all due to the work of superhumans who destroy all monsters, and he asked not to get close to superhumans. Then the main monster asked the other monsters if there would be no problem for them at all. But they said that everything is fine, and there are no problems for them. Meanwhile, Jury had a cast on his leg and was at home. He opened the door of his toilet and was about to go out into the hallway. When he opened the door into the hallway, he saw his partner's belongings lying on the ground. He realized that Khan had already gone straight to school. It has been difficult for him so far, but thanks to him sitting at home, he is getting better because he is receiving treatment. For hours, he understood that he should not have been discharged from the hospital so quickly because it was too early. Suddenly, he saw something a little unusual lying on the table. It was a pot with a note on it. It was something from his friend. He got closer and saw that it said Khan had prepared Jury's fried rice. He picked up the pan and was surprised because there was indeed fried rice. It was his favorite dish. Meanwhile, his partner was just at school. Suddenly, Kaniva received a message on his phone during his lessons. He opened his phone to see what Jury had texted him. Jury wrote that he was pleasantly surprised by such a gift, so he really wanted rice. Khan wasn't sure if it was safe to eat, as he thought it didn't taste good at all. As it turned out, it was really bad, and Jury couldn't figure out what it tasted like. It seemed to him that after this rice he became even worse. Suddenly, Kang heard something really strange. It was also his friends. They called him and said that today it was his turn to pay in the canteen for them. But the boy said that he did not have any money today, and because of this, his classmates were very angry with him. They went forward and started talking about what happened recently at the airport. One guy with black hair said that the ketchup didn't do anything to him at all and the monsters just ran away and it wasn't his fault. The other guy said that sooner or later the monsters would come back and they would end, so he was really scared about that. But Chan simply did not believe it. It seemed to him that it was really impossible because they still had options. He said that they still had a white cap and a holy floor and they would definitely fight to the end. Khan listened intently to everything the two young men in front of him were talking about. They said that there are other superheroes. They believed that in any case someone would come to them and someone would save them. You just have to trust them. Meanwhile, Jolie just threw the spoon on the ground and it fell. Juri put his hand to his head. It was clear that he felt really, really bad. Afterwards, Juri said that he has constant nightmares and many unpleasant consequences after what happened to him. He realized that being a superhero was very hard, and it seemed to him that they constantly had the same problems that he had. He raised his head in the air and began to think about his partner Khan. He understood that it was always very difficult for him. Khan also raised his head and began to think about something. Juri understood how Khan lived with these thoughts every day. It seemed to him that it was simply impossible because it was painful. Kana understood what was happening to people. It seemed to him that something was really strange because a lot of monsters had been coming lately. He just raised his head and kept thinking about something of his own. He was interested in why monsters were not so strong and scary, and why they kill peaceful people and where they come from. Then he put his hand in his pants pocket and felt for something. It was some kind of paper note with an invitation to a martial arts class. Khan began to think and remember that it was the same note he received from the trainer. It was the same coach who gave him that note at the end of the arm wrestling tournament. He also mentioned an old grandfather who seemed to him to be a superhero and asked him to come to the mountain to find him. Meanwhile, his friends called him and asked him if he was coming. Khan confirmed that he was coming with them. His classmates asked if he was okay, because lately he has been eating less and something really strange is happening. But Khan denied everything. Meanwhile, outside, it was evening. Juri was sitting on the sofa and eating pizza. He asked Khan if he wanted to climb that strange mountain. Khan said he had to do it because there was something truly mystical about it. It was the same old man who stole their arm wrestling super cup from them. Juri then unexpectedly asked Khan if that old grandfather could be a superhero. Kang confirmed this because that old grandfather was really quite unusual and he had never met such. Juri said that his old grandfather pretended to be rich, but as it turned out, he was very clever and managed to steal the Super Bowl from them right before their eyes. Khan said he couldn't say much about his grandfather until he met him. Then Juri asked how the boy was going to prove that this grandfather could be a superhero. But Kang didn't know how to do it. He needed to think. Said he felt some super energy. It seems to him that this grandfather was also a superhero. It was the same as with that mystical stranger named Nangi who almost overcame Khan. Meanwhile, news about superheroes started on their TV. Superhero expert Kim. He was supposed to give information about the heroes today. The TV presenter said that every day the situation with the monsters that attack them is getting worse. Kim, an expert on monsters, confirmed this information, saying that they appear many times more often. The TV host asked the expert if they knew anything about superheroes and monsters. The expert said that everyone knows only about St. Paul, but unfortunately, that's not all. He said that only 3 superheroes have been officially identified, namely Ketchupman, St. Paul, and Kellen. But the expert said that he believes that there were several times more. This really surprised the TV host. Then the TV host asked how sure he could be of this. The expert said that these are only brief conclusions that can be drawn, because the statistics of the appearance of monsters are increasing. They grew all over the planet and they were in all the countries of the world. Places were found where there were only corpses of these terrible monsters, and it was not known who killed them. There were also similar cases in Russia, and there were more than 10 of them there, and it was really suspicious. And they were interested in whether it was their hands. It was apparently unidentified superheroes. The man asked if he meant the white cap. The expert said that the white cap is a little different from other superheroes. He said that all people have heard about the existence of this unknown superhero who helps the world. And at the moment, most superheroes are saving the planet, and that's a good thing. And monsters appear in different corners of the planet, and if it were not for superheroes, the planet would have been completely destroyed. Then the man asked where superheroes come from. But the expert said that they do not know, and now it is not important at all. What is important is that they exist and do not threaten them, but protect them. But then the expert said that not all superheroes fight alongside humans against terrifying monsters. There are myths that there is a superhero who, on the contrary, kills people and helps monsters, but this has not been confirmed. And the expert asked if the man had seen a suspicious monster. The TV presenter began to worry and did not understand what the expert was talking about. Then the expert explained that several people were found murdered at the port of the city, and then the unknown superhero appeared. The man said that this guy was the complete opposite of a white cap. The expert said that it is called a frequent black cap, and it looks quite strange, and even almost began to fight with the white cap. This is all if based on the facts that were found by the Deatic unit. Scientists have studied all this, and analysts like him are convinced that everything is not so simple with this superhero. He said that experts classified this superhero as an anti-superhero, and he could be really dangerous. And he said that if you organize the whole situation with superheroes, then you can see the table that was on the screen. The expert said that a few hours ago, another superhero appeared, who recently announced himself. Jury and Kang were surprised because the expert said that this superhero is ready to work with the state. The man also did not understand. It seemed to him that it was impossible. After all superheroes were hiding. But the expert said that it is, and soon the hero will start working with the government to help him. And they said that this superhero is Jane Sonata. She is from Scotland. It was a woman in her 40s. Jurin understood who she was. This woman seemed to think it was just a mistake. Kan also did not understand, because as the expert reported, this woman was familiar with St. Paul. Then the man said that unfortunately they did not have much time. Jury was really surprised because he did not expect to hear such information. Incan was also surprised because it seemed to him that people were making a simple mistake in asking about him. The expert said that the White Cap is definitely not a cyborg, and they are working to find out his identity. Jury was really confused because he understood that now they were in danger. Tam also worried because he understood that now they could go to his school and find out everything about him. Then the expert said that he is about 40 years old and the White Cap may not even be a man but a woman. Jury was interested then because he understood that they had learned information not about the Squirrel Cap at all. He was interested in where they got such information from. And the next morning, the events take place in the building of the superhero. Incan said Jury couldn't go with him, but the boy didn't want to leave his partner. Jury said he would go and meet this same grandfather. Then Incan agreed and closed the door to his house. Jan on his phone, and they decided to climb to the very top to find the same grandfather. The guys just lay at the bus stop and waited for the last bus. Khan was very hungry because he used to eat 4 times a day and now he is not eating anything. Jury is interested, and the fact that there were neither shops nor people in this city was really unexpected. Kana also did not understand what was happening because they waited for the bus for more than 40 minutes and nothing came. Jury said he just looked it up online and the only way to get there is by this same bus. He said they would go there sooner on foot and he could easily carry Jury on his back. The jury was interested in this proposal because it would really be several times faster. Jury remembered how they drove here. They traveled through the subway. Then they walked for a while in the city to get to the bus. Then they got on the bus and fell asleep. They had to go very far. Then they also went on foot to another place, to another bus stop. When they arrived at this bus stop, they were tired and did not understand why they were going and who they were. But suddenly, Jury saw something very interesting indeed. It was an approaching bus. The bus looked really good. Both boys approached the bus and opened the door because they wanted to ask the driver something. Jury asked the driver of this bus if this bus was going up Yan Po. The man greeted them and said that everything was right, and he would help them and promised to let them know when they came to this mountain. Therefore, after a few minutes, the bus moved forward through the field and the village. The crane looked carefully at the field and saw a combine harvesting wheat there. But at that moment, Julie tapped him on the shoulder and wanted to tell him some important information. Jury said that this grandfather must be superhuman and he is sure of it. He said to be careful because she is a superhuman and she can do a lot of damage to them. But the Count was really very tired and simply did not answer anything. He was looking out the window. Suddenly he said that they didn't need to worry about it, even though they really didn't know anything about this grandfather. Jury wondered if Julie knew anything interesting about this man, because he was acting really strange. Meanwhile, the bus was moving. He drove through large fields. The trip was comfortable. Suddenly, the TV in the bus started showing news about Jane Sonata, the superheroine who said that she does not want journalists to ask her about her work with the government. This surprised Juri and Inken very much because they did not expect to hear such a thing from her. Meanwhile, the bus continued to drive. He was driving over a big bridge. At that moment, the driver told the young people that their mountain would soon be there. Juri and Inkan were surprised and thanked this past driver. Then at that moment, the bus stopped at one of the stops and opened the door. Both boys got out and looked around. There was nothing around. Suddenly, Inkan showed something that surprised him, on which something was written. It was definitely some kind of sign. They decided to follow that sign straight to the top of the mountain. Meanwhile, the U.S. had a dark night. Someone was just sleeping comfortably in bed, and his phone was ringing very loudly throughout the apartment. It was St. Paul. She was asleep and did not understand who was bothering her. She woke up and stood up, and I wonder who it was. Suddenly, when she looked at the phone, she saw that it was James, and it surprised her. Then she picked up the phone and asked what James wanted from her. It was really unexpected. Jem asked if he had woken up St. Paul and apologized for it. But St. Paul said that it was all right. He did not wake her and asked him what had happened. Jaime then said that they finally got the video and cameras that were located on the same royal liner. This greatly surprised St. Paul, and she wanted to know more information on the subject. Jaime said they were trying to find the hottest moments now and said he would talk to her again tomorrow. But Paul didn't want to just go to sleep. She asked him where he was. He said he was in Ben's lab, so Paul took the jacket and said that she would come to them soon. In the meantime, both boys reached one of the cities under which the river flowed. When they crossed the bridge, they saw a wooden symbol with a sign indicating where they needed to go next. Then they moved on straight ahead on the road, straight to the mountain. They crossed rivers and other difficulties and jumped over stones. Kang was pulling his friend's hand as they climbed up because he was very tired. After that, they had to walk across a big long bridge that hung right over the mountains, and it was very scary for Juri. So Inkan took Juri on his back again and carried him across this great long bridge. Then they sat down on one of the stones and rested, because they had already been walking for a long time, looking for this unknown temple where grandfather lived. After that, they saw a beehive stone cave. They were afraid to go there, but still they decided to go inside. Juri was surprised because he did not expect to see this. Kang also didn't understand, because when they entered this mountain, they saw the light from the other side. But in the end, they managed to find this mysterious temple called Samungwan. This is the only temple that was located not far from the top of this mountain, and it looked very suspicious. Meanwhile, St. Paul entered the building where Ben's laboratory was located. James and Ben were shocked because Paul came really fast and they didn't expect it. Then Paul asked how much time they had already watched the video from the cameras. Jaime said they were able to find video from 2 cameras and from the second floor where the bucket's body was. But as it turned out, they had something very strange indeed, said St. Paul. She was surprised because she did not understand what was being said and asked James to explain. James then told Ben to show St. Paul what they had found. James started looking for something in his computer and wanted to find the same interesting moment. Then he found almost everything he needed and pressed the last key. Ben said that they collected all the video that the cameras that were on that ship took. Then he said that the body of her partner was on the second floor, and it was all clearly visible on camera number 2. And on camera number 5, you can also see how her partner's body is lying. Then James adjusted his glasses and cat so that Ben could show something really important. St. Paul fully understood what they were going for, because so far, everything was fine. Ben poked at the video from camera number 5 and wanted to show it. He once again poked his finger at the white mouse that was on his desk and turned on camera number 5, where it was clearly visible how Ben's body was just lying on the ground. It happened after some time on the camera. A very strong light appeared. This was the moment when St. Paul appeared. He told everyone to pay attention to the time that was on the 5th cell at that moment. It was 1 hour, 17 minutes, and 47 seconds, and he asked to keep a close eye on the seconds. Then 1 second later, the body just disappeared, and it was really very strange. Just as St. Paul walked into the room, Kellen's dead body simply disappeared. James watched the moment carefully again, as he was genuinely curious as to how it could happen so quickly. St. Paul fully understood how this could happen in 1 second, because it was unreal. Ben said that after that the body did not appear on any cameras of this ship. Paul could not understand because the dead body of the partner simply disappeared. Suddenly, Paul asked if Ben could slow down the speed of this video. Ben said it was possible and asked her to wait 1 minute. And exactly 1 minute later, Ben set the video to 0.1 speed, and it was very slow. Paul then asked Ben to show her again the same scene where her partner's body disappears. The video started playing at a very slow speed. Suddenly, some very strange actions began to appear near this body, and it began to seem to move. Exactly 1 second later, it simply disappeared somewhere to the right as if hiding. Everyone was in shock. No one understood what was there and what could happen. Paul asked Ben to play the video again, but at this point, she tried to stop the video. Then at exactly 1 hour, 17 minutes and 48 seconds, Ben decided to pause the video. He tapped his finger on the keyboard again to pause the video at that very moment. It was clear that at this moment some unknown small object appeared near the body. James suddenly recognized what was next to the dead body. St. Paul was also annoyed because she must have recognized what was next to the dead body. James said he would try to enlarge the image as much as possible. Then he enlarged the object several times and some object became visible in the photo. James enlarged the photo several more times and the unknown creature became clearer and clearer. James was surprised as he saw the cap and asked the others if they had seen anything. Ben said he couldn't see in detail, but he could definitely see a person with long hair and a hat. It was some small person herself who stole the body of St. Paul's dead partner. St. Paul was very annoyed indeed because this object was moving really fast. James said to review the surveillance video again and try to find someone else. Meanwhile, 2 young people were climbing up to the same dark temple. Jury noted that it was really very quiet around and no one was saying anything, and the temple was just open. Incan asked his friend if anyone had been at all, for it seemed as if the place was truly empty. Suddenly, Incan heard some strange noises and turned towards them. It was the same teacher who lost to Incan in the arm wrestling tournament. He was very surprised because he did not expect to see Incan and his friend in his temple. He said he knew they would find him and want to train with him. Alajuri said that was not the case, and they had just come to take their gold cup back. The man did not understand which cup they were talking about and was really very surprised. But suddenly an old man who came out said that they were saying everything correctly. The old man came closer, holding the cup in his hands, and said that they could take it. The teacher greeted his student again and said that he was really good. Then the old grandfather simply threw the golden cup forward to the boys. Fortunately, Incan managed to catch the cup, but the old grandfather did not finish his conversation. Jury was scared because he did not understand what was going to happen. The old man asked if they had come here just to collect their cup. The superhero was surprised because it seemed to him that the old grandfather knew everything. Jury was confused and said that they only came here to collect their gold cup and are leaving soon. The old man didn't expect Jury to be such an impudent fellow. Suddenly, something slipped quickly between the 2 boys. It was a certain person. Then the old grandfather turned around and said that he just had an illness and apologized to them for it. He said that they had settled the matter and said that they were free and could forgive. The coach did not understand where his mentor had gone. Old Grandpa said he just needed to take a walk. The old grandfather went to the very top and just looked down. He took off his hat and just breathed his air and looked ahead. He was only interested in why these young people had come, and said that they were constantly persecuting him, and he needed them to tell him why. Suddenly, Imkong suddenly and loudly said that everyone calls him a superhero. Jerv was really surprised because it seemed to him that this was really secret information. Then the old grandfather confirmed this information and said that his name was White Cap. But then the boy said that he didn't know what his name really meant and didn't know who he was. The jury was surprised. It seemed to him that the guy was talking too much. Grandfather looked carefully into the boy's eyes and thought about something. Suddenly, the old man lifted a small gray stone from the ground with his hand. He raised this stone over the top of the mountain and said that the boy must catch this stone before it falls down. Khan was surprised because he was not sure that he would be able to do it. But the old grandfather said nothing. He was serious. Then he threw the stone very hard, right at the very bottom. Suddenly, the old grandfather landed on the ground with his foot and wanted to do something. Then he put his old leg to the jury. Suddenly, he pushed Jury hard and Jury started falling straight down. The White Cap was really surprised. He was in shock and did not know at all what the old grandfather was doing. Jury was just falling down, and it seemed to him that soon he would just crash against the mountains. Then the main character threw his backpack into the air and quickly ran to write off his friend. The old grandfather carefully followed the actions of this main character. Meanwhile, Juri was falling straight down from the mountain itself. He was also screaming loudly. The main character was very scared. He understood that Juri could die right now. In his eyes, you could see fear and concern for his partner. He was going down quickly and wanted to save his friend as soon as possible before he crashed into one of the mountains. Suddenly, he put his hands directly into the stone structures to descend several times faster. And Khan was speeding straight down it to catch up with his friend. He did everything possible to save his frightened partner. Then he jumped up because now he had a good chance. Khan was flying very fast straight down the mountain towards Juri. He wanted to intercept him. Fortunately, the Khan managed to grab Juri by his weak shoulder and they both fell down. Juri grabbed one of the mountains with his other hand and tried to brake. They descended lower and lower. The boy continued to hold on to one of the stone mountains. Fortunately, the boy managed to hold on, and now they finally stopped at this place. Juri had just a giant shock. Foam was coming from his mouth. It seemed to him that he had already died for sure. The superhero continued to use this power to hold on to the rock mountain with one hand or hold on. Then he pushed himself away from this stone mountain and jumped high into the air holding the Juri. After a few minutes, he jumped to the surface to the old grandfather. Luckily, he managed to land well and make second. When he put the Juri on the ground, he was very angry indeed. Then the protagonist loudly asked the old grandfather what it was and what he was doing. The old grandfather did not say anything and looked intently into the angry boy's eyes. He asked him what kind of look it was. It seemed to him that the boy wanted to fight with him. Then the Khan calmed down and was surprised. He did not expect this. The grandfather asked the superhero if he wanted to feel sorry for the old grandfather. Then he said that although Kana has no desire to kill the old man. Kan did not understand what the old grandfather was saying. He thought it was delusional. But the old grandfather said to them, Khan listened carefully to what he had to say. The old grandfather said that the Incan can do many things but still cannot decide. Khan looked carefully into the old grandfather's eyes and listened. The old superhero said that Khan's main problem is his lack of seriousness, or he offered yet another option. He said that the boy shows compassion for all his opponents, and the guy just had a mess in his head. Said that the guy was wrong and he would not achieve anything with such a relationship. He asked the boy not to do such foolish things in front of him and asked him not to even think of leaving the place. The old grandfather went away and said that he would let him leave this place only when he allowed. He left and also said that they would fix everything together and everything would be fine. The main character just stood there and did not understand what had happened. He was really fascinated. Then he looked at Juri's face and Juri was scared. Juri was really very scared, foaming at the mouth. Khan put Juri on the ground and said that he was not breathing. He started screaming very loudly and panicking. The old children who went away heard this and looked back very frightened. Then they both started massaging him and calling an ambulance to save him. After some time, the guys decided to stay in this mysterious temple for good. Then the young coach gave the boys their suits and said they should fit the size. But Juri said he did not want to learn martial arts and apologized to the coach. Then the coach asked Juri what happened to him because he looked really bad. But Juri said he doesn't really want to talk about it with his coach. But after a while, the two of them were sitting in the fitting room, and Juri was telling him about how his old grandfather had just pushed him straight down the mountain. After some time, a dark night came in the yard and the stars appeared. Juri wished that his leg would heal quickly, and then he would have his revenge on the insolent old man. Suddenly, someone told him not to think too much of him. This surprised Juri very much. The coach said that everything this old grandfather does has its reasons, and he does everything absolutely right. The trainer said that all the people who were in this temple, they lost people, family, and other values. He said that this old grandfather sheltered them all, and he became their main mentor. But suddenly, Juri said that he did not see anyone here, except for the old grandfather and the coach. The old man confirmed this. He said that the others are now in the training camp. The coach said there were about 10 people in total, but Juri thought it was really few. The coach said that even though the old man is bad, he is generally a very good and nice person and asked Juri to forgive him. After that, he said that all the training starts tomorrow, but Juri rejected that idea. The coach tried to convince Juri. He said that in these trainings, all the best things come together. Meanwhile, St. Paul was going to some other place. Suddenly, a girl asked her to come to her. This really surprised Paul. She hadn't expected it. St. Paul turned and saw that it was Jane. She did not expect this. Jin Sonata said that they had not seen her for a long time. Jane said that Paul had become many times more beautiful and stronger and a better version of herself. She asked her if she had fallen in love with someone. But Paul just said that it was kind of stupid and untrue. After a while, they went to a cafe. Jane thanked the waitress for bringing them their coffee herself. The waitress walked away and was really shocked because she saw two superheroes that she had only seen on TV. Paul asked Jane what had happened because she wanted to see her urgently. Jean asked Paul when the last time they had fun was if she remembered it. Paul began to think and remember something. She reminded about how there was great danger on the stove and there were some monsters. The superheroine also mentioned how James asked to be careful and help each other. She said the day before something came to the Royal Navy. Jane asked Paul if she remembered wanting to introduce her to someone. This really surprised Paul, but then she remembered that Jane had promised to introduce her to someone over the phone. Jane confirmed this information and was glad that Paul remembered. She quietly said that she wanted to introduce the superheroine to her friend Sui. Then the events are transferred to nature on a good sunny day. Then Paul began to remember how they had come to some place to meet the Sui. Paul B. had no idea who Sui was and what they were doing here. Jane said that Sui is a little different from her in temperament, but she is a very valuable person to Jane. St. Paul carefully followed all the events. She was really interested. Kellen was also fascinated. He wondered who she wanted to introduce them to. Kellen thought that Sui could also be a superhero or something, but then Jane looked back at them and looked into Kellen's eyes intently. Jane said that Sui was also superhuman, but not ordinary because she had something really special. Then St. Paul remembered who Sui was. It was the same friend Jane wanted to introduce them to. A superhero that day, and she wanted to introduce Sui because she was their fan. But St. Paul did not understand what Jane was talking about and asked what she was leading to. Jin said that Sui told her one very interesting story. One dark day, when there was a full moon outside, something unusual happened. Suddenly, Sui heard some strange sounds. She saw something really unusual. She saw a murder and saw how someone beat up a man. But the problem was that it wasn't one of the monsters, it was someone else. She had seen a lot of monsters and knew right away that it was someone who looked like a human. And she also understood that this unknown person really had a very powerful power. It was not like an ordinary one. Sui then decided to attack this unknown monster because she was a superhero herself. She decided to deliver a strong kick with her leg. Her strike was really very strong and powerful, and no one at all could stand against her strike. But this person managed to block her blow, and she was sure that it was also some superhero. Sui was very surprised because she could not believe that a superhero could kill a person. She started running after him and wanted to just catch up with him. But this scoundrel was trying to run away from her, and he also possessed very strong power indeed. Sui didn't understand what was going on at all. She thought that this hero was really crazy or some kind of monster. After all, he simply did not let go of his corpse and held it in his strong hand. She didn't care if she won or lost. She just wanted to catch him and help the dead man. But unfortunately, he managed to escape because he was a superhero. As he ran away, he didn't let go of the corpse. He held it in his hand. Unfortunately, Sui could not catch up with him, but she carefully looked into his eyes. St. Paul couldn't believe it either. They couldn't believe that a superhero could be a killer. Jean said it was really hard to believe, but it was true. She said that when this unknown hero was running away from Sui, some unknown object appeared next to him. V. Paul could not believe that there could be two of them, or even more. Jay said that it was really very scary because there could be several times more of them. She said Sui couldn't make out exactly how many were there. Therefore, St. Paul said that she needed to unite with Sui. But at that moment, Jane sadly said that unfortunately it was too late. St. Paul understood what it was all about. She did not understand what the woman was talking about. Amy said that Sui has disappeared forever and is not answering her calls and has not been heard from for 5 days. Meanwhile, it was very early morning on the mountain. The old grandfather coach was standing in front of a big, long bridge. Behind him was Khan. He was surprised that Khan had come. Khan had his clothes with him. Suddenly, the old grandfather said that he had several questions for Khan. He turned to him and said that if he did not answer the truth, then he would simply die. This scared the young hero very much, because the old grandfather was really very serious. He said that he knew Khan very well, but he wanted to clarify something. Khan was surprised and asked what exactly he wanted. The old man said, "A strange fellow who lacks the thrill of danger." He said that this is all due to indifference, insecurity, carelessness, and maybe due to something else. Grandpa said he needed to figure it all out before asking that question. Suddenly, he just disappeared somewhere. It was really very unexpected. Khan also did not understand what had happened, because a second ago the old grandfather was standing and everything was fine. Suddenly, he saw how some fast and very fast object was moving towards him. It was an old grandfather who came very quickly and hit Khan from behind with his foot. But luckily, Khan was smart and managed to defend himself from this blow with his strong arm. Khan watched his grandfather intently and expected his further attacks from him. Suddenly, a wooden stick with a heavy stone ball appeared. It was the old trainer's wooden leg, which he used to hit the boy in the face. The guy really didn't expect him, but he didn't scream in pain. The old coach asked him if he was in pain. After that, he once again punched the boy hard in the face. The blow was really hard, and the old trainer asked again if the boy was hurt. Then he turned around and prepared to deliver another blow to the boy with his leg. He hit Khan hard with his strong leg, and the boy flew very far. The boy landed against a stone structure. Then the grandfather asked him if he was hurt. The old teacher came closer to him and said that the boy should answer this question. Khan stood up first and shook off all the stones that were on him. Then he straightened his back and said it didn't hurt. This really surprised the old grandfather. He did not expect to hear this answer. Khan looked intently into the eyes of this grandfather. He did not understand what was happening. The old teacher also looked closely at Khan and did not understand what was happening to him. He looked for the first time at the face of this young superhero. Then he looked at the wounds Khan had on his nose. Then he carefully looked at his hands, with which he hit him hard, and the old man said that it was very strange indeed and asked if Kana had bled during the battle. Khan didn't understand what his grandfather was talking about, but suddenly he also noticed a strange detail. He began to recall all his battles in which he had fallen or been hit very hard, and he remembered that he had never bled and said so. The old coach was really very surprised. It was his first time. He then quietly asked the main character if he had any stamina issues during the battle. But the boy did not understand what was being said. It seemed to him that it was really very strange. After all, in all his battles, he had enough energy, and he never had any problems with energy. He said that he had never had such a thing and did not understand what his old grandfather was asking. Then the grandfather said that he would just ask him in a different way. He wondered if the boy could fight him using all his strength for 1 year. The boy did not understand what was being said. It seemed to him that it was really very strange. Khan asked if they would only fight for 1 year. But the old grandfather said that it would just be very boring, and there was no need to do it. The old coach said that everything happened as he expected. He said that the young superhero is really very powerful because he can fight almost forever. And now he thought he understood what was happening to Khan. The old grandfather said that all superheroes have some superpowers. Chan looked at the old trainer carefully and listened to everything he said. The old man said it was called magic, energy, force, chakra, but it didn't matter. He said that any force is some particle of material and body. And the reason why the knife breaks and the bullet can bounce is precisely in this very force. He said that the concentration of power and receiving depends only on the person and his skills. He said that powers arrive, and because of this, they wake up inside the bodies of superheroes, so you can say that all superheroes have their own special power. The old man said that he easily recognizes the power in himself like other superheroes. But he pointed the finger at Khan and said it was different with him. With his finger on the camera, he said that there was something really wrong with the boy. He said that his power just hadn't awakened yet. This really surprised Khan. He did not expect to hear such information from his grandfather. Grandfather said that he attacked Khan to awaken his features, but it didn't work out that way at all. He said the feeling is the same when you fight other monsters. Grandfather also said that Khan only uses his strong body but not his special. The coach said that this was the reason why he could not reach his true potential. Grandfather said that all superheroes are stronger than ordinary people, and all this depends on their internal forces, which are unchanging. Because of this, some fight better, some worse. But all this information was not related to the superhero, said the grandfather. Grandfather said that he did not feel this superpower in himself, as in others. Therefore, it seemed to him that he was a superhero, but he was fighting just like an ordinary person. The old coach also said that it was a really unexpected situation for him as he has worked with different heroes. And unfortunately, he will not be able to help, but still look and wonder at this. The man said that Khan probably already understood the words he was talking about somewhere. Kane was really scared because he did not understand what this grandfather was talking about. He looked at the old man intently and couldn't believe that it was all true. Suddenly, Khan said there was one argument he couldn't explain, and said that when he lost against the monster, he lost his consciousness. But the old man just smiled and said that he knew it all. He said that they all closely follow everything that happens in this world. The old man asked the boy if he remembered what happened afterwards and if he had watched the tapes at all. But the boy could not answer him because he did not understand what he was doing during this battle. The old man said the boy just stood up and kept fighting. He said that he woke up unconscious and was able to kill a terrible monster. The old man said that at that moment the boy had a superpower for a short period of time. This surprised Khan very much, because he could not believe the words of this grandfather. He said it could just be his guess, but he thinks he passed out because he wanted it. And at that moment his strength suddenly woke up after a strong blow. But despite this, he still couldn't control this superpower. He wasn't knocked unconscious by the impact, it just made him. The boy just stood and listened intently to everything that the old coach told him. Suddenly he said that he did not know what power was hidden in him and how much it was. But he said with confidence that this young man's power was indeed very powerful and unexplored. This really surprised Khan because he couldn't believe that he had some very powerful power. The old grandfather carefully looked at the boy because he also did not fully understand his situation. The old grandfather said that when the boy lost consciousness, more intelligent monsters appeared. And it was clear that they were several times stronger, and they had never met such before. The old grandfather asked the boy why they appeared there. Khan didn't know what to say because he didn't have an answer to this question. The old man said that someone very strong among the monsters noticed Khan's power and realized that he could stop them from taking over the world. This scared Khan very much. He thought that it all sounded very scary indeed, but real. Grandfather said that there are many other reasons, but this reason is probably the truest. The grandfather said that he felt that soon there would be a battle that would decide the fate of the entire planet. And it will all depend on all those terrible monsters. Suddenly the old grandfather jumped into the air and ran somewhere. He placed his hand on Khan's head and said that he only wanted to help unlock his power. He also apologized for hitting him on the head. Then he said that it was time for dinner and called him to dine together. Khan stood still for a long time and thought about what the old man had said to him. Meanwhile, the jury was writing something in a notebook with a pen. After some time, other people from this temple came and they were very surprised. They were very friendly and considered him a newcomer to this temple. They had fun with him and taught him how to light wood. He wrote everything that happened in his notebook. After that, they all together removed the cast from his leg, and it was really very unexpected. After that, they gave the jury one medical exercise that was supposed to help him, but was really very painful. Then the teacher began to explain martial arts to the jury, and he said that Subak is the basis of all martial arts. Afterwards, they trained together with Khan, and Khan broke one of the pairs. But after that, the coach and the old teacher went somewhere and disappeared. After a while, they all came back, and it was dinner time, and everything smelled really good. But the superhero was afraid, because it seemed to him that he was not called for a broken wooden pair. But the coach just kept disappearing somewhere with the old man. Jury was surprised because it seemed to him that the coach was engaged in special training with his partner. He wondered if the old man knew that Khan was a superhuman. After that, the jury simply turned on its side and fell asleep sweetly. Suddenly, a hand took their blanket in its hands. It was an old trainer. He took and covered the two new students with a blanket. Jury and Kang told the old man that they had a problem because they had to attend school, and it was an obligation. Then the old man was very surprised because he did not expect that the boys needed it. It seemed to him that training the boys was really the most important task at the moment. The old grandfather just looked ahead and thought about what they needed to do now. He understood that it was a real obligation, so he said that they could just enroll in another school that was in that place. The superhero was really surprised because he didn't want to leave his good school. Jury also did not expect such a decision from the old coach. The old grandfather understood and said that they can go to their school, but then they have to run and always return to the temple. Jury was really angry because he thought the old man was just mocking him. Some time after that evening came and Khan was lacing up his shoelaces and getting ready to go. Meanwhile, the jury sat behind him and told him everything he needed to take from his house. Jury told Khan to run strictly according to the instructions and according to the map and watch the time. He also asked not to crash into cars or any electric poles. Khan said that he understood everything and was ready. Then he turned to the jury and said that everything will be fine and he will definitely return. At one point, he jumped high into the air and stones rose up all around. The old man was on the roof watching Khan jump from one side to the other. He watched all this carefully and it was really very strange to him. Suddenly, he had a great idea in his head, which he decided to implement. He asked the jury if he wanted to go fishing. This did not scare the jury very much. Meanwhile, the other superheroes were in Ben's lab. They looked closely at the surveillance cameras they had taken. They watched every passenger who boarded. All passengers were scanned and inspected upon boarding. They were looking for something similar to the creature that had taken Kellen's dead body. Ben was very tired and asked James if they could even be sure they would find this monster. But James was also angry and put his hand on Ben's shoulder. James said that they should do their best because Kellen was really good. James said they needed to find Kellen's face at least, and then other things were possible. Suddenly, the phone on the table rang. It was unexpected. James picked up his phone to see who was calling him. It was Paul Jameson, apologizing to him for not being able to work with her now. But Paul said she didn't need it because she was in Ireland now. Jameson was surprised and asked why she was there. She replied that she was looking for Shu. Paul also said that Shu was superhuman, and she was an extraordinary person. Paul said that there has been an increase in the number of deaths and disappearances of ordinary people in Ireland, and there is one problem. And the culprit of all these problems was a Superman, a superhero like all of them. James was really very surprised. He just couldn't believe it. He then realized that Sui had witnessed other superheroes killing ordinary citizens. Paul said that Sui tried to find whoever was killing all the innocent people. But immediately after that, they felt that something was really wrong, and now they are trying to uncover this case of suicide. Paul suspected that it all had to do with the disappearance of the dead body of her partner, Kalen. James was really quite surprised. He did not expect such shocking information from her. Ben also couldn't understand how a superheroine could just go missing. James said that if her opponent is a superhero, then she is in great danger. But Paul simply calmly answered him that she already knew it. Superka also said that she can't leave Jane here alone with all of this. James then asked her if she would need him or if she needed any help. But Paul said that nothing was needed at the moment and asked him to continue searching for the dead body. But Ben was really quite surprised by all this information. He said that no one knows how many there were or how many. And the worst thing was that no one knows what powers super thieves have. Paul said she would try to work it all out, but it would take some time. She said that if there were any problems in the city, there was no need to call her. She asked James to refrain from such tasks for now. James was a little surprised because he didn't expect Paul to say something like that to her. Then Paul said that they have Dion, who is currently in America. She said that Ben has the contacts of this superhero. James then said that he understood everything and agreed with Paul. He also thanked her for being with superheroine Jane and asked her to be careful. But Paul said she just needed James to believe in her. Suddenly her eyes lit up. James understood that the superheroine was very angry with him and therefore said that he finally understood everything. Jane had never seen Paul this angry before either, and it really surprised her. So she decided to say that Paul has a really good team that wants to help her. Meanwhile, events take place in some abandoned palace. The evil superhero throws his victim straight to the ground. He threw the corpse on the ground and said that the corpse was already completely ready. Suddenly, one of the super thieves said that they had a problem that they needed to solve. Meanwhile, 3 days ago in Ireland, events took place in David's pub. The angry old man asked for another mug of beer. But the waiter said that the man needs to finish it and he will not pour anything. The old man said that he pays him money and he should pour it for him. As it turned out, the barista's name was David Joshua, and he was very angry with his customer. That's why he asked another guy whose name was Fabo to pour it for the man. Suddenly, the old man said that he would be drinking all night tonight, but the waiter said that they were closing soon. The old bald man said that there are a lot of murders on the street and that it is better to stay in this bar all night. But the waiter asked him why he left the house if he was so scared. Suddenly, someone opened the door to the bar very quickly and forcefully. It scared everyone. A man came in with a gun in his hands and told everyone to put their hands up. But Joshua just calmly watched it all. He was not worried at all. Joshua told Matthew to just stop doing it because it wasn't funny at all. He said it was too cruel to point a gun at them, but still he asked if he would have a beer. Matthew said that there was complete deadlock around because there were no suspects and no witnesses. But Joshua said it was never easy to find a killer and just gave him a beer. Matthew said it was all really strange because there were more than 13 missing victims, and there was nothing in common between them. So Joshua thought it was just a monster from another planet attacking everyone. But Matthew said that the corpse of one of the monsters was also found. And his death was really strange because he had all his bones pulled out, and he thinks it was some kind of superhero. The detective wanted to continue talking, but suddenly a guy appeared. He said it could all be the handiwork of the same thief. The detective was surprised because he did not understand who said it. Joshua also did not understand why the young man said this information. Joshua looked at the boy named Fabo and was really angry. The young man apologized, but said that all these murders could somehow be connected. The detective said that this is also one of the versions. Then the boy introduced himself. His name was Fabo. He had long hair. The detective said he had never seen him here before, but suddenly the old bald man said that they had forgotten about his drink. So the young waiter gave him a glass full of ice and alcohol. Then the bee told the others to turn over their chairs already because it was getting ready to close. Matthew was surprised because he had just arrived. But one of the workers said that they also want to go home to rest. Then Matthew congratulated Ivan on his wedding. But suddenly the man who was drinking alcohol became very angry and threw his glass hard on the ground, and the glass cracked violently into pieces. Everyone was very angry and did not understand what this stupid man was doing. Then Joshua asked Ivan if he was okay, and Ivan was okay. Then a big, strong man picked up the old brash man and carried him out of the bar. Joshua and Fabo watched everything that was happening carefully. They saw that the man had a gold watch on his hand. The detective paid attention because he paid attention to such things. Then the detective said that he would also go and ask the boys to be careful. The other boys also wished him to be neat, even though he himself was a detective. The detective wanted to restore peace to this city at any cost. But Ivan said that Matthew was really a legend and revealed all the murders, so he would succeed in everything. Then Matthew got up and left, but didn't leave a tip because he didn't have any money. He was leaving the bar and said he just forgot his wallet in the car today. Matthew carefully looked ahead and saw that boy again. It was the same new waiter who seemed really suspicious to him. Then he finally left and said goodbye to all the boys. The next morning, events also took place in this bar. The girl offered Joshua to become her new partner, but Joshua simply refused. Suddenly, the chief detective burst into the bar. Then he raised his gun and said, "We all put our hands up." This really annoyed Joshua. He asked him to stop joking like that because it was really horrible. But Matthew was really very serious and aimed at 2 people. Joshua and the other bar staff did not understand what was happening to their friend. He showed his ID and said he was investigating a murder. He asked everyone to listen very carefully, and he needed to check the alibis of all the people who were in the room. But Joshua was really very confused and did not understand what was happening to Matthew. It was clear that Matthew did not want to do this, but was simply forced. The detective said that the same old man's body was found last night. This was really very unexpected from their good detective. Everyone who was in the bar was really very surprised because they could not believe it. It seemed to them that it was impossible. The man also suddenly said that the deceased was indeed very brutally killed. The detective said only the limbs were found and the head was simply gone. But then Joshua asked him how he could be sure that it was the same man who killed yesterday. The detective said that everything points to his identity, and he himself is absolutely sure of it. He said Douglas had a gold watch, and the same watch was found on the body. Joshua asked why they didn't take such an expensive watch from him if he was killed. Matthew said that it was not because of the watch, but because of something else, and the body was dismembered. Matthew pointed the gun at them again and said that it all looked very much like the handwriting of a serial killer. He then asked Joshua what he had been doing yesterday after the detective had left. He asked his friend not to be angry, but simply to help him investigate this gruesome murder. Joshua was really angry and didn't want to say anything to him at all. But suddenly he said that yesterday they all cleaned up, threw away the glasses, and closed. And after closing, he still played cards with one of the men, and Ivan slept next to them. And then, from the very morning, they both left the bar and went straight home, and Ivan continued to sleep in their couple. The detective then asked if, after he got home, he came to work in the evening. Joshua told that it was all like that, and he could ask his wife. Then he asked a man whose name was Casvidal if Joshua was telling the truth. The big man said that it was all true, and when he came to work, only Ivan was there. Then the detective pointed his gun at Ivan and wondered what he was doing. Ivan said that it was all true and he slept in a bar, and he didn't even have time to wash himself, so he was in dirty clothes. Then the detective had another version because there was another man in the bar. He asked where Phoebe was yesterday and what he was doing. The new waiter came back to him and said he had just finished work and gone home. The detective then asked what he did after he went home. But the boy could not answer anything and therefore said that he was just sitting at home. The detective really suspected the boy because he understood that he had recently arrived in this big city. The guy said that he came to this city exactly 2 months ago. Then he did not say that it was precisely at this time that all the disappearances and murders of people began. But Joshua asked him to stop doing all that because the new waiter was really good. But the detective shouted, or Joshua simply did not interfere with his work because he is investigating a murder. The young man said that he was ready to answer all his questions. This really impressed the detective because it seemed to him that he was guilty. Then he hid the gun and said he needed to go with him to check all the versions. Fabo agreed and moved towards this detective, and Joshua did not understand what was happening. Matthew then left the bar with Phoebe and said goodbye to Joshua. He closed the door and went to question the young waiter. The other workers at the bar were really surprised because they didn't understand what was going on here in this place. They offered to close earlier today because they were not in the mood to work today. Then Ivan decided to leave and told the others to also go home and stop playing cards. And the boys said goodbye but continued to play their cards. The big man was worried about the new waiter, but Joshua said he would be fine. Joshua said he was disappointed in his friend's suspicions, but it was just his job, and he had to do it. Suddenly they heard a shot and turned their heads in the direction of the explosion. Suddenly the detective ran into the bar and called all the other people who were in that bar. He said that the car in which the waiter was sitting was completely destroyed. Joshua was really very angry because he thought it was all because of the detective. The big old man also did not understand what was happening. He was very scared. Matthew said 2 of his colleagues also died, and Fabo himself simply disappeared. The boys could not believe it. It seemed to them that it was simply impossible. The detective said they needed to catch Phoebe and asked Joshua for the address. Suddenly, Joshua asked the detective again. This scared him very much. Joshua asked why the detective didn't even have a scratch on his face. The detective was surprised, but said that he simply left on business and saved himself. He looked at Joshua carefully and understood something. I didn't understand that Joshua currently suspected the detective himself of what had happened. But Joshua was just looking in the direction of his former friend on Saturday. Then suddenly the big old man said that the boys need to stop doing all these things. But suddenly Matthew took out his gun and pointed them aside. He was on them because they suspected him of what had happened. And the big old man generally understood what was happening to Matthew. But Joshua was looking straight into Matthew's eyes carefully and sternly. Meanwhile, he began to slowly drop his hand into a wooden bucket. There was a gun in this wooden bucket. Joshua wanted to get it. Then the detective noticed that Joshua was putting his hand somewhere and asked him to stop doing it. But Joshua did not listen to his friend and continued to do everything to get the gun. The atmosphere was becoming very bad. It became clear that no one wanted to give up just like that. Then there was a big shooting all around, and it was not clear who won in it. Meanwhile, a man in a white hat entered the couple. He walked slowly and smelled the blood that was in this bar. He approached Joshua and was surprised because he could not believe that anyone survived this terrible firefight. Joshua was really very surprised because he could not believe who was standing before him. It was the same waiter. He said everything was really good. He was standing in front of Joshua, and he had Fenbai's head in his hand. It was Ivan. He said he would tell a funny story before killing Joshua. This is not what happened to Joshua and why it was him. He asked if he had killed the same old man named Hirsch. Ivan said that he did it, but not with his own hands. He remembered how the old man climbed the stairs and walked forward. Then the old man suddenly raised his head and saw something. In front of him stood 2 strong and evil people who blocked his way. And they said that Stree the idiot threw a drink at him, and that's why he asked his guys to kill him. Joshua laughed, but Jean couldn't believe that Ivan had his workers. But Ivan answered calmly and said that he still had many friends. Joshua couldn't believe that Ivan had any other friends. He said Casvidal and he were also his valued friends. Then he pointed to the Fayboy's head and said to finish. Man was really surprised when I saw the young waiter's head in Ivan's hands. Ivan was surprised because it seemed to him that Joshua wanted to start crying. He mentioned that it all happened because of this car accident. Ivan managed to pull the Fey boy out of the car, which crashed directly into the wall. The young man just sat without one arm and listened to Ivan. Ivan said that at first glance he understood that this young man was unusual. He recalled how Joshua brought in a new bartender and introduced him to the whole team. He was very friendly and wanted to work at this bar. But Ivan was always suspicious of Fey boy. He really saw something unusual. He understood that he was really lucky with his appearance and he looked very handsome. Ivan always looked down on Fey boy because he was more beautiful than him. The Fey boy really was, but as it turned out, he was just an ordinary simpleton. Ivan asked if he was really so calm or just pretending. But the young man was simply badly wounded and tired, so he did not answer anything. Ivan said that if I ask Feba to leave someone alive, then Ivan will do it. But the Fey boy was just quietly talking about his hand. This surprised Ivan very much because he did not expect to hear this. He asked Ivan to spare just him because he had no hand. But Ivan just calmly looked at the Fey boy and did not react in any way. He just didn't care what the young man was saying. Then he pointed his big hand towards this boy. Then he took the boy by his long hair. Ivan said he didn't really want to kill him, but he did it anyway. Joshua was really very angry. He called Ivan just a devil. He shouted loudly and asked why Ivan was killing all the people. Ivan calmly answered that he was just interested in watching the reaction of these people, and there were many reasons to do so. But suddenly Ivan said that there were much more important things. Joshua couldn't understand what Ivan was talking about. He was really curious. The killer said that to bring something back from the dead, he needed victims of useless people. Then Ivan asked not to call him the devil, but to consider him as a god who will create the new world. But Joshua believed that Ivan had simply lost his mind and gone mad. Ivan raised his head in the air and said that he would also give Joshua a chance. Suddenly, he sat down and asked Joshua if he wanted to stay alive. But Joshua was too annoyed with Ivan and did not want to answer anything. Ivan just calmly looked at the old man and did not react in any way. Joshua said Ivan could kill him right now and just burn in hell. But Ivan also remained calm and did not react to it in any way. Ivan simply left this pub to the courtyard. He looked around and realized that the sun was already in the sky. Meanwhile, Joshua was just sitting there in shock. He couldn't believe what had happened. He thought about the words that Ivan said. Ivan said that there is no such place as hell. Now it seemed to Ivan that the place that never changed might be hell. Suddenly, Ivan's phone rang unexpectedly. He picked up the phone and realized it was Carol. She said some information. What she said really interested him, and he couldn't believe it. He asked her why it happened and what were the reasons for it. He was really into it. Then the events are transferred again to an abandoned stone temple with columns. The evil superhero, Monster, throws the body of the corpse to the ground. The corpse just falls, and the hero says that the body is completely ready. Then one unknown evil hero said that they have one problem that needs to be solved. He said that all of you are super thieves. Listen carefully to him because it was really very important, and said that someone escaped, and he understands how this could actually happen. He showed the superheroes a picture of this person and said that he is quite a popular person. It was Ivan, and he was really very angry and told them to catch this person who was in the photo immediately. Then all the superheroes quickly pushed themselves into the air at the same time and flew away. They all flew at the same time and flew really fast because they wanted to carry out the order. Superhero was sitting next to him. Then Ivan said that he had a bad feeling, and therefore he needed to act on this one as well. Ivan walked away and asked Carol to keep a close eye on their secret place. But suddenly she said that she just didn't want to do it and decided to take off her black mask. She said that driving is always boring because she is always alone here. It was Carol, and she had pink hair. But Ivan said that she simply stopped telling him that because he would soon finish everything in this place. Ivan just went on, not listening to the girl's words, and said that she doesn't even know how to fight. This made her very angry, and she called the boy just a fool. She continued to call him names, despite the fact that the boy did not listen to her at all and went on his way. Jane spoke and said that the number of victims is getting bigger and bigger, and 2 more people have gone missing recently. Jean said he was now in one of the biggest places in Ireland with the most murders and finding people. And she said she had more questions than answers. Jaime said that this was the last place she contacted Sui. Paul was looking at it all carefully and pondering, and some plan was needed. She said that all evil superheroes don't even try to hide very much because they don't change the places of their murders. Paul said that when the government gets involved in all this, it will be really bad for all of them. They will start hiding. Jane confirmed this information, and then she said she had one idea. Suddenly, alarms started to sound around. It was really unexpected. Paul felt anxiety for the first time in her life. Jane was also very confused that some kind of war had started. There was a rumor that a monster had been found in another area, and it was really very dangerous. Paul was angry because she had a lot of problems, and now a monster appeared. Suddenly, the genie said that the place where the monster appeared was not far away, and asked Paul what they were going to do. Paul said that they needed to change their strategy, because if they went to fight, the whole town would definitely notice them. But despite this, she said that it is necessary to go, because what will be here is in danger. This really surprised Jane, because it seemed to her that Paul would not do this under any circumstances. After a few seconds, the two girls quickly left the comfortable chairs and ran. Meanwhile, on TV, they told about the numerous deaths and disappearances of people in Ireland. Maxim and Carilo listened carefully to the news because it was really shocking numbers. 20 people went missing. The heroes also listened carefully to all this and followed all these events. Even in the temple, which was located on the top of the mountain itself, the monk was also affected by these events. Juri and his new friends listened carefully to everything that was said on the TV. The two girls quickly jumped on the roofs of all the buildings in the city. They tried to run as fast as possible to reduce the number of victims. They flew faster and faster. Paul saw some explosions, and it was really interesting, and it seemed like the same monster was there. Then she quickly landed not far from these explosions. All the people screamed very loudly and ran away from the scene to save their lives. But when Paul came closer to the terrible monster, she was really very surprised, because she could not believe what she saw. She saw how some familiar young man destroys a terrible monster. She saw that the hands of this young man were very similar to the hands of her former partner. And the hairstyle was identical to that of Kellen, and it seemed that it was really Kellen. But she could not simply believe this, because she herself saw how Kellen lay dead. The events are brought back to the past, where James was sitting on a bench and bitterly crying over the loss of his son. Kellen very much because he was one of his best warriors. After all, he only recently accepted James into his family and began to treat him well. It was very overwhelming gender, because it was difficult for her to emotionally endure all this. Then James apologized to her because he understood that she was also very hurt. So James decided to take control of the situation. Suddenly, the waiting room said, "I'm going to the first floor." James was surprised because he did not understand why Paul told him this. Paul explained to James that those were the last words she heard from Kellen, and suddenly the same unknown man turned to her. It was really a living Kellen. Paul was just amazed. She couldn't believe that this could be real. The Kellen was really alive. He was also very confused because he did not expect to see the floor behind him, who wanted to cry. Then the Kellen suddenly jumped very quickly into the air and wanted to run away. But suddenly another unknown person appeared from the side and flew towards him. This unknown monster hit him hard in the stomach. It was quite painful, and Kellen couldn't understand what it was. He just didn't expect it. Meanwhile, Paul and from below carefully followed all the events that happened above in the air. She looked and saw one very interesting detail indeed. She noticed that one of the hands of the person who hit the Kalena was simply blue, like a monster's. It was a really powerful blow, after which the Kellen flew really far. The impact was so strong that the ocean broke through several roofs of strong buildings and flew on. He broke through the roofs of houses further and lowered everything around. Finally, he managed to get acquainted, but he hit hard on the stone cobblestones lying there. Meanwhile, Paul kept a close eye on the unknown bad guy who fled the scene. This monster came back to Paul. He looked really terrible. It was not clear who he really was. Paul was also very surprised because she had never seen such unknown persons and niches in her life. Then the terrible monster began to run quickly and flee from the scene. She saw this and realized that she needed to start acting immediately or catch up with him. She quickly jumped from the roof of the building and started running after this monster. Jane did not understand why she began to react so sharply, and it seemed that something was wrong. But Paul did not pay any attention to her friend. She just tried to catch up with this terrible monster. She ran as fast as possible and pushed away from different houses. After a while, she ran and stopped in one place. What she saw really impressed her. She had never seen anything like it before. Paul saw two men who looked like superheroes holding Kellen captive. She did not understand at all what was happening right in front of her. Then Jane caught up to the floor and also saw this picture in front of her. She could not believe that the boy standing in front of them was a Kellen. Jane was also very much surprised and could not understand what a fool was going on. She didn't know the boys who held Kellen's hands, although they looked like heroes. Now her eyes were glowing, and everyone knew that now was a very strong battle indeed. No one understood why these people had come. Two evil ones, the superheroes, were told that they were only doing what Ivan told them to do. Paul asked them who Ivan was because she did not know him. They said that this boy they were holding belonged to Ivan and they had to get him back. But the superheroine stood up to them and told them to give this boy to her, otherwise it will be worse. Suddenly Ivan appeared and said that he really had no luck today. Paul could not understand what kind of hero he was and why he behaved so calmly. Jane also did not understand what was happening and why the third evil monster appeared. Ivan just sat on the bridge and said that he could not imagine that two superheroes would appear in front of him. He said that not even Carol knew anything about their arrival. Paul was really surprised because she did not understand who Carol was talking about, this unknown monster. Jen also did not understand who and what this unknown man was talking about and why he had come here in the first place. After some time, Paul decided to ask the boy if he was the same Ivan they were talking about. Ivan said that it was him, and also said that St. Paul fought really badly without her costume. Paul told Ivan to just shut up or she would just kill him right here. And he also told you that he didn't want to fight. He just wanted to talk and said she could ask him questions. Ivan said that he does not want to get into a battle with the best supermen of this generation. Paul and Jane looked at him intently and couldn't understand what he was getting at. He said that if he were to fight against these two superheroines, he would lose 80% of his strength. He said he didn't want to kill himself, so he wanted to talk. Kellen, and he told you that he simply saved him and gave him a new life, so he is no longer the Kellen she knows. This really surprised Paul. She couldn't believe what Ivan said. Jen could not understand how Ivan managed to save the dead Kellen. Ivan said that he had to try to get his head back in place. But as it turned out, the Kellen tried to escape from him, and it was terrible. Kellen again. Then she quickly jumped up or jumped over the whole bridge between which they were standing. After that, she went straight to these evil superheroes and was ready for battle. But Ivan would just calmly say no to all of this and was not preparing for a fight. Jane also did not understand what her friend was doing because it seemed to her that it was too dangerous. Then Ivan opened his mouth and calmly said that she can do whatever she wants, but he will not give her the Kellen. After that, the front floor became a large half-human monster and took her by the shoulder. After this action, there was an explosion and a big light. Ivan said that this would be the end of the dialogue and went into the phase of fighting them. As it turned out, Paul simply tore apart this superhero who fought monsters. The monster's head just flew high into the air. He was already completely dead. After that, all the body parts of that terrible monster fell to the ground between the two superheroes. Kellen was really surprised because he didn't understand what Paul was doing. Another evil superhero was furious because he saw how his partner was killed. Jen was confused because now she understood that maybe Ivan would attack them all soon. But Ivan remained calm and simply marveled at how Polu destroyed his ward with one blow. Then Paul held out her hand to Kellen to help him. Then she took his hand and wanted to lift him up and put him on his feet. But suddenly, this moment, another evil monster decided to strike the holy floor. He swung very hard and was right in front of St. Paul's face. Then he struck a very strong blow, but as it turned out, the floor did not react at all. This caused a lot of fear in this monster because now he felt the power of a superheroine. Then Paul easily took his hand and began to break it. She started twisting his fingers and making him really hurt. Then she gave him a strong blow with one of her hands, and a light layer appeared inside him. After this impact, there appeared some really very powerful and strong beam to the very space. Paul realized that she had simply destroyed this monster with her one blow, and although she didn't use all her power against the terrible monsters, after that, Paul was really angry and told Ivan to call his other monsters because she didn't believe they were that strong anymore. This surprised Ivan very much, because it seemed to him that he knew some other information. He realized that he makes full use of long-range attacks, but only hits up close. And he also saw that the light appeared only when someone touched her body. He also noted that her power was in truth very powerful and almost limitless, and she could destroy everyone with a single blow. And Mr. understood that he could only marvel at this ability, because Paul was many times stronger than he thought. Before that, he noted that she was really very resistant to blows. After all, this guy hit her really hard because he was a superhero. And despite this, she didn't care, as if it was very easy for her at all. It seemed to Ivan that Paul simply consisted of explosions and destructive force. After all these blows, the temperature all around simply increased. It seemed to him that Paul was supported by the sun itself. Paul told Ivan to call the other monsters so she could deal with them quickly. She was very angry and wanted to kill everyone because they were killing people. But Ivan laughed and said that she really had a very good talent. Suddenly, at that moment, the boy with blue hair started giving out springs of life. This really surprised Paul. She didn't expect it at all. Then he rose and rose to his feet after a mighty blow. Paul was really surprised. She was sure the monster must have been dead for good. Suddenly, at that moment, the evil monster began to scream very loudly throughout the street. A strong and green tail appeared behind him. It scared Paul a lot because she had never seen anything like it before. But Ivan carefully watched all this and just laughed. The boy came to life and became even stronger than he was before. It was truly amazing. Paul couldn't believe that an ordinary young superhero had a monster tail. Then he decided to give a really strong and mighty blow with his tail. He swung hard and almost hit Paul, but luckily she managed to jump up. While in the air, she noticed one very interesting detail. She noticed that he had poison on the tip of his tail, which was unusual. She noticed that the size of this tail was several times larger than the young man's, and it seemed as if he had simply taken this tail from someone else. Meanwhile, the young man jumped into the air to St. Paul and wanted to continue. But Paul was relaxed and not ready to attack this terrible monster. Then this monster started screaming very loudly, and his eyes were glowing with paint. He was really ready to destroy everyone. Then the boy began swinging his very large tail to strike. Paul was completely surprised and began to try to dodge all his attacks. It was not clear who was winning because they were both spinning around. Then I told you that it would be really more difficult for them to fight in the air, and I asked you to stick somewhere to the end. He promised not to forget his efforts and determination. Then he turned and tried to go, but he saw in front of you some very large and strange shadow. Then he lifted his head up to understand what kind of strange object was above him. He saw that it was some really very big and massive stone that was falling right on his head. This stone fell right in the middle of this bridge, and there were big cracks in the bridge. Fortunately, Ivan managed to avoid this big stone, but it was a really strong blow. At that moment, fragments and remnants of this stone continued to fly and scatter in different directions. There were really big explosions all around because of this big rock, so Ivan jumped up. When he was in the air, someone asked if his name was Ivan, and this surprised the boy very much. It was some woman flying right in front of him. She said to forget that he is also a person. Ivan recognized this woman as Jane Sonata, but something surprised him. It seemed to him that she was different. Jane said that they would easily deal with him and his charges now. Jane said that it was really a pity for them, because now they were dead, and all their lives they had served such scum as Ivan. But Ivan calmly said that he was not going to run away, and that he had only come here for the Kellen. This pissed off Jane because it seemed to them that Ivan was talking some complete nonsense. Then Ivan calmly looked at Kellen and said that now something else is happening, and he said that Kellen is not himself now and behaves differently. He said that because of his internal panic, he has little control over himself. Ivan compared the fawn to a fawn that was recently born and was very afraid of the world. Ivan said that he does not remember who he was in the past world, and this explains all these problems. He said that Kellen does not even remember why he ran away from Ivan. He said that he is fully responsible for the life of Kellen, and he cannot just give it away. But Jane was very annoyed and did not want to listen to all this delusion of Ivan. Then she became even more angry and began to attack Ivan. Suddenly, Ivan felt how all the stones began to tremble. It was really unexpected. He could not believe that she really had such a strange superpower. He trembled. Jane asked him to just surrender, or else something very terrible would happen to him. Meanwhile, near one of the stones, there was a metal drone in the air. It was a drone with a camera that carefully filmed all these events that were happening. The boys who were in the temple carefully watched the news and listened to all the events that happened in Ireland. They were all sitting in front of the TV and listening to the mass attacks that were there. The news should have said that the monster was not found, only superheroes were. Jane, who was whole in the air, and Ivan, who was hiding under his mask, were visible. The old grandfather was in shock because he could not believe all this. The jury also happened. because there was the same Jane who worked for the government and helped people. Then they were informed of another struggle which was in the air where it was possible to see something. Then at that moment, Khan returned home and was really surprised because he didn't meet anyone. All Khan saw was how all the people were watching the TV intently and just ignoring him. In fact, it is very strange and interesting at the same time that they all look like that. All the experts and management claimed that she was closely following all of this and was also watching. Suddenly, Ben realized that Jane and St. Paul were in the video, and it really surprised him. Then James saw a boy in a hat he was pretending. Ben didn't understand what was going on because Paul said she was just going to look for Sui. James was really scared because he did not understand why Paul went there and what she was up to. Meanwhile, strong stones continued to fly at great speed towards Ivan. Because of these stones, there were really a lot of explosions and destruction in the city. Ivan ran very fast and tried to avoid all these stones flying after him. Suddenly, he noticed that these were not ordinary stones, but something more interesting. He was crushing all these stones, but they just didn't break, and it was really very strange. It seemed to him that the stone just belonged to Jane, and Jane was pushing it. Then he noticed another very strange detail. The stone continued to fly quickly through the air to hit him. Ivan said that these were not grinding stones from the roads. They were some new kind of stone. The speed of these stones was almost the same as the speed of Ivan himself, and even if these stones fell to the ground, they still continued to haunt Ivan and cause him trouble. In addition, the trajectory of the flight of all the stones seemed really strange to him. Ivan thought that every stone flies as if according to its own will and has some kind of intelligence. Meanwhile, Jane just hung in the air and watched carefully as Ivan ran away. He felt as if these stones were looking at him and just wanted to destroy him. He didn't understand how it was possible to control them remotely, and it was really interesting to him. The field that was flying in the air seemed to control all these stones and direct them towards him. Suddenly, a large stone appeared in front of Ivan's face. Then Ivan quickly jumped up to avoid the impact of this stone. That big pile of rocks that used to be in the back completely destroyed him. But then Ivan noticed that other stones appeared and began to chase him. He jumped up to avoid the blows. Then Ivan saw another stone flying towards him from the air. He realized that he only needed to dodge these attacks. He noticed that this stone had become several times larger, and this really surprised him. He understood what was happening, and it looked as if it was not a stone at all. Ivan was in the air and watched as the large stone began to simply disappear. As it turned out, it was Jane who had turned to stone and was now trying to strike. Then she hit Ivan hard in the face with her fist. The blow was very strong because Ivan did not expect it. After this blow, everything where Ivan flew was simply destroyed and only the brochure remained. He continued to fly and destroy everything in a row. He destroyed many cobblestones. But in the end, he managed to stand up and recover from this blow. He put his hand to his head and realized how painful it was for him. Suddenly, Jane noticed an interesting detail. She saw that there was a mark on her stomach from Ivan's blow. She then realized that he had delivered the blow while she was attacking him, even though she had really hit him hard. Jane also realized that he had very good reflexes, even though she had the same speed as St. Paul. Standing, Jane said loudly that his counterattack was really good. Everything surprised Ivan, and he thanked her for this compliment. But then he said he understood everything, and it was really obvious. Jane didn't understand what Ivan was talking about, and it started to scare her a little because Ivan remained calm. Ivan said that he had a feeling that Jane had several souls in the stones. Events then flashed back to the past where they were together with Jane. Sui said that Jane is really a magician because she can control so many stones at once. But Jane said that it was only stones and she could not move other objects. She said that these stones are called hedge and they are special. Jane said that each of the stones has its own soul and consciousness. Sui was really surprised and couldn't believe what Jane was saying. Jane said that these are really extraordinary stones and she can control them. Suddenly, Jane turned into one of these strange stones, which scared Sui a lot. Jane said they could even be interchangeable. Sui was really surprised because it looked very impressive indeed. She said she was the last of those stones. Her friend was really shocked and couldn't believe it all, and it seemed impossible. Then after some time, both girls went home. Ivan then asked what Jane thought of his guesses. Jane was really surprised because she couldn't believe what Ivan was saying because he was right. How well he understands the opponents, how he managed to learn all this information. Then Ivan said that he had a hopeless feeling because he was fighting against 80 people. Then Ivan reminded her of another forgotten thing. But suddenly the same monster with blue hair fell to the ground. It was St. Paul who easily killed this terrible monster. Paul was really very angry and her eyes were shining with anger. Costa was lying on the ground, already completely dead and defeated. But Ivan did not react to this and remained calm. Then Ivan said that he had never felt death so close to him. Then Ivan asked St. Paul how she felt, because he felt that she had less strength. The superheroine was really very angry with the boy and just wanted to destroy him. Ivan understood that Costa was a really serious opponent because he also had a deadly poison in his tail. Jane could not believe that Ivan united a scorpion and an ordinary superhero. Then Ivan calmly and coolly continued to look into Paul's eyes. But suddenly that moment Paul said she was already in the middle of her body. After all, near the cheek you could see how this evil superhero managed to injure Paul. Ivan was really surprised because Paul didn't die, which meant she had a really good regeneration. Then Jane landed on the ground and said that Ivan can really play with the bodies of people and superheroes. After that, Jane said she wanted to ask Ivan one question. The evil man is actually interested in what the superheroine wants to ask him. She told him about Sui, who wanted to catch him, but then she disappeared. Ivan said he didn't know her, but she must be dead by now because most superheroes die when they contact them. This was very surprising, and they believed that her friend was already dead. Paul was also already surprised because it seemed to her that Ivan was telling the truth because he remained calm. Ivan said that he doesn't even remember the faces of those people and superheroes he killed. He said it didn't matter. After that, Jane became very angry. Many veins appeared on her face. She stepped forward and asked Paul to step back because now Ivan was going to be in real trouble. But Paul remained calm and attentively watched it all, and it seemed that something was wrong here. Then someone new quickly jumped next to all these superheroes. Jane was surprised because she did not understand who it was. Paul was also scared because it seemed to her that Ivan could have just called his team. But as it turned out, Ivan was also surprised and did not expect anyone. Jane said that something big was really coming towards them. They saw some strange things and strange sounds coming from around the corner. These unknown objects ran faster and faster and created a louder noise. As it turned out, there were really a lot of them, and they all ran in different directions. They ran so fast that no one could even see them. But then Ivan realized who it was, and he was really very surprised because he did not expect this. It was Ivan's entire team. He was surprised by how quickly they managed to come. Ivan's whole team looked really terrible, and she was worried that Ivan was on the verge of death. Then Paul asked if Ivan's entire team was gathered here. But Jane then became frightened, because she understood that there were really quite a lot of them. After that, Ivan calmly replied that all the best superheroes were already here. Ivan said that St. Paul was too self-confident, because there were many times more of them. Suddenly, the television stopped working in the temple, and they could not see the picture. Everyone had this situation because the broadcast was simply broken. No one understood what happened. Then the TV presenter reported that their drone was hit by a large stone. All the members of the temple were really surprised because they understood that a hot moment was coming. Khan was really surprised because he understood that many new superheroes took part in these battles. Then Jane told Paul that she saw something really unusual. She said that she sees one familiar face in Ivan's team. This greatly surprised Paul, and it seemed that all the participants were unknown. She said that the blue monster standing before them was one of the battle. Jane said it was the same monster she lost against, and it was very strong. Although Jane could win, the monster was very powerful indeed. She said that his ability is that he can shed his skin. Suddenly, one member of the gang called Ivan over to tell him something. He said that one new problem. Ivan did not understand what this guy was talking about because now there is a really important battle. He said that Carol had disappeared and that someone had most likely just kidnapped her. Then Ivan became really very important and could not believe that it was all true. The other boy was really surprised because he did not expect such a reaction from Ivan. Superhero Girl also did not understand what was happening now. Ivan then asked why they had come to him if they could just be looking for her. The evil red monster that looked like a superhero was just silent. Other participants also did not want to say a single word because Ivan was the main one. Paul and Jane sensed that something really strange was going on here. But then one of the participants said that it all happened here somewhere. It must be Carolo. This surprised Ivan very much. He could not believe in such a strange coincidence. The boy said that the waters followed the footsteps of the one who kidnapped Carol and arrived here at the place where Ivan is. He said that they were strictly following the hot tracks of the thief. He said that Carol should definitely be with them somewhere, but Ivan was surprised because he did not feel Carol's power. He said that it was necessary to find her, and that was the most important task for everyone. But he also asked Ophir to take care of Kellen. Then the evil monster began to squeeze his big, magical red hand in a strange way. Suddenly, his hand became several times larger in one moment. Jane didn't understand what was happening. It was like some new mutation. Paul was also surprised because the conversation turned to her former partner, Kellen. Suddenly, the hand of this monster became very long at one point and climbed somewhere. This very long and strong arm reached out to Kellen and wanted to grab the boy. And suddenly, at that moment, a large stone fell on her hand and prevented her from grabbing Kellen. The evil monster became evil because he did not expect this. Then suddenly, another monster quickly ran up to Kellen. Then, with his foot, he pushed the stone hard to the side so that they could take Kellen. After that, a large, heavy stone completely smashed against the wall. The evil monster told Kellen to get up and walk with them. But Kellen just looked down and did nothing. He disobeyed the boy. Suddenly, the evil monster saw something really strange. He saw that some strange smoke was coming from the stone. It was very unexpected. After that, the boy was sure that it was not an ordinary stone, but something else. Jane was pleasantly surprised because she understood that the newcomers did not know about her stones. Then suddenly some unknown blue portal appeared around Jane. All the other members of the gang were in shock because they did not understand what was happening to this woman. All of them felt a very great and powerful pressure acting on them. Then Kamenov rose into the air and called others with her. Other stones also suddenly began to rise into the air, and something really strange began. Ivan realized that all these stones were turning into some new object. Jane was really angry and said that all superheroes can prepare to die. But then suddenly someone behind called Jane and asked her to wait. Jane did not understand what was happening or who was calling her. Paul also didn't understand who was standing behind them, and so she turned around. What Paul and Jane saw really surprised them. They saw Sui holding Carol in her arms. It was a really unexpected twist. Then Jane went down to the ground and calmed down. She was very glad that her friend was alive. Then the young superhero quickly ran to the women. Sui quickly threw Carol in the air and started hugging Jane. She was also pleasantly surprised. Then Paul began to react and caught the falling Carol in the air. But Paul was really angry because she couldn't understand what it was. She saw that it was just some small child with a cute face. It really surprised her, and she couldn't believe it was really Carol. She realized that she was not even a grown woman, but just an ordinary child. Ivan was very frightened and surprised when he saw Carol. But suddenly he became angry because he did not understand what the other person was. He looked at Sui and couldn't understand who she was or why she did this. Then one monster's leg suddenly became very angry and destroyed a bit of the cobblestones beneath it. This evil monster turned to Ivan because he wanted to offer something. Ophir said that they all can easily defeat all these stupid superheroes. Sui was scared because she heard the conversation. Paul couldn't understand how this was even possible and how the monster spoke. Jane was also confused by this. But Ivan said that these superheroes are not as simple as they seem at first glance. But the monster did not want to listen to Ivan and said that he would do everything himself. Then Ivan thought about it and realized that it was necessary first of all to free Carol from their captivity. Alexander Cullen was an evil superhero and closely guarded his former partner Paul. After that, Jury got very angry and said that they just lost their fear. She began to threaten the evil people that she would kill Carol now if they attacked. This greatly surprised the monsters, for it was indeed a very bold concession. Jane wanted to stop her friend because she thought she was doing something wrong. But Sui continued and said that Carol was really very important to the monsters. Ivan was surprised because he didn't expect Sui to know so much information about them, so he asked if she helped Kellen escape. But the superhero replied that she knew nothing about Kellen and had nothing to do with it. This answer surprised Ivan. He wanted to hear something else. He then told them to give Carol away or they would do a lot of bad things too. Then he turned to Paul and asked if she really wanted war. Ivan promised to make this war truly the last for all superheroes. Sui called St. Paul to consider the right decision. She looked intently into her eyes and just kept silent and thought. Ivan said that they had not yet seen even half the strength of these warriors. Paul was really serious and thought about what Yvonne told her. Everything around was on fire and there was a lot of battle damage. Ivan said that after the battle, other innocent people will also suffer greatly. So if she doesn't want it, you just need to stop right now. Sui turned to Paul, hoping she would answer. Paul just kept quiet and thought about the best solution for them all. Jane also said nothing and waited for St. Paul's answer. Suddenly, unexpectedly for everyone, St. Paul turned to Ivan. Ivan was surprised and asked what decision she made. Then Paul asked if all the souls he brought back to life were forever enslaved by him. Ivan realized that Paul wanted to know about the situation with her former partner. He said that every new life he gives serves him as a new master, but his orders are only a priority for the monsters, and they themselves decide how to act. All these monsters also do not remember what happened in the past and think only about the future. But in the case of Kellen, everything is a little different, and he himself does not know why this happened. This superhero somehow managed to break contact with the owner. So to solve this problem, he needs to take Kellen with him. Meanwhile, Paul listened attentively to everything Ivan was talking about. She said that her former partner was not himself, then she made an exchange for a baby. It really surprised Jane. She just couldn't believe it. Sui was also surprised, but realized that there were no other options. After that, Ivan thought very hard about her proposal. Then he called his monster slave named Cullen. Then Cullen tied Kellen by his shoulders and got ready. After that, he threw Kellen hard across the entire river. Paul agreed to this and threw the small child forward as well. Ivan easily managed to catch the little kid. Paul also caught her partner and gave him a big hug because she missed him. Suddenly, Ivan lifted a small child into the air and asked what had happened to this child. But Sui said the young child simply fainted when she saw her. Jane then turned to Ivan and warned him that if the number of victims continued to rise, she would take action. But Ivan just calmly looked at the angry Jane. Then he just laughed at her because she was acting too smart. He thanked Jane for not killing him today and said goodbye to the superheroes. After that, he and his entire team jumped high into the air, and they all flew back to their secret base. But suddenly Paul saw that a man was standing on the other side of the river. He stared at Paul intently with his scary eyes and didn't want to go. Paul looked at him carefully. He seemed really unusual to her. But then the scary evil superhero turned his head to the side, and he jumped high and fast to the very clouds to catch up with his gang. Sui didn't understand why this evil monster was looking at them all so strangely, as if searching for something. But despite this, all the girls decided to just go home and rest. The next day, the government sent a deitic unit to the battlefield to inspect everything. According to research results, Saints Paul and Jane took part in this battle. The people in the temple watched all this carefully and were really shocked because they could not believe it. In Russia, too, people looked at it and saw that Kellen was resurrected. And was not dead, it was really a shock to them. Other strangers were also watching and couldn't believe it. The mystical stranger said that Kellen was permanently dead and he couldn't just resurrect. Then one man gave an interview and talked about how the red-headed monster hit the monster hard. He talked about how it was definitely Kalen, and he was fighting against terrible monsters. He talked like that about how Kellen had defeated that terrible monster of the city. They all said that they definitely saw Kellen, who was on the team with St. Paul. The U.S. government said it would try to get the full picture of the situation and understand what happened. Also, 2 other unknown persons could be seen from the surveillance cameras. They said James's unit would try to resolve the situation. They also said that they would hold a press conference later and answer all the questions. Meanwhile, the politicians were really very angry about this whole situation. It was also reported that there were 10 victims and 1 man died, but luckily it was not that many. Witnesses also saw how stones simply flew in the air. Witnesses reported that these stones protected them and their places during the battle. Ben and James were really shocked and couldn't believe it all. Then the door to their laboratory opened and St. Paul entered. Ben and James were pleasantly surprised to finally see her. The superheroine apologized to them for not being present for a long time. She also brought 2 more people into the room, Jane and Sui. James was pleasantly surprised because he did not expect to see others. But Ben didn't understand who they were or what they were going to do here in the lab. Ben extended his hand to the beautiful girl and greeted her. Then Sui rushed to hug him and was very happy to meet him. But then she said that she had gone a little too far. It was clear that Ben fell in love with her immediately. Then Jane met James and said she had heard a lot about them. James said that since he has spent a lot of time with superheroes, he easily recognizes them. He said he saw great strength in Jane. But then Ben decided to ask St. Paul about her partner. Paul said they had flown in together, but now he's feeling really bad and resting. Then she pulled the writing board to her. She took the blue marker in her hand and asked if she needed to tell the first one. Sui said that it was dangerous, but she managed to follow these evil creatures for several days after. She said that she would tell everything that she had learned about Ivan and everyone else. But then suddenly someone called James. It was unexpected. Someone said they wanted to go into the conference room. Paul understood what was happening and who wanted to enter their hall. James was amused and asked who else wanted to join them in the hall because everyone was already there. Then the assistant said it was Ketchup. It really surprised everyone very much. James's assistant said that Dion had broken through all the security and was now heading towards them. Everyone in the room was really confused because they didn't understand what was going on. Meanwhile, the weather in the forest was really very good and the sun was shining. Khan sat on a rock and looked straight up. The old teacher unexpectedly asked him about what. Khan thought about it. He said he just felt something really weird. This confused him. Then the old teacher said that Kaniva should listen carefully to what he had to say. He said that he understands that Khan is troubled in the soul right now, but it is just a transitional age. Khan said that there is still something very strange going on around him and he can feel it. Then the old grandfather was surprised because he understood that Khan had a better sense of absence than he did. Khan just looked at the stones that were right in front of him and thought. But suddenly some strange sounds were heard from the stones. It was a voice. The old grandfather suddenly heard this and was really very surprised. He began to listen in order to better hear where these sounds were coming from. Then he followed these sounds and wanted to find the source of the sounds. He was walking straight to the stones and suddenly he saw something. The old grandfather saw that behind the stone lay some strange brown thing. He went there to see what it was. But when he went there, he saw that there was only a rabbit sitting on a stone. The rabbit was looking at the old grandfather carefully, and it was suspicious. The old trainer did not understand why this hare looked at him so strangely. Suddenly, it is a hare that quickly jumped somewhere on the stones. It seemed to the grandfather that he was just worrying in vain and everything was fine. The Khan very loudly, and he raised his head. Someone was calling very loudly for the superhero and grandfather and asking where they were. It was the jury, he called everyone, because the food was already ready. Then the old house suggested to Kaniva to go and have something to eat. But suddenly those strange sounds started again from one of the stones. On one of the stones there was something that was just loudly calling someone. But suddenly this face simply disappeared somewhere and only the smoke from it remained. Kanevi was really suspicious because he understood that something was wrong here. Meanwhile, the main and evil monster asked the other if he had been caught. He said he wasn't caught, but he couldn't be sure. Scary evil monster boy sat attentively and thought. He asked the blue big monster, which Khan answered. Then the monster stood up and asked the blue monster why he was giving him such an answer. But the blue monster does not understand what this evil man is talking about. He asked him again if they had spotted him and wanted to kill him. But another monster standing nearby said to stop fighting, and they said that the fan reacts too sharply to the situation. Then the terrible evil guy named Fan turned to the other monster. That monster said that Benvish didn't get caught and definitely no one saw him, but he said it was better to leave them alone because the white cap had a feeling. He said to just wait because they have time. He said that the blue one did a really good job because he was following him the whole time. He said there was no point in continuing to do this because they wouldn't be able to kill him. Then the terrible monster told them to call Behemoth and the others. The blue eyeless monster agreed to this monster's proposal. And Fan was angry, but he understood that it was all right. Then, after a while, Fan said it was time to destroy the white cap. Events are transferred to Ben's office, where the ketchup man opens the door. Dion entered the room where everyone was already very confused. He said he was really quite surprised, too. He asked why they all had such faces as if a monster had visited them. St. Paul looked at him carefully and was really angry. All the other heroes were just silent and looked him straight in the eyes. Then Jane said that she was personally meeting Dion for the first time. She came over and said that it pissed her off that Dion came in here uninvited. But Ben said to end it and not start any more fights. Suddenly, Sui pointed her finger at the ketchup and said that she understood everything. She said that Dion was just bored and that's why he stopped by their office. Suddenly, his manager appeared behind Ben and greeted everyone. James and Ben were really very happy when they saw Rose. Then Dion said to stop talking and get down to business. Superhero was talking about, He said he came here to talk about the White Cap because he had already met him. Paul was really focused on what Dion was saying. Jane was also worried and did not understand what Dion wanted to talk about. He said that several years ago in the Netherlands, there was an event with the appearance of a monster. James said that he remembers this case, and then more than 40 people died and no one could do anything. Where he said that it was he who started to fight against the monster because he was not far from the battlefield. Then Rose's manager realized where Dion had disappeared to on that day of filming. Dion said that it was on this day that he saw the boy in the white hat. He said that he came here to see what would happen and how people would defend themselves. The man recognized Dion and was truly shocked by the surprise. At that time, Diane did not understand who this guy was sitting on the roof. Then the boy simply disappeared and said he would keep his secret. Dion couldn't understand how the boy knew it was him under that black mask. Rose was also in shock, because it seemed to him that Dion had always been very secretive. Paul said that the one they met was named Ivan, and he was also a super person. Paul then invited Dion and Rose to join their team. Then the events transferred to Dr. Oldman as laboratory. A superhero was lying in some blue capsule, and a girl with pink hair was standing over him. Suddenly, the doctor entered the ward and was really surprised. He could not understand who it was in front of the superhero. He was getting really very scared because he did not know this person who was in front of him. It was some girl with pink hair who heard the doctor. The doctor was surprised because he understood that she came again and no one allowed her to do it. But the woman asked the man not to start this conversation again. It was Juvie, and she said she didn't do anything like that, so everything was fine. Then after a while, they both sat and drank tea. Then the doctor asked the girl if it was worth doing all this, but the girl did not know. It seemed to him that the girl was very haughty towards him. She said that she exaggerated something in every joke. She said that it was one of the strongest units in fighting monsters. She said that it was impossible for ordinary people to deal with monsters. The doctor understood everything the girl with pink hair was talking about. Superheroes come to the rescue to save all the people, so they need to work closely with science. But the doctor did not understand what the girl with pink hair was talking about. She said that it is necessary to make weapons and improve their strength. The girl said that the dietic workers were simply bad and did not work well. The workers had no desire to improve everything, and they simply acted according to the instructions. Therefore, she said that it was time for a genius to work on it all. She said that her brother Juri, who lives in Korea, is many times better than all these people. She joked and said he wasn't a genius like her. Sister Juri said she was really interested in working with the doctor, even though he refused to work with dietic. The doctor agreed with what the girl said because she understood it better. She agreed that it was actually very well understood. Then she said that the news about the former partner Paul will now be everywhere. She approached the capsule and asked if the same partner was lying there. The doctor said he had a good relationship with Paul's team and she brought him here. The woman guessed that if the boy was in the water chamber, it meant that he had to be injured somewhere. But the doctor said that he was not injured, he just needed a rest from everything that had happened. Then he said that Callan doesn't remember anything at all about his former life, and this surprised the girl. And it seemed that the superhero simply lost his memory and forgot how to return home. But the doctor objected and said that it was completely different. He said that the superhero really died, but someone brought him back to life. Sister Juri could not believe all that the doctor was saying, and it seemed that it was a complete delusion. The doctor said that he did not like the fact that he could not help the superheroine and superhero. Then Sister Juri looked at him and thought. Then she said that the doctor needs to ventilate because one should never give up. Suddenly at this moment, James was really very surprised to see this. No one understood how it happened, but Sui simply disappeared. Then she suddenly appeared near the blackboard and said that this was her superpower. Everyone was very shocked because they understood that it was an invisible person. But the superheroine objected and said that it was completely different. She said it was called a completely transparent room, and with the help of blood, she could hide herself. Dion was worried because he couldn't believe that it was true. St. Paul was also watching Sui carefully and was very curious about what would happen next. Sui said she could draw something with blood on the ground, and that was one of her powers. She said that when the blood disappears, there is an area where it was just invisible. But if she gets out of this zone, then everyone will be able to see again. But there was one problem, that when someone tries to enter her zone, they completely break her defenses. The girl said that when she saw the evil super team, she immediately created her own zone. Jane said that even though Sui was missing, she believed her friend might be alive. But Dion's manager said he doesn't fully understand how it works. Sui said there were two important points to discuss. She said that for one thing, their lair didn't exist at all, and that was a fact. But then Ketchupman was surprised because he did not understand how it was possible, because she herself said that she was in this secret house of Ivan. But she said it was unreal and it really shocked all the people. Ben could not believe such a bold concession of superheroics. James didn't understand how that could even be possible. She said that there was no such lair, but only a black portal through which she entered there. Paul said that one of the evil superheroes can create a portal with magic. Then Svoi said that behind this portal there was still shelter, and therefore it did not matter where Ivan was. Jane realized that this portal was just moving and their place was moving too, so it was really bad. The girl said that a lot of energy was invested in this portal, and therefore you need to be very careful with it as well. Sly said that Kaylin escaped through this portal and she had nothing to do with it. She also said that they had no control and were just going in and out of the portal. They brought with them the corpses of people through this black portal. Rouse was really very scared because he heard about the corpses of ordinary people. Jane said that Ivan can bring dead people back to life, but then he pays with other lives. Ben understood that this Ivan was just a psychopath and killed people. Then the superheroine started talking about a girl named Carol. She said she was just a normal kid and she was very lonely, and all the gang members were very protective of her. Suddenly, Supergirl said that she overheard the conversation and now knows why they are protecting her. This really interested Paul because it was very strange indeed. Jane also wanted to understand the reason for protecting this innocent child. The little girl said that there will be a very strong battle in Korea where many people will die. Ivan was very interested in this information and he decided to ask her something. He asked her what will happen to the white cap. Will the superhero die in this battle? Carol said she probably did, but she couldn't see it very well. This greatly frightened all the participants who were in that room because they did not expect a big battle in Korea. Sui now said that Paul could continue her conversation because she could talk more. Paul was told that she had already seen this girl at the port of the ships. Ketchupman was very surprised and could not believe it. It seemed impossible to him. She then said that James and Ben found this girl on the surveillance camera. Therefore, it seems that these were not circumstances, but everything was carefully planned. Paul was very worried and scared, because it seemed to her that something was really wrong. She said that Ivan is definitely acting because of the predictions of this little Carol. James was surprised and couldn't believe it. Ben also found the information shocking. Dion understood that this Ivan knew everything that would happen from the very beginning. Jane was also scared after starting this information. Suddenly, someone called St. Paul's phone. It was a doctor, and she picked up the phone and started talking. The doctor asked if she was comfortable talking right now. The doctor said that the boy had woken up a long time ago, but he is only reporting it now. Also, the doctor said that his former student came to him, and she wanted to talk to St. Paul. Sister Jury had some important information for the strong superheroine. Then the doctor gave the phone to Sister Jury to talk. The girl greeted and introduced herself to the superheroine. Paul was really pleased because the girl said that she was a big fan of hers and just laughed. She said her friend woke up and she knows he lost his memory. She said that there is no guarantee that she will be able to restore his memory, but she still has hope. Therefore, she told St. Paul to listen to her carefully and remember everything. Meanwhile, events take place at school. The boys went to the store or to buy some food to have a snack. The guy with the black hair told the fat guy that he eats the most, so no need to be surprised. Suddenly, a hand pulled Khan's bun and said it was her bun. It was the same girl with black-brown hair. She said Kang bought this bun just for her. But Khan started to struggle and told her to give it to him because she took his bun yesterday too. Then suddenly he was standing right in front of the face of this beautiful young girl. The boy with black hair was really very surprised because he did not understand what they were doing. His classmate was also very surprised by what he saw. But suddenly this girl easily raised her hand and held it in front of the boy's face. But then she quickly took it and scratched his face with her hand. After that, it very quickly ran away with the bun, which was for the main guy. The boy's classmates told him to just leave these cute girls alone. But I don't think that the fact that the blow was really quite strong made Conravagi hurt at all. On the contrary, it was even pleasant. Then they all went to their class and proposed to do something. They wanted to play basketball or something else while there was time. Suddenly, a man came in and called Khan by his name. It was the same guy he beat in the arm wrestling tournament. He wanted to fight. He sat down next to him, put his hand on the table and offered to arm wrestle against him. Then the boy with black hair said that the strong man lost every time in the name of Khan, but he wanted to play again. The guy got really angry and said he would pretend he didn't hear it. Then the two began to fight, but Khan suggested that they settle the matter by arm wrestling. Suddenly, the green-haired Gunmu called the fat boy over to him. He was relieved and asked who allowed him to copy his hairstyle. He told the boy to quickly change everything and apologized to him. The blonde was really uncomfortable. Then a man passed by the class and watched Khan defeat the big, strong man. This unknown man with black hair was watching it all intently. People passing by realized that it was Park Gundo, and he went on his way. Then the girls suddenly looked into the classroom because they heard a noise. After that, the girl with black hair told Kaniva that he needed to go to the teacher's room. Khan generally understood what had happened and why he himself was called to the teachers. The events took place in the teacher's office, where the teacher said that Kang did not pick up the phone. He also said Khan skips a lot of classes and is irresponsible. The teacher was really very strict and wanted to expel Khan from the school. But then the old grandfather said that it was all his fault. And he said that it was all a mistake in his upbringing, and he asked for the teacher's forgiveness. But the teacher said that in general the boy is quite good, although he is absent very often. After that, Im Kang went to the door of the teacher's office. Im Kang was really very confused when he saw the old grandfather. He felt like he would never come. He really couldn't understand how the old grandfather came and found the way. The old grandfather carefully looked at Im Khan and said that he would definitely follow him. The teacher said that he understood everything, and that's why they managed to settle this whole situation. Khan was really very surprised, seeing the old coach in such an elegant suit for the first time. The old grandfather said that the jury had given him this suit since the morning. He was late for school if the distance was really very short, but Khan said he was just lost. The old grandfather said that school life turned out to be very interesting indeed, and asked Khan if he liked it. The boy thought and said that he really liked it. It was like his second family. Then the grandfather said that it was good and asked the boy to go to class. Khan then thanked his grandfather for coming today. Grandfather said that Khan was also part of his family, and he enjoyed doing these things. At the same time, the weather was really good on the mountain. Jury stayed at home today because he said he had some business today. The boy said that he was really very sad and uninteresting. Suddenly, one of the trainers saw something really unusual. He looked up and saw that a strange wind was blowing on the mountain. What he saw really scared him. He had never seen anything like it before. Directly above them and above the temple was some very large, giant shadow. They were really all very scared because a big blue head of some kind of monster appeared in the air. This monster drew something very strongly into itself, and because of this created a big wind. After that, he blew very loud and very fast straight ahead, and everything started flying. The terrible monster created just some strange hurricane. After that, some new creatures started coming out of the monster's tongue. They all fell to the ground, and as it turned out, they were some new creatures. The head coach was really very scared because he did not understand what was happening now. In front of him stood some new monsters, which he had never seen before in his life. They were new mutants that looked like some animals. They looked really scary. Suddenly, one mutant named Rafa started spitting something out of himself. The other members of this camp were really very scared and did not know what to do. They saw something like this for the first time in their lives. The head coach could not say anything at all. He was in total shock. He understood that there are many difficulties in the life of a master of martial arts, and all this must be done slowly or gradually. He recalled the words of the head coach who said that you need to forget about your dark past and move forward. All the monsters were really very strong, and the monks did not know if they would be able to defeat them. They carefully looked at all these monks. They were really very interested in what they would do against them. And above them hung a giant blue monster in the air. It had no eyes. Raph was the main monster, and he started exploring the area. Their task was to find the white cap. Then the gorilla monster said that there is no superhero here, and he probably hid from them or just ran away, so he offered to kill the monks. The coach said that the old grandfather was able to guide them on the right path. Then he began to remember the old head coach of the temple who had taught him all his life. So he said they won't give up without a fight because this is their home. He understood that they really had no chance. But they were monks and could not just surrender to monsters. These words really motivated all the students, and they became more self-confident. They were ready to fight to the end. Then he moved his leg to the side and said he would fight with honor. Then all the warriors saw that the trainer was ready and also took a fighting stance. Suddenly, the school started to panic. Everyone was really shocked. It was reported that monsters from other planets were found not far from this place. It was reported that these monsters were currently on Mount Yanfo, and it scared the boy, because all his friends and family members were right there in danger. Then he quickly ran out of the classroom, but a classmate managed to see him run out. And she called him, but he did not look back. She was really curious where her classmate had run off to. The alarm roared very loudly in the city, and no one could understand what had happened. All the people began to panic when they heard that monsters were found far from here. Grandfather just walked and did not pay attention to it, because this happened quite often. But suddenly he realized that all these events were happening right in his temple. So hearing this, he ran very quickly to his temple, and he became very frightened indeed. He ran quickly, jumping from one house to another. Meanwhile, the battle on the mountain had already begun. The monks did not want to give up and fought to the end. The gorilla monster continued to kill all the participants with his strong fist. He hit directly in the face. One monster gorilla's fist was covered in blood, and the other monks noticed it. They looked at how fresh blood was steaming from him, and it was really very scary because it seemed that the boy had died. After all, this monkey was really very strong and dealt hard blows to all of him. But at this moment, the trainer became really very angry with these monsters and wanted revenge. He jumped up and started doing something. After that, he placed his hand on the face of this monster monkey. He covered the eyes and neck of this monkey and wanted to just kill it. The mentor's students did not understand what he was doing because it was very dangerous, but they supported him. But the mentor said that he was just buying time and asked them to run away. He asked them to flee as quickly as possible because time was running out. But the big pink monster just laughed at this strange situation. Meanwhile, the old grandfather continued to run very fast and fast. He was very worried because he did not understand what was happening right now in his temple. Suddenly, the grandfather saw that the boy was also running towards the temple. Khan was very surprised because he did not expect to see his grandfather next to him. Then the two of them very quickly jumped over the roofs of all the buildings to get there faster. They ran as fast as they could because they were very worried. Suddenly, someone called the coach's old grandfather's phone. Then he stopped and saw that it was his head disciple calling him. This surprised him. He picked up the phone and asked how the boy was feeling and what happened to him. But the young man coach told the grandfather not to come there, and the sounds of murder began. With that in mind, the coach told them to wait for him, and they would soon. But the male trainer once again said loudly that they should not come to this temple. No one could understand what was happening and why the coach simply did not come to their temple. The male coach then apologized for raising his voice at the senior coach. It was clear that the trainer turned on really badly and was dying. He said that the end of this place had come. This scared the coach's grandfather very much, but the coach continued to speak. He asked his grandfather to forgive him for all the bad things he had done to him. The monsters noticed that some monks managed to escape from the scene. The blue monster then asked if they needed to wipe everyone out. A pink monster named Rafa said that there was no need to waste time on this and offered to leave. Kwansik was dead, leaning against a scrap of stone. Mengu was also dead. The monster simply destroyed his head and left. All the other monks who were there also died at the hands of the terrible monsters. The trainer asked everyone to run and hide so that none of the monsters could find them. But those people who went to wash things on the river, they left them in order. They saw a large monster and heard their mentor Mungu telling them all to run and hide. Mungu began to cry bitterly and told his grandfather that they had to go back to school because the monsters were heading there now. The old grandfather was really very sorry because he remembered all the problems he had overcome with Mungu and all the fun. He had been with Mungu for a very long time, so he really had a lot of memories. The old man thought of Mungu as his son because they were always together. Then the man cried bitterly and quietly told the coach that he loved him very much and said that he was his father. The big blue monster was in the air and heard all this conversation. The old man was really very scared because he didn't understand why Mungu was telling him all this. Outside approached the young trainer and was really very angry. The elder monster raised his big fist in the air and prepared to deliver the last strong blow to the man. Then the trainer once again told the old man that he had known all his life that he was a superhero and said goodbye to him. The old man couldn't believe that this could really be the end. He also didn't know that Mungu knew about everything. After that, the events are brought to the past, where the coach and the old grandfather are sitting on a mountain. Mungu asked the coach why he calls them his family and loves them. Grandfather said that these words were necessary because it was all true. Then in reality there was a very strong explosion. It was the impact of a monster monkey. The fresh, warm blood of the strong Mungu trainer flew around. The old grandfather carefully heard how the evil monkey monster crushed the Mung. Then he got really angry and completely destroyed the phone he was holding. Khan was watching all of this intently, and he was really very creepy. Then the old grandfather just threw his broken phone on the ground. His eyes were shining. He asked the boy to return to school as fast as he could. Khan was surprised, so he didn't understand why he had to go to school. Meanwhile, at school, 2 students were sitting and looking out the window. One saw a truly terrible thing. He saw that outside the window was a large blue monster that was in the air. Suddenly, the monster began to scream very loudly and gasp for air. It was very loud indeed, so the disciples covered their ears from such a cry. Then the same monsters that were recently in the mountains began to fall to the ground. All the students carefully watched from the window in the courtyard. They were really very scared. They saw a gorilla monster called Von Hoyd. They also saw another scary blue big monster. This big blue monster unexpectedly fell to the ground and lay on its stomach. Some strange things began to emerge from his back. It was mushrooms. They began to move and disperse in different directions. The monkey spoke, said that this boy was not the same here. He did not see his energy. The pink monster thought that the white cap simply hid or died. Then the main monster said that until the white cap comes, they can destroy and kill everything. They wanted to make a good greeting for Behemoth. After that, the gorilla monster began to scream very loudly, inducing panic among people. All the students were very scared and started to run away from the school very quickly because they were afraid of dying. The guys from Gundofu's gang also saw these monsters and were very surprised. The boy with black hair wondered why they were going straight to school. All these terrible monsters were really getting closer and closer to the school where Khan studied. Everyone became very scared because they saw that these monsters started to climb the building. They began to break the windows where the school children of the scary school were very frightened. But suddenly the big blue monster saw something very strange on the top of the building. It was some unknown creature that was going straight down very fast. The monster saw that this unknown person looked like some kind of superhero. When this superhero landed, there was a huge explosion all around and dust rose up into the air. The gorilla monster heard the sounds of the explosions, and it really surprised him. All the monsters looked at how someone came out of the smoke that was after the explosion. The blue monster managed to move far to the side and not die during the explosion. He stood clinging to the window and screamed very loudly. After that, it became clear that this unknown superhero turned out to be a white cap. But this time he didn't have his white cap on and he looked even meaner than he was. Then the superhero jumped up to spring into action. He flew straight at the monster, holding his big strong fist at the ready. After that, he delivered a very strong blow to that blue monster right in the face. Khan was serious and watched the monster closely because he could survive. Meanwhile, the pink monster looked at the white cap but said nothing. Suddenly, a monster appeared behind the superhero and wanted to stab him in the back. But the white cap was smart and predicted this blow. He then punched the monster hard in the face with his elbow and it flew into the building. But suddenly another blue monster appeared above the hero again. This time the main character took the monster by the face with his hand. Then he swung this monster hard and wanted to throw hard. The white cap directed the monster's face straight into the school building. After this strong impact, stones started flying from the school building all around. And in this same school, a big hole appeared after this terrible monster. The other scary monsters were really very surprised because they didn't expect this. This hero was able to kill the Fongoids with one punch. I wish he was without his signature cap. Then the monsters were sure that it was the one they needed. Meanwhile, in the middle of the school, there was also one small but very disgusting monster. All the students shouted very loudly. It seemed to them that now they would surely die, and that was the end. Then someone said that these monsters go up the central stairs. The big young man thought that it was really a complete ass. He was very scared. His classmate was also very scared and did not understand what they were supposed to do. A big scary monster opened its mouth and wanted to eat the girl alive. This girl's friend was screaming very loudly and worried about her. Then suddenly Khan ran very fast up the school stairs. Then he kicked the monster's face quickly and hard. Khan was really very angry and destroyed the monster with one blow. The boy's classmate was simply in shock and could not believe what had happened. And the girl lying on the floor simply lost consciousness due to great fear. Everyone else was also in shock and could not understand what happened now because everything happened very quickly. Then the boy came to his senses and simply calmed down after this blow. Meanwhile, the big pink monster was drawing in a lot of air. Then at one point, he released some kind of red sound wave over the entire city. This wave was indeed very powerful, but did not affect the monsters themselves. A large red layer passed through houses and walls and concrete. Suddenly, this red layer began to affect Khan's classmate. Then a wave began to act on the main guy from Gundaf. Khan also felt something was wrong because he was as if he was hit with some kind of energy. In general, all students who were at school were affected by this strange wave. It continued to spread not only to the school but also to other buildings as well. Suddenly, a big scary monster appeared behind one guy. Khan was very scared because he didn't expect to see a monster there. Suddenly, a monster also appeared behind the other boy and strangled him by the neck. Then the monster behind the girl poked her with its sharp tongue. Kanov became very scared because most of his friends simply died. When he went out into the corridor, he saw even more monsters mercilessly killing people. Then the boy became very angry and understood that he had to act somehow. Meanwhile, the old grandfather coach quickly ran somewhere, jumping between houses. He was racing like crazy because he really wanted to save Khan. Grandfather was running and suddenly saw two monsters standing on the sports field. The gorilla monster saw that someone was quickly heading towards them and was surprised. The pink monster, meanwhile, continued to send its red sound wave across the city. The old man saw this and understood that it must be destroyed. Then he quickly ran past the monsters and delivered a powerful blow to that pink creature. The gorilla monkey was surprised because he didn't even have time to see anything. Another monster standing nearby also did not understand where such speed came from. Then the pink monster curled up and said that it was almost cut in two. The old grandfather asked how they dare to hypnotize the whole city with their monsters. The pink monster said that this is a very interesting and exciting activity. The old coach showed his leg and said that they had learned the language really well. All three monsters were very surprised because usually all people were very afraid of them. But this old grandfather was not afraid of anything and was very impudent. He tore his shirt and said that they must pay for what they did to his sons. Then he threw his tie away and said that the monsters should start getting ready. He pointed his finger at them and said that the end was coming for them now. Then he very quickly jumped somewhere else. But suddenly a big monster monkey appeared above him. The monsters held their hands together to hit the grandfather with them. But the old man stayed put and was very cold-blooded. Then he hit the monster hard and unexpectedly with his wooden leg. The monster gorilla did not expect this blow, so it was very painful. The other monster was very angry and wanted revenge. Meanwhile, the pink monster named Raph just stayed calm and thought. But the old grandfather did not want to give up and continued to attack the monster. He wanted to hit the gorilla's face hard with his hand. But at that moment, the gorilla monster simply dodged his powerful blow. Old grandfather did not expect such a development of events from monsters. Suddenly, a big pink monster appeared in front of the man and screamed loudly. Then the man jumped up to spring into action. The monster wanted to bite the old man, but the grandfather was smarter. Then the old trainer even hit the monster with his wooden leg. He cut the monster's shoulder very hard and it bled. The old trainer's attack was successfully completed. But suddenly he saw a big green fist in front of him. It was a monster gorilla that wanted to punch Grandpa hard. But the old man did not give up and continued to fight with all the strength he had. Meanwhile, Khan's classmate felt very dizzy in her head. An unknown person was standing in front of her and was calling her by name, pointing with a finger. It was Khan. He asked her if she had woken up and seen him. When the girl finally regained consciousness, he asked her how she felt. She was really very scared and surprised. She did not expect to see the boy in front of her, but the girl could not understand what had happened. She felt very bad. After all, she saw in her head how all her classmates died. Khan just kept quiet and looked at everyone intently. After a while, his other friends woke up with severe headaches. Then his friend said that Khan had just protected their old lady. Another classmate was also very surprised and could not believe it. Then Im Kong took the white cap in his hand and put it on himself, and everyone began to understand. The superhero also understood that he simply had no other choice, and everyone was guessing. The headmistress was shocked and said that Khan had really just saved them. The other classmates couldn't believe that Khan had become a superhero among them. Suddenly, very strange noises were heard from below, and the students became very scared again. He carefully considered the whole situation that had happened. Then he stood up, holding his cap in his hands, and thought of something. Then he said that there was no time to talk and he had to go. He put on his cap and said he was glad everyone was okay. His classmates were really crying. They couldn't believe what was happening. Khan was their closest friend, and they couldn't imagine that he was a superhero. A classmate with black hair also cried because she understood that Khanov was in great danger. But Khan promised everyone that he would definitely deal with the terrible monsters. Meanwhile, the old grandfather did not give up and continued to fight. The old grandfather stood in front of the evil monsters and was thinking something in his head. He thought that this gorilla monster was really very strong because old grandfather had never seen such monsters before. He also understood that this monster had a similar speed, and with its speed it seemed to him that it had copied his abilities. The old man understood that this battle could not be allowed to go on for too long. The pink monster saw the grandfather's protector and understood that he was an unusual guy. Meanwhile, the grandfather stood calmly and looked at all these monsters and thought about his plan. The monsters understood that this old man had super strength due to the use of his prosthesis. The pink monster said that the old man was indeed a very interesting person, but he would still have to die today. But the old man did not yet answer him that he was talking too much. Then he raised his head, his eyes lit up, and he said that they had not seen anything yet. Meanwhile, in the US, superheroes continued to have their gathering. Paul said that she wanted to help people from another country as well. But then Ben remarked that it might be a strange case, since it was crossing another country. But Dion said that this invasion was unusual and therefore could not just be left at that. St. Paul said that they all need to gather one big team. She said that Jeans needed to go to the lab as Jury's sister was waiting for him there. James was surprised because he did not understand why this woman was waiting for him. Paul then asked everyone but Jane to stay in America, but Sui asked if she would have enough strength. She replied that she believed that she would really have enough power and only 2 superheroes would be enough. She said it was just her and her friend Jane going. Meanwhile, an evil blue monster was attacking one of the students. The scary monster stuck out its big, long blue tongue. The student was really very scared. But suddenly something flew into the monster's face, really very heavy. It was someone's hand that completely pierced the monster's head. The boy was really shocked because he did not expect this. What he saw really surprised him because in front of him was a white cap, and he couldn't believe it. The white cap carefully looked into the eyes of his classmate. The boy was very shocked and just cried. He could not believe that it was all true. Then the superhero quickly ran out of the classroom and rushed to help other people. The guy just fell to his knees and didn't know what to say because for him it was a total shock. But a few days ago he said that the white cap would save everyone, but no one listened to him. Now his words turned out to be true. But the white cap didn't listen to this and just ran further down the corridor very fast to help everyone. Khan understood that there were too many monsters and they were attacking from all sides. He thought there were 30 to 40 of them, and they were from the 1st to the 3rd floor. He understood that he had no way out and he had to go to the most dangerous place. Very loud screams of humans and monsters could be heard coming from the school building. Many students hid in the gym, but they saw what? There was not only one monster in the gym, there were several times more of them. All the monsters screamed very loudly and wanted to attack and destroy the people. The students did not understand what to do. It seemed to them that they were completely surrounded by terrible monsters. Even the emergency exit was blocked with monstrous monsters, so it seemed to them that they had no more exits. But suddenly they noticed something strange happening in the center of the gym. It was as if these monsters simply merged into one big monster. The students watched carefully and did not understand what was happening now with the monster lying in the middle of the playground. Suddenly, one big blue monster came out of these many monsters whose name was Fungoit. He opened his mouth wide and started shouting very loudly to the whole gym. He was many times stronger and bigger than the other monsters, so he was the boss here. Now it seemed to the students that this was the ultimate finale, because no one could stand against such terrible monsters. At one point, the monster threw its big, long, blue tentacles towards the students. That monster's tentacles were really very fast, and they almost managed to grab one student. But suddenly a white cap burst through the window. It was really unexpected. The big scary monster standing in the center noticed the superhero as well. Suddenly the white cap quickly jumped through this hall. He had a really good plan. The superhero pulled the monster by its long blue tentacles. Because of this, the monster began to scream very loudly and people became even more afraid. Then after some time, one of the students opened his eyes and saw something rather strange. He saw a white cap standing in front of him, fully holding all the tentacles. Now the monster couldn't do anything at all because they were controlled by the white cap. The white cap moved aside with the tentacles. He had one good idea. Suddenly, he very quickly pulled all the monster tentacles towards him with great speed. Because of this, the monsters also headed towards the hero with great speed. And after that, Khan prepared his big shot. He wanted to finish this fight. The monsters were really scared because they understood that now they had no other way out at all. Khan said that this was all happening because of him and hit all the monsters hard. He continued to beat them with his strong hands. After that, there were strong explosions in the school due to the strong blows of the superhero. After a while, the hand of the superhero was completely covered in the blood of these terrible monsters. Khan stared intently ahead. He created a giant hole into which he threw all the terrible monsters. All the other people standing behind were truly shocked, as they noticed that all the monsters had simply disappeared. One of the students recognized the white cap. He couldn't really believe that it was all real. But suddenly the white cap saw that the situation was not over yet. He turned his head to the right. He saw that there were also other blue monsters standing in front of him. He wondered why they weren't attacking him. The monsters just stood and looked at the superhero and did nothing. Suddenly, one of the colors noticed that the terrible monsters were simply retreating. After that, the superhero quickly ran in their direction. He lightly kicked one of the monsters and killed him instantly. Then he took two terrible monsters by the face, and he hit them very hard against each other. The monsters flew away. After that, there was really a lot of blood in the gym from the dead, scary monsters. Whitecap said that the monsters don't even have the right to think about escaping, because today, only death awaits them. Whitecap promised to kill all these terrible monsters today. After that, she was taken to the airport, where it was very quiet indeed. The man walked around and wondered why there was no one here at all. He really wondered why there was no one at the airport due to the alarm in such good weather. He could believe that the monsters were attacking in such good weather. He thought they were stupid. It was Ivan who said that Korea was generally not bad enough. Then there was also one incident in the school on the 3rd floor. The man was just hanging in the air and a lot of blood was flowing from him. It was a teacher who was hanging on the blue monster's tongue and couldn't do anything. The students who were behind him did not know what to do because they were really very scared. The teacher said that the students should all gather and not worry. He asked the students to run away, and the teacher himself will try to detain these terrible monsters. Suddenly, the monster began to scream very loudly. He wanted to do something even worse. The teacher said that the students should remember his words, that they should always be alert and think about the future. The students were really very surprised because they began to remember the words of the teacher, which he spoke. The teacher said that he was really sorry that the students had to live in such a terrible time and asked him to forgive him for everything. Then the monster opened its mouth even wider, and it seemed to him that now the final end of the teacher would come. But suddenly a sports jacket flew into the mouth of this terrible monster. The teacher could not understand what was happening, because instead of a monster, there was only a tracksuit in front of him. Suddenly someone quickly started running in their direction. It was a student. He quickly jumped on the head of this monster and began to tie something from the suit. The teacher was really very surprised because he did not expect to see Gundo here, and Gundo had just saved his life. Gundo then began to shout loudly and asked his friend why he was just standing there and not helping. His strong big friend came out of the classroom and saw this whole scary picture. Then they, together with Gundo, began to push the monster to execute him through the window. But Gundo understood that this would not be enough and something better had to be done. The strong student used all his strength, but the monster was several times heavier. Then they tried to push him, but unfortunately they still couldn't do anything. Gundo then started yelling at his friends because they just stood by and didn't help him. Then after a while, all the students together tried to push this terrible monster out the window. And thanks to their joint efforts, the monster successfully flew out the window, holding the tracksuit on his head. He was falling down with his tracksuit on his head. But suddenly this penalty monster let its long blue tentacle up. The boy was surprised because he did not understand what the monster was doing now. The monster quickly wrapped around this guy's arm. After that, the monster began to pull this guy down towards him, and it was really very scary. Gundo screamed very loudly in pain because the monster was really very heavy and was dragging him with its whole mass straight down. His friends were really shocked because they didn't understand what was happening now. It seemed to them that the boy would simply die now or fall down to the monster. But suddenly the monster quickly rose up thanks to the strong hand of this classmate. Then he took and wrapped his long tentacle around the boy. The boys were really scared because they knew they had to act or Gundo would die. Gundo was in a lot of pain because the monster wrapped him very tightly. Gundo then began to recall a story from his childhood when his father asked him if he was hungry. Although the little boy replied that he was not hungry, the father still offered to go and get something to eat. After that, they left, and the father asked the boy if he wanted to see his mother. The little guy thought carefully because he understood that his mother was in the hospital. So after a while, he made up his mind and said he didn't want to do it. But the father said that the boy simply always hides his true desires. Father said that you need to say what you want about yourself, and it is not difficult at all. Gundo was very tightly bound. It seemed to him that he would really die now. His friends were really scared because they couldn't do anything at all. It seemed to them that the boy would just die from this terrible monster now. Then they came to the hospital where Gundo's mother was. Gundo's father saw that there was a really big fire in the hospital where his mother was. He told his son that he would definitely return soon and asked him to be careful. He said he needed to go to help and asked his son to just wait on the side. The boy was very scared because he did not want his father to just go. But then he courageously said that yes, he will do everything as his father says and began to cry. After that, all the students knew that this guy was really better than the other guys in Gundofu's gang, and he also didn't have a family. The boy walked between two classmates who were talking about the superhero Whitecap. Gundo was really very angry because he didn't understand the point of superheroes. He remembered how he was just lying on the roof of one of the houses and suddenly anxiety began. Then suddenly a strange noise began to be made on the roof of the houses. The boy really did not expect that someone else would climb to the very roof. Then he got up to see who had come to that roof, and he was really surprised because he saw something really unusual. He saw one superhero. It was Whitecap. The Whitecap carefully looked ahead and searched to the alarm, having thought of some plan. Then, after a few seconds, he quickly jumped and galloped between the buildings to the event area. Gundo very much. He did not expect this from the hero. Suddenly, the events are transferred to reality. At that moment, Gundo wanted to see his father. But suddenly, something strange began to happen among the students. It was a superhero who very quickly tried to run towards the boy who was dying. Suddenly, a guy with a metal hand appeared in front of the scary blue sheet. Then he shouted loudly for all the people around to cover their ears. Gundo did not understand what was happening and could not believe that someone had come to his aid. Then this guy shot the monster right in the face, and all around the glass flew out of the building. The blood of this terrible monster also began to drip all around, and shards fell from the windows. The people who were nearby screamed very loudly in pain because this sound was very loud. Then the cyborg boy took his hand away from this horrible monster. After that, the cyborg boy took a few steps back. Gundo is really in shock because he did not expect that someone would save his life. Then all the people were really shocked because they did not expect that the boy would manage to survive. The cyborg boy then analyzed the injured boy and saw that he was seriously injured. The cyborg boy used his laser eye to examine the boy's body carefully. After that, a special unit that fought against monsters. After that, guys with machine guns broke into the building. They asked to evacuate all the students who were in the school. But suddenly, the boy with the metal arm said that no one should leave the school because the situation outside could be even worse. Suddenly, someone asked, or the guy waited. This surprised him greatly, and he turned his head back. Gundo said that he will also fight because he still has strength. But the robot guy said that Gundo was really badly injured and didn't even have a living spot on him. He said that he just better wait for the medics to come and help him. But the boy did not give up and took the robot boy by his leg and said that he wanted to fight. This really surprised the cyborg boy. He thought that this boy was too stubborn. The young schoolboy had a lot of blood, but despite this, he asked to take him with him. This really surprised the cyborg boy. He didn't understand why the young schoolboy wanted to fight so hard with him. The guy just cried and said that he will really fight for everyone until the end. This greatly surprised his classmates. They couldn't believe it. Then he began to think about this guy's proposal. The head teacher was also very surprised because he did not expect his student to say such a thing. Meanwhile, they saw a guy with a lot of blood on his hands. They realized it was a white cap and thought he looked strange. It seemed to them that this superhero was similar to their classmate named Im Kang. They realized that it was really him. The white cap did not even hide his identity. They were shocked because they could not believe that their classmate was a superhero. They shouted that the boy was really good and was saving the world for them. But the white cap at home is only about monsters. He understood that there were still about 10 of them left. Meanwhile, a fierce battle between the old trainer and the monsters was going on outside. The old man landed on the ground after being heavily attacked by monsters. Suddenly, the angry fist of the monkey gorilla flew towards the old trainer. But fortunately, the coach managed to dodge this blow and counterattack with his foot. It was a really strong blow and the monster fell to the ground. But suddenly at that moment, the old grandfather saw some sharp thorns in front of him. Then these spikes flew in his direction and they flew faster and faster. The old trainer began to avoid them because he understood that they were a real threat to him. Metal spikes landed on one of the stone walls and destroyed it. It was one of the monsters that shot those metal spikes at my grandfather. The old man understood that these spikes, or needles, were really strong because they could regenerate quickly. One of these spikes hit my grandfather right in his shoulder. But as it turned out, he managed to get it out of his chest on his own. It was really unexpected. Then he pulled it out and just threw this piece of metal on the ground. The old trainer understood that this monster could handle his needles with ease. He looked like a hedgehog. But at that moment, I realized that the gorilla monster was weaker at long range and wanted to fight closer. The old grandfather understood that these monsters were really very strong and several times bigger than him. Suddenly, he felt a kind of power of dissipation and a rapid beating of the heart. It was really very difficult for him, because it was a very difficult battle for him. His eyes were glowing, which meant that he did not want to give up, but wanted to keep fighting. The big pink monster watched his grandfather closely and noticed something. He said that something really unusual had happened to this grandfather, and he had already realized it before. He flew into the air and said to finish this as soon as possible. Then the big gorilla monster jumped high above the old man and wanted to strike. After that, there was a very strong sound wave in the city. It was all after the monster hit. The pink monster understood that this unusual grandfather was really strong and prevented them from going further. Meanwhile, Ivan continued to explore the city in Korea. He climbed to the top of one of the buildings and saw the struggle of monsters not far from the school. He was surprised because the battle was really very large and there were many destroyed buildings. Ivan said that he knew about a large-scale battle, but he did not expect that it would be so large-scale. Look! He looked at the pink monster and realized that it was all just monsters. He noted that the monsters involved in this fight were truly unusual, and he had never met them before. He said it was a really strange sight, but at the same time it was very stupid. Then one of Ivan's slaves suggested that he simply join this battle, but Ivan refused to do it. Ivan understood that any extra movement could destroy their fate in the future. In addition, Ivan looked up and said that the second phase of this battle would soon come. Meanwhile, the big monkey wanted to hit the grandfather, but he managed to dodge the blow. It was really very difficult for the old trainer, because the monsters were several times bigger than him. But then he realized what he needed to do immediately, because he had an opportunity. He took it and quickly cut the monster's arm into several pieces. It was really unexpected. The big gorilla monster started screaming very loudly from this intense pain. Then the pink monster became really very angry and wanted to destroy the old pensioner. Then he was surprised, because it seemed to him that monsters could not feel any pain. Suddenly, the old grandfather saw something really unusual, which frightened him. Look! He saw his disciple who was missing one arm. The student did not understand why his teacher cut off one of his hands. Look! But the old grandfather did not understand how this was even possible. It seemed to him that it was some kind of mysticism. Then at this moment, the big, strong paw of the gorilla monster hit the old grandfather in the face. It was indeed a very strong blow from the monsters. The old grandfather flew and destroyed everything around. He couldn't stop. He managed to stop only after some time of flight. He was really very surprised because he did not understand what was happening. Suddenly, he heard his student start calling him. He was very scared. Then he looked ahead and saw that all the students of this mentor grandfather were standing there. They came closer to him and were very happy that they managed to meet him. Grandfather did not understand what was happening because all these students died in the fight against terrible monsters. Suddenly, a gorilla monster quickly ran up to the old grandfather and hit him with its hand. Because it is clear that it was really a very strong blow from the gorilla monster because his hand was covered in blood. Then the grandfather became very ill with the duct, and the tension appeared a lot of blood. I realized that he had successfully attacked the old pensioner. Suddenly, the old grandfather's body split into two parts. Everything was really creepy. The gorilla monster was not watching what was happening to the old grandfather's body. Then the head of the old coach finally fell to the ground, and he did not show any signs of life. The pink monster was really very surprised because this man was really a very strong warrior, but he lost here. The big pink monster said that even the strongest sometimes fade and die. Meanwhile, Ivan carefully watched what was happening. He could not believe that this had actually happened. He was looking at the dead grandfather's body. It was really unusual for him. Ivan became more interested because he understood that this grandfather was a really strong superhero. He carefully watched all the events and was even more interested because he did not know that there were so many superheroes. But at one point, the monster noticed that one monster was cut in two. The gorilla monster could not understand what had happened. It seemed to him that it was simply impossible. The other monsters also did not understand because the grandfather's body simply disappeared and their monster appeared. Suddenly, the old coach's hand appeared in the air. After that, the old grandfather hit the gorilla monster hard from his back. The monster gorilla Vacheva was really in a lot of pain, and a lot of blood appeared on his face. The old coach said they hadn't really seen anything yet, and it wasn't even his best. Then the gorilla monster fell to the ground and was finally dead. The big pink monster was very angry. He could not understand what was happening. Then the evil grandfather turned to the big pink monster, which was left alone. The old man was very angry. It seemed that something terrible was about to happen. Suddenly, some red thing flew around. It was like hypnosis. The big pink monster became several times bigger, but did not understand what had happened. He became very hot and very frightened, because it seemed to him that he was losing his strength. He could not understand what had happened. Now he was out of control. Then the grandfather said that in order to feel a person, you need to be in their shoes, and suggested that you do it. And he also said that if he does not distinguish illusion from reality, he will remain in it forever. He came closer to the pink monster and said that its power was very dangerous indeed. The terrible pink monster did not understand what had happened. He lost his power. The old man said that he just borrowed his power from the terrible monster. He said that he can hit the enemy and put his mark on him. And as long as this mark was on the enemy, he could easily receive the power of his opponent. He said that all this time, he was using the superpower of this pink monster in creating these illusions. But the pink monster did not understand what the old grandfather was saying. It seemed to him that it was all untrue. But suddenly, the pink monster began to guess when the old grandfather could put this mark on him. He mentioned that at the beginning of the battle, he was completely focused on hypnotizing the entire world. And then the old grandfather ran very quickly. After that, he hit that monster hard in the face with his foot. The old man said that this attack was just to distract all the monsters. Then he raised his leg in the air and said that people have different reasons to live. He said that only those who really searched find this reason, and even superheroes can do it. The old grandfather began to remember the moments when they were all together in the temple. He really had a lot of fun, and they took good pictures with the new members. He really had a lot of fun, and it was the good times of his life. He remembered his pure temple high in the mountains, but unfortunately it was now destroyed. Then the old man left his mark and said that he would show the monster how to take away the meaning of a person's life. Then he very quickly swiped his wooden leg across the pink monster's face. It was indeed a very strong and powerful blow, after which everything in the place rose up into the air. The impact was so strong that it created a small crater in the ground. The blow completely split the pink monster in two and cracked it. Then this bridge simply split in two and his body fell apart. The body of this monster just fell to the ground, and the old grandfather mostly watched. Suddenly the mark on his face lit up with paint. This dead monster's mark was the same as the old trainer's. He looked at all the dead monsters. They just lay there and finally lost this fight to the people. The pink monster told the old trainer that they lost to Behemoth. This information really interested him because he could not believe it. Suddenly, the old man quickly turned back because he felt something really bad. He was looking back towards the skyscraper, and it seemed to him that something was about to happen. He was focused because his premonitions had never deceived him. But despite these premonitions, in general, everything was quiet around. It seemed to him that it was only a calm state of mind before a strong storm. It was really very quiet, and there was a funny, strange feeling of anxiety in the sky. Even Ivan felt it. There was really a very sharp feeling. It seemed that something was going to happen right now. Ivan just stared straight ahead. It seemed to him that the air would soon explode. Suddenly, they heard something really big coming from underground. It was some big monster rising from the world of the dead. The old grandfather could not believe what he saw in front of him. Ivan was also surprised because he had never seen anything like this before. Then the big blue monster started screaming very loudly. This scream was really very loud. Khan and other people could not understand what was happening and who was shouting so loudly. Superheroes, and it became really very scary because it was an unusual cry. Deity Unit also heard this strange sound and they went to the roof. Other people also did not understand what was happening. They heard a scream coming from the stadium. Gundalf's friends were very scared because it seemed that the situation was getting worse because of... They did not understand that today was such a terrible day for them. A big blue monster was coming out of the stadium and my steam was going underground. Suddenly, a giant purple foot of a horrible monster was visible. She stepped into this stadium and destroyed it. After that, other parts of the body of the terrible monster began to appear as well. The pink scary monster just lay on the ground and repeated the name of the behemoth. In Large Violet, the master said that he did not have any special hopes. This monster was really very big and several times bigger than a normal monster. He said that the attack of the Fongoid did not lead to anything. Then another giant blue monster behind him told the Fongoid to come out and not hide. Then another monster who had many heads named Cheese Humfer also appeared behind the monsters. Meanwhile, the big blue monster hung in the air and was silent. Behemoth said that he saw how Benvish took power from Rafa, and it surprised him. Old grandfather was really shocked because he had never seen such big and strong monsters. It seemed to him that they were all preparing for a war with humanity, and it was to be the same battle. He said that these monsters are even bigger than he imagined, and he feels the situation is really bad. He was interested in whether this monster became several times larger or simply did not change. Then the big Philolet monster came up to the grandfather and said that he was just lost. The old grandfather was very scared because he understood that the situation was really very bad. But suddenly, he decided to strike this monster in the face with his wooden leg. But at this moment, he said that his grandfather had really great speed, and it surprised him. After that, Behemoth hit the grandfather really hard with his big scary fist. The blow was really very strong, so the old coach flew to the side very quickly. He flew very strong and far, destroying everything around. Behemoth was surprised, because it seemed to him that the monsters would be able to easily deal with this grandfather. The old man was hit very hard and his face was bleeding a lot, but he didn't want to just give up like that. But suddenly it became clear that Behemoth was holding the old man's wooden leg in his hand. Suddenly, he completely destroyed her and said that their main target was the White Cap. Therefore, he said that he wanted to easily destroy everyone who prevented him from doing this. But suddenly, some superhero started to move quickly in this direction. It was a White Cap. He quickly flew to the scene where the old coach was lying. He looked down and was very frightened because he understood that the old grandfather was wounded. Suddenly, the other two monsters jumped into the air and were very happy to see the superhero in front of them. Khan was in a bad situation because now he had to fight with others. The old man said that he was too old and that is why the body did not recover so quickly. The man said that it all happened too soon for Khan, but he was sure that even without him, he would be fine. Suddenly, some very strange things began to be created. Behemoth did not understand what was happening because a strange portal appeared. He did not expect this, because someone from the portal called a large monster. It was the same mystical stranger, Nangi, who said to respect old people. He then exited the portal with his girlfriend, Dan Yang. The monster became even more angry because his patience was coming to an end. Nangi then turned to his friend and said that it was not her battle. He asked her to take her grandfather and just stand aside and wait. But as it turned out, the girl did not expect this, and it seemed that she could help. Suddenly, the old grandfather realized that the same guy who was called the Black Cap appeared in front of him. The old coach was really very surprised because he did not expect to see them here. Damien carefully looked under the new eyes and understood that it was necessary to act immediately. She took him on her shoulders and promised Nangi that they would not be far. She also asked this superhero to be very careful. But the boy laughed and said that the day had finally come when she began to care for him. After that, the girl started jumping and after a few seconds disappeared behind the school building. Then the big purple monster asked the boy how he was connected to the white cap. But the boy was very scared because his body was really very big. Then the superhero joked and said that he and the white cap actually have love. After that, the big purple monster hit the boy hard on his face. He was really very angry and gave a very serious blow to the boy. But suddenly, as it turned out, it was not his body. His body simply evaporated in the air. The evil monster was in shock because he did not understand where this young man had disappeared to. Suddenly, this smoke began to move even closer to the hand of this large purple monster. After that, this smoke suddenly turned into some strange black ribbons. The monster understood that the boy wanted to lead him into a trap. It was unexpected. Blackcap joked and said that he thought the purple monster was much smarter. But he said that the big boys are simply no different from ordinary little pawns. Made the purple monster very angry. But despite this, the all-black cap used all his energy and pulled the ribbon. He managed to toss the large violet monster over his shoulder. The monster rose into the air. He was really surprised because he did not understand what was happening now. After that, he flew straight to the stadium of the school where Khan studied. It was a very strong and powerful explosion that occurred in this place. Due to the weight of this monster, a lot of dust was raised all around. Suddenly, a strange creature with red eyes appeared near the black cap. A black cap greeted this creature, a dark reflection. The dark reflection said it threw the boy a lot of work. Despite this, the purple monster did not die and wanted to continue the fight. The dark reflection then asked why the boy started fighting against the monster. But the black cap said that now is not the time to talk, but to work further. She tied the dark reflection on her arm. Suddenly, it turned into a strange weapon which the boy began to wave. Then the dark reflection turned into a beehive of scythe. The black cap said that you need to get out of your comfort zone. The big purple monster was angry and wanted to kill the white cap. Then the big purple monster asked why the black cap climbed straight to death. But the boy said that he himself does not know why he does it. Suddenly, the superhero's face lit up. He said that he is a hero, and his opponent is an ordinary monster. After that, both jumped into the air and continued the fight. Meanwhile, Dan Yan told the old grandfather that all his bones were broken. The girl tried to understand exactly what injuries the old man had, so she used her power in his head. The old man was only interested in whether they could defeat this monster. Suddenly, the old man noticed one strange detail. The girl in the mask didn't talk about what the man's story was about. The old coach said that the girl and her friend were at the airport wearing a white cap. Then he asked what they needed and why they were helping them. He asked if they fought on the side of humanity or monsters. He was very interested in it. He also asked her how he needed to treat her and who they were. But the girl listened attentively and did not say anything. Suddenly, she decided to take off her pink hood. She said that they and Nangi were definitely on the side of humanity. She showed her blue hair and introduced herself to the old man. Meanwhile, Paul and Jane continued to fly to Korea. They had been flying for a long time. Jane said her rocks were doing their best, so they had 2 more hours to fly. Then she said that everything was fine, but it was clear from her voice that something was wrong. Jane said that Paul was too nervous about it. The superheroine said that their presence would not change anything in this battle. Judging by the way Ivan worried about the little girl, we can say that she could tell the future. Jane said that meant the white cap would ultimately die in this fight, even though she wanted to help him. But suddenly Paul said that Jane had stopped talking. Suddenly Jane saw something strange that St. Paul had noticed. She was very scared because there was a very strange thing in front of her. In front of both superheroes were strange symbols with icons. Suddenly, monster hands began to emerge from these strange portal symbols. All these hands moved faster and faster towards the superheroes. Paul was frightened because she did not understand what was happening. At this point, Jane said to hold on very tight. Suddenly, all hands began to destroy the stones that were around. But despite this, the girls continued to move forward, although it was difficult. They dodged the stones that flew around, and luckily they managed to move. Some stones destroyed these strange hands. It was good, but also some hands managed to destroy these sacred stones. Jane then said that some of her stones were completely destroyed. She said those hands were too fast for her. Suddenly, Paul saw one large hand flying toward her and knew she had to act. She recalled that she had already seen a similar hand when an unknown, very strong monster appeared. She was sure it was this particular monster, but also wondered why he was here. But she did not see him. She saw only those terrible hands, which she wanted to destroy. This terrible monster stood on one of the portals and controlled all these movements with magic. After that, he thanked the blue monster and said it was a really good job. Then the boy with long hair said that they needed to meet with Memvarel. The big blue monster understood that it was necessary to act and began to do something. He began to suddenly dive under the water. This was not expected. After some time, the giant monster was completely submerged in water. Then the main evil monster started to go under the water to his monster as well. Suddenly, he began to appear in front of two superheroines, and it was unexpected. He appeared behind them and asked where the two girls were going so fast. Jane was really very scared, because she had never felt such a terrible power before. Paul was also scared because she did not expect to see the main scary monster. Then he kicked both girls with his strong legs and said he had to introduce himself. Jane was not ready for this blow and therefore flew far away. Paul was also not ready for the fact that this monster would hit with his foot. These two blows were really very strong and accurate, so the heroines flew to the sides. First of all, the holy pole quickly fell into the deep, clear ocean. Jane was very scared because she did not understand what would happen to her friend now. Meanwhile, the floor continued to fall into the depths of the ocean itself. Suddenly, she realized that this sacred stone had broken, and it was really very strange. But suddenly, these stones started sticking to parts of her body. It was really strange. It seemed like these stones wanted to do something to her. It seemed as if they wanted to help her very much. Suddenly, these stones lifted the holy floor into the air above the ocean. The monster said the floor was too wet and asked if she liked his greeting. But suddenly, Jane called Paul because she wanted to tell her something really important. She said that these sacred stones become part of her body, and she should think about them and use them. This woman listened carefully to everything her friend told her and began to act. The big monster said it looked really very funny and not scary. He asked Jane if those stones flying behind him were her little army. But Jane just looked at him intently and said nothing to him. The terrible man realized that the main stone must first be destroyed, and then they would probably stop flying. Jane said she recognized the man. It was the same monster that appeared at the airport. Then the terrible man remembered Ketchupman and the fight that had taken place between them. Asked this monster how he knew they would be right here. But he told the saint to wait because he had to speak in this situation. He said that he and all the other unknown persons were monsters who wanted to take over the earth, and all the people who lived on the earth were deceived. He said that superhumans were also very much deceived by humans. This surprised Jane and her friend very much. They couldn't believe it. The main monster said that superheroes did not protect the earth from scary monsters, but did the opposite. He said superheroes were simply never an option, but it was only a matter of time. And the man said that, in fact, everything depended only on Manhwa. St. Polno could understand who the conversation was about, because she had never heard this strange name before, and said that you need to get rid of all the superheroes and especially get rid of the white cap. Then they will get rid of all the problems. Then Jane understood why the monsters appeared in Korea. But the saint still could not believe that it was all true. But you may have said that he thought only the holidays, Paul and Jane, were their biggest problem. Then St. Paul asked if he was the most important among those monsters. The scary man carefully looked at the floor and thought for a few seconds. Then he said that it could be said that it was really true and he was the most important thing. Paul said that if they killed him, then they would stop everything and stop the terrible war. But the terrible monster once again repeated that the superheroes were simply deceived and did not understand anything. Meanwhile, the events were transferred back to the school where Khan studied. The white cap stood in front of two terrible monsters. Blue told the very scary one that it must be finished very quickly. But the other monster with two heads just remained silent. Meanwhile, the white cap carefully watched all the movements of these terrible shots. Suddenly, Danyan saw all the superheroes rise into the air and the battle began. Suddenly, Khan heard in his head that someone was asking him to close his eyes. It was an old grandfather sitting there trying to reach Khan's head. He remembered how they once managed to catch a strong boar. It seemed to him that if the boy closed his eyes, then some of the power would manifest itself. He hoped that it would all really work and Khan would feel real power. The old coach said that he doesn't know any other way, so this is the last way. He remembered that the mentor had done it with his super strong punch. Then the old man said that Kaniva needs to train again. The boy was really surprised because he hadn't had time to eat yet, but the old man said that it was really necessary. Then the coach and Khan left, and the others just sat and waited for them. After that, the old coach and Khan approached one of the biggest waterfalls. The old trainer said that now they would start training his mind. Super really surprised because I have never done any such exercises before. The old man said that the power of superhumans lies in the level of their internal control. He said that he would not teach the boy martial arts anymore because there was nothing else to teach. The old man said that they had learned all 12 ways to kill this dog, Do. And thanks to the fact that he was a superhero, Khan easily and successfully mastered all this. The boy wanted to object to his teacher, but the old man said that you, young man, were just taking off your clothes for yourself. Then he went to the waterfall and the man asked Khan to just close his eyes. He said that he needs to do this until he is completely focused and hears the sound of every drop that will fall into this waterfall. He said that if the boy could do it, then he would have a chance for his inner strength to awaken. Then he left Khan alone and told him to keep doing it. Meanwhile, the old man simply climbed to the top of the mountain and watched it all. He understood that this was the only method to experience inner strength. But regardless, he needed to follow the boy. Suddenly, the old grandfather saw something that really surprised him. Khan simply stood in the waterfall naked and drank all the water that fell on him. This greatly surprised the old coach. He thought that the boy was a much more serious person. But despite all this, the boy continued to be in the waterfall and practice concentrating on every drop. Good at anything, so he had already lost all hope that he would succeed. But despite this, the boy was very patient and stood in the waterfall until the very evening, although without results. Then at one point, Khan just climbed out of the waterfall and headed through the forest to the temple. Meanwhile, the old man continued to follow the boy. He could not believe that the hero had no potential. But suddenly at one point, the old superhero noticed a really very strange and interesting detail. He saw how useful birds flew towards the superhero. Then one of the birds sat on the shoulder of this young man. The boy did not understand what was happening. Suddenly another bird also started flying around this strong young man. Despite all this, the old trainer continued to watch Khan's every move carefully. And suddenly at that moment he noticed one detail that he had never noticed before. I saw that the same gray rabbit suddenly ran up to Khan. The boy was surprised because he did not expect that the rabbit would run up to him. It seemed to him that he wanted something. The gray rabbit sat on his paws and looked intently at the strong boy. Then the gray hair continued to follow the superhero, and this really surprised him. The old man remembered that he had already seen that gray rabbit, and he wanted, as it were, to show him something. Usually these hares were very careful when meeting people. Then suddenly Khan nearly hit a puddle with his foot. The old man watched it carefully. He thought that something unusual was about to happen. When Khan stepped his big foot into this puddle, everything around him became somehow different. It seemed to him that everything around somehow began to come alive and become unreal. It seemed that the wind started to get better and was blowing only to the side. It was as if all nature was completely concentrated on the body of a superhero. The old man saw that the water was melting from the footsteps of this boy. The old coach could not understand what had changed, but fortunately some progress has appeared. Suddenly the boy heard strange hissing sounds. It was a wild snake that appeared before him as Khan. The boy was very surprised because he did not expect such a big snake. As it turned out, she also began following the boy. The superhero told his grandfather that it was the first time he was able to see a snake so close. The old pensioner was really surprised because he did not expect this. He realized that his guesses turned out to be true and that the boy really had something hidden inside. He saw that some small mysterious power appeared in the boy's eyes. It was some kind of secret power that the boy himself did not realize. After all, everything around began to change in his direction. It was as if the boy was simply the best force from nature itself. And it seemed that he was chosen by this nature. It was some kind of sign. The boy still wasn't entirely sure how it worked, but they all had the same action. After all, Khan was the strongest superhero who now managed to reveal his energy. Despite this, the blue monster continued to attack the boys. He stood up in front of the white cap and was several times bigger than him. The boy closed his eyes and remembered the old grandfather's words that he would save everyone. Then at this moment, the white cap hurt this big blue monster very badly. There was a lot of blood coming out of this monster, and it felt really bad. But suddenly the monster saw something really strange. It seemed to him that the air became very heavy and it became difficult to breathe. Another monster with two heads also noticed this very strange fact. Khan said that this feeling was called fear, and at that moment his eyes lit up. It was clear that he was very angry. But suddenly a big monster with three heads took a deep breath of air. After that, he spat something out very quickly and forcefully. It was unexpected. Some yellow sticky substance was directed towards the superhero. Despite this, the white cap did not react in any way and remained simply calm. It was really very strange. Suddenly, this yellow acid simply bypassed the boy and did him no harm. It was really shocking. The gray monster could not understand what had happened because only he could control this strange substance. This strange yellow acid began to swirl around the young hero. Then suddenly it just disappeared and turned into a normal vapor. It was really amazing because the acid didn't do any damage and just disappeared. The monsters were really shocked because they understood that the white cap did not even do anything to somehow affect this. Then the big blue dying monster called the gray monster to him. He told him to fly and collect all the monsters because it was very urgent indeed. Then the big gray monster quickly flew in the other direction. The old grandfather carefully followed all the events that unfolded around the superhero. The old trainer turned to the superhero and said that he must win this battle. Then the main character said that it was all really strange because his memories disappear along with his thoughts. Old grandfather said that it was really strange because it only appeared now. He asked if Khan remembered anything when he passed out at the airport. He said that the power itself began to control the boy, and from now on, he had to be very careful and control it. Old grandfather said that this force is really very powerful and cannot be appeased just like that. He said that if the boy could not control this power, then it would lead to more problems and be many times worse. These words really scared the young man very much because he did not know if he would be able to control everything. Grandfather said that it was a struggle against his own strength and said that he had no choice but to win. Then events returned to reality. The old grandfather asked the boy what he was thinking about now. He said that the power was many times greater and that Khan needed to control it precisely, otherwise he would become a living bomb. Meanwhile, all the other three were already dead and just lying on the ground. Then suddenly someone big and strong took the corpses of these big monsters. It was the same monster with three heads and big wings. Then he noticed one very strange detail indeed. He understood that the body of the big pink monster had simply disappeared. Then he brought the dead bodies to the big blue monster. But he also said that Raph's body just disappeared. It was a shock. The big shoot said that he just threw all these bodies to him. He did as the blue monsters asked and dropped their bodies. Then he started eating the bodies of his own monsters. It was a real shock for everyone. His mouth was indeed very large and held a lot of space inside it. Dan Yang also couldn't understand what was happening to the blue monster now. It seemed to you that the blue master was simply eating his fellows. Then suddenly she realized what their true power was. These new monsters had the practice of eating corpses, and they became several times stronger. After that, the blue monster really felt some new power. His blue mouth changed, and he began to feel something very strange indeed. The monster said that he had not eaten it for a very long time. Suddenly, he became a mutant of the three monsters. But with all this in mind, the white cap is just to stay calm and cool. Suddenly, this monster said that he was really very surprised and came to the white cap. Said that no matter the outcome of the battle, victory would still be on their side. They started here just to officially declare themselves and fight a little. The big blue mutant monster wanted to kill the white cap and become famous for a long time. But suddenly the main character just separated his hands to the sides and it brought really some very great power. There was some very strong wind wave across the city. It was really impressive. Dan Yang and the old grandfather did not understand what happened to the white cap now. The big purple monster didn't understand what it was either. Even the black cap had never felt anything like it. Ivan was also very scared because he saw something like this for the first time. The white cap completely destroyed the blue mutant monster without even touching it. It was indeed a very strong blow to the monster, and because of that it just started to fall to the ground. But the main character did not want to give up and quickly ran towards this monster. Then he delivered another very strong blow to that blue mutant monster. This blow was really very strong. A lot of blood came out of the blue monster's head. But the white cap did not stop there either. He continued to attack the terrible monster with all his might. This really surprised the three-headed monster because it seemed impossible to him. At that moment, Khan squeezed his leg very hard and rested it on the floor. Then he raised his hand in the air and wanted to deliver another of his powerful blows. But then he used this power to throw something very hard at the blue monster. After that, the monster flew forward and could no longer defend itself against this hero's attacks. The blow was so powerful that the monster flew really far away from the place of impact. But the Whitecap did not want to just give up. He wanted to finally destroy the monster. Then he planted his foot and wanted to deliver a blow that he had studied in martial arts. Then, after a few seconds, he did everything as instructed and hit the monster hard. After that, the master very quickly flew up into the air. It was really a very strong blow, after which the monster flew for a very long time and high. Dan Yang was really very surprised because it was actually a very junior strike. Superpower he had. The old grandfather understood that the Whitecap's body remembered all the movements they taught. But there was one problem, because the Whitecap was in danger, because only he could control his energy. The monster was still in the air, really very scared because he understood that the Whitecap was standing before him, and he was very angry. Then after a while, he heard the same large mutant monster fly by behind him. Suddenly, this mutant monster landed very hard on the school stadium, and it created a big explosion. The monster with 3 heads was actually very scared. He didn't know what to do. The Whitecap continued to look intently into his eyes with his eye powers. Meanwhile, one drone appeared over the schoolyard. It was a television drone. Then several more drones appeared around, so that the picture of the events was several times better. On TV, they showed a lot of damage from the fight of these terrible monsters. It was indeed a very large-scale attack, in which 50 monsters had already been discovered. It seemed to them that all this was carefully prepared because the monsters went to attack the school. Maxim and Kirilo also continued to carefully monitor all this because the situation was truly terrible. A Whitecap and an old man were also found at the scene. A Black Cap also appeared and fights against monsters. Kiril was really very surprised because he did not understand what the Black Cap was doing. Maxim was also very angry. No one expected that the Black Cap would fight together with the people. Deotic Special Unit sent its soldiers to this terrible operation. I was then informed that a Whitecap had also been found and identified. This really surprised Kiril and Maxim. They were really shocked by all this information. As it turned out, he was an ordinary student of the same school where the battles took place. James and his men also sent 2 superheroes to the scene. But unfortunately, at the moment, the number of victims and wounded cannot be determined. The Wing was really wondering what they needed to do, he asked Maxim. But Maxim did not understand what Kiril was getting at. He was angry. Wing said that this could really be the final phase in the war, and the other superheroes are going as well. Kiril said that even though the situation is in Korea at the moment, there were really many monsters and superheroes can lose. And if they lose, then the superheroes will have no chance. Kirilo said that even Saints Paul and Jane went to the scene of events. But Maxim was very angry and told Kiril to say more important things if. Then Kiril said that they need to fight back, because now there is a threat to all humanity. Maxim repeated the words that Kiril had just said. Kiril said that it is all very simple and it should be done. Kiril said that the monsters attacked this very school where the student who was a Whitecap studied. And it seemed to him that it was all because of that superhero. And this means that all superheroes, such as Maxim and Kiril, should now be wearing a white cap. Maxim listened attentively to everything Kiril said and did not interrupt. Then Kiril said that it was really very interesting to hear that the white cap was such a cool person. But Kirilo did not understand what he was leaning towards. Maxim said that no matter where they are, he always remains the main one. Then Kiril said that it was definitely so. Meanwhile, the events were brought to the schoolyard where the struggle was taking place. A large purple monster tried with all its might to destroy the Black Cap. And the Black Cap, in turn, tried to hit the big monster with his big scythe. At one point, the Black Cap landed a really good hit on this monstrous monster. After this blow, red dark blood flowed from the monster's hand, and it was very painful for the monster. The monster then said that he is ending the games against this superhero and will now fight with full force. But the Black Cap simply laughed at the words of this terrible monster. Then the terrible monster wanted to strike, but suddenly the Black Cap simply evaporated in the air. Then some black dark lines appeared above the terrible monster. They fell on his head and other parts of his body. Suddenly, those black lines completely bound the giant purple monster, and he tried to tear them apart with his horns. But the superhero did not give up. He continued to fight with all his might. Black Cap took this monster by its big long horns with his hand and slapped it hard on the face. With his other hand, he slapped the big purple monster hard in the face. After this blow, blood flowed from the monster's face. It was very painful for him. But the black cap did not want to give up and flew in the direction of the terrible monster faster and faster. Then he hit the big monster on its eye with his strong leg. It was a powerful blow. The blow was so strong that the giant monster flew forward a great distance. When the monster landed, there was a lot of smoke and shrapnel around. He landed on some metal thing. It was clear that the monster was losing this big battle. Blackcap said that he wanted to cut off the monster's head with that blow, but it didn't work because he was too strong. The monster said that the power of the black cap is rapidly transforming. It was surprising. Then the monster got up and wanted to destroy all these black stripes that bound him. But you can say that the black cap is fighting only to not die, and it was very sad. Then it became very strange in the dark reflection, because he understood what the monster was talking about. Because he failed to tear the terrible monster apart, even though he used all his strength. The dark spirit said that this monster was really too strong and he was scared. He didn't know if he would win. Nangi looked strange. It was clear that he wanted to defeat this monster. Then the monster got up and strange hums started. These were the sounds of the monster. The monster quickly ran on his feet and destroyed everything around him. He was hungry for revenge. Then the large purple monster jumped high into the air and landed above the black cap. The dark reflection asked the boy to step aside. Then, the big purple monster struck with its big fist, hitting the asphalt hard, and everything around it was scattered by this strong impact. The impact was so strong that a crater formed on the ground. All this force of the explosion also affected the school where Khan studied. Everything that was in the earth was in the air. It was a really powerful blow from this monster. Suddenly, the superhero felt a very strange thing. The superhero felt as if he was simply being sucked somewhere. It really was. Something big and strong sucked everything up. Then the boy tried to hit the white thing that was in the air with his hand. He struck and it split into two pieces. It seemed to the boy that it was the effect of the wind. He knew that he needed to act because the monster was preparing a strong attack. But the dark reflection tried to stop the large monster from hitting its master. Then the superhero tried to dodge this powerful blow. The dark reflection created a shield for the boy and asked him to run away because this force was too powerful for him. Thanks to this shield, the boy was able to jump high and avoid the blow. Meanwhile, the big purple monster sold evil to absorb a lot of energy and air. At this moment, the dark reflection of the hero wanted to deliver a strong blow to the monster. The boys were really very scared because they understood what was happening here. He didn't have enough energy there to form a large, long sword that would engage in battle against the monster. It was truly an impressive sight, and everyone could see it. The old grandfather was frightened because he did not understand what was happening here. The superhero's girlfriend was also very worried about him, and it seemed that something very strange was happening now. The monster said that his target was the white cap, but the black cap would make a good example for all the superheroes to die. The giant monster said they would win one way or another, and it's just fate. He said that his battle meant nothing because all the superheroes tried to fight until the end, but the monster said that they would not be able to win. But the black cap continued to joke. He said the monster talks too much. The monster was really confused because he did not expect such a brazen answer from his opponent. Then the black cap became even stronger. He wanted to fight to the end and not give up. The dark energy said to not attack the monster right now, or it would completely destroy them. The dark energy asked the superhero to simply run away from this fight because he will die. Besides, the monster's wounds regenerate. They fought to the maximum, but this strong monster could not be easily defeated. It was as if the guy was just walking on the ice and something was happening, smoke indeed. The big scary monster didn't understand what was happening to the boy now. The monster was surprised and understood that the boy managed to evade his attack. But his right side of the body was badly damaged. Black energy covered him more and more to keep the superhero healthy. Meanwhile, Ivan and his slave continued to watch all this. They looked at the black cap and wondered because it looked very strange. They also saw that the big scary monster was completely healthy and ready to attack. One superhero said that it was a very gigantic battle indeed, and he was sure that the black cap would die. Ivan said that the black cap had a very interesting power indeed. Ivan had the feeling that a giant monster was constantly watching him and his superheroes. Ivan said that the monster definitely knows they are here but just ignores them. Then he remembered asking his young child if the white cap had died, but she said she couldn't say for sure. Ivan came here to watch the death of the White Cap, but there is something else going on in this battle. It also seemed to him that he was thinking too much about this whole situation. Black Cap said that after the appearance of monsters on the planet, he immediately felt an interest in them. The giant monsters did not understand what this strange superhero was talking about. The superhero said it was really interesting to watch the giant monsters strike fear into people. And while all the monsters were under the impression that everything would be fine, these were only rare cases. But the superhero had a completely different opinion about this. It seemed to him that even a small crack could lead to disaster in the future. Therefore, he began to think even more deeply and reflect on the solution. He said that he guessed that the monsters were hiding a very powerful power and potential. He also knew that someone among the monsters must be very strong and advanced. He said that this purple monster was really very advanced and strong, and he wanted to just destroy the earth despite all the people. The big purple monster listened carefully to all the words of this hero. Then he said that the Black Cap turned out to be much more interesting than he thought, and he really could calculate everything that far. He asked the hero how it was possible to see a superior race that he had known about all along. Black Cap said that he was only interested in such powerful monsters. Then it can be said that the Black Cap is not their target, but believes that they continue to fight against a strong monster. But he said he's also superhuman and just has to do it. He said that he thought everything through carefully and made the right decision. It seemed to him that his decision was too premeditated and the scales simply tipped. Suddenly he shouted very loudly and a kind of sound wave went into the air. He disturbed the calm that was after the battle with the monster. Suddenly some kind of black energy started moving around, some strange black stripes. The monster then said that he just wanted to end it and would fight. You could say, despite the fact that the boy was his enemy, he said it was indeed a worthy concession. After that, something unknown began to quickly jump around and said to stop. This really surprised the superhero because he did not expect to hear someone. The terrible monster also did not understand what was happening and who was so bold as to say so. As it turned out, it was Dan Yang who landed behind the boy. The old grandfather carefully followed these events. He was really very interested. She shouted loudly and told Nangi to stop all this fighting. Then the events are transferred back into the past to one abandoned warehouse, and the superhero will tell the girl about his dark reflection. This surprised her a lot. She had never heard of him. He said that in short, he and the dark reflection could become one. But then it will be something really new, some combination of two superheroes. The guy said that after the connection, there is a good chance that they will not be able to separate again. The girl was really scared because she did not want to lose her friend. The guy said that the more energy he takes from the dark energy, the more it changes him. The girl suddenly asked what would happen if the boy did not succeed in dissociating himself from the dark energy. The guy said that if he couldn't control himself, he would just die anyway. He said that this would only happen because he would lose his inner self and the energy would control him. He said he would never be the boy she knew again. And suddenly the girl said that the guy spoke in a completely different way. That was surprising. Meanwhile, the big three-headed monster was already dead and falling to the ground. This dead monster landed right between the two opponents. The superhero could not understand what happened and who threw this body. The main monster became afraid because he saw the body of his friend. Then the White Cap began to remember the words of the jury, who said that before the battle you must definitely try to talk. Then a White Cap suddenly appeared and asked the monster if he could speak. Everyone was really surprised because she did not expect to see him in front of the monster. The girl was glad that the White Cap appeared because it was exactly the same time. The old coach was really very interested because now the fight was going in the other direction. The old man said that he believed in his student, although the monster was indeed very serious. Then suddenly his classmates looked out the window and saw the boy. They started shouting loudly and supported him. They believed that he would be able to do everything. They screamed for him to just crush all the horrible monsters. The old grandfather did not expect that his student would have so many friends at school. Even the enemies of this guy started shouting that they believed in him and asked him to win. Then the teacher approached the gundo and told him that he should hold on, because soon they would be able to get out of here. Ivan was also perhaps surprised because he did not expect to see a White Cap right here. It seemed to him that the superhero had arrived just in time. The big purple monster was really surprised. He also didn't expect such a question. Meanwhile, the White Cap was looking at him with his glowing eyes. Black Cap realized that Khan was just their last weapon against these monstrous monsters. Black Cap remembered how he had been keeping a close eye on the boy before. He remembered the last fight where Ketchup Man appeared and showed all his abilities. At this point, he said that the power of the White Cap was simply beyond their understanding. Suddenly, the boy asked the dark energy to leave him and they separated. Then the dark energy listened to the boy and moved to him in a tattoo on his arm. This surprised the girl because it seemed to her that the boy would never be able to separate after that. The boy said that if the White Cap is really that strong, then he better not interfere in this fight. Suddenly, the monster with 3 heads called out the purple monster's name. Behemoth was very surprised because he did not expect to hear anything from this monster. But suddenly, at that moment, the monster with 3 heads simply laid down his head and died. Then they are transported back, where the blue mutant had almost no strength left. Billet's Cap then decided to deliver his last strong blow to this monster. Almost everything in the stadium broke after that blow. It was a really powerful blow. The monster with 3 heads was really very scared because he did not expect this from a superhero. After this impact, a very strong crater simply formed in the ground, and the monster simply fell underground. The monster said that he tried to escape to the sky, but it didn't work, and asked Behemoth to be careful. Behemoth was really very angry because the weak monster was giving him some advice. After that, the gray monster became very scary indeed because he realized what he had done. Behemoth was really very angry and said that he was just a trash pawn. He said that he already knew all this during the battle with the Black Cap. When he felt a really strong shockwave, he realized that the White Cap was strong. He said that all the monsters were really too weak to fight the White Cap. He said that only Ophir was fit to control such weak monsters. Then Behemoth turned to the White Cap and apologized for taking up his time. The monster then said that today would be the last day the boy would be able to ask questions. Then he put his foot hard on the asphalt and it collapsed. This giant purple monster was preparing to strike a really, really hard blow in a White Cap. But the main character just blew really hard, and it confused the monster. After these actions, a really very strong and strange wind appeared. She covered the monster with her hand, but she was already injured. Suddenly, he saw something really unusual and was very scared. He saw a White Cap in front of him, who wanted to strike the monster. The fist of the White Cap was several dozen times smaller than the fist of this terrible monster. After this impact, a really very gigantic explosion was heard all around. The old grandfather was really scared because he did not understand what had just happened. Ivan was also very surprised by this strong blow. Dan Yang was also worried because she did not know what would happen now and who would survive. This is very insulting to the Black Cap because he understood that the White Cap fought without fear against such a strong monster. But at that moment, the purple monster managed to grab the boy by his leg. Then he swung hard at the boy and wanted to hit him hard. At that moment, he threw the boy straight forward and up. The White Cap flew really fast and destroyed everything around. He couldn't stop. He flew through the city, destroying all the houses and buildings behind him. Meanwhile, the big purple monster did not give up and flew after the superhero. Everyone was really very scared because they all started fighting in the city. They started jumping from side to side and pushing each other. Now there was only a behemoth screaming very loudly and a White Cap in the air. The battle became more and more intense, and no one understood who managed to win. A White Cap and a terrible purple monster wanted to strike each other. After that, they managed to do it simultaneously. And because of this, a really massive explosion took place, and they flew in all directions. This powerful blow threw the 2 opponents in different directions. But after that, the purple monster became several times more angry and began to scream loudly. After that, he wanted to just destroy the White Cap, but the boy defended himself. The hands of this phyllate monster were several times bigger than the boy's hands. After that, he easily took the White Cap in his big, strong hand. Then he threw the White Cap very hard right into the glass house. All the people were really very scared because they saw how the 2 opponents were fighting. The monster did not give up and wanted to destroy the White Cap against this glass big house. He held the boy's head and wanted it to completely cut itself against the glass that was on the windows. The glass building began to crumble due to all these powerful blows from the monster. People were still inside and were really very scared and did not understand what was happening, that there was some kind of earthquake. They were very scared and did not understand what was happening, so they started to leave the building. They all shouted for help because it seemed that some kind of war had already begun. Superhero leaped into the air to continue his struggle. The big purple monster didn't stop either and continued to fight the boy. The workers who remained in the building were really very scared and did not know what to do. One of the men asked the chief what they should do and where they should run to. But the chief simply began to complain because he had to run immediately after the first alarm signal. They all looked directly at what was happening outside their window. It was a struggle between a monster and a white cap. Suddenly, the terrible enemy decided to deliver his strong blow with a strong fist. But fortunately, the main character managed to avoid this blow. He not only ducked, but also continued to move towards this terrible monster. The purple monster was really scared because it saw a boy in front of it. The white cap was moving really fast, and the monster couldn't see him. Suddenly, he gave a very strong kick to the monster's face. The blow was so strong that it broke the horns of this monster and blood flowed from its face. Then the white cap continued and took him by the horns that were on his mountain. He used all his strength and threw the heavy monster over him. It was very difficult. Then the white cap threw this monster right into the bottom where the asphalt lay. After that, there was a lot of dust in the city, but the white cap continued to fight. Then suddenly, he landed at the place where the monster hit. Inside the smoke, he saw some strange blue energy. He was surprised because he did not understand what was happening with the monster and what kind of energy it was. Suddenly, this energy began to move very quickly in the direction of the white hero. And a strong and unexpected blow struck the boy. The hero did not expect this at all. But fortunately, the main character managed to direct this blow to the building that was behind him. There were people in this building who were very scared and injured because of this blow. Then the main character got very angry because there were people in the building who needed help. Then he carefully looked at the monster with his eyes and thought of something. Then he looked at his hand and saw that some strange steam was coming from this hand. It was after a blow. Meanwhile, the monster did nothing and watched the boy closely. He was surprised that the boy just kept looking at his hand and did nothing. The monster was surprised by the fact that his strong lightning changed its trajectory when it hit the boy. And as the last time, the boy managed to dodge this blow with the help of the force of the wind. He just changed the flight path of his hand. It was really impressive. Behemoth felt like all the air was right inside the boy, and he was controlling him. Then the monster stopped and said that the boy was truly superhuman and was the ultimate. The white cap did not understand what this terrible monster was talking about and just listened carefully. But suddenly some strange lightning began to appear around the monster, and stones rose into the air. The white cap was very focused on all these events. Ivan was also surprised because he understood that the white caps managed to anger this terrible monster. But suddenly he said that it all made no sense. He then said that if the white cap died, he would have to fight for his body as well. Suddenly, a black cap appeared behind Ivan and laughed loudly. Ivan was very frightened because he did not expect to see a black cap behind him. The black cap said that such a terrible place had such terrible guests. But Ivan said that the boy just needs to be more cultured when meeting with acquaintances. The black cap realized that it was that stupid Ivan who gave dead people a new life. Then Ivan thought and was silent for a few seconds. Ivan asked why he knew the black cap to say such stupid things about him. The superhero said that he definitely knew that Ivan could do terrible things. But it seemed to Ivan that this was too serious a statement on his part. Cap said people were really disappointed when they learned of Kalen's death on the liner. But when the information appeared that he was alive, the boy suspected that it was really strange. Ivan was just silent and listened attentively to the monologue of this superhero. He also did not believe that the corpse that had been found on the ship had been mistakenly identified as Kalen's. Nangi said that Paul was truly the strongest superhero among them, and she couldn't be so wrong. And he understood how rarely it would happen that a partner simply died and then came back to life. But when he saw her struggle with Ivan, he began to guess about all this. Said that superhumans very rarely fight against each other. That meant they had a conflict. He said that Ivan resurrected his partner as well, and it was a very big risk because Paul was a powerful man. And told you that the black cap did a really good job and asked if he wanted to be his friend. But the boy just laughed and said that Ivan is really interesting. Ivan also said this, and he said that he could not get rid of the thoughts that they were similar to each other. Suddenly, the black cap jumped high into the air. This really impressed the girl with pink clothes. She did not expect this. The guy came down and said that he was glad that they were having the same thoughts, and he said that he also liked to follow the events. But then you got very angry and said that you don't have to call your dolls your friends. Then one of the monsters wanted to strike this superhero, but something stopped him. It was Ivan. He completely controlled the hand of this unknown hero. Then Ivan said that nothing would happen to them and that they were safe. The Black Cap did not understand what Ivan was talking about. It seemed very strange to him. Dan Yang also had no idea what this strange man was talking about. Ivan asked the boy why he was provoking a battle, although they had not done anything to him. But the Black Cap said that they just beat him a lot and there is no need to wait for anything. The girl was really surprised because now she was very afraid for her boyfriend. She looked carefully and it was really scary because she saw something strange. She then ran up to all the superheroes and yelled for them all to look up. They looked and saw that behind them stood a giant angry monster that wanted to simply destroy them. Ivan became really very scared because he understood that the monster wanted to strike a big and strong blow. After that, the giant monster really shot into the building where all the superheroes were. Fortunately, all the heroes managed to escape from this terrible place of events. All the heroes began to jump back and look for a safe place so as not to die. Got it. Here's the formatted text. And great winged energy can be scattered all over the city. The terrible monster became even stronger and wanted to completely destroy the White Cap and all superheroes. Black Cap realized that this monster had changed its appearance and increased in size. Ivan began to run away with his own superhero. Ivan said that he does not think that the giant monster will chase him because it is possible for him to defeat the White Cap, but said that if the monster starts attacking them, then it is better for the boy to open the portal. The monster understood what Ivan was talking about. Suddenly, Ivan realized that the Black Cap had completely recovered and it was quite dangerous. Ivan said that the monster was really powerful because he felt that he was hanging on by a thread of death. He said that this was the first thing that pissed him off, and that the White Cap turned out to be many times stronger than he imagined. Meanwhile, the guy with the weapon in his hand saw all these strange shots of energy. It was the commander of the Daedic unit who was in charge of this operation. One of his soldiers asked if they could even handle this monster. The man just stared ahead and said nothing. He was thinking of some plan. Suddenly, an old grandfather approached them. It was unexpected. He approached the commander and told them to protect the children who were in the school. The commander stood attentively and said nothing. It was really suspicious. It became obvious that what the grandfather was saying really did make some sense. The old grandfather looked at him because the commander wanted to tell him something. The commander thanked the old man for reducing the number of casualties. But the old coach didn't say anything and just stared silently into his eyes. After that, he took it and quickly galloped away. Then the commander answered his boyfriend. He said that he believes that everything will work out. Because superheroes were really strong, there were a lot of them. Suddenly, drops of dark blood appeared in the ocean. It was Jane's blood after being hit by that strong red monster. Jane was really surprised because she did not expect this monster to deal such a blow to her. The monster said that he used all his strength for this blow. But as it turned out, this was not enough to completely kill the superheroine Jane. Then Jane took the hand of this terrible man. She had a plan. She said the old man was now trapped alone. The monster was really scared because he did not expect such a turn of events. Meanwhile, Jane seemed even angrier and purged of anger. Meanwhile, stones were flying in their direction and someone was jumping on these stones very quickly. It was St. Paul. She ran very fast and was ready to strike this terrible monster with her very powerful blow. The terrible monster understood that it was necessary to act, so he opened his third eye on his face. But at the same time and from the other side, a very large and sharp stone was directed towards the monster. This stone flew right into the monster's third eye and he closed it very quickly because of the pain. Then St. Paul did not lose her opportunity and came closer and closer to the monster. After that, she hit him very hard, but he covered himself at a distance with his strong hand. The blow of the superheroine was really very powerful, so the monster's hand began to glow with yellow light. But after all, St. Paul was one of the strongest, so the monster could not hold back her blow. From that strong blow, the terrible monster fan flew really far away. This monster flew far and created its portals so as not to fall into the deep ocean. Then after some time, he managed to find himself in one of his portals. But meanwhile, Jane didn't give up and wanted to hit him too. Meanwhile, Fan was calm and just watched as Jane attacked him. Suddenly, something very strange and big fell on Jane. It was this monster's giant arm that slammed Jane straight down. This was very unexpected for Jane. And suddenly he heard some strange sounds that were made behind him. It scared him. It was a djinn that was running to strike this terrible man. Then at that moment, the terrible monster opened his third eye again and began to do something. Suddenly, some gray things appeared, and it was unknown what was happening now. No one knew. Suddenly, this monster appeared on the mountain, and it became clear that he just teleported up. But suddenly, he heard some strange sounds. He was really very scared because he did not expect to hear them. When he raised his head and saw a SuperPeople above him, which was preparing to launch its attack. But the man tried with all his might to restrain the blow of this very person. Suddenly, after this impact, a large yellow light appeared. It was energy. Events became hotter and hotter because the monster lost its initiative. The monster lowered his head down because he could not hold back the blow of this superheroine. Then, taking advantage of the opportunity, Paul continued to attack his opponent. She gave him a lot of blows with her strong, powerful hands all over his body. It was a really strong attack. St. Paul was really very angry. There was a lot of blood around, but her eyes were glowing with anger. Suddenly, the monster's body began to glow due to the attacks of St. Paul. He was really very scared. Suddenly, these rays became even stronger, and it seemed that the monster would just explode now. At that moment, a lot of blood and pieces of his red cloak flew around. His cloak and his power were already almost completely destroyed. The monster was losing. But suddenly the man said that he felt much better now and said that the girls had come up with a good idea. Paul was really surprised because she did not expect to hear such words from this terrible monster. Jane also didn't understand what was being said because she and Paul were doing a lot of damage. Said the girls seemed to see his attacks and saw it very quickly indeed. Jane quietly confirmed this information. She did not understand what the monster was leading to. She noted that the third eye on his forehead could disappear with each appearance. It was unusual. She also understood that he could move 50 m through the air depending on where he looked. It was his third eye on his forehead. The monster then said that he could never control his anger and said that Manhwa was angry with him because he killed monsters quickly. Paul was really very surprised because she did not understand why this evil monster was telling all this information. Then he thanked them for cheering him up and said he hoped to see their pink portals and shields again. It was some strange magic. Already many pink magical portals around him. The superheroine was carefully watching all this, and she was interested in what this sick monster was up to, when suddenly she saw something terrible. She saw the big hands spread around this monster and fly very fast. Jane was also surprised because she did not expect such an attack from this monster. Paul understood that it was necessary to start acting differently. These hands would completely destroy them, and they would not survive. Therefore, she began to deliver her blows, and a bright yellow light appeared in the ocean from the blows of St. Paul. But there were really a lot of these hands, so the superheroes had to run away. Paul said these attacks were not systematic and therefore seemed never-ending. She wanted to get inside and destroy the main core that was creating all these attacks. Then everything could stop. Then she raised her head up because she noticed some big dark shadow below her. It was a giant pink hand that wanted to destroy her. Holy Square had never seen such large hands. She understood that she needed to start acting. Meanwhile, one plane was calmly flying high in the air on a sunny day. The stewardess said that because monsters appeared at the airport, they needed to land. At another airport, as it turned out, some girl was on board this plane and was really interested in what was going on. Then she looked out the window and saw something somewhat unusual, called her mother. She saw that a giant pink hand appeared far away from the plane and was glowing. Then at that moment, something gigantic also began to emerge from the ocean. St. Paul was very frightened because she understood that now she was being attacked from below. It was clear that it was also one big hand, and they wanted to just destroy Paul. They wanted to squeeze Paul in their arms and defeat the superheroine. Jane then told Paul and the Holy Stones to just run away from the scene. Paul began to listen to her friend and realized that she had to move very quickly, otherwise nothing would work. These hands were really very gigantic and moved very quickly towards each other. Paul knew she couldn't escape because there was already too little room for her to slip through. Then all of a sudden, these giant hands just clenched together. After that, there was a really big burst of energy and an explosion. The passengers of the plane also felt this big explosion that was happening nearby. They were really very scared because they did not understand what was happening around them. Meanwhile, the hands continued to squeeze even harder the superheroine who was inside. Jane was very surprised because the 12 sacred stones disappeared with Paul. Then the terrible man said that there were only the 2 of them left, no one else. The man said that this was the final end of St. Paul, because she would not be able to withstand the pressure of those hands, and the pressure inside was constantly decreasing, so the monster was sure that everything would work out. Suddenly, his eyes glowed purple, and he felt a strange energy coming from those giant hands. It was very terrifying indeed, and he looked back as the energy was coming straight from the middle of those giant hands. Jane also didn't understand what was happening and was in complete shock. She just kept silent and watched. Then they saw some bright yellow energy gradually increase. The terrible monster was very frightened, because it seemed that all this was simply impossible, and he could not believe it at all. Suddenly, the events are transferred to the past to some big house, and SuperPeople said that she was not the strongest and the best. She also said that she wasn't God or some kind of higher being, while James listened intently. Then at that moment, he interrupted her because he wanted to tell her something. Paul said she knows thousands of people around the world believe in her. She knows that she has officially emerged as a superhuman who fights against other creatures and is called a superheroine. Suddenly, she said that her end may also come because nothing in this world is eternal. James was scared because Kellen was dead and he didn't want to lose another person. Paul said that just as she was also human, she also had her desires. This really surprised James because he couldn't believe that she had any desires. Then she said that she wants to become many times stronger for the sake of people who believe in her. The superheroine turned to James and said that she wants to protect people because they rely on her. But for all that, she never wanted to be anything too special, but she did want to protect. But if he saw a scary monster, he really wasn't scared. He couldn't believe it at all. He saw how two strong, powerful hands were simply blown to pieces by a large yellow beam. Paul flew out there, which changed because it had yellow wings and it became stronger. The monster was really surprised. It seemed that it was impossible because these hands were the strongest. Jane was also surprised because Paul definitely changed her appearance and became stronger. Then St. Paul once again flew to the monster and asked him again if he was the strongest among them. She did not understand that Paul had become very powerful, and it seemed that soon they would win. She saw that her superheroine friend had big yellow wings. She was really surprised because she had never seen her friend in such a state. The scary monster didn't answer anything. He was really very scared. He just couldn't believe it. It seemed that St. Paul had become as if some kind of phoenix and was truly invincible. Jane then began to feel the sacred stones begin to turn towards her. Jane said that Paul must destroy what could have destroyed the sacred stones into powder. The man said that the girl became really stronger when she got out of his trap, and he felt that she was angrier. He continued to say that he knew all about it. But suddenly Paul started running quickly in his direction. She just wanted to destroy him. She quickly dealt a blow to this monstrous main monster. The man was really very surprised because he did not expect such a quick attack from the superheroine. Jane was also in shock because she couldn't believe everything. She saw St. Paul and the terrible monsters fall into the water, and she became really afraid. But even in the water, the field appeared. She wanted to hit this monster as hard as possible. She moved really fast, keeping her big fist at the ready. Her eyes really glowed with anger. She was like crazy. Then she struck with all her might at this terrible red man. Red blood began to flow from this monster. It was clear that it was powerless. Therefore, Paul continued to strike this terrible monster very quickly and many times. She was his with all her strength. It was as if she never ran out of energy and could do it forever. Jane was just on the mountain and watched as large yellow rays were visible from under the water going up. She was really very surprised, but even now it seemed that her friend would be able to kill that terrible monster. But suddenly a terrible man activated some underwater portal with his foot. Then he jumped up very quickly and high and avoided Paul's attack. The terrible monster jumped really fast and high from the water. He created more portals to jump even higher. He just wanted to escape from St. Paul. But St. Paul also quickly jumped out of the water. She wanted to catch up with this monster. She did not want to give up and was already near the monster, but suddenly something strange happened. The main monster prepared its big leg for some strange blow. Then he quickly kicked the superheroine in the face with his foot. The girl flew really far, but she did not want to give up. She wanted to stay until the end. The monster said that this woman really fed him up. He said that she didn't know when to stop. But suddenly he saw some yellow energy. It really didn't scare him. The girl did not want to give up. On the contrary, she became even more angry and attacked his body. Then she opened with her strong hand the leg of the monster that was on her face. And at that moment, she hit the main monster very hard with her big yellow fist. It was indeed a very strong blow that caused the monster to scream very loudly in pain. Suddenly, he began to create new portals because he understood why it was necessary to start acting. Then several dozen new pink portals appeared around the battle. This really scared Jane because now she understood that her friend was just inside it all. Paul was also terrified because she did not understand what the old monster man was going to do now. Suddenly, many large hands began to appear from all these portals. The man continued to create portals and create hands that emerged from these portals. There were indeed many of them. But in view of this, the whole floor fought against all these terrible hands that were reaching for her. The terrible monster was satisfied because he understood that he had created several times more hands than he wanted. Now he was sure that the superheroine would not be able to stop him just like that, and she would have a lot of trouble. All these big hands tried with all their might to crush, and it seemed that they succeeded. Paul's face became even worse. It was clear that she had even more energy. The monster realized that he was wrong, and the holy floor became even stronger during the battle. Meanwhile, Jane just stood by and thought hard. She understood that the situation was not on their side. She just needed to take the risk to attack now. Then her eyes lit up and stones started flying around her. Suddenly, these stones started to build something. It was really very strange. The monster did not understand what was happening. It seemed to him that his girlfriend had planned something against him. Paul was also very surprised because she didn't expect any help from Jane because she didn't have enough stones. Jean said that she would help her and catch all the blows of this terrible monster. She said that this was only the last chance they had left to kill this terrible monster. Then Jaime created a large stone circle around them and began to glow. Events are brought to the past where Jane told about the organization of the stone circles. Suddenly, James said that he did not understand why it was all connected with this stone and why it was called an organization. Then Jane looked closely at James and prepared an answer for him. She said that despite the fact that they are different personalities, they share each other's emotions. She said that during this, they unite into one big self and create an organization. She said that in this organization, stones are divided into several forms and properties, and she gave each stone a unique name. This really surprised the Ketchup Man. He couldn't believe what Jane was saying. It just seemed stupid to him. But suddenly Ben said that it was a really powerful force because everyone had their own structure. Jaime said that in the first organization, these stones have the ability to follow a target and be guided like a missile. She said that these types of stone are really very useful in single combats, but in other cases there are stronger stones. Paul listened attentively to everything her superheroine friend was talking about. She was really interested to see. Jean said that the second organization is engaged in what closes the object and creates an illusion like a stone circle. Roe then said that given the disappearance of the SUI, all magical powers exist. He was scared because he didn't know if he said it all correctly. Then Dion asked what power he was hiding within himself. Then Jane said that the third organization was the Tower, and in this organization there was a really strong healing power that came from the stones themselves. But then she interrupted hers and asked how there could be 3 organizations if Jane said she only had 2, but at this point Jane said that there were actually 4 of them. She said that she really didn't want to talk about the last organization. Ben was really shocked because it was all beyond his understanding. Then Dion stood up and asked how a girl could possibly manage all this. It seemed to him that the woman was really very strong and fearless. He said that she was definitely on the level of some higher superheroes and was stronger than all of them. But then Jane said that in order to assemble an organization, you need to have special conditions. Rose and Paul were surprised because it was not expected that this required any conditions. She said that first all the stones must be one whole, and for their union you need at least 80 stones. They said that if the organization is not sufficient, it will not be a great risk, and may even lead to her death or to the death of Rain and Stones. You said that one time she misused the organization and almost lost her hand look. The superheroine so much. Also, she said that due to the fact that she uses the power of the earth, the further they fly away from her, the less of her remains. He already said that despite the fact that she can fly, she tried to always be close to the ground. It was clear that Jane didn't really have enough stones to put together a full organization. The main monster had never understood what was happening, because he had never seen anything like this before. He said that it all seemed very dangerous indeed, and flew to the side of the stone, watching. "Where am I?" said that this is all because she does not have enough stone, and because of this, there can be really big consequences. And besides, they were too far from the ground, so everything was bad. Paul asked Jane why she gathered her organization in such a dangerous place. But she simply said that it was necessary to end this whole terrible struggle. Jane's eyes glowed with green paint, and she looked really, really terrible. Some big green heads started to appear from all the walls and shout something. The main monster did not understand what was happening because he had never seen anything like this in his life. He understood that these fish heads created some kind of electric net between themselves and screamed loudly. The monster did not understand what was happening. It seemed to him that it was all just some kind of strange illusion. Despite all that, he said he's just going to make it a very beautiful finale. All the people were running around, hiding. They were really in a very big panic because they didn't know what to do. They quarreled among themselves to make the right decision in this fight. The man with the long hair said that the people had no idea that the fate of their planet was decided in this fight. Then he created some very powerful portal above him, and his color changed. Suddenly, a really big blue light appeared above him. Something started to happen. Paul was really surprised because she had never seen anything like this before and did not understand what was happening. Jane was also very scared and did not know what to do with this scary monster. The monster said that these superheroes were the people's greatest hope. He began to warm up, and a third eye appeared again on his face. Suddenly, at this moment, the events are transferred to the city, where the purple monster continued to fight with the white cap. The superhero tried to hold back all those heavy blows from this heavy purple monster. All the people were really in a panic, because they did not understand what was going to happen. The white cap was really very angry, and he had no emotions or thoughts. Then he quickly deflected the blow of this terrible monster towards him with one hand. Because of this, the giant monster fell to the ground, and with a very loud noise, the impact of the white cap was really strong. But considering all this, the monster, on the contrary, became even angrier and wanted to simply destroy the main character. Suddenly, at that moment, he hit the boy with his strong purple hand. He then created some very powerful purple laser and shot it towards the boy. This blow was really very strong, and everything around just flew into small pieces. The white cap suffered from this blow. He also just flew and was almost unconscious. But suddenly he understood that something had to be done, and thanks to the wind, he began to control his situation. Then once again, he managed to land on his feet for a while, even though he had very high speed. The boy restrained all this great speed with his big, strong legs. After that, he quickly jumped to the side because he wanted to continue the fight. And jumped from one side to the other. It was really very fast. The purple monster was really surprised because the superhero had a very high speed. Meanwhile, the white cap continued to focus only on this battle and ran towards the monster. It seemed that the superhero still had a lot of energy and it just didn't run out, so he kept running towards the monster. They both started attacking each other again and nothing was clear. Then a big scary monster hit the boy right in the face. It is interesting that only those who are able to win this battle are interested. The white cap was really strong, and so was the monster. But it became clear that the white cap was stronger than the black one and had more energy. It was a fight in which there was no honor or morality. The monster was beating the boy, and then the boy on his side was also beating this big purple monster nonstop. There was really a lot of pain in this fight, and it felt like it was a fight to the death. After the two opponents met again, they created one big explosion between them again. Then the monster said that he had many advantages. But despite this, he never managed to defeat this very strong superhero. It seemed to him that he was simply wrong when he started this fight. For he struck many blows which did no harm, and he was seized with fear and anxiety. He also saw the eyes of the white cap and understood that there was no fear or worry. Then after another big explosion, the heroes flew apart again. The white cap fell and halted its movement to stop as this blast was really powerful. The monster also fell, but did not want to give up and fought to the end. Suddenly, at this moment, the white cap noticed something really strange. He saw that a really strange light began to appear from inside the monster and recede. Suddenly, he very loud, big, strong electric tentacles of this monster. They scattered around the city and wanted to destroy the white cap. This electricity really did a lot of damage to the whole city and destroyed houses. Suddenly, one large stone block appeared in the air and flew out of the destroyed building. People stood on the ground and were very worried because it seemed to them that this block would simply destroy them now. Then suddenly the white cap noticed it and he realized that he needed to act. He took one step in the other direction towards these people. This greatly interested the monster because he did not understand where the main character was running away. Then the white cap quickly jumped across the bridge to help the people. At the last moment, he managed to crush the stone with his strong foot. Due to this, the people who were below survived. However, they were very scared because they did not believe that they would succeed. Then the hero landed on one stone wall and heard that everything was fine with the people. He carefully looked at them because he understood that this was his task, to save all people. At the last moment, the boy in the orange t-shirt saw a white cap above him. But after that, the protagonist quickly jumped back to the purple monster. And in a few seconds, he was hanging back on the same bridge where he was before. Then suddenly, the evil purple monster looked at the boy. He still suspected something. Then the events moved to the past, where a large brown monster was standing. The purple monster asked the brown monster if superheroes have any weaknesses. He said yes, and then the purple monster asked his friend to tell about it. But he simply said that the weak point is people. The purple monster couldn't believe that everything was so simple. It seemed that something was wrong here. But his friend said that all superheroes inside are ordinary people. This greatly surprised and interested the blue monster, and he could not imagine it. Then he actually realized that it was true. The white cap was looking at the purple monster, who was really suspicious of him. Then the monster bent down and decided to deliver his powerful lightning strike once more. Then for a few more seconds, he shot one big black thing forward. This greatly surprised the white cap, because the projectile flew in a completely different direction. As it turned out, this projectile flew into a building where ordinary people were located, who were very scared. Therefore, the white cap began to act immediately because he could not allow their death. He quickly ran to the projectile and sent it on a different trajectory upwards so that it would not destroy the house. The woman was still at the window, very frightened because she thought she was already dead. But fortunately, the white cap still managed to send this projectile in the other direction with its own strength. Suddenly, the blue monster did not want to give up and decided to give the boy another blow. Superhero hard on the back, and it was painful for the hero. After this strong blow, a large purple beam appeared, and the air around it became somehow strange. The old grandfather looked carefully at this situation. He was really scared. Ivan and his friend were surprised and could not understand what happened and what kind of light it was. Black Cap and Danyan covered themselves with their hands so that the shards wouldn't fly towards them. Meanwhile, out of all that smoke, the silhouette of the same monster could be seen. He said that finally the body of the person who had beaten him so badly was finally hanging in the air. Then the big purple monster simply took the boy in its giant hand. It seemed like it was the finale. The phyllate monster squeezed the boy's body very hard in its large hands. Then he decided that it would be too weak and wanted to work with another hand. He squeezed the superhero with both of his strong hands. It was really very painful for the white cap, because the monster simply did not let him breathe. But suddenly one of the monster's tentacles began to move very strangely in its body. It turned and hit the monster from the other side. After that, a lot of electricity appeared on the monster's hands, and it was clear that he was also feeling some pain. Then he lifted this guy high in the air and a lot of lightning appeared all around. The monsters screamed very loudly and everyone was safe and went upstairs. It was not clear what was happening. Meanwhile, the white cap still remained in the hands of this big monster. Suddenly, a really very powerful light beam appeared, which acted directly on the monster. After that, the monster hit a stone wall very hard with his hand, and cracks went along it. Suddenly, at that moment, another scary and brown monster turned to Behemoth. He said that no matter how powerful the force, they are no match for them. After that, it seemed that the monsters completely crushed the wall, and some light blue light appeared. Meanwhile, the white cap continued to be in the hands of the monster, and there was a lot of blood all around. The old grandfather became very frightened. It seemed to him that the boy had simply died. The white cap was simply in the hands of the monster and did not show any signs of life. The black cap was also really surprised. It seemed to her that something really strange was happening here. Danyan also did not understand what was happening because the main character did not show any signs of life. At that moment, the white cap flew off the main character. She was covered in blood. Ivan was really surprised. He was now sure that the white cap had simply died. He said that everything happened as Carol predicted. After that, the cap fell on the asphalt itself. She was very dirty with the boy's blood. Meanwhile, Carol was just outside eating ice cream. Suddenly, a half-monster woman came up to her who was looking after her and called her. The little girl could not understand what had happened, but someone was calling her. Then she turned around and was really quite shocked. She raised her head in the air and did not look at you. She saw something really strange there. Then the big purple monster calmly exhaled and said that it was really not easy. But fortunately, he completed the first task he was given, and this guaranteed their victory in the Great War. The truth is that what was outside the window was really very scared and surprised. They knew what was going to happen now. Everyone understood that the main character lost because he helped people. As he was told, he was really proud to fight against the White Cap. The guy was just in the hands of this monster and did nothing. But suddenly, at one point, the big private monster was very scared. Then the events are transferred into the past, to the temple. The boy asked what his grandfather's dreams were, and he said that he dreamed of hope for the future. But he also said that he doesn't dream about anything and just wants to live happily with his family. This interested the young hero very much because he did not expect such an answer. And then the boy remembered that he had no family, and this greatly interested the old grandfather. The old grandfather looked into his eyes and asked how come he didn't have a family. He said he had Vin and Jury and asked if there could be humans, maybe. The old grandfather told the boy to listen carefully. Grandfather said that everyone has their own values, but family is the most important. He said that if he loved a person and that person loved him, then it can be called his family. Suddenly, the old man asked the young man what his dream was. Then the boy said that he had a dream. It was a family. At that moment, the boy came to life and began to act somehow. He screamed very loudly and his eyes lit up with paint. It was really unexpected. After this tension, there was a lot of blood and some strange blue glow from the light. After that, a strange blue energy vortex appeared in the middle of the city. This light was very large indeed and could be seen several kilometers away. This tornado had a very strong force indeed, and therefore destroyed all the glass. Cars and buildings simply collapsed as this vortex approached them. Suddenly, the evil monster was really very surprised. He could not believe that something had begun to happen because the hero was finally dead. Behemoth was surprised and was really shocked by what was happening in the city. It seemed to him that it was impossible at all because the hero finally died. But suddenly an unknown person could be seen from this blue vortex. A white cap came out of this tornado, which resurrected. It was really quite epic. Then he cut off the monster's hands, and the monster was sick. The guy just glowed with some kind of blue glow and looked up. It seemed to the monsters that something was wrong with the white cap, and he was behaving differently. He noticed that the boy was just shaking all over, and his eyes were somehow very strange. Suddenly, the boy started shouting something very loudly and bent down. Then he remembered the words of his old grandfather, who told him to constantly control himself. Suddenly, the boy looked up at the monster. It was clear that the white cap was very angry. This scared the monster very much. He couldn't believe it at all. Ivan was also very surprised because something was wrong here. It seemed to him that the boy simply could not resurrect himself. Black Cap was also very surprised and a little scared. None of the superheroes understood how this could even be possible. Then the monster began to draw in a lot of air to make. Then he spat out black lightning very loudly and forcefully. This lightning was headed straight for the boy's body, who was just standing there and not moving. But suddenly, when she approached the boy, she changed her trajectory and simply turned back. Then this great black energy flew back towards the purple monster. After that, a very large-scale explosion took place in the city. Everyone saw it. This explosion was really very difficult for the purple monster because he didn't understand what was happening. It seemed to him that it was simply impossible because it was his energy that he controlled. Suddenly, he raised his head and saw something really quite shocking. He saw that the boy came very close to him. He stood in front of him and just stared into his eyes. Suddenly, the monster began to feel very bad and scream loudly. Large stones began to fly into his arms and legs, and therefore a lot of blood flowed. The monster was very weak and simply could not even speak. It seemed to everyone that it was just the end, because the hero brought this monster to his knees. The monster could no longer even stand on its feet, and therefore the boy decided to take advantage of this opportunity. He hit it very hard with his strong leg, and some blue energy appeared. This blow was really very powerful, and the monster's body parts just flew around. Then he remembered the words of the same three-headed monster that had warned him. It was very unfortunate. This monster was just missing half of its head, and a lot of blood was flowing out of it. It was truly the finale. Therefore, the superhero continued to attack the monster with all his might. The monster just couldn't understand why the superhero was so strong. He struck a very powerful blow, and a blue layer appeared around it. After that, the monster's body parts simply flew into pieces and hung in the air. Suddenly, at that moment, a big blue monster appeared in the air and wanted to eat the dead monster's body. Incan was very surprised because he did not expect to see this. He stared intently at it. He watched as the purple monster's corpse was completely swallowed by the large, giant monster. But suddenly, some unknown hero began to move quickly and jump around the houses. As it turned out, it was a black cap. The superhero jumped high into the air and punched the blue monster in the nose. He said that the blue monster was too cunning and things wouldn't go that way. The blue monster began to feel pain, so it opened its mouth and spat out the body of the purple monster. The body of that monster just fell on the asphalt and the blue trash started to run away. Black Cap noted that the blue giant monster could move between other worlds because it was very fast. Then at that moment, the wounded monster returned from the portal to some room. He just lay there and screamed very loudly in pain because he was wounded. But the brown monster just raised a finger and asked him to be quiet. He said that now is not the best time to make any noises and make noise. Therefore, the large, injured, blue eyeless monster began to calm down little by little. Then the brown alien is very angry and turned aside. It became clear that at this moment, nothing else threatened this world. But suddenly, a big blue energy appeared around the superhero, and he started screaming loudly. This energy simply spread throughout the world and destroyed everything around. No one could understand what was happening to the boy. The old grandfather was very worried because it seemed that now what he was most afraid of would happen. But suddenly at this moment, Dan Yang saw something very strange. Some unknown boy was riding a bicycle straight to the canal. The old grandfather was very surprised because he did not expect to see this right now. He saw that Juri was riding his bicycle very fast straight towards the can. Considering that there was a lot of blue dangerous energy around, Juri continued to drive. The old teacher asked Juri to stop because he did not understand what mistake he was making. But the boy simply did not listen to him and gained speed. Suddenly, the guy just stood up from the bike and threw it quickly on the ground. He started to walk towards his friend, but there was a lot of dangerous blue energy around. Even though it was very dangerous indeed, Juri continued to walk and call out to his friend. Suddenly, Khan heard his friend's voice asking him to stop. Juri told the boy it was over and everything was okay. "You lose!" It seemed that it was the foot of a purple monster that threatened him. Suddenly, he realized that it was really Yulia, and simply fell on his shoulder, losing consciousness. But suddenly a man came from behind and said that it was really over. Juri was very surprised because he did not expect to hear someone behind him. It was Ivan. He said that he was not surprised that the white hero managed to defeat the terrible monster. He said that he was surprised that the future that was predicted by Carol did not come true, even though everything was right. Then he asked Juri to step aside and hit him with a superhero body. He said he had better do it while he was still good, or it would be very bad. Juri was very frightened because he did not know who this man was. But at that moment, he hugged Khan even tighter and said that he would not give his body away. This surprised Ivan very much because he did not expect such a reaction. Suddenly, Juri became very angry and told the man to just disappear because Juri wouldn't let him touch the white cap's body. But then the man only confirmed this information and remained calm. He began to reach for the boy's body and said that he asked to do it well. Suddenly, an old grandfather appeared and began to laugh at Ivan's words. He told the guy to just finish and not say any nonsense. Suddenly, Ivan was surprised because he could not understand who this grandfather was. He wondered why everyone was so rude to him and asked who was that pensioner. But the grandfather just laughed and said that he had known for a long time that Ivan wanted to steal his body as well. Then Ivan said that this really surprised him because his grandfather had a really good talent. The old trainer asked why the superhero was here too and why he was so bad. But Ivan said that he was not in the mood to answer all the questions and he was already bored, so he said that he would take his grandfather's body with him. But then at that moment, the black cap began to laugh loudly at Ivan's words. Ivan was surprised because he did not understand what was happening. The old grandfather also didn't expect anyone else to join him to protect the white cap. Black Cap also came down to all the superheroes and said that Ivan will surely die here and he has no chance. But despite this, Ivan just laughed and said that the whole team was here. Suddenly, the man said that he never thought the day would come when someone could beat him so hard. The black cap looked intently into Ivan's eyes because he really thought of something. And he said that he could not just leave it like that, and inserted the key into some portal. Suddenly, this portal increased in size several times, and something strange began to happen. Then other superheroes who belonged to Ivan's team began to emerge from this portal. All the boys were serious and did not want to give up. This scared Dan Yang very much because there were many of them. Juri also did not expect this, and he did not understand what was happening in this place at all. They saw evil and scary mutants staring at them, and it seemed that these monsters were simply controlled by Ivan and had no mind of their own. The Black Cap was also surprised, because he did not expect that Ivan had such a large team. Everyone understood that they needed to start thinking about how to solve this conflict. Then Ivan offered to see who would die first and start a battle. The old grandfather carefully looked at all these monsters as they fought with Ivan. He noticed that there was something really wrong with all of them. They were kind of weird. And especially the strangest was the man with orange hair. Ivan said that the weather was really very good, and said that it would be the end of all these superheroes. This big blue monster started screaming loudly, and they wanted to start. Juri was very scared because he didn't understand what they even had to do. Dan Yang then called Nangi to find out what the boy had come up with. But the boy looked carefully ahead and did not answer anything. He just thought about all this. He said it was a really bad situation for all of them. They needed to pull themselves together. Suddenly, at this moment, the monsters with orange hair saw that it was not in the air. And at that moment, something big and strong fell on him. But luckily, he caught this item. After that, he did not understand what was happening because other objects began to fall on him as well. Some unknown shields were falling from the air. It was really strange. They would fall to the ground and make a kind of defensive line. No one expected this at all. Suddenly, at this moment, another unknown hero appeared. Everyone was surprised because they did not expect to see him right here. They simply did not know him. It was Kirill, who was also a superhero, who came directly from Russia with a partner. He was surprised, surprisingly, they arrived with their superhero Maxim very on time, at the most needed moment. Juri did not understand what was happening, because he had never seen them. The Black Cap also did not understand who these people were and why they came to help. Everyone was very surprised and did not know who they were. Even Dan Yang did not understand and asked who these unknown people were. Meanwhile, Maxim was very angry and hid behind one of the shields. Ivan was also very surprised because he had never seen these people before. He was very surprised. Dan Yang then asked who they were and what they were even doing here in Korea. Then Kirill said that they were straight from Russia, but they would tell the details later. At that moment, Maxim loudly called Kirill and said that it was time to start the attack. He began to take off his yellow shirt and said that someone had to be cleaned here. But suddenly at that moment, Kirill called Maxim. He wanted to tell him something. The great and evil Cyril turned his head towards the people. He looked at the people with his strong and angry look, because he was always very angry. At this point, Juri asked why he looked like that, big and angry. But suddenly, Maxim asked what happened to the White Cap, whether she was still alive. Then the people replied that she was not dead and that she was all right. She just lost consciousness. But then Maxim turned his head and said that it is necessary to concentrate on current affairs. Then Maxim began to shout at Kirill and said that he would not repeat it twice. Then Kirill calmly said that he understood everything, and his eyes lit up. Suddenly, at that moment, one of the strong monsters wanted to start an attack on the superheroes. He struck with his strong hand and destroyed several shields at once. But despite this, Maxim just stood there and did not react to the monster's actions. The monster continued to destroy all the stone structures that were near the superheroes. Then Maxim looked at the monster's eyes and understood something. Suddenly, at that moment, a big, scary monster said that it was they who would win this battle. Then he swung his great red hand and destroyed the last shields. After that, he stood before Maxim and asked what he would do. But Maxim just stood there and did nothing. This really confused the monster, and he asked why Maxim did not attack. Then the monsters decided to strike first and kicked him. The blow was very strong, but Maxim did not consider it so. Dan Yang was surprised and couldn't believe it all. Black Cap was also surprised because he had never seen such power before. Meanwhile, Maxim firmly planted his foot on the destroyed ground and simply stood unyielding. This really surprised the red monster because he did not understand what Maxim was doing. Maxim just stood unyielding and did not even move. It seemed that he did not want to act. He was really surprised because he did not understand how Maxim was able to bypass him and stay in place. Suddenly, at that moment, another monster grabbed Maxim by the hair. After that, he shouted loudly and prepared to strike. He hit Maxim very hard in the face, a really powerful blow from the monster. The blow was so strong that a lot of blood began to flow from Maxim, but he did not defend himself in any way. Maxim just fell to the ground and did nothing. It was very strange. No one understood what was happening. Even Kirill did not understand what Maxim was doing. He did not defend himself from the attacks of monsters. The old coach said that if this continues, Maxim may die on the spot. Then Maxim began to slowly rise from the ground. His clothes were covered with a lot of his blood. Then he fully rose and was ready to fight on. Ivan was very surprised, not understanding what was happening on the battlefield. Maxim then turned to the superheroes and said that they were talking too much. After that, Maxim moved towards the evil monsters. He did not attack at all. Then he approached one person and asked what was wrong with her. He approached Cullen and asked what happened to him. Maxim's eyes glowed pink. But the boy asked why the old man was just angry, because there was no need to do so. The guy extended his hand, said hello, and said that his name was Kalen. It was all memories. But suddenly Maxim saw that this man had some stitches on his face. He also noticed that this guy's eyes were red, and he was a little different from a normal man in general. Maxim asked if he was exactly the Kalen he knew. The man became increasingly angry. But Kalen was surprised because he said that he had never met Maxim. Then Black Cap thought because he was puzzled by this situation. The girl also did not understand what was happening now on the battlefield. Then Ivan realized what had happened and guessed who these people were and where they came from. And he said that it would be better for these people to just stay in their Russia, where Kalen used to be. He noted that they were indeed quite strong, but also wounded. It seemed to Ivan that this Maxim did not pose any threat because he had not yet struck a single blow. Ivan also did not know where these strange shields appeared from, but thanks to the monster's attacks, they disappeared. It seemed to him that they were somehow unreal. Then he realized that this was a super guy with mental powers, and he was unlikely to be able to defeat him. Suddenly, Kalen raised his hand up and it started to glow. It was then clear that the boy was really very angry and wanted to start attacking them. Suddenly, at that moment, some really strange green lightning appeared in the air. And this lightning was very close to the heroes and hit Maxim. Dan Yang then guessed that this guy's power was to strike people with lightning. After this impact, there was a lot of dust around, and no one understood what would happen next. The old grandfather was afraid because he did not know if that superhero Maxim had survived. As it turned out, Maxim was indeed alive, but he was very badly injured by the impact of this strong lightning. Spit out a lot of blood, he was really hurt. This seriously surprised Kalen because it seemed to him that the boy should have died after this blow. Kirill was also very worried and did not understand whether Maxim was doing everything right. But suddenly Maxim got to his feet and started shouting very loudly. He was very angry. This really impressed all the super monsters because they did not expect it, and it seemed that the boy had to look. Even Kirillo was very worried because he had never experienced similar situations together with Maxim. Then the evil Maxim came close to Kalen and said that he needed to knock all the grass out of him. At that moment, he wanted to defend himself and hit this superhero with his lightning or fist. But then Maxim very easily and quickly hit this enemy and Kalen simply flew to the side. This surprised Ivan very much because he really did not expect it. He was really very scared because he had never seen such a power before. Then Maxim called Ivan a jerk who looked like a man who didn't have a home. Ivan just stood silently and looked ahead. He was really shocked and didn't know what to say. Maxim tore his t-shirt and asked Ivan if he was here. It was Maxim who was really very angry. Maxima is really upset that Ivan does not give any answer and is simply silent. That's why he wanted to attack him. Superpowers Maxim might have. Suddenly, some superhero started running quickly towards Ivan and jumped on the clouds of buildings. This guy was flustered really fast and wanted to hit hard. As it turned out, it was Maxim. His hands were covered in blood but very strong. He wanted to fight. At that moment, Maxim began to fight strongly with Kalen. Everything around went up in the air. Suddenly, at this moment, the big red monster also wanted to do something. At that moment, the red monster made some kind of metal thing out of his hand and headed towards Maxim. But suddenly, some unknown black ribbon began to appear near the big, sharp hand of the monster. This tape suddenly pulled the monster back and prevented it from hitting Maxim in the back. The monster fell to the ground and did not understand what had happened. He was really very angry. At that moment, the black cap continued to attack and kick the monster in the face. Then the black cap said that he simply could not stand aside because he liked all this and wanted to act somehow. But suddenly a big blue monster appeared above the black cap and wanted to give him its strong blow. At that moment, a light t-shirt flew into the air. It was covered in blood. Then the black cap saw someone's hand protect him and hit the monster. The blow was really very strong and the monster had a mark on its stomach and it flew far away. The monster flew really far and destroyed everything around. He just couldn't stop. At this point, the old grandfather said that he thought they would be able to handle all the monsters. But he said that his help just won't stop the superheroes from fighting, much to the amusement of the Black Cap. Black Cap said that these monsters were really dangerous, but not as strong as the big purple monster that killed White Cap. Grandfather then said that his powers were useless then, because he can always use martial arts techniques. Then the Black Cap said that he does not have any tricks because he does not like to prepare for battle. He then said that he would take the red-horned boy 5. Then the two of them started to move and run towards these monsters. Black Cap and old grandfather quickly ran to attack these terrible monsters who wanted to destroy them. In the meantime, the girl took Jury and Khan to the same room so that they could hide there. Jury was very surprised because he did not understand who the girl was. The girl carefully looked at the boy because she did not understand why he was so surprised. Jury then asked if this girl was a superhero and why she didn't help them fight. At that moment, the girl said that the boy was right and she really had a superpower. But suddenly, she said that she just can't fight because it's a very dangerous ability. This really surprised Jury because he couldn't believe that this power could be so dangerous. She said she could use her power to move between time and dimension, and she didn't fully know her superpower. This really surprised Jury, as he noted that she was very young, like his partner. Meanwhile, they both heard some strange, loud noises coming from the battlefield. Then the girl came out to see what was happening there and was really shocked. She saw large green bolts of lightning striking violently across the square. They were very powerful indeed and were aimed at Maxim to destroy him. But despite all this, Maxim was alive and continued to live. On the contrary, he became even stronger. Maxim was really very angry and wanted to just destroy Kalen for his hard hitting. At one point, Maxim managed to grab Kalen by his hair. It really hurt. Then he took it and hit Kalen hard with his other hand. It was a really strong blow, because Maxim was a very strong man. Kalen was thrown into the air after this blow and was badly injured. The events are then brought back to the past, where someone asks how many kinds of monsters there were. The other answers that all monsters had a different appearance and inner world. It was a conversation between Maxim and Kalen. Then Kalen promised Maxim to destroy all superheroes. But at this very moment, Kalen made 2 strange maneuvers and survived. After that, he landed on the ground because he understood that he needed to control the whole situation. Then Maxim remembered how they fought in the temple against monsters. Maxim was very angry and said that monsters need to know their place, and hit one of the monsters. He recalled that those people had no smell and behaved differently. Then Maxim understood, because it seemed that Kalen was also just a dead man. Maxim asked to tell Kalen whether he remembers him at all in the past. But the boy was really very angry. His eyes were glowing red and he was just silent. Then suddenly Alexander had some strange things near his hand. He became more comfortable once more, and a lot of green lightning appeared around him. Then the events are transferred back to one of the apartments. Maxim told Kirill that he knew Alexander before meeting Kirill, but he asked why the boy was asking about this. Then Kirillo said that Maxim remembered some Superman who was several times stronger than him. Maxim said that Alexander was stronger than him because he defeated him in arm wrestling 38 times, and this was only his strength. Maxim said that Kalen was just crazy and could shoot really a lot of powerful lightning, and when he fought monsters, he got up angry too. This really surprised Cyril because he could not believe that a person could send real lightning. Then at this moment, Kirill asked where Alexander was right now. He was really interested. But Maxim said that he was just friends with Alexander and never worked together, so he does not know where the boy is. Maxim said that Alexander was very hard-working and wanted to destroy the monsters as soon as possible and overtake Maxim. But suddenly he stopped answering calls from Maxim. Then Kirill asked if Maxim did not think that something really terrible could happen to his friend. But Maxim said that he really didn't care, and it didn't bother him. He said that Kalin was not a glorious character, and he was several times stronger than Maxim. But Maxim told Krylov that he becomes stronger only when he loses his weight. Kirillo said that he would very much like to meet Alexander and asked if it was even possible. After that, Maxim said that Kalin was really very smart, and it was not easy to find him. He did not stop anywhere. But despite this, Maxim said that it would be fun to work with three. Then Kirillo said that he saw for the first time that Maxim knew how to smile. Then the events are transferred to the betrayal of the city, where there were a lot of big lightning. Alexander was really very angry and wanted to continue attacking Maxim. He dealt many blows to Maxim and wanted to simply destroy him with his own hands. These warriors were very fast and very strong. Suddenly, Alexander managed to hit Kirill hard and he flew very far. It was impressive. Despite the fact that Maxim had a really large weight after Kellen's blow, he simply flew. But suddenly he managed to stand on his feet, and because of this, he destroyed the asphalt a little. After that, Maxim just laughed because it was really fun for him. Alexander was really surprised because he did not understand what was happening and why the boy was laughing. Then Maxim fully approached Alexander and said that it was really different from arm wrestling, and here he was stronger. After that, he delivered a really powerful blow with his big fist right in Alexander's face. The blow was really powerful and the guy flew really far. But despite this, Maxim decided not to stop and continue his fight against this enemy. Maxim ran quickly and wanted to catch up so that he did not run away from him. Maxim was really very angry. Then Maxim jumped up to Kalin and asked if he could do something for him as his friend. After that, there was a really big explosion in this big building where the two guys were. Ivan was really very surprised because usually Alexander could control himself, but now he behaved somehow differently. He said that it was the first time he had seen the boy so strange. It seemed as if he was not in control of him. Suddenly, he crouched down because some very strong blue blow flew over him. After that, Ivan started to jump very quickly from side to side to dodge other superheroes' blows. Then the guy with the sword said that Ivan had a really good reaction. Ivan was really confused because now he saw in front of him the very boy whom he was afraid of. It was Kirill. He said that Ivan was the leader of these monsters and asked why he was so afraid of everyone, even though he should lead by example. Then Kirill asked what would happen to Ivan's dolls if he died. But Ivan said that he had never died again and did not know what would happen. Therefore, Kirill said that this was the biggest problem that needed to be solved. After that, Kirill created a lot of swords and said that it was necessary to check what would happen if Ivan died. Ivan was very frightened because he had never seen so many swords flying in his direction. Meanwhile, Kirill created more swords and sent them to Ivan. Ivan kept running away from all those swords, even though they were very fast. The superhero kept drawing new shapes with his finger to continue his attack. Kirill drew a lot and wanted Ivan to simply not be able to survive all these attacks. At that moment, a large, giant metal sword appeared above Ivan. It was very unexpected. Ivan was very frightened because this great sword was falling directly on him. After that, this sword finally fell on Ivan, and there was a big explosion. It was a very quick fall. The blue monster was very scared because he was worried about his master. The red monster was also worried because it seemed to him that Ivan had simply died. Blackcap suddenly noticed this too and was pleasantly surprised. All the superheroes did not understand what was going to happen now and what happened to Ivan. But at that moment, two superheroes jumped out from under the broken asphalt. It was Ivan and his monster. They landed on some surface. Ivan then asked his monster if he was okay. But the monster said that everything was very bad because he had a very deep wound in his stomach. Ivan became very scared, and you realized that they were fighting them like normal monsters. He was very interested in where the Russian superhumans came from in this place. Ivan understood that in the future, which was described, everything would be many times better, and he could simply win. But the Black Cap turned out to be a very strong opponent, and even if they do not use all their strength, they will not be able to win this battle. He understood that all this was because of these two Russian supermen who arrived here. Ivan considered these two superheroes very strong because they had unusual powers. Then Ivan unexpectedly said that he did not want to fight against them. It was really shocking. Then Kirill told Ivan to do something and ordered his monsters to retreat. But at this point, Ivan said he had a really good offer for them. Kirill became very scared because it seemed to him that Ivan simply wanted to somehow deceive him and all the superheroes. Then Ivan carefully told the monster to listen to him. and he said that a portal should be opened, although there was a very small passage. Monsters named Chambler listened carefully to their master and wanted to do everything as he said. Ivan said that his only goal is to take the body of the Whitecap from the battlefield. But since the Whitecap didn't die, it meant that his plans simply wouldn't come true. That's why he said that he was just going to leave, but I wanted to tell about his strong powers. And if Kirill likes it, he can start working with him. Kirill was really interested, and he listened carefully to Ivan. Suddenly, at that moment, Kirill said that Ivan now had a boy with orange hair. He said that his name must have been Alexander Kalin, if correct, and that he was currently fighting Maxim. Then Ivan confirmed all this information. He looked intently at his opponent. Kirill said that he really didn't care why Ivan and his puppets did not act, but were on the sidelines. He meant that when the big monsters attacked, Ivan was simply on the sidelines. He said that he also didn't want to ask why these monsters had some human features and body parts. He said that he only believes that all these people cannot be rewritten in any way. Ivan was really interested in what Kirill was leading to because he was talking about something. Then Kirill said that they needed to imagine that this meaningless dialogue simply did not exist. Suddenly, a large, giant red monster came towards them, fighting against the black cap. This greatly interested Kirill because the danger was not far from them. Ivan realized that this red monster fought very well indeed. Suddenly, there was a giant explosion after the red monster made a big impact on the ground. After that, Cyril asked how the black cap was feeling, but the black cap said that everything was fine and that he was sorry for interrupting the conversation. Suddenly, Kirill saw something really unusual on the monster's body. He saw that the monster could simply regenerate all of its wounds and had regeneration. In addition, he was very strong and powerful, and did not want to give up in any way. This was a really strong problem. Black Cap understood that if the monster would constantly regenerate itself, then they would never be able to defeat it. Suddenly, this terrible monster raised both hands up in the air. After that, he started screaming very loudly, and a lot of new red tentacles appeared around him. It was really unusual because no one expected such a strong attack. Cyril and the Black Cap tried to avoid all his attacks as best as possible. All the monsters and superheroes were really surprised because that was all and only bothered them. Suddenly, Ivan saw something somewhat unusual and wanted to say something. His eyes lit up with pink paint, and it seemed as if he was getting some new superpower. Suddenly, he turned back to all the monsters at the same time and told them all to listen to him carefully. Ivan said that in exactly 2 seconds, he would open the portal and asked everyone to just go home and finish all the battles. Then he turned to the monster with blue paint, whose name was Gregory. He told this monster to take the body of the big pink monster with horns. Then he said that in exactly 2 seconds, the countdown would start. The monster was really starting to act, and they were preparing to run back. At that moment, the dialogue between Maxim and Alexander continued. They were in a large building. Alexander apologized and said that unfortunately he could not remember Maxim in his life. Maxim was very impressed by this because he really did not expect it. It seemed to him that this could not be true. At that moment, one of Ivan's monsters created a large portal for all the monsters. Because of this, all the superheroes were very surprised because they could not understand what was happening. They were not ready for this. It seemed to them that the monsters were simply leaving the arena. At that moment, Alexander suddenly jumped out of the window of this very big house where he was talking with Maxim. Then he jumped to the ground and quickly galloped towards the other monsters. The red-horned monster was indeed very surprised, as it seemed to him that the good phase of the battle was just beginning. But despite this, he still decided to do as the boss said. But at that moment, he also took a large and heavy purple monster with which the White Cap was fighting. All these monsters were heading straight for the big portal. They wanted to jump into it. Suddenly, at that moment, Kirill began to quickly draw something with his fingers. After that, he launched a large, strong metal sword towards the portal, which flew very fast. All people have already managed to enter this portal except for Ivan. Then this sword came closer and closer. But Ivan simply looked at this great sword with his calm, cold-blooded gaze and was not afraid. And suddenly some big red hands came out of this portal. Then at this moment, 2 strong red hands took and stopped this sword between them. This really surprised Kirill because in this mass he managed to grab this big fast sword. Then this great master simply continued to hold Cyril's giant sword in his hands. After that, Ivan simply entered the portal and looked at Kirill for the last time. After that, the great portal began to narrow and close a little. And after a few seconds, this portal is completely closed. Only some strange sounds of monsters and some unknown strange feeling came from this portal. Maxim was really very angry because they lowered the monsters. Meanwhile, the news was already talking about the events that happened in Korea. According to the results of research, a lot of objects in the city were really destroyed. And because of this, it entailed very large material and monetary losses. Now everyone is busy trying to help Korea after what happened. The Deotic Special Unit continued its investigations and research at the expense of all these monsters. Meanwhile, the jury was at home and was writing something with a pencil in his notebook. He did not understand what was happening because in the world recently there were really a lot of strange people. He did not understand the meaning of the body of the white cap that Ivan wanted to steal. But when Jury looked into Ivan's eyes, he became really very scared and his confidence simply disappeared. But with that in mind, Jury recalled that he bravely continued to protect his partner's body. The guy understood what it was necessary to just take the situation under his own control because he was really under a lot of stress. Jura also managed to get acquainted with some strange superheroes who were at that time. He remembered the great Maxim who came from Russia and was like a bear, and also about his partner, the mysterious Kirill, who never explained anything to him. Suddenly the black cap joked and asked what kind of uncle he was. Jury didn't know how to put it another way because the boy was acting really strange. He mentioned that before the black cap tried to fight against the white cap, but now everything has changed. The boy said that it was very strange that the white cap still hadn't come to his senses. Also, one of the versions could be that the guy is just gaining strength and does not want to wake up. Jury was over his head and said that after that they would definitely be fine. Then the old grandfather asked the other monsters where they were going now and what they were going to do. Great Maxim said that they would return to Russia and asked not to worry about Ivan because he would take care of him. The old grandfather was carefully looking at all the superheroes and suddenly asked one of them. He saw Nangi and asked what the black cap would do now after all this. The hero said that one way or another they had won this battle but not the war, and so they would definitely all meet next time. He called Dan Yan and then they created a large portal and went inside. Kirill said that they came here to help the white cap because all the soldiers decided to come here and it seemed to him that the boy played a big role. The old grandfather was very surprised because he saw that this guy was really very smart and intelligent. But after that, Maxim simply took Kirill and said that they wanted to go eat and buy some clothes. The superhero white cap had just started. There it was reported that despite the fact that the guy seemed to reveal all this, it only made the situation worse. It was reported that all this happened because of the white cap and the monsters came precisely because of him. Meanwhile, Gundofu was in the hospital, unconscious and in a critical condition, with a teacher sitting next to him. After that, Jury entered the house and saw something very strange indeed. He saw that the boy had suddenly disappeared, and it was really unexpected. Jury did not understand why the boy disappeared and where he had gone. Suddenly, at that moment, the large gray door to Ben's office swung open. Ben and the other interviewers were in shock as they wondered who would come in now. Suddenly, St. Paul entered the room. She looked really bad. Ben was really surprised because he didn't expect to see her here. Sui was also very surprised because St. Paul looked really, really bad. This Paul entered the room and called both people. Something was in front of her. Sui asked how St. Paul was feeling as they were all very worried about her, but the girl just looked sternly at both people in the room. Then at that moment, she sat down on the table and began to tell something. She said that they came across a really, really strong monster during their trip to Korea. Ben and Sui were really very surprised by this story she was telling. She told everything that happened to her and Jane during the trip. She said that after Jane created the Stone Corporation, things took a different direction. The main Atosha monster had very strong hallucinations and started to feel really bad. The monster said that all these hallucinations were really killing his sense of reality. It was as if they were just destroying his head little by little, because the pictures were completely different. Mash then said that he would feel very proud indeed if he succeeded in destroying this stone wall. Toby said he needed to break this eternal pain in his head because of the hallucinations. Then the great monster opened his third eye and said that St. Paul should also feel all this. Suddenly, some unknown object appeared behind this terrible monster. It was really big. St. Paul could not believe that another monster appeared there. Jaina was also really shocked and didn't understand what was going to happen here now, and it seemed like a big battle was coming soon. It was indeed a very large monster that was several times larger than the main monster. It was Sid's servant. The monster said that he had come for the old man at the behest of Mavrel. This really surprised the man because he thought it was very stupid indeed. Also, the servant gave him a personal citation from Mavrel and said that Baishvus had died in battle. This was really very shocking information for the man. He was very surprised because he did not expect to hear it. The servant said that the other monsters were also dead and the Korean invasion was defeated. He needed to take the man for further battles. So the servant said not to create any foolish ideas because they have one goal. Emvril also said that the man would die in this battle, and he himself knew it very well, so he asked him to return. This really surprised the strong red monster a lot, he thought. It looked very impressive indeed. The man said that in this situation they were saved from death by another monster. Meanwhile, St. Paul looked at him intently. She could not believe it. The man said that it was necessary to bring the matter to an end in the next battle, and then they would definitely settle everything between themselves. Jane was already angry. She wanted to take revenge on the monster. Then the strong man turned to the servant who had come to deliver the message. Interrupted him again during the battle. He would simply kill him. Then the servant apologized and understood it was really strange. At that moment, some strange things began to happen, and a large flying monster took its owner home. It was really impressive because this monster managed to pass through the heavy stone structures that Jane had built. Ben was really very surprised because he did not expect that they would have to fight monsters right in the sea. After that, Sui put her hand on the tired superheroine's arm and wanted to ask something. Then she asked Paul where Jane was now. She was really very interested. But Paul said Jane was in critical condition and almost died because she had lost so much energy. Therefore, Jane wrapped herself in her stones to preserve her health. She said she would go to Australia, where there was some ancient yak. Will help her recover after a difficult struggle. Then Sui calmed down, because she understood that her friend would be fine and everything would be fine. Ben wondered if it was some superheroine from Australia, as he thought that was strange. But Paul told them not to worry because Jane would definitely come back because she was strong. Then on the laptop and said that he also had good news for her after her return. Then Ben said that Kalena suddenly had all of his memory back. It was really impressive. Paul was really shocked and couldn't believe that it was really a reality. She thought that his memory would never return. He said that it all happened because of Jury's sister, who was with James in the laboratory and helped Kellen a lot. Then he offered to visit them, because they were definitely waiting for them. Meanwhile, the events were taking place somewhere in the forest near Mount Yompo. The weather was really very good there, and suddenly someone was walking on that long bridge. It was some guy in a tracksuit who was walking in nature. The boy walked further through the forest, breathing the air and remembering good moments from his life. Suddenly he saw that there were some strange mushrooms not far from him. Then he remembered how the disciples of the temple had taught him that it was the pipe flute, and that when the wind passed through this mushroom, music was made. He remembered how the students told him to buy a lottery ticket because those who found this mushroom were very lucky. The boy continued walking through the forest. It was clear that he was really in a bad mood. He just walked through the forest and breathed the air, looking for one way. Then, after some time, the boy managed to get to the same temple, which stood high in the mountains. In that temple, reconstruction work was being carried out. When the boy came closer, he saw several monks who were building something. Then he saw Jury carrying firewood to the old monks. Jury wondered why he was doing this job. So Jury began to ask his monks to rest, but suddenly he saw one strange thing. He saw that a guy in a sports suit entered the temple. Then he was very surprised because he did not expect to see his partner in this temple. Jury was shocked because he did not expect to see his partner in this temple. Khan was also pleasantly surprised to see Jury because he hadn't seen him in a long time. After Khan arrived, all the people began to rejoice because they had not seen him for a long time. All the people became very happy because they saw that their hero had come to them. They wondered why the boy had come to them at such a time. Then suddenly the old grandfather, who was working on the roof, also saw the boy who had come to this temple. The old grandfather was really shocked and asked the boy why he was just standing there doing nothing. Khan looked at his grandfather and looked straight into his eyes. He also hadn't seen him in a long time. The old coach was pleasantly surprised but did not want to show everything and asked the boy why he was just standing there doing nothing. Then he turned and told the boy to start carrying the planks because he was the strongest of them all. Khan was really very surprised because he understood that the old coach didn't even say hello to him. Then the old man asked the boy if his feet had brought him to this place. Then the old man said that it meant family, and they all missed him because he belonged to their family. He congratulated the boy on his return, and this lifted the boy's spirits. He felt really needed. After that, their construction became even better and faster because they were helped by Khan, who was very strong. Meanwhile, the white cap just lay in the grass. No one needed her because there were no battles. Then the events are transferred to the place where Ivan and the purple monster were. This big, scary monster was dead and was tied to the walls with big chains. Next to him was Ivan, who carefully followed all these events. He wanted to do something right, something very strange. Meanwhile, dark night was falling in the mountains and the work was over. Khan just lay down on the ground and started looking up. He was really very tired after such a hard day. Khan looked into space and watched the stars just fall from the sky. It was really very beautiful. He thought about all the recent events that happened from the bottom and also about the old coach. Meanwhile, the senator was also sitting and looking out the window. He was really thinking about something because you could recognize some strange plan on his face. Then the events moved to some island where there was a beach on which Dion was lying. The superhero just lay and rested, basked in the sun, and did not look at all this super news that was happening. Everyone around was talking only about new supermen and new supermonsters who fought against each other. This was the top topic of the last week. One monster was on the roof and carefully looked at the city, which was in the dark. He understood that they needed to act somehow. Then he rose to his feet and said that the new era of supermen will soon come for this city, and everything will change. No one could hide from the events that took place in Korea because there were too many destructions and too many new superheroes and monsters. Meanwhile, she was informed that the city continues to recover after the big attacks of those terrible monsters. The TV presenter said that more than 300 shops were closed and a lot of things were destroyed. She also said that 5 schools in Korea were closed because of this attack and that the Special Intelligence Unit was carefully examining all the events. A big, strong guy was watching all this news on his phone, but suddenly he saw something and turned his head. His friends came up to him and asked why the guy didn't answer the calls. They were really very surprised why he didn't get in touch. They were the same members of the Gundofu gang, but the big, strong guy told them to just get away from him because lately everything just annoys him. They couldn't believe that a big, strong guy was just angry like that. Suddenly, the boy with red hair remembered the Gundo. This information really interested the big, strong guy sitting on the swing. Then the classmate said that Teacher Chansik talked to the military about the boy's condition yesterday. And the military said that the boy is in a really terrible situation and he should die soon. This caused a real shock to all the people. They could not just believe it. Events are brought to the previous day where the teacher met with a military boy. Cyborg said that you just need to believe that the boy will get better, then maybe it will help him. This really surprised the teacher because it seemed to him that it was the most primitive activity. The teachers do not understand what the military man is leaning towards. Then the boy's borscht said that the boy really had a terrible situation. He said that this was information from the first person and it cannot be spread just like that. Daetic Division had its own medical development department and Gundo was lying there right now. The man said that the boy is undergoing resuscitation and taking various biochemical therapies. This surprised the teacher. But the military man understood that he could not do anything about it. It was just the truth. The teacher was shocked because he did not understand what kind of secret developments they were doing with the copper boy. The boy in the borscht said that he was not sure if the boy would be able to survive such treatment, but this was also the last chance. Then the teacher asked if there were any chances for normal treatment because he wanted to take care of the boy. But suddenly the commander said that the white cap also turned out to be an ordinary schoolboy. He said that such young men want to risk their lives for the sake of others. Then the teacher began to remember how the boy asked to go with the commander to fight the monsters. He said that it is not necessary to look down on them just because of their young age, because they were really serious. The old teacher was really very surprised and could not believe what the commander was saying. The commander said that nowadays it is most important for children and men to have warm, fighting hearts, and age does not play any role. The man said that he has one request for the commander. This surprised the commander, and he stopped and turned to the man. The teacher said that Gundo was very valuable to him and asked the commander to inform him about the boy's condition. He also asked to put the boy on the right path and make everything okay. The commander turned and said that he would try to do his best. Then he turned back and went about his business. Gundo's friends were very upset. because they understood that their friend could die. They really wanted to see him again because they had not seen him for a long time. The big, stocky blonde was angry because he understood that the monsters were to blame. Then he began to remember how one day he ran into a classroom where students were studying. He was very angry and was looking for Gundo again. The boy turned to him and looked at him with his stern gaze. The big burly guy said it was time to answer for his actions and asked the guy to go outside. Both boys went outside and a real fight began. But after some time, he emerged victorious from this battle and went about his business. At first, the stocky guy was constantly running after Gundo. Then it turned into something more. After that, other classmates also started walking and watching Gundo's actions. Suddenly, he turned around again and told them all to stop following him because it really pissed him off. But suddenly, the boy asked what was wrong with him because they considered him their friend. He said that they all really respected him because the boy was very strong. Park said that then all these students are better behaved. Suddenly, the boys noticed that one of the participants had lost his glasses and wallet. He understood that he was simply robbed, and his good glasses and a purse with a peach were stolen. The green-haired boy then asked the other students to be very careful because something like this could happen to them. Park Gundo listened carefully and carried it out. Despite this, just went ahead. Suddenly, street thugs were laughing at the fact that they had stolen some wallet. Then a guy came up to them. The boys became suspicious of what this young man was looking for. It seemed to them that he just wanted to be a bad influence. The boys did not understand what was happening because this strange young man was approaching in their direction, and they did not understand why. At that moment, he hit the boy with yellow hair hard and started beating him really hard. Meanwhile, evening had come in the city, and the weather was very fine. After some time, the pack defeated all these brats and returned the purse with the peach. Then the next day, these boys were surprised because Gundo came up to the boy with green hair. He placed his glasses and wallet on his desk. It was really very unexpected. He asked the boy to be careful and not let others take their things. Then the boy himself sat on the swing and missed this good young man. They were interested in Gundo's thoughts about them. He started to cry because he was really sorry that they couldn't do anything about this situation. Meanwhile, it was a dark night in the mountains, but the two boys were sitting on a bench. It was Gundo and a stocky student. They started talking for the first time. Then he asked about a disciple named Income. He was interested in what kind of student he was. This question really surprised the student because he did not expect this. The guy said that Kagan was very strong, athletic, and could destroy people who were stronger than him. He said that Kagan would be a good fit for Gundo. Suddenly, Gundo said, "Theka." He said it seemed like they were just useless and life had no meaning. This information really surprised Theka because he had not prepared for such a conversation. At that moment, the boy became really angry and wanted to start crying. After that, the boy got up from the swing and headed somewhere. It was very unexpected. Suddenly, his friends asked where he was headed, but he said he just wanted to be alone. Thek always lived and disguised himself as Gundo. He was really very sorry that his reputation had become worse because of him. He felt very terrible because he could not begin to act in any way. Suddenly, Thek began to cry very loudly and asked the boy just not to die. Meanwhile, a program started on television where they wanted to learn about monsters. First, they said that all the monsters in the picture are mixed people, but they couldn't identify everyone. The expert also said that they did not name all these superheroes, and they generally did not know anything about them. Of superhumans were discovered who fought against the world order. Among these monsters were superhumans who had monster body parts. The man said that this situation was really frightening and asked what conclusions could be drawn from it. The expert said that it was the superhero with the black cap that caused the monsters to attack this school. He said that after this incident, experts managed to discover many new superheroes whose identities could not be known. The TV presenter understood, because in such an environment it was difficult to find out any truth. It was all difficult. Suddenly, at this moment, the expert said that a hero was also revealed in the English city when he was fighting with Jane. But he said that this superhero didn't fight anyone, he just watched. The expert wanted to say that this particular superhero probably had the worst impressions and was the most dangerous. Suddenly, the TV presenter said that earlier it was suspected to be a black cap, but now it has become something else. Then the man said that time will tell who is who. They just had to wait. Suddenly, the expert said that they managed to identify one superhero and find out where he lives. This really impressed the TV presenter because he did not expect to hear such shocking information from an expert. The expert said the government was doing everything possible to get in touch with this guy and give some kind of interview. Meanwhile, a fire was burning in the temple and people were sitting near the flame. At that moment, the old grandfather felt that something was really wrong, as if his head started to hurt. At that moment, Juri also stopped and turned to his mentor. Then the old teacher asked how Khan felt there and what happened to him. Juri said that Khan is sitting not far from the temple and is just talking about some ghosts. Meanwhile, other monks sat by the fire and told each other good stories from life. Khan also sat and listened to all their stories. He really enjoyed it. Then the old teacher quickly left and said that Juri was staying put and the mentor would be back soon. At that moment, a man was watching this temple, holding a walkie-talkie in his hands. The agent said that he managed to find it, but he went through a lot to get to this place. He said that he almost died because every creature wanted to destroy him. And he was shocked that he managed to survive. Suddenly, an old grandfather coach appeared above this agent. After that, the grandfather got down and stood on his feet, and the agent screamed very loudly from what he saw. He wanted to talk on the walkie-talkie, but suddenly he saw that Horus had simply disappeared. It was very unexpected. Then he saw that his walkie-talkie was just in the old grandfather's hand. Grandfather said that the agent was on his way to them. The old mentor said that it was really very difficult to get here, and many wanted to do it. The boys were still in the forest. They just didn't understand who said it, where this information came from. Suddenly, one of the boys came closer to the temple and wanted to give them a signal. But grandfather said that all those agents trying to get in were just trying in vain. Suddenly, the man became really very scared because it seemed to him that the old trainer would simply kill him. The old man told the man to tell the other agents to never poke their noses into his sacred temple again. Meanwhile, the drivers were taking place in some strange, dark temple, where there was a lot of blood. There was the same terrible monster, a man who was looking intently at something. Then at that moment, another monster with a big head and big eyes approached him. He was standing next to the man, and there was just silence between them. No one wanted to start a conversation. But suddenly some unknown people appeared in the middle of this abandoned monastery, and this surprised the brown monster. These monsters were holding some dead monster in their hand. It was very unexpected that they do this. Suddenly, some green monster said that there was no point in continuing to do this. They were surprised that the red monster was alive. There were indeed a lot of them, and it was a whole gang of strong superhero, monsters who were ready to fight, but they asked Maviral to ask them questions. The big gray monster, which was the largest among the monsters, was called Apollio. Also, there was a monster with 4 eyes that looked like some kind of fly. His name was Mon. There was also another very strange blue monster whose eyes glowed with yellow paint. His name was Bavarus. Then the chief green monster standing in the middle, who was called Devya Kali, told the monster to start asking his questions. Then suddenly they threw the body of some dead monster on the ground. It was indeed some very large body, and by all appearances, this body was recently dead. This really impressed the main monster, and with a big head. The big scary man was also in shock and did not understand what these terrible monsters needed. Suddenly the monster saw that this creature was still alive and therefore asked to name it. But the monster was simply silent and did not want to give any answer to this chief. Then a big strong blue foot hit that monster hard. It was the same green monster girl, and she said that no one would repeat the question twice, and she was causing pain. Suddenly, the girl felt that there was cold air around her, and the darkness seemed to turn into something strange. Her big foot was pressing hard on the face of this monster. He said his name was Bright Moon. Then the monster girl said that he had already said that. She continued to stand on the face of this monster. Suddenly, the big gray monster's eyes turned red, and it was very suspicious indeed. A big mass and with a big head was really... Then the monster said that very soon the sun would just fall, and only those who were blessed by the moon will survive. But the monster girl did not understand what nonsense the monster lying on the ground was talking about. But he said that these were not his words. It was something that Zakaya was no longer afraid of in his life. This really surprised the scary red-cloaked monster man. He said that the sun killed all those who did not obey the new rules, and those who could obey the light of the moon were very good. And he said that then those who will be able to unite together with the Zakai, and then they will succeed in everything. and he said that they will be able to avoid death, and they will simply survive after such a difficult period. Then the great red monster became very angry indeed at all that this strange man spoke of. He said to just shut it down. Then he came closer to the monster and said that he was just saying something stupid before his death, because he understood. Then at that moment, the monster girl raised her big blue leg and gave the man a seat. At that moment, the old evil man lifted this big monster by his head and asked where the one the monster was talking about was. But you can say that he was one of those who managed to receive a blessing from the outskirts. This information really pissed off the big strong monster guy who was called Fan. Now he finally understood that this monster was not needed by him and was somehow sick. At that moment, he took and squeezed the weak head of the half-dead monster with his hands. Another monster stood aside and listened intently as the monster simply died. After that, the strong, red-cloaked monster simply threw that monster's corpse forward. He said that he would not even begin to get angry over such a stupid person, and asked what was the point of bringing him here. The green monster girl just kept silent because she didn't know the answer to his question. Then the big, red, scary monster said that they don't need this monster anymore and threw it to the ground. But suddenly a black object appeared above the face of this monster and asked why it was not needed. It was the same girl with the green paint. She was appeasing the monsters and said that he killed him even though she took him through. She said that no one would put this terrible monster in his place if he starts doing such a thing. At that moment, the big gray massive monster just started laughing at the girl's words. But at this point, Fan told Kylo to just relax before she pissed him off. This really pissed off the girl and her eyes started to glow even more. She asked the monster for his words. The big red monster was also very angry. It seemed like there was going to be a fight soon. But at that moment, Emvrel told them to stop arguing urgently. This greatly surprised the terrible monster man. Kylo also did not understand what the man wanted to talk about and why he was stopping it all. The most important said that this monster was really in a terrible mental state and felt close to death. He said that this monster was really lifeless and therefore there was no point in navigating. Vrel said that his words could be just complete delusion. But he also said that he had already heard a lot about this monster that they were talking about. He said that it was necessary to find him and kill him, and it would not be difficult. This really surprised all the monsters in the room, as the main monster said that they needed to work together as a team. Then Mivril asked the great Benvish to bring the monster Dobian to them. The main monster said that Zakai could just be the leader of all these guys. He didn't think it could bring much danger. He offered to unite in one great force and see what Zakai represents. 10 days ago, Ben told St. Paul that Uvidro had returned with a memory. It really shocked her, and she thought that her partner would never be normal again. She said that it was the Juhas from the Deatic unit who helped in this, because they tried very hard. Therefore, he offered to go to the laboratory together, because everyone was already waiting for her. Paul was very surprised indeed and followed Bane straight into his lab. Then the girl extended her hand and said that she was very glad to meet her. Paul introduced herself to someone and said that she wrote that letter. The boy was really very surprised because he did not expect this from the girl. Then he shook her hand and said that his name was Vidro Kellen. It was all several years ago. Then he sat down at the table and Paul stood and began to look at him. She was holding a mug of coffee and she was really wondering what this superhero could do and why he was here. Suddenly, Kellen's eyes began to glow with a blue color. It seemed that he was concentrating on something. At that moment, Jane's coffee began to turn into strange things and seemed to freeze. It was clear that it was Kalen who froze all this coffee with his superpower. This really surprised everyone. They just couldn't believe it. It seemed to them that it was simply impossible, or that it was some kind of magic. Then they remembered how they ran together towards the big blue monster. Also, they mentioned me, as they were filmed in a project for a magazine cover. Paul also recalled James explaining to her the new attack tactics. One day of metal, also the same day that the attack on the Great Royal Fleet began. She remembered how she destroyed the monster and crushed everything around her with her big explosion. When she broke into the big room, she saw two big monsters and something else really shocking. What she saw really struck her very hard, and it seemed that she simply could not believe it. She saw the body of her partner just lying on the ground. It was clear that he was dead. When they were driving in a big car around the city, suddenly Paul got hit very hard. This scared Ben and Sui a lot because they understood what was happening at the party. Then St. Paul apologized and told them to just watch the road. She was just worried because it was a really important event for her to see. When she went to the laboratory, it seemed that revival was impossible because it was an irrational decision. Then suddenly Ben, Sui, and St. Paul opened the door to the lab. But when she saw it, she was really quite shocked by it all. All the friends were very happy when they saw St. Paul because they had been waiting for her for a long time. She could not believe simply that the boy survived. It seemed to her that it was impossible. For a while longer, the two superheroes just stood and looked at each other. They were truly shocked. Paul was also in shock because she could not believe that her super partner survived. She called out to her partner, much to the surprise of everyone in the room. But the boy looked intently in her direction and did not give any answer. She remembered the boy telling her that he wouldn't want to hear from her, that she was going to fight the monsters without him. Suddenly, the superhero said that there is no need to be surprised because he did not want to listen to this. Then he stood up and said that he was very glad that she was alive, because they had not seen each other for a long time. Then at this point, Paul rushed to hug her partner. It was really impressive. Then everyone started crying because it was a very sweet moment. Ben couldn't hold back his tears either because these were really heartfelt moments. They saw for the first time that St. Paul was so emotional, no one could believe it. Then they all sat down at the table together, but suddenly someone noticed that Dion had disappeared somewhere. Suddenly his manager said that he had some kind of meeting, but Sui just didn't believe him. It seemed to him that nobody needed a superhero. At that moment, their gazes turned to Kellen because Kellen asked her who she was. The girl introduced herself to him and said that she was really very happy to meet him. The guy was really very surprised because he saw her for the first time in his life. Ben then said that they had been through a lot while Kellen wasn't with them. Then they began to share the key moments that had happened recently because Kellen was really shocked by all these events and had not been with them for a long time. The guy listened carefully to all this and looked calmly at all the participants. It was clear that he was really sick of hearing about all these horrible things that happened. But Paul was forced to tell him about all this so that he would be aware of the fields. The doctor said that the boy still had a lot of problems in his head, but thanks to therapies and restorative procedures, he was able to come back quite quickly. Suddenly, Ben turned to the professor and thanked him profusely for his work. But the professor said that there was no need to thank, because the main thing was that everyone believed in it. He also said that Yuhi also contributed a lot in Kellen's recovery. Paul was really surprised because she had never seen this girl before. She had only talked to her on the phone. Meanwhile, events returned back to James's lab. James Bond is indeed very surprised to see that there is someone else in the lab. It was some girl with hair. The girl said that she was really happy to meet him and asked if he was James. Then after a while, they sat at the table and drank coffee. James then said that he brought everything the girl asked for in a bag. Then James asked what were the chances of restoring the superhero's memory. It really bothered him. But the girl just drank coffee and did not answer. She thought about the answer. The girl said that the chances are really small, but they are there, so you just have to believe. Suddenly, James noticed that the boy was not here, although he was always there. He asked where he had gone, but the girl said that he was just in the next ward and asked not to worry. Then Jean said he would like to meet him and see what he looks like, but the girl forbade him. The girl said that now they are trying different therapies, but they are also hoping for hypnosis because it can help and give a good result. Then suddenly, a video of a professor, one of the best in hypnosis, working with a boy appeared on the computer screen. She said that the professor did all these therapies using alternative medicine. He did it early in the morning, at lunch, and in the evening, in order to recover his memory faster. Then James was very interested in what the results were. The girl said that some effect had already appeared, but it was only scraps of memory. It could not be called full-fledged memories. She said to be very careful. That's why she invited James to participate in their 11th session today, because the effect might be better because of it. Then at 9 o'clock in the evening, James went into the room where the doctor was, and the superhero was lying. The doctor remained silent and pointed with his finger for the boy to be silent as well, because he was currently conducting a session. James was really surprised as he had never seen hypnosis in action before, so it was very unusual. Then Kalen remembered how he was just playing with the children and saw how they threw the ball. The children wanted to play together. The hero said that it was very strange because these children did not beat him, but on the contrary, gave him some strange feeling. Then the boy said that all this happened in his native country, in his homeland. Because of this, he was really surprised, because he could not believe that this was even possible. Then the doctor began to think carefully and wanted to start asking him further questions. Then James remembered what his sister Jury had said to him at lunch today. She said that today they will all try to reach the consciousness of the superhero that lay before them. Suddenly, the doctor gave a signal to James, and then James called the name of the superhero. It became obvious that the superhero heard this because his face got strange emotions. Then the man spoke his name once more, and everyone hoped that he would get better. Suddenly, while scrolling, he felt this voice, and he was transferred to some other events. Then the old doctor asked the superhero where he was now and with whom he was at that moment. But the boy said he just didn't know where he was. It really surprised everyone. He was with a stupid guy with glasses who kept chasing him. This really surprised James as it became clear that the superhero was talking about him. The old doctor was also surprised because it looked quite funny. The boy remembered that James constantly made him do something and never let him rest. He said that the man can only command them, but in general he is not bad. James was really very shocked because he understood that Kellen started to remember him, and he remembered him in bad ways. Then the old doctor thought because he had to prepare one more question for the patient. The guy said he would have a headache. Therefore, the doctor said that the boy would return to his normal state in 3 minutes and wake up. The doctor counted to 3 and quickly snapped his fingers to wake the boy up. After that, the superhero began to open his eyes little by little, looking. He couldn't see very well, but he was sure that a man with glasses was sitting in front of him. It was James, who was crying very bitterly because of what he remembered. Then James asked the superhero if he remembered him, and if he remembered him. The superhero was really very surprised, because he couldn't believe that it was all real. Then the man asked the boy a question once more. It was as if they were in some large, strange room, watching. The superhero looked at the man intently, and he tried to remember him. But suddenly the superhero said that unfortunately, he does not remember him and apologized to him. James was really quite shocked. He did not expect to hear such information from a superhero. The doctor was also upset because he understood that this session did not bring much results. Then James sloshed and said he understood. Then he said that Kalen was a superhero who saved the world, and he was just a friend and colleague who was always there. He then took out a blue suit from the box and said that this suit was meant for fighting monsters, but he didn't really like it. Then he said that there was nothing wrong with the fact that he did not remember it, and expressed confidence that they would save the Earth one day. Then he handed this blue suit to the boy, and the superhero was very surprised. Kellen looked at all this carefully, began to really remember something. He was holding the same blue suit he didn't want to wear to be a partner with St. Cal. Suddenly, the boy said that his head was about to explode. It became clear that certain actions were taking place. A strange light appeared in his eyes. He really started to remember everything. All these events began to appear in his head. He remembered how James had given him that hideous suit. Then he took and just really hard and quickly threw this suit aside. The superhero said that this suit always really freaked him out, and he didn't understand why James took it with him. Then the boy began to rub his eyes because he had a very bad headache. James was very shocked because he didn't expect to hear all this from his friend. The doctor was also very shocked because he could not believe in this lightning-fast result. It was a real shock for everyone. James then remembered how Jury's sister had asked him to take an item that the superhero really hated. At that moment, James rushed to the boy to hug him. It was very impressive. After that, James came out of the office and saw Jury. He thanked her profusely for her actions. But suddenly the girl said that she recently bought several types of hats. She noticed that the boy was constantly touching his head, and it seemed to her that she should choose a hat. She showed him all the types of hats she had bought, and then the superhero chose his green hat. This really surprised James because he couldn't just believe it. The girl said that she repeated this experiment several times, and the boy always chose his green hat. Then she said that she always tried to bring him some coffee. But when the superhero smelled coffee, he immediately felt unpleasant. Then the girl asked the boy if he had never drunk or seen coffee. This really surprised the superhero. She said that he still had some old habits left, and it was all worth trying to do. James was very pleasantly surprised, because he did not expect to hear such stories from Sister Jury. She said that she assembled a team where there were many specialists in various fields, such as psychology, hypnosis, and others. She said that she always relies on the results of professionals because she is not a superhero. Suddenly, the girl said that there was another reason why she turned to James and invited him. The girl said that after the boy's return, she immediately saw changes in him and in Jane. But this was not enough for his memory to return. Therefore, she began to think about other solutions. She said that at first she thought it must be the children because the superhero kept mentioning them. But then the girl remembered James and said that he was several times better option for a superhero. This really surprised James. He couldn't believe that the girl was so brilliant. The guy said that he wanted to somehow thank her for her journey. But she said she would think about it, and it was not she who deserved the gratitude. She said that it is better to thank all the superheroes who sacrifice their lives for the sake of people every day. The girl said that she was just happy to help those she could, and that was enough for her. Then James said that it was all as he told it. Kaylin listened intently to this story and just couldn't believe what James was saying. Sui was also surprised. She said the girl was really cool. Ben then said that James also did a very good job of restoring the memory of superheroes. But then St. Paul suddenly asked where Juhi, Sister Juri's sister, was now. Then the doctor said that the girl just returned back to Korea. It was really unexpected. The doctor remembered how he last saw the girl before leaving, was surprised that she was going somewhere. Then the doctor stopped and thanked Juri for her very strong help. But the girl said that a lot had happened during this time and said that there is no need for all these thanks because everyone just thanks her. After that, the old male doctor asked the girl if she would return to the Deatic Special Unit. But the girl just kept silent and went on without giving any answer. The doctor said that she was a manager at Deatic Medical Center, and before that, she had a younger brother who lived in Korea. St. Paul was really very surprised because she did not expect to hear such information. Ben was also surprised because he did not know that the girl was from the Deatic Special Unit. James then said that a lot of difficult and powerful events had happened recently. He said he would like to thank everyone for surviving and trying for humanity. He then said that he would like to discuss right now the struggle that took place on the way to Korea in the Pacific. He said that their future plans and strategies for such situations should be considered. Meanwhile, in Korea, the boy continued to carry boxes of materials. Suddenly, Khan remembered that he had forgotten to buy flour because the old trainer had really asked him to. Then he put the shopping away and realized what he really needed to go back with to buy the flour. He turned and walked back his way to the store. Suddenly, the superhero stood up and looked at the beautiful sunset. It was really something beautiful. But suddenly, all these silhouettes of terrible monsters with which he fought began to appear in his head. The guy just stood there looking ahead and thinking about something. He was really sick. After that, he put his hood back on and headed down the road ahead to the shop. He just walked forward very long and slowly, thinking about everything that had happened. The road was really long and it was very good for him because he had a lot of time. The atmosphere was cozy because there was no one around except the boy, but the boy's mood was bad. Regardless, he just kept going forward without looking back. Suddenly, a man appeared from the building, who was carefully watching the boy. Then the boy climbed onto the roof to see what was happening. He saw that there were a lot of his classmates watching him from below. Suddenly, one of Khan's classmates raised his head and saw the boy. Khan didn't react to this at all and just stared into his eyes. It was a real big shock for all the classmates. They did not expect to see him on the roof of the house. After that, they all just fell on the ground because they were very surprised. They didn't expect Khan to see them. Considering all this, the boy just stood silently and looked everyone in the eyes. They were near the same bus stop, and suddenly someone asked how he was feeling. Then all his classmates apologized to him, but they understood that they had also caused him trouble. Then the big boy said that it was he who told the other people, because they all wanted to know how he was doing and what happened to him. Despite this, the boy just looked into their eyes and remained silent. He had no reaction. Suddenly, the girl was really shocked, because she could not believe that a superhero in a white cap was standing in front of her. After that, the short-haired girl informed the boy that it had been 4 days since school opened. She said that many students have returned to their schools and the city has almost completely recovered. Then she asked the boy why he did not go to school because it was very empty and the atmosphere was not that good. The guy stood and looked intently into the girl's eyes. He just listened to everything she said. The girl said that all people cannot even imagine what the boy went through. Despite this, they all loved him very much. The guy just stood calmly and did not react to everything the girl said. After that, he just turned around and went back on his way. All 4 students were really offended because they could not believe it. They asked him to say something and did not understand why the boy was leaving them because they did not know what they had done. They were all very surprised because they did not understand the boy's strange behavior. Then the girl said that they would fight together with him and all the people would support the boy. She started to cry. All the classmates also started crying and were very sad. After that, the boy said that there were many steep roads and big snakes and it was very easy to get lost. After that, he went to the side and then the bus suddenly pulled up. The guy apologized and said that it was very dangerous here and asked them all to go home. After that, the bus arrived and stopped. The superhero went inside the bus. After a few seconds, the bus drove away from the scene where the students were. It was very unexpected. The girl with short black hair started to cry and she was very sad. She simply closed her eyes and did not understand what was happening and why the boy reacted to all of them like that. All the students stood and watched the bus leave. They were really very sad to see all this. Then one of the students said that they had to go if the boy didn't want to see them. They didn't do anything here. He said that he was sure that it was very difficult for superheroes, but he hoped that sooner or later the boy would understand them and come back. Then they all went back that way and were very sad because of what had happened to the boy. It was completely dark in the mountains after a few hours. The boy came and sat on a stone that was located not far from the waterfall and just looked at the water falling down. An old coach appeared from behind and said that the boy often comes here at night. It seemed to the boy that he simply could not sleep. But the superhero replied that he just wanted to breathe fresh air and freshen up. The old grandfather carefully looked at the boy because he understood that something was wrong here. Then the old coach said that he saw students from the school come to him. They were very good because they had come a long way. Then the old teacher asked the boy if he wanted to go back to the school to the students. The boy was very surprised because he did not expect that the old grandfather would ask him about this. He began to think. At this point, the old pensioner suggested that he go and visit all the students. He said that he understood that the boy felt bad, but he did not fully understand all these emotions that he was going through. Then the old man told the hero to get one phrase out of his head that he would never associate with monsters again. The old man said that after all these events, there probably won't be a place in this world where everything will be just calm and safe. He said that monsters will always appear and want to destroy everyone, and no one can be sure of that. He then said that despite this, ordinary people will just live together and not think about the problems with monsters. The old man said that the boy had done nothing wrong and he, like all normal people, has the right to a good life. The old man said that if anyone accused the boy of not having a right, he would settle the matter with them. These words surprised the boy very much. He did not expect to hear it from a superhero. The next day, all the students woke up and started cleaning the temple. One of the students asked his friend if he had seen Khan because he had to put wood. But he said that Kang had already gone to school very quickly. He was really surprised because he understood that Khan was always very sad here, but now he rushed very quickly to his friends at his school. Then the student said that everyone had left and so had the mentor because he had a meeting. This surprised the man because he did not understand what a meeting with an old mentor could be. Meanwhile, the old man was in a suit and was going to some conference. When he opened the door, all the cameras started filming him very quickly and taking many pictures. Everyone was really very surprised because they understood that this man was a superhero, so they started making videos. The old man thought carefully and looked at all these people filming him. Then he slowly walked onto the big stage. He had some kind of plan. Then he touched his big hand to the wooden table for the performance and speeches. Suddenly, some very strange smoke appeared around. It seemed that the old man was using his magic here. All the reporters were really very surprised because they did not understand what the old man was doing now. The old coach said that they did not deal with reporters like that at all. Then he took his hand to the big black chair and said that they agreed that it would be a really small meeting in a small circle of people. Then he put that chair on the ground and said that he was uncomfortable being in front of such a large audience. The man told them to fulfill their terms and turn off the unnecessary cameras and leave only the main reporters. Everyone was really very surprised and apologized to him, but did not turn off the cameras. Then his eyes lit up. It became clear that he was using something forbidden and asked to turn off all the cameras once again. Then the events are simply transferred to the school where Khan studied. The lesson was about to start soon, and all the students were just getting ready to go to it. They were just talking about it among themselves. Suddenly, one of the boys saw something very unusual. The guy with the orange hair said he was here, and he was here. It was a really big shock. All the people were just surprised when they saw him. They just couldn't believe it. All of them were simply speechless. They did not know what they needed to say because they were afraid to say something. Then suddenly a boy called Khan and wanted to tell him something really important. He said that his name is Sonuk, and in a battle between monsters, then a superhero saved him from death. He burst into tears and thanked the boy for what had happened. The others also began to thank him. Khan was simply surprised because he did not understand how to react to this. He really did not expect this. Suddenly, one boy from behind jumped on Khan and hung on his back. He rushed to hug him with joy. The boy said that he already missed Khan, and Khan had been hiding from them for a very long time. Kang was really pleasantly surprised because he saw that Chol was behind him, hugging him. Then all the other students were also very surprised because they did not expect to see a superhero in the yard of their school. They all started to approach him. Then suddenly the events are transferred to the conference, where there was a man who introduced himself as Hajun. He said that the best people and reporters from all the major companies were here. The other unimportant reporters were just taken away, and they turned off all the cameras. The man introduced them to the entire team that was sitting right now in the room and said that if the old man needed anything else, he needed to speak. The old man said that he would try to answer all their questions and offered to get down to business right away. The wig also looked once more at the audience of reporters and asked who would start. The woman said that she was a representative of a big company and asked the man if he could prove that he was really superhuman because they needed some proof. But the old man said that he does not want to do this because he is not an animal in the zoo, to be commanded by everyone. Old grandfather said that if he is interesting to all these people, then he has some special feature. Then a reporter from another company said that there were so many superheroes fighting for different sides and asked the old grandfather and how he could confirm that he was on the side of humanity. But the old coach was surprised. He asked the people if they were sure that he was already on their side. He said that if he was against people, he would not have been sitting in this room a long time ago and would have just killed them all. Then the other man from the other company asked the second man if there were any people in the government who tried to get in touch with him and somehow help him in this situation, and if he was cooperating with the authorities at all. The old man, because all the questions were not really important and he did not want to listen to them. Then he said that he was just an ordinary grandfather and runs a temple in the mountains. He also said that he is a person who protects people from monsters. He asked to leave issues of business and politics aside and move on to more important ones. He wanted normal questions. Otherwise, he will leave the conference. In the meantime, there was breakfast in Moscow, and fresh pastries were on the table. Maxim ate very hard and quickly and asked Kirill why Kirill didn't take anything for himself. But Kirill was just looking for something on the phone and told Maxim that he was a bit busy now and didn't want to eat. Maxim became really very angry and asked how he was not ashamed to play with some toys at the table. This really scared Kirill, and he apologized to Maxim. He also said that he really wasn't hungry. Then Maxim said that he would just take his food and eat it himself, but Kirill said that he could eat it all later. After that, the events were transferred to another place. Dan Yang was on the phone and something really shocked her. She saw how Kirill painted her and handed her her portrait. Then Kirill asked her if she liked the portrait. The girl said that it looked really good, but Cyril thought that it was really too bad a reaction, so he decided to paint a new portrait. And suddenly Kirill unexpectedly asked where both superheroes were. But the girl was just silent and did not answer anything. She thought, "We have answers." Kirill was also very surprised because he did not understand why his new girlfriend did not answer him. The girl then said that Nangi had asked her not to tell anyone about their whereabouts. At that moment, Kirill said that he was a fool, and this really surprised Maxim. Then Kirill apologized for saying it out loud, but it really pissed Maxim off a lot. Then Kirill noticed that Maxim was really very angry with him and apologized to him. At that moment, the girl said that nothing bad would happen if she told the place where she was. Then she looked around and looked at her superhero. She was really very scared. She saw that the black cap was just taking a shower and didn't suspect anything at all. He just lay there and relaxed because the weather was really nice and he was very tired. Black Cap said that it was really very nice here because the atmosphere was really good. Then the girl wrote to Kirill that they were in Japan, but she asked not to tell anyone about it. Meanwhile, in the conference room, someone asked if they could access this old man's powers, but he refused. The man in the suit then asked him if he wanted to take part in examining the corpses of the other monsters, but the old man again refused. Then someone asked if it was true that all the people in his temple were superheroes. Then the man said that as far as he knew, only he was a superhero. Suddenly a man raised his hand and asked if he remembers what happened in Canlin. This information really interested the man, and he looked in the direction of this reporter. He said that there was a completely different monster in this place, not like humans, and there were really a lot of killings. He asked if it had anything to do with the monster attack. Suddenly the old grandfather became angry, and his eyes lit up with blue paint. He saw in front of him a big, scary monster with big horns. The old man said that he was there at that moment and said that all the events that happened there can be attributed to him. This information really shocked all the journalists because they did not expect such an answer from the old man. Then he said that he would think it over and realized that it was time to tell about everything that was there. He recalled that the weather was just fine and there were seagulls flying in the air. All these events took place in 2016 near some ocean where people were resting. There was also a port called Sancho's where there was a big red lighthouse. He did not mention that one of his students was there and overheard the man's conversation with his young son and asked him to put on a jacket. Just looked ahead at the landscape of this dark, endless ocean. Then he overheard that this little boy had 2 more months to wear a cast, and then everything would grow back very well. Then the son went forward, and the man asked him to be careful and not come close to the water. Suddenly, the man said that one must be very careful during their time, otherwise the second hand of his child may not grow, But the other man said he wasn't worried because he wasn't going to sit idle for very long. He said he needed to work because money just wasn't going to fall from the sky. He said that every time his wife talks about it, it's really powerless. Then he wanted to ask Heng for a lighter to light a cigarette. Suddenly, the man saw something really very strange. A big shadow appeared in his eyes. He saw that there was some large, unknown object in the air that was flying above them. It looked like some kind of rocket or some strange space object that was made of metal. After that, the men really panicked, because they understood that this object was falling on them. Meanwhile, the little boy in the green jacket continued to explore this port. And suddenly he heard the terrible sounds of explosions where his father was standing, and he turned in fear. This large object directly fell on the port and destroyed it. It was really unexpected. Fortunately, the 2 men managed to move aside and save their lives and not die. The little son in the green jacket was really very scared and called his father. His father was very worried and did not understand what had happened and why the boy was calling him. Suddenly, the sounds of another flight from a large gray object began. Very scary because he started the sounds of explosions of other such objects. Then he turned around and was really very scared because he did not understand what was happening around him. The man who was lying on the ground was also very surprised and scared at the same time because he did not understand what these objects were. When they looked up into the air, they saw that there were many more such rockets flying above them. These rockets destroyed everything that was in this port with them. Everything was simply turned into debris. They continued to fly and fall on all possible objects. Large bombs fell on ships and other valuable objects. Everyone was really very scared because these rockets continued to fly towards this port and bombed everything around. The little boy in the green jacket was crying a lot and worried about his father. The man was also very worried and called his son to him. He began to run very quickly to his son because he wanted to save him, but suddenly a shadow appeared under him. It was a big shadow. It was a giant shadow from a ship that was in the air. With all those bombs, it looked like it was going to just fall on top of it now. The man was really very scared because he saw above him a giant ship flying straight at him. Then a man grabbed the boy in the green jacket and said that all the children should be saved so that they would be around. Then the boy remembered how his father took him on a boat and asked if the flowers would bloom this winter. Meanwhile, the man with the broken arm was really very scared and shouted for everyone else to run away. At that moment, the great ship fell and killed this man with its great weight, and everything around was also destroyed. Then an expert in finding monsters understood how it all happened through. He said that all these metal objects in the air were like bombs, and because of that, there were a lot of dead people in the port. The old man said that all these ships and bombs were falling on the ground directly on the people, Because of this, the entire sport was covered in dust and all around could be heard the sounds of frightened and wounded people. The expert said that no one knew the reason for the attack, and all those who managed to survive simply ran in different directions. But the whole sport was really very destroyed, and it seemed that the end of this city had just come. The expert said that the situation was really bad because all this dust rose up into the air so much that there was no room for the sun's rays. The expert then asked the man if he had been there. If so, he knew very well everything that happened there. The old man just kept silent and looked into the eyes of this expert and said nothing. Then the old man said that when he heard about it on the news, he immediately started running towards the port. Meanwhile, the boy in the green jacket was next to his very injured father and was crying. The father asked his son to run very far and for a long time and not stop anywhere. The little boy was really very scared because it seemed to him that his father would just die in this city. Despite this, he decided to obey his father's order and walked away slowly and far. The boy walked for a long time and cried bitterly, but suddenly he saw something. He saw something that really fascinated him and lifted his spirits. He saw that flowers also bloom in winter. It was really quite impressive. He saw how his father was in flowers and everything was fine with him. Then the boy in the green jacket was really shocked because he couldn't believe that his father was standing in front of him. He ran to his father and wanted to give him a big hug, but everything seemed to be okay. But suddenly the boy came across a large stone building. Then the boy simply fell to the ground and a big gray leg appeared next to him. At that moment, a really big, massive gray monster with horns on its face appeared in front of the little boy. The little boy was really very scared because he thought that this monster was going to kill him. The big gray monster was also surprised because he did not expect to see a small child in such a place. Suddenly, he pulled his large gray hand towards the boy. The boy was really very scared because he understood that the hand of this big monster was raised in front of his face. The scary monster just wanted to destroy this boy's face with his big hand. But suddenly, at that moment, the old man hit the monster very hard with his foot. This blow was really very strong, and the monster fell to the ground and flew very far. The big gray monster was really very angry because he didn't understand who could do this. His eyes lit up with red paint. Then the old man told the little boy to get up and start running very quickly from here. Suddenly, at this moment, a big gray monster struck this old grandfather. The gray monster just pushed the old grandfather with its big, strong horns, and they flew on. But fortunately, the old man managed to escape from the captivity of this terrible monster and jumped aside. The two of them flew in different directions because the impact was very strong. Then the old man began to brake with his foot because he was driving further due to inertia. Then the old man was a little injured, but he realized that it was this monster that caused the commotion in this place. The big monster was really very angry and looked the old man straight in the eyes with his calm gaze. All the people in the room were really shocked because they couldn't believe that the old man was fighting the Hepticon. At that moment, a man asked the old grandfather if he was a long-haired Valakan, as he was called. But the old man carefully looked into the eyes of this reporter and simply remained silent. The old man was really surprised because the big gray monster just stood still and did not move and looked at him. It was really suspicious, so the old man decided to jump into the air. It seemed to him that the mass simply froze in place. Suddenly, at that moment, the old man became a really very big giant monster. His eyes were shining, and it was clear that the old man was very serious indeed. The monster was looking at the man intently with its big eyes. It seemed to him that he had some interest in him. Then the old man became even angrier, and the voice said that the terrible monster should not dare to mock him. At this moment, the old man quickly ran from his seat to attack. Then he hit the monster very hard on its stomach. The monster just stood there and did nothing. It was really a very strong and powerful blow, from which the monster simply flew away and did nothing to me. Suddenly, the old man took the monster by its big, scary hands with his own hands. Then he took and squeezed his hands very hard as he could. The old man was really serious. The monster was simply very wounded and did not fight back against the old man, the superhero. It seemed that he would play soon. Meanwhile, the old man prepared to deliver another big blow with his hand. But at that moment, the monster began to scream very loudly because the man had already hit him a lot with his fists, and it really hurt. Then the old man hit the monster on the leg with his strong leg. The superhero was really very angry and wanted to destroy the monster completely, so he prepared to strike again. This man's hand glowed with some kind of blue paint, and it seemed that the man would now destroy the monster with his blow. But at that moment, a big scary monster took and grabbed the hand of this superhero with his own hand. And the old man was really shocked because he did not expect such a turn of events from the monster. The monster simply captured him. At this moment, the monster stood up and began to take the initiative. The situation was really very bad. Suddenly, the monster wanted to punch his big blue fist right at the old grandfather's face. After this impact, a really very large and powerful explosion was heard all around. The asphalt was simply destroyed. Meanwhile, the boy in the green jacket covered his ears from this very loud noise. He was really very scared. The boy cried a lot and watched all these events. He understood who was winning in this situation, but suddenly he saw something strange. He saw that the old superhero covered himself with his hand from the powerful blow of the monster. It was really impressive. It was really more for the man, but it only made him angrier, and his desire to destroy the monster only grew. Suddenly, the monster took the grandfather's other hand under its control. It seemed like the situation was really bad. The old grandfather was scared because he understood that the monster was very strong and even stronger than him. At this moment, the terrible monster said that the man had better stop now. Otherwise, it will be many times worse. But at that moment, the man disobeyed and struck the monster hard with his nimble foot. After that, the old man jumped very high into the air while the monster remained below. After a few seconds, the old man still landed on the ground. He was really tired from all these attacks. The old man's hand was covered in blood. But despite this, he said that the monster would repeat once more the words he had said to him. This really surprised the blue monster. He just couldn't believe it because the man was really strong. But at this moment, the old man continued his attack and quickly headed towards the monster. The little boy was really very scared, so he covered his ears. After all, there were very loud explosions all around. But suddenly all the explosions stopped, so the boy decided to see what was happening there and who was winning. He saw that the two opponents were indeed very serious and fought to the end. The old superhero wanted to strike this terrible monster, but the hand of the mass was several times stronger. Then the events are transferred to reality, where the old man was surprised by his new surname. At that moment, everyone did not understand what the old man was doing because he took off his hat. The wasps were really very scared because they didn't understand what this old man was up to, so they just watched. Suddenly, the old man began to remove the rubber band from his long white hair because he wanted to show something. He let down his long white hair and said that it was really him, a hairy giant, but he was no giant. This really surprised the expert because he could not believe that the real superhero was sitting in front of them. The two opponents were fighting very hard, and there were really very loud explosions all around due to their attacks. The old man said that he did not understand this monster's attack style, as it always tried to defend itself rather than attack first. And he said that there was really a huge difference in the strength of the monster and the old man, and at some point the old man had to die. For the old man, there was only a chance to hit this monster with all his might to destroy it. Then the old man said that the giant monster did not need to look down on people, because he did not know what they could do. And he said that the information that was about this monster was made in the port, and this information was not true. The man said that there were no witnesses to the incident in the city, so no one could tell the whole story in detail except him. All experts were really surprised, because they did not expect to hear such a thing. The old man then said that even though the man was fighting against a terrible monster, there were more important things to attend to. The man said that when he arrived at the port, he saw how the giant monster wanted to touch the little boy. Then he wanted to give him a fatal blow, and said that it was strange that the big scary monster was just looking at the sea where all the events started. It was very suspicious. All the people listened attentively to this story because they could not understand what would happen now, what the final would be. Then one expert asked the old man what it could mean that the monster was just looking. The man said they all needed to go back to the beginning and think a lot about what started it all. Then the old man ran to the monster and wanted to give it one fatal blow. He was really very angry. But suddenly the old man saw something really very strange from the monster. He said his strange feeling was clear that the monster had some kind of strange light on his shoulder coming from above. Then the old man realized that this red beam was moving with an unreal speed towards all of them. Then the old man understood that he simply had no chance and that he could not dodge this blow. Suddenly the monster took the initiative and wanted to strike the man with 2 legs. It was in me that he pushed the man forward very hard with his strong blue legs and hit him in the stomach. At that moment, a giant red beam also hit the ground very hard. Due to this terrible red ray, the old grandfather had his strong leg torn off. Also, after the monster hit, the man continued to fly because he could not just stop in one place. The man punched holes in the containers and destroyed everything around him when he flew over something. Finally, he managed to stop, but he was really badly injured and was lying next to the container. The old superhero was in really bad shape and had a lot of blood on his face. He couldn't understand what had just happened. Meanwhile, the scary monster was looking at the big hole that the superhero grandfather had made due to his flight. Suddenly, the man stepped in with his foot and was very angry indeed. Asphalt was scattered all around. Then some unknown man appeared near him and said that he was really late with the greeting. The monster was really surprised because he did not expect any other monster to come to him and so quickly. It was a fan who was really mad. His eyes glowed red and his body was very tense. He said that he was really surprised to meet Carrion. It was the name of a big monster with horns on his face. Then suddenly Iscarion began to move quickly somewhere, and Fan noticed it. In another store, it became very interesting to know where the monster went and why he didn't even say hello to him. As it turned out, the big monster started running quickly towards the same containers where grandfather was lying. After a few seconds, he arrived at the half-dead superhero. The old grandfather was really very scared, because now it seemed to him that the monster would just kill him. But suddenly Iscarion took the man by the head and said that he had listened carefully. He said that when he left here, the old man didn't even try to look for him. This really surprised the old man. It seemed to him that the monster had to destroy him. The monster took the man by the neck and said that he was doing all this for his future. Then he swung really hard and became really happier. It seemed that now he would simply abandon the old man. Then he threw the grandfather very hard straight up with this strength of his. No one understood what was happening. It was really a very strong flight. The superhero was really in a bad state, and so he just flew around and did nothing. The old man said that then he lost it, and when he opened his eyes, he was already very far from the scene of events. Suddenly, the expert was really surprised. He asked the old man if he really heard everything correctly. But the old man grew angrier and asked what was the point of him lying in this whole situation. The reporter was really surprised because he didn't understand why the big monster didn't kill the man even though he could. He was also interested in how the world accepted this truth. But the old man said that he simply did not know why he did it, and he himself was very curious. The superhero said that he did not understand why the monster did this, and that it was too early to draw conclusions, because one way or another it was a monster or 4. It seemed to him that Hepticon himself was very surprised by this whole situation and therefore did so. But people did not understand what a strange situation the old man was talking about, because the situation was completely normal. He said that it was a battle to the death in which the opponents wanted to know each other's motives, and the one who had more desire to destroy and kill won. The superhero said that these battles Hepticon seemed to be more interested in than just wanting to kill. It was really strange. At that moment, a large, giant hand appeared from the air and flew straight at Hepticon. As it turned out, Fan sent that big hand of his to deal a heavy blow to the monster. But a few seconds later, a big blue monster appeared in front of Fan and wanted to start fighting. Fan said that he had to kill a lot of people on the way to reach Iscarion and hoped that everything would be okay. Iscarion then said that they would talk later as he left Iscarion half dead. After that, the terrible monster created a lot of portals, and from which big, strong hands began to appear. These large, powerful movements began to attack Iscarion, but he began to defend himself against them. Suddenly, at one point, they managed to escape from this captivity, and he started running towards Fan. But Fan thought everything through, and a large portal appeared in front of him, from which a large hand came out and struck Iscarion. As it turned out, Iscarion really did not expect this, and the blow was really strong, but he did not want to give up. Fan said it was predicted that he would have to struggle a bit. Then he raised his head and said that Manhwa did not think that he would have to go to such humiliations. He then created more hands to continue attacking this monstrous monster, but the monster evaded these attacks of his. He jumped from one hand to the other to dodge and stay alive. Suddenly, Fan created two large portals between Iscarion, who was in the air. After that, really big hands came out of those two portals and crushed Iscarion between them. This made a loud sound. Fan was really surprised, because he couldn't believe that he had defeated his evil opponent so quickly. But suddenly Iscarion climbed out and began to open those big hands that were pressing him. At that moment, the Fan flew up to Iscarion and told him to just stop fighting him. After that, he hit the monster very hard with his hand on its blue face. The blue monster was really in a bad situation, because it was being pressed by big, strong hands on both sides, and in front was a scary, strong Fan who still wanted to destroy the monster. But at that moment, the Fan saw something else very strange, something that really scared him. Even though the blue monster is really in a very bad situation, he noticed that some kind of small, yellow eye started to appear on its head. This eye kept getting bigger, and it was clear that Iscarion was very angry because his eyes glowed with red paint. Meanwhile, one man asked the superhero what he thought about the incident in the Cannellini. It was some general with stars. He asked why it could actually start and what was the reason. After that, the old man carefully looked into his eyes and thought about the answer. This man said that this big, red, scary monster that was attacking the two of them must have been the main cause of all this. Said that normally the attacks can be seen, but his attacks were too fast and they were in the form of swords. The man said that there was a strong possibility that it must also have been one monster fighting against another. He also said that this monster fought with the Ketchup Man and with the White Cap. This information really shocked all the journalists. They didn't know how to respond. He remembered that he had a really similar fighting style and had long hair on his head. After that, the superhero said that this red monster was responsible for what happened in Canlan and also what happened at Ikion Airport. It seemed to him that at this moment the Hepticon just wanted to interfere with the red monster in some mission. Suddenly, after strong blows, there was a really big explosion in the center of the city. The hand of the Heptagon fought against the hand of this monstrous monster. His hand was several times larger. After that, the red-cloaked monster flew away to a long distance after this powerful blow. He was really very angry with the Hepticon because now he was losing the initiative. Meanwhile, the other monster was really very angry. His eyes were glowing and his gaze was really stern. That moment, some blue thing fell from the Hepticon to the ground. It was some part of his body. It was really unexpected. The Fan was really surprised and didn't understand what was happening. Suddenly, other things also started falling to the ground. It seemed that the Hepticon was really up to something. Then after a while, he completely cleared his entire back of these blue things that looked like wings. At that moment, the terrible Fan became really very angry and asked Myvril what he said. He was very angry with this monster and said that because he repeated his words again. The monster said that he hopes the Fan understands that they need to buy time. Then the Fan asked him if he could handle the task alone. But the monster just kept silent and didn't answer anything. He just looked ahead. At that moment, the vampire monster was also looking at the other two monsters and was just silent. Then the user master said that he will repeat all this information again, especially for the Fan. He said they just needed to buy time because it was all a matter of timing and he didn't want any fights with him. He said that Iscarion was an eternal fire that would never go out and was very dangerous. Suddenly, some very strange steam left Iscarion. It seemed that the monster was simply transforming, stood really angry. His blue things stood for him, and their eyes also lit up with red paint. Myvril said that no one but a Fan can beat him. At that moment, Fan became really scared. But despite this, he continued his attack. He held on with his legs because something really strong was wearing him down. It was very unexpected. Iscarion just stared at him with his big eyes. It was clear that he was the cause of all this. Fan was really very surprised because he didn't expect so much pressure from him. Therefore, he created two large portals just to hold on to them as a support. Suddenly, large sword-shaped hands began to crawl out of all these portals. These hands were very sharp and moved very fast indeed and wanted to destroy Iscarion. But with that in mind, Iscarion remained dead, and suddenly his blue wands began to move. It was really unexpected. Suddenly, these blue sticks began to twist something, and it seemed as if they would merge into one big stick. Then this large circle from the finger flew straight towards these large hands attacking Iscarion. This staff was very sharp indeed and attacked those flying hands of Iscarion. As it turned out, this blue staff was sharper than Fan's hands, and therefore the hands lost. After that, this blue stick completely gutted his arms and flew further towards the monster. At that moment, the monster ducked very quickly because he understood that a really very dangerous thing was flying at him. This blue staff cut off the monster's hair and part of his red cloak. She was really very sharp. That danger, the flying stick, flew on, and she simply cut all the houses in half and cut everything that was in front of her. Fan was really very surprised, because he did not expect that these things could be so sharp. But suddenly he threw several more such dangerous things in Fan's direction. They flew straight towards the monster, which was really very scared and did not expect another wave of attacks. One of these dangerous flying things managed to cut off the arm of a terrible monster, and it flew away. He watched it all carefully with his cold gaze with red eyes. The events then flashed back to where Myvril said that Iskarion had the eternal fire. This really surprised the monster, and he asked what was the difficulty of it all. But Muriel said that it was not a matter of heaviness, because all the animals of the world that were in the universe had a distinct power. Then you can say that all these animals will never overcome the limits of their capabilities, and they will never become stronger. The monster said that this particular eternity could be considered a really heavy thing that completely breaks the form of limitations. Therefore, he said that it is for this reason that you need to be very careful with Iskarion. He said as long as the fire burns, Iskarion will never stop and just keep going. But the problem was that his fire was immortal. Iskarion went alone against time. And as long as the fire protected him, it would be simply impossible to destroy him with horns. Then suddenly a monster named Fan took his severed hand in his other hand. Then he attached her very strongly to himself, and the regeneration helped him recover. Meanwhile, Iskarion continued to fire his dangerous purple things at him, which were very sharp. Suddenly the monster said he didn't know why, but unfortunately he couldn't recover as much as he couldn't recover and how he should. Suddenly a purple thing appeared next to the face of this terrible monster. It was really unexpected. Then, in this purple moment, this thing completely cut off the hair of this scary monster. It seemed that everything around was just some illusion of deception, from which he could not get rid of. Meanwhile, Iskarion was looking intently at the monster that was running away from all his attacks and was thinking something carefully. Then he crouched down and wanted to cut into the air as well to continue attacking this terrible monster. Continued to fly and attack another monster, which was really scary. Suddenly, Fan created a very large pink portal right in front of the large blue monster. This greatly surprised the large, accurate monster with red eyes. Now Fan understood that he had a chance, but he was still scared. At this moment, the big blue monster wanted to hit this other monster hard with his weapon and purple boomerangs. That's why at that moment there was a really big explosion all around. Everything went up into the air. This really surprised the guy with the red cloak. He also had a big third eye on his face. Suddenly, a large blue monster hand burst through this large fan shield. Then the monster crawled right up to the face of this terrible monster and wanted to destroy his third eye. The big blue one took the upper hand in this fight and completely destroyed the third eye and started punching the red monster's face. It looked like he was about to play. Then the big blue marcher asked not to call him that, or he would just have to kill the red monster. But even though the blue mentor was really in control, the fan told him not to think he was stronger. At that moment, a truly gigantic blue monster appeared from above and opened its mouth wide and began to scream. Iskarion realized that there was a Benvish behind him who wanted to slip past them, so he realized that he needed to start acting. At that moment, another unknown monster appeared near Iskarion and flew very quickly near him. At that moment, Iskarion took and grabbed the leg of the vampire monster that was flying around him and wanted to strike. The vampire monster was really very scared because now it seemed to him that he would simply end and die. Meanwhile, there were some yellow eyes in the middle of the Benwish. It was clear that it was the same brown head monster above all these. He asked his ward not to look the monster in his eyes, otherwise it would be worse. At this moment, the monster vampire raised his big blue hand in the air and prepared to strike. He understood that he had to act, or he would die. So at that moment, he hit his leg hard and cut off his leg to be free from this blue monster. After that, the vampire monster flew quickly straight into the mouth of the big giant Benwish. It was really very painful because it was left without a leg. Meanwhile, Carrion just stared ahead and considered his next course of action on all of these. But suddenly, a big brown monster appeared and said that they had not seen Iskarion for a long time. Iskarion immediately recognized the voice of the monster Mviril, and was surprised because he did not expect to hear him. Mviril said loudly and confidently that finally it all happened, but unfortunately he did not have much time and he would come after him later and destroy him. He said that then Iskarion would have no choice and no chance against him. Then the events are transferred to the conference. The old grandfather said that he now has no idea where Skolian was and what was happening in general. He said that if Iskarion takes part in this war, it will be really bad for all mankind because he is very strong. Then the main organizer said that this was the end of the discussion of what happened in Canlan because there was nothing more to add. The old man said they only had half an hour left, so he asked if they had any questions. Suddenly, one of the experts asked the old man if he had seen the man in the photograph. The old man was really very surprised because what the man in the picture showed him was really very unusual. Meanwhile, the events are transferred to Hong Kong, where it was an ordinary summer day. The weather outside was really very good, and the sun was shining. But suddenly someone told the man that he would only need to sleep for 30 minutes, and he overslept. It was Ivan. He said that he wasn't in the mood anyway, and he just wanted to stay asleep. But Carol wouldn't let him sleep. Ivan was really angry because Carol visited him all the time and did not let him sleep, so he got up and started arguing with her. Then after that, they got up and started walking somewhere. The little girl Carol was walking right behind Ivan. Ivan was really very angry because everything was not going according to plan, and that's why he was worried. He said that trouble never comes alone, and went with Carol to one of the tall buildings. They entered the house, and Ivan was really annoyed because the girl was constantly spoiling his mood and was very impatient. Suddenly, one adult girl, whose face was half monster, was very surprised because she did not expect to see them here. Then Ivan told the superheroine of the body to look after this stupid little Carol who was calling everyone stupid. Then the girl went to play with the shadow play, and Ivan went to another room because he had to work. Then the girls started playing together, and Ivan drank a whole glass of water because his mouth was dry and it was very hot outside. Then he finally felt better and relaxed from these annoying events and drank the water completely. Then I realized that he had to act strictly according to his plan and started doing something. Then he concentrated very much, and his eyes lit up with some pink color and lightning appeared. Ivan then got in touch with the other two super monsters and asked them if they had any news. One monster with a mask on his face was on the roof and said that nothing strange was happening, and there were no traces of energy. Another man sat on another building and watched the whole situation in the city. He said that there was nothing strange about him either. They both said that there was nothing strange or suspicious around Ivan and the other monsters, and everything was clean. Then Ivan said that despite all this, they should continue to follow, and if anything, tell him about it. The masked monster agreed to continue doing his job. And Kalen was delighted because he understood that this work was very boring and lasted a very long time. Despite this, the girls continued to play, and Carol called the shadow stupid, and Ivan thought about something. He said that the meeting with the stranger was supposed to take place this morning. But 2 hours have passed since the appointed time, and nothing has happened. Then Ivan went to some dark site and logged into the account because he was interested in why the meeting had to take place in Hong Kong. It was a dark browser and some kind of secret site that only Ivan and the others visited. Then Ivan managed to log into his account. It was strange because he understood that the last agreement was somehow impure, and Ivan had problems with his affairs. He was really very surprised and did not understand that if this arrangement simply fell through, then he would be in trouble. He understood what it took to find a talisman. Suddenly, Ivan felt very strange because he saw something really unusual. He saw a message at the top of the screen. Then the evil superhero decided to look into it. Ivan saw that it was a new message from a person named Talisman. This really surprised him very much. He did not expect the talisman to give him any answer. Therefore, he decided to go to this message and read what the stranger wanted from him. Meanwhile, it was a quiet evening in America, and James was tinkering with his car. He was repairing a big mountain that he had on top of the car. He did not understand where it came from. When he had done all this, he was finally satisfied that he had solved all his problems with this machine. Suddenly, he noticed that his phone was on the hood of the car and he was calling him. This really surprised him because he did not expect any call. He went to the phone and saw that it was some new video call from new contacts. He saw that it was a sister, and then he quickly picked up the phone and greeted her. James was surprised that the girl had arrived in Korea so quickly. Then he asked her if she had time to meet her brother and how she felt in general. But the girl said that she is currently only at the airport. The first thing she needs to do is go somewhere else, then she will meet her little brother. James said that he was repairing the car because he had some kind of dent and he just didn't see it and was driving with the car. The girl said that she has very important information. She needs James to listen to her carefully about this. James then asked if she was talking about Ivan. The girl said that she really thought about it during the flight. She said that Kellen came back from the dead, and it was really hard for her, but she just can't turn a blind eye to it. James was very surprised because he did not understand what the girl was leaning towards, and he was getting scared. The girl said that it was all about his abilities and the difference between resurrection superheroes and monsters, but that was just her opinion. Juhi said because this information really interested him. She said that the resurrection ability could completely restore the life of a creature without habits and memories, and it was a banal new life. But then James noticed that all these monsters that were resurrected acted only at Ivan's will and had no choice. She said that it was all right and all the monsters were just pretending that they had no memories and no will of their own. This really confused James because he thought that everyone had no memory. She said it takes only 2 steps to create the perfect soldier. The first is a complete resurrection. The second is amnesia. James was really surprised because he didn't expect that this required amnesia. She also wanted to add that Ivan erases all memory with his own magic or something similar. She said that when Ivan destroyed the creature's memory, then he changed new heroes and monsters. But James understood what had happened to Kalen when he was resurrected. The girl said that in the case of the boy, he successfully entered the first phase, but for some reason he failed to pass the second phase. She said she didn't know exactly what happened, but given that the boy ran off on his own, it's possible that a third party intervened during the second phase. James was really very surprised because he heard new information from the ghosts, which he did not know before. Juhi said that someone else appeared in the second phase, and because of that, the second phase could not be completed. James was really confused because he did not understand who it was and why he did it. Svyatopol and Jane said that Ivan had the ability to predict because he had a small child who could tell the future. Ivan completely trusted this child, so he acted strictly according to her data and the information she gave. But in the situation with Kellen, the girl did not know a lot or had to check everything she said. She needed to check the cause of the error. The girl said that all these monsters really trusted the little girl very much, and it was hard to believe that anything could really go wrong. Then the superhero went to the message, where the mascot wrote to him that he wished Ivan a good time in Hong Kong and attached a photo of Ivan. Ivan was really very disappointed because he understood that after all this, he would have nothing to do with Talisman either. Then Ivan put his hand in his jeans pocket to get something. After that, he took out his phone and started looking for something in it. He was very focused. Then after a while, he picked up and called. Ivan assumed that this could really happen. Then Ivan asked another interlocutor if he knew what to do. The guy said that only Talisman's IP address was out of that information. He said that unfortunately, it is impossible to track someone, and the guy really hid his data. This guy's name was Punta, and suddenly he said that he managed to find something about this person after all. Ivan was really very surprised because he did not expect to hear any good information from Punta. Then he remembered how Ivan brought the boy a picture of the talisman and showed it to him. He said that when the talisman made meetings, he chose the place and time, and everything else was up to the people. Ivan remembered that when all this finished, he asked Kostya to follow the talisman. And who was that man near the container? So Kostya did everything as his master ordered. Kostya was very surprised because the person who was near the container simply disappeared. It was very unexpected. And when he opened this large container, he saw that there were just leaves with talismans lying on the ground. I mentioned to you that they held 3 meetings, but all they found were these strange pieces of paper. So he gave one of the pieces of paper to his friend to check. Then Ivan understood where he got the note from and began to listen very carefully to his friend. Then the guy said that he tried to find this photo through all the databases and saw something similar on a girl's social network. This information really surprised Ivan because he did not expect to hear something so good from his friend. Punta then said that this photo was taken on the door of a club, and he saw a symbol on the door that was the same as the one in the photo. I was also told that this photo was taken in France. It was very unexpected. Ivan listened attentively to everything the boy said. Then the guy apologized for the fact that there was very little information. But Ivan said that this was really enough information and said goodbye to the boy. Then Ivan said to collect all things and they would move. Ivan was very angry because he understood that the talisman was really just playing a joke on him, but now he had a chance to take revenge on him. Meanwhile, at the conference, the old grandfather talked about a superhero who could create new slaves for himself. The old man said that in the beginning, Ivan did not get into any conflicts, but when the other monsters were finished, he began to attack aggressively. And he said that all these servants who came out of the portal served this boy, and they were also superhumans who were combined with other monsters. He said that they were superhumans who were united with monsters and had a lot in common. The old man said that they had taken the body of the large purple monster and would probably make him one of the servants as well. He said that was all he knew. He was also convinced that humanity was in great danger. All journalists were shocked because they understood that history could repeat itself again. Then one of the men said that this means that things will only get worse because they have to fear not only supermen, but also monsters. The old man said that he didn't know much about a person who could resurrect other monsters. He only knew that his name was Ivan. He said that another superhero told him about it. He can't be sure of that. Then the old man said that he couldn't be sure, but he thought that people from Russia were also hunting this man. This really surprised the journalist, because he could not believe that there were Russian superhumans in Korea. He said that these people were indeed very powerful and could be trusted. Therefore, the problem with Ivan was not so serious. This information really interested all journalists, because no one knew that Russia also has superhumans and they were in Korea. But suddenly the old man remembered that Kirill had asked him to keep their existence a secret. Then the old man said that he did not need to talk about these people and asked not to write about them. This really surprised all the journalists, but then they decided that they needed to sum up. He said that thanks to today's meeting, they managed to learn a lot of new information and discover the truth. He said that if he had more time today, he would have asked more questions, but unfortunately, time was short. Then the old man spoke for them all to listen carefully. After that, the old man spoke and said that this event had destroyed many human lives and many members of his family. This really surprised the journalist because this information was really shocking. The man said that he went too late to find his happiness and start a new life. Not everything was good, because in the final result, he was met with a very sad ending and a complete tragedy. He mentioned that most of his students had died and they were really very valuable to him. He called out the names of all the students who died while fighting the big, scary monsters. The old man was really very worried because he loved all these students very much. Then the old man said that life really didn't go the way they all wanted it to and said that people are always chasing and getting their grief. All the journalists listened attentively to the old man because it seemed that he was saying something very intelligent. He said he wasn't going to disappear, and if they had any questions, they could always come to him, and then promised he would do everything he could or protect the people. This really surprised all the journalists, but so that they could not believe in such sincerity and openness of the old man. After that, the hall became very empty indeed, and no one knew what to say after such a good speech. After that, a man from the Deatic Special Unit decided to turn to the old man and asked if he wanted to unite with him. The man said they don't have accurate witnesses yet. He said that most European superheroes work together with the military, so it seemed to him that if they were to exchange supermen and the army, then all this would only benefit them. But then the old man said that unfortunately he would not be able to help the army in any way. But if the European experience shows itself well, then he will think. Then the general asked the old man what his plans were as a human and as a superhero for the future. The old man was really surprised, and you could tell that this man knew how to ask really good questions. Then the old man suddenly said that all this time they had to fend off monster attacks. But over time, their attacks become stronger and more constant, and the strength of the last attack can only be understood by the strength of the previous one. The old man said that in all his life he had never had such thoughts, but now they appeared. Then he said that in this never-ending battle, you cannot have only one hope. But the general said that nothing would come without hard work, and the old man confirmed it. Said that they just need to find the house where all these monsters are coming from and put an end to the situation. But he also said that it will be very difficult indeed because the monsters are very strong. Then the man said that in any case they had too little information, which means that it was necessary to work further. The hero said that he would go to the house against all the monsters, but unfortunately, they will simply destroy him. That's why he said that all superhumans should unite, because only together they will be able to achieve a common goal and be stronger. One journalist asked the man if he really wanted to gather all the heroes to go monsters. The old man confirmed it. He said that all this is their only chance for their victory. The journalist said that these words are indeed motivating and hopeful, but what will happen if they fail to do so? But the old man said they couldn't do that, and that really shocked the reporters. The superhero said that they have a white cap, so they will definitely succeed. It really interested all the journalists, because they did not understand what the white cap was for, and the man said that the white cap was really powerful, but he cannot be the only hope. He said that not only he, but also other people are thinking about the unification of all superheroes. He said that anyone is trying to unite all superheroes in all corners of the world. Then the events are transferred to Japan to one large private house. In the middle of this house sat a superwoman. Dan Yang combed the boy's hair. Then the black cap said that Dan Yang has been on the phone too much lately, but the girl said that she just needed to answer important messages. Then suddenly something really very strange began to knock in the big brown suitcase. This really surprised Dan Yang very much, and she just couldn't believe it. The black cap was also frightened because he did not understand what it was. It seemed that it was simply impossible. Suddenly, this big orange suitcase just fell to the ground. It was clear that someone was in it. But unfortunately, that's all. The boy asked the girl if she had just finished braiding his hair. Then the guy said that my girlfriend was not worried because it was just their guest, and as it turned out, he woke up. He said that the girl can open the suitcase. But the girl was very scared because she did not understand what could be in the middle of this suitcase. She was very surprised when she opened the suitcase and asked the boy why he left it. When she opened the suitcase, she saw that inside was a blue monster that was tied with ribbons. Then the boy removed the bandage from this blue monster's mouth, and now he could finally breathe and speak. Then the boy asked what was the name of this terrible monster. The monster said his name was Fingoid. It was really quite impressive what he could say. Then the black cap laughed and said that he was a Superman, and asked the monster if he wanted to kill him now. A small, scary monster said that he himself wants to destroy all superheroes. With that said, the black cap said the little monster looked very cute indeed. The black cap searched and realized that he did not know where that superhero was now, so he just wanted to bide his time. Then the black cap said that he was listening carefully, and he would just ask him questions. The blue monster understood that he simply had no choice in this situation, so he decided to listen to the boy. The boy said that he did not want to threaten, but if the monster did not answer directly and honestly, he would die right here. The blue monster was surprised because he did not understand why the boy threatened him so much. But then the black cap went straight to the question and said that it was clear from the monster that he was an ordinary pawn. Then the black cap asked where the leader of this little monster was. He asked for his name. He asked to name everything he knows about his leader or the boss who controls him. But the monster was really stubborn and asked the boy why he had this name, and he did not want to give it. But the guy was really serious and said that he gives the monster only 3 seconds to respond. Time passed, and after a few seconds, the time was completely exhausted. Then the boy wanted to hit the monster, but the little monster managed to say the name and said Bahamas. This really surprised the black cap because he couldn't believe it. The little monster said that Bahamas was their master and always gave them some orders. Black Cap thought that Bahamas was the big monster that appeared at the end of the battle against White Cap. Then the little yellow monster confirmed it, but the black cap said that the monster was already dead. This really surprised the little monster. It seemed to him that it was simply impossible. Then the boy said that all the monsters that came to Korea died except him. Even Bahamas died in this struggle. The black cap's eyes lit up with red paint, and he decided to ask the monster something else. Then he asked why he could be safe in such a strange place, because the black cap immediately noticed him. Little Marsh said that the struggle was too much and he went into hiding to give his body a rest, so he looked for wet places. He said then that he just didn't want to die, to be honest. He said that he just became useless and Caltheron would just kill him for it all. The black cap did not understand which Caltorin he was talking about. Superhero girl standing next to her didn't know any such monster either. The blue monster said that Caltheron was the kind of monster that the more corpses he ate, the stronger he became. Didn't say that Caltheron knew he was very weak and then would just eat him to get stronger. But then the girl realized what kind of monster they were talking about. She said he was also killed by a white cap. Then the blue monster realized that the good superheroes won in this super battle. This is indeed the power of the Black Cap because he did not expect to hear this from the monster. Then the Black Cap decided to put away his weapon and told the monster to continue at the same pace. He sat down on the ground and promised that he would not do anything to the monster if he would give honest answers. Then the Black Cap told the blue monster to tell them a little more about MANHUA, their main monster. At that moment, a man was opening a bottle of soda. It was the same monster expert, and he was drinking some kind of sweet drink. He drank it after the conference was over because he wanted to relax a little. He said that the days of him looking up information about superheroes are over, because now the superheroes themselves are giving him the information. Then he remembered how he sat and talked with the witnesses, how they saw how something happened in Canlan. He questioned the boy because he said that some horned creature fought with the flying grandfather. And besides, the little guy in the green jacket said that the blue monster wasn't bad, it was unexpected. The monster expert was really surprised because he did not expect such an answer from the little boy. The boy in the green jacket said that the big blue monster turned to him and asked him to go away. Then the man asked why the grandfather was fighting this monster if he was good, but the little boy in the green jacket said nothing. And the little boy said that the monster with long hair and red cry was a little scarier. The man said that due to the rich display, they realized that the big monster with long hair was fighting against another blue monster. The man said that this boy's story was indeed true, but he did not understand what the old man was up to. Then the little boy began to cry, and the man hugged him. He said that he believed him, because the little boy was very frightened. Then he visited a patient lying under drugs. He said he hasn't seen anything, but hopes his son's story will help. The man said that he managed to survive, and it was really incredible because he was lying right in the middle of the events. Despite this, the man had major problems with his body, but he said that the most important thing was that his child was alive. The man said that the child also needed medical treatment because he had a very big shock. Then the man thanked the reporters for thinking about his son. This really impressed the reporter because he realized that the man was really very compassionate. At this point, the father said that his son had never lied in his life, and this should be taken into account. This really impressed the reporter because the story really turned out to be very strange. Then he sat on the stairs, drinking a sweet drink, and realized that everything the little boy had told him was true. He was really very angry with himself because he realized that he was a professional journalist and analyst. He was angry because he didn't believe that little boy back then in 2016, even though it all turned out to be true. Then the events are transferred back to Japan, where the Black Cap interrogated the blue monster. The blue monster said that he was personally a servant and that Behemu was like a king and leader to him. He said that, generally speaking, there were a lot of people who took that position, and it surprised the girl. Black Cap could not believe that there were really many monsters and asked how many more such leaders there were. But the blue monster didn't know anything about it because he was only a slave. Then the Black Cap asked him to tell everything he knew or he would just die. Then he decided to tell, but he said that he did not know anyone personally, but he had heard of Behemua, Fan Maviral, and Sid. Black Cap said that this was already really good information, so now he asked them to tell what they can do. But the blue monster said that he did not know anything because he had never been with them and had never seen them. Then the Black Cap's eyes lit up with red paint, and he really wanted to kill this monster. Nanangi then told the monster to stop talking nonsense and tell him everything he knew. He said that if Behemoth was dead, he would tell about Fan. He said he was very hot-tempered and killed some monsters just like that. Also, he had long hair. This really surprised the superheroes because they did not know about the existence of Fan. This information really made the Black Cap think about the monster, because he did not expect to hear such information. Blue Master said that Fan almost killed him because of his anger. He said that he always moved very slowly, and it pissed Fan off so much that he tried to never be with Fan. He said that if they called Behemoth, because he was more adequate than Fan. Then Behemoth told the blue monster not to catch Fan's eyes, otherwise he would kill him just like that, and he told this to absolutely all monsters. He went on to say that he took responsibility for invading Korea one last time. The monster said unexpectedly, even though Behemoth was his master, he also often obeyed Maviral, and it could be said that he was the most important among the monsters. This really surprised Dan Yang very much. She had not expected to hear such information. Blackcap continued to listen carefully to everything this monster said. And the last important monster that remained was only Sid. This blue monster said that Sid was like a bomb that was about to explode and was also very powerful. Dan Yan was very surprised when she started talking about the time bomb. She thought it was really very strange. But suddenly Nangi asked everyone to order for a few seconds because he felt something. Then he asked the girl to listen because it seemed to him that there really was someone unknown on the street. It was really very scary because no one knew their location. The little blue monster also did not understand what was happening. It seemed to him that they were in danger. But suddenly the black cap said that he no longer felt him. He said he must have been somewhere nearby. Then the girl thought that it was a blue monster that began to do something, but Mojesh said that he was here for nothing. Nangi said that he hadn't taken his dark side and Fongoid back since he caught him, so he couldn't do anything at all. The superhero said. Nangi said that the longer the dark side remained in this state, the greater the chance that its connection with the inner world became impossible. Then the girl was interested in what was now outside, if it was not some strange monster. 9, the boy said that he himself did not know, and all this was really very strange because no one knew their geolocation. Therefore, the superhero decided that it was necessary to go outside and find out who this hero was who was chasing them. He opened the door to their mansion, but no one was there. It was really strange. He went outside and said that it was really very hot there. The sun was very hot. Then the boy suggested that we go swimming because the weather was just right. The blue monster was in doubt about what to do because it seemed to him that the superhero was acting in the wrong way. The girl was also very busy because she did not understand what the boy was doing. It seemed that it was some kind of trap. The guy came out and said that there was no one there at all and you could hear your own breathing through it all. After that, the superhero said that this object is either hiding or just ran away from them. He said that maybe he thought it was all because he has been very picky about all these things lately. The girl was really surprised because she was sure that the boy would catch someone now and bring him inside, but the boy said that he just wanted to eat. Suddenly at that moment everyone heard a very strange sound and the boy began to laugh loudly. Then he jumped up very quickly and broke the roof in that building. He jumped very high, his eyes turned red, and then he saw some unknown person in a blue suit. The superhero was really very angry and asked sure what this monster was doing here. But there was a monster. Really very surprised because I didn't expect to see a super guy here and he looked kind of weird. The blue monster was really very scared because he understood what was happening now. The superheroine was also keeping a close eye on all the goings-on, and she thought it might be dangerous and wondered who was following them in the first place. Meanwhile, the events are transferred to the school where the White Cap studied. The school has already been completely restored. 3 classmates were in the store and bought food. As always, they decided who should pay because Khan had no money. After Kang bought, the girl with black hair began to climb up to the boy because she wanted to take her bread from him. Suddenly, I was very surprised because I saw a white cap in front of me. He didn't expect to see him here. Then all the other students saw him too and were really surprised. After all this time, they saw him only on the TV screen. The girls were still sitting nearby and were also very surprised. They thought that the guy was really very attractive and cool. Suddenly, someone entered the building and called Khan. It was unexpected. Khan was very surprised, and the girl next to him also did not understand what was happening right now. It was Jury. He was very surprised because he did not understand what Khan was doing here at school. Khan could not give any answer because he did not expect to see his friend in this city and simply remained silent. Suddenly, Jury called the boy a traitor because he realized that Khan had a secret girlfriend and did not tell him anything. Then Jury's sister suddenly appeared and greeted Khan. She said that they really hadn't seen each other for a long time. Khan was also surprised as he didn't expect to see Jury's sister with his partner at this school. Jury then walked over to him and asked if he was at all happy to meet her. Then she threw herself into the arms of the superhero. She hugged him very tightly and asked why he was not smiling at all, although they had not seen each other for a long time. But Kang was just in a big shock. He did not expect that the girl would hug him. After that, Juvie once again asked the boy if he was happy that they had finally bonded after a long time. But Khan did not want to deceive her, so he directly said that he did not miss her. This really surprised Juvie, because she didn't expect the boy to say this, but suddenly she noticed something. She saw a girl with a black square and noticed that she was not behaving calmly and was simply jealous. Then Juri's sister whispered that she can't be jealous because Kang is only a younger brother to her, not a boyfriend. The cute girl didn't expect Juvie to tell her that, so she got worried. Then suddenly the old woman entered the room and said that finally she did not leave the boy. She said that the class teacher asked the boy to come to him right now, and she also reported that all lessons were taken from the boy. Khan was really surprised because he did not expect to hear such strange information about himself. He was really shocked by everything that was happening right now. Juri was also surprised and did not understand what was happening, and why did they call the boy to them? Then Khan went to the teacher's room and entered the middle of the study. Stakes tomorrow because they had not seen each other for a long time. But the girl asked the boy to be quiet. She told the boy to just stay put, be quiet, and do nothing. After all, she wanted to eavesdrop on the conversation. Then the head teacher pointed the boy to a large green place and told him to sit there. The man said that he had wanted to talk to Khan for a long time and finally had the opportunity. The teacher said he really didn't care if the boy was superhuman or not. He said that the boy really had a very good heart and did not know how to tell him about it. The white dot told the teacher to say everything as it is, because everything was in order. Then the teacher adjusted his glasses and said that he would then get down to business. He said that from tomorrow the boy cannot come to school. This was really a very shocking piece of information because no one expected it. This really surprised Juri because he had been listening to the whole conversation. He couldn't believe it. His sister was also very surprised because she did not understand what the teacher was aiming at and why he was telling him this. Then the events are transferred back to Japan. Blackcap said that he thought the enemy would run away at once, but as it turned out, he was not one of the timid 10. Then he said that the rules of crippling should probably be known. The superhero said that he really wanted to take off the mask of this terrible hero and see who he really was. Suddenly, an unknown hero in a suit was the first to act and started to go somewhere. The superhero very quickly. It was very impressive. This unknown masked hero was running really fast because he didn't want the black cap to catch him. But the superhero said that he is really very fast, which pleasantly surprised him because he did not expect it. At that moment, an unknown hero in a blue suit decided to strike the black cap. But despite all these blows, the black cap always managed to evade them. It seemed to him that it was some kind of Chang Wong. At this moment, the black cap decided to strike with his strong leg at the enemy. Then he hit the mask hard and hit the opponent's face. Something really flew out of his mask. The superhero said that he really enjoyed it all and they continued to fight each other. Suddenly, the black cap decided to strike with his big and strong fist. He was moving really fast. This scared the unknown hero in the blue suit very much because his speed was really very fast. Then the superhero delivered several blows to all parts of the body of this unknown hero in a blue suit. Then this unknown hero was very surprised by the style of the black cap's blows because they were professional. The superhero said that many people think that there is no point in superheroes learning martial arts. He said he hated martial artists, but he learned a little something from watching them. He said that in this particular situation, his opponent was himself. That's why he said that you need to have as much fun as possible. Suddenly, this unknown hero said that these martial arts are called Nanpa. He was really very surprised. Superhero girl began to worry about her boyfriend because she understood that his opponent was really strong. Blackcap said that after fighting all those monsters, it was really hard for him and he couldn't feel the strain again. He almost fell into depression. Then he said that they should have fun because it was something really unusual after a long time. He said he would be very active. So he quickly ran towards the monster and the fight began. They fought with all their strength because none of them wanted to lose to the enemy. Events then return to the school, where the principal tells Khan that he just doesn't know how to explain it. He said that the boy was truly a hero, but even so, his words could sting. Khan was really surprised. Despite this, he remained quietly listening to everything the teacher said. He said that after this fight, everyone turned their attention to the white cap because they realized that he was the main target of the monsters. The government saw it too. He also said that the school held an anonymous vote to decide whether the boy could attend the school. Unfortunately, the results were negative. This surprised Sister Juri very much because she could not believe such a ridiculous decision. His partner was also very surprised because he did not understand what they would all do without him. The director said he was very sorry and could not influence the decision. He said the guy was really good and saved everyone. But despite this, Khan remained calm and just thought in his head. He recalled moments related to this school, which were good and negative. He remembered how the girl had said that he had an untied shirt at the beginning of the school year. The boy also recalled how he had lunch together with new students and factories of acquaintance. He also mentioned physical education lessons in sports, which he really liked very much. He remembered how he fought together with Thek in arm wrestling because he did not believe in Khan's victory. He also recalled hugging his lovely girlfriend in the dining room. It was really nice. But he began to remember how a monster suddenly appeared at school and he destroyed it. He began to remember how all his classmates cried because they could not believe that he was a superhero. He also recalled how all the students at the school started supporting him and shouting words of support. These were indeed very pleasant moments from his school life which he experienced and which he did not want to forget. But suddenly the man said that life cannot remain like this forever, and he will have to say goodbye to it. These were all really very good memories of the boy, which were related to his school. He said that whether he goes or stays, it is important to keep good memories of it all. He said, just smile. The man said that the boy was not allowed to attend school like other students, but if he was sick, he could come and visit his friends or his teachers. He said that Khan was his student and a really good friend, so he would be very happy if the boy would visit him. But suddenly the boy said that the teacher raised his head. It was really unexpected. The man was confused because he did not understand what the boy wanted to say to him at that moment. Juri and his sister were also very surprised and were looking through the window of this office. Kang said that he had never thanked a teacher for anything before. This was really very unexpected from Kanu. And he said that the teacher was always very worried about him and always pointed out mistakes. He said that in those moments the boy felt truly alive. The superhero said that he wanted the teacher to know that he was really very grateful to him for his good, warm attitude towards him. Suddenly at this moment, Kang began to remember something in his head and carefully walked forward. He remembered how Juri's sister decided to hug him after not seeing him for a long time. He remembered those strange, warm, pleasant hugs with the girl, so he decided that he needed to take action. He walked up to the old teacher and decided to hug him too, just like Sister Juri had done with him. Then the boy took and hugged his native and good teacher in a wide, warm, and friendly way. It was really a very pleasant moment. Meanwhile, Juri and his sister were watching this closely and were really very surprised because they didn't expect this from Kane. Then at this moment in Japan, the Black Caps managed to hit the mask of this unknown hero. This blow was really very strong and powerful because the unknown hero simply fell to the ground from this blow. Suddenly, Dan Yan began to wonder and remarked that she thought she had seen such techniques somewhere before. Then Perehorovich said that he seemed to be playing with that unknown man, and he seemed to have simply lost his mind. He said he couldn't be fooled because the monster really didn't want to fight him. Then he asked what he was thinking about and why he needed him. Suddenly he said, Songbi's black hat. It was really very strange and not legible. The superhero was very surprised because he did not understand what this strange man was talking about. Then he wanted to remove the mask from this man because that way he would become more beautiful and then he would tell it. He removed and completely broke the mask of this unknown hero as he followed behind the black cap. What the superhero saw surprised him very much, and he did not expect to see it. The girl was also surprised and said that it was him. She didn't expect to see him either. The big blue monster was also interested and wondered who was there and why everyone was wondering. As it turned out, it was Haoran, a strange man with rather long black hair. Then the black cap was surprised that Dan Yan knew this guy. He asked if they knew the boy. The girl said that she did not know him for sure, but just met once. This really surprised the black cap, because he did not understand how the girl knew him and what kind of man he was. The girl said that there is a big mountain in Harbin called Hunchi. She said the road there was very dangerous and it was not a place for tourists. But suddenly they began to receive messages from this place about a big scary Yeti that was there. It was said that one day a collection company appeared in this place, and the Yeti descended on them all and simply killed them. After that, they wanted to take revenge on the evil monster and sent several people up, but no one returned alive. Black Cat began to laugh at all this information. He found it very amusing indeed. Suddenly, Nangi asked the girl superhero if that strange guy was the same Yeti. The girl confirmed this. She said that one day she was wondering what exactly was happening on this mountain, and when she went up, she saw the barbarian, who was dressed in the skin of a slain beast. She watched him carefully and understood that there was no Yeti, but only a man. The man said that it was very difficult for him to live in an unstable world, and that his life was like the life of some animal. It was Kaorin, but suddenly he looked away and saw something. Kaorin looked carefully to the side and was really very surprised because he thought he saw something. The girl hid behind a tree, but despite this, the boy was really surprised and felt something. Then at one point, the boy jumped from his mountain and went in search of the girl. It was really very unexpected. Suddenly, the girl turned and saw that one big leg of a man was flying towards her. It really scared her. After that, there was a really big explosion in these same mountains due to the blows of the man. At this moment, Dan Yan stopped and said that she was just passing by and did not pose any threat. This also surprised the man very much because everyone who came to him was only a collector, and he killed them. But at this point, he asked the girl if she was a superhero too, and how he thought she wanted to fight. The girl began to shout loudly that she did not want to fight him. She was also not afraid when she saw that the man had hair on his chest. She believed that this man was also superhuman and had some strange ability. She said her name was Dan Yan, and she was just wondering who lived on this mountain and what was going on here. Then she asked what the man's name was. A superhero even in such a remote place. Then the Black Cap said that in general he understood everything, but he had one more question for her. He wondered why this strange man kept calling the Black Cap Sonbei. It was really strange. But the girl said that she herself did not know this, because she had only seen him once. She told him to calm down and ask this horrible superhero, Monster himself, why he did that. Meanwhile, events bring them back to the White Cap School, where the students have noticed something strange. They noted that the boy had disappeared immediately after going to the cafeteria, and his bag was also missing. It was very suspicious. Then the disciple sitting in front said that he took all the things and left. He asked to pass it on to everyone else. He quoted the boy's words that he would never come to school again and thanked his good classmates for everything. The cute girl with blue eyes couldn't believe it all, and it seemed like it was impossible. The boy also said that they should never look for him again, and that he himself would come to them sometimes to play. Then they told the monster, and he sat down on the ground and said that his name was Haoran. The superheroes were really surprised that Haoran said that he was a superhero who could take down an entire forest with one breath and split the earth with one punch. Then Nanangi was surprised because he saw that the boy was really in very good physical shape. But considering it, he said that all this time he enjoyed freedom and lived one day at a time. Haoran said that it was really a very good and valuable time for him. But one day he saw something really very strange, and a bag of groceries fell to the ground. He said that one day he saw a really big monster and supermen who fought against him. He said that these superhumans were Nangi. It was the same battle that happened in Korea between monsters. Superhero's heart flutter, and he understood how imperfect he was. Black Cap laughed very loudly because he didn't expect such words. Then he asked if it could be taken as a compliment. But the great superhero said that it was just a stupid, empty compliment. Haoran said to meet and fight with the Black Cap by crossing all the seas and overcoming the difficult paths in Korea. But when he arrived there, he realized that the war was already over and he lost hope. But then he still managed to find out that the Black Cap was in Japan with his girlfriend. Therefore, he once again swam all the seas. At this moment, he just wanted not to get sick. The little blue monster said that this superhero seemed really cool. Danyan was also very surprised by this fantastic story of a superhero who crossed the sea twice. Then suddenly, this big superhero unexpectedly fell to his knees in front of the Black Cap and said, "Nangi, Sunbai." The superhero said that he had never fought real big monsters before and didn't know if he could fight well. Therefore, he asked the Black Cap to take him in because he had nowhere to go. He wanted to learn and fight alongside the Black Cap. Then the Black Cap asked why the boy started fighting against him, because it was really suspicious. Superman said he just wanted to see if Black Cap could really fight like that. He said there are a lot of people pretending superheroes and he just wanted to kill them. He said that almost from the first blow, it became clear that the Black Cap was really strong. He said that he realized this because he also knew the Black Cap very well. He said that despite all this, He decided to continue fighting because he wanted to experience the power of a superhero. Then the big man apologized because he got in line, but the black cap just laughed at him. The superhero said that it was a light fight in which the boy clearly tried not to harm him in any way, and it could not be called crossing the lines. The big, strong man put his head on the floor and listened attentively to everything the black cap told him. The man asked to be punished because he had behaved badly. The superhero then said that he would just be his right-hand man and it would be a punishment. Meanwhile, the little blue monster said something loudly. This really surprised everyone in the room, because they did not understand what the Blue Master wanted from them. Then the little blue meter asked what would happen to him, since he had given out all the information about the monsters. The superhero told the monster not to forget that he had killed many people and that he would still be punished. Then suddenly this big superhero closed the suitcase and told the monster to just shut up. This made the black cap laugh a lot, and he said that he had a very good right hand indeed and he only needed to find a left hand. After that, they went to the city because they needed to find Shiharada. The weather was really nice in the city. Then a white minibus drove along the road. It was Yuhi's car in which she and her brother were. Juri was very worried about the condition of his partner because it was a really difficult decision for him. So she said she would make a reservation at a restaurant and maybe that would help. Suddenly, the boy with pink hair asked where they were going in this car anyway. The girl said that they had to stop by someone's house and just say hello to their acquaintances. They were going to an acquaintance to convey a few words. Then suddenly, two unknown persons walked forward and said that this place really scares them because of the strange atmosphere. But Sister Juri assured that everything is fine and there is nothing dangerous here. The people inside really didn't expect someone to knock on the door. The strange man in glasses did not understand what was happening because he was not expecting guests. Then suddenly a girl entered the room and said that she had brought them information from the Deatic Special Unit. This really surprised the man, who recognized her from working in an American laboratory. However, the man with glasses was confused and did not understand what was happening. Then the bespectacled man suggested that Juvie should just stay in the room. The girl said that she thought that these people would be hiding in a more secret place, such as Chunchenpoktu or some other place. Juri was surprised because he did not understand if this place was connected with the special unit. The girl said that she was glad to meet the doctor and they communicated on the internet, but they had known each other for a long time. And suddenly the boy with the red eye found out who this girl was and asked if she was a special agent. The girl said that it was true, and she was also happy about this meeting. And suddenly a man with glasses asked the girl what she had forgotten here in Korea because she was from America. The girl said that she came to convey some information from the American office, but she no longer worked there. But suddenly the old man remarked that they had forgotten the boy whom they had sent to him. Juri did not know what to answer, because it seemed that these were very difficult people, and he himself did not know what he had forgotten. The girl then said it was her brother and apologized for not reporting it. Then the man was even angrier and said that it was very secret, and he felt that there was no place for the boy. But suddenly the boy with the red eye told the doctor that this young man should stay with them. The cyborg then said that he knew this guy because he saved his life. The girl was very surprised, because she did not expect such information and did not know this about her brother. The doctor was also surprised, but then he began to guess what the man with the metal arm was talking about. Suddenly, Juri recognized the same man who had also helped him survive the terrible battle. Then they both sat down at the table and began to tell the whole story of what happened and how Juri saved the cyborg's life. Then the boy thanked Juri and said that he was very good, because if it wasn't for him, the cyborg would have died. But Juri said that he himself wanted to thank the cyborg very much, because thanks to him, he is alive now. Suddenly, the girl took the boy by the hair and started stroking him. The girl hugged the boy because it was a very good moment when two men who saved each other's lives met indoors. Suddenly, the girl said that she wanted to ask an interesting question to the doctor, and this surprised everyone. She asked about the Gundo, who was sent to him and who was in poor health. Then the doctor began to worry, but he remembered the boy who came to him. He said the boy was now in a water capsule and they were trying to restore him to pre-surgery condition. Then the doctor said that the boy's condition was very bad, and it was not worth opening the water capsule yet. Then the girl apologized for interrupting the doctor and asked if he could show her the records of his treatment. She would like to take another look at this whole situation. Then the doctor looked for them and showed the girl an entire archive with the treatment report and the boy's state of health. The girl with long hair began to read all the material and realized that it would be really difficult because there was a lot of it. Then she decided to put on the table. I said that they were able to solve this problem of the boy together. This greatly surprised the doctor because the girl was able to read the entire report on Gundo's health in 5 seconds. The girl said, but then the doctor should give the girl one favor. It was really unexpected from the girl. A dedic for a long time and doesn't want to work there anymore. The girl said she didn't know what their decision would lead to because it was a really big risk they were taking it. Really surprised everyone in that room. She said that she understands that everyone was really scared because of what happened for a long time. Events are brought to the world of monsters where there was a big, strong fan and other monsters. At that moment, a big, strong foot of a monster stepped on the threshold of this strange world. It was Tabian. Was really very surprised because I did not expect to see that monster here to watch 4 more. Then the big, scary, hideous monster said that he had come here precisely at the summons of the Emperor. Then the green monster girl said that she sees that the monster is really aware of all the events. Then the big blue monster didn't apologize to Kylie. Then Maviral said to stop fighting and they will start acting right now. He also said that they had 2 more stars left, and that surprised the monsters. He said that he would not ignore the strong skills of all the monsters this time. The main monster unexpectedly said that this time they will do everything themselves and turned to Tobion, asked the big blue guy to open a big passage, and they would now climb to the top. Then suddenly some unknown dark portal appeared in the great ocean. Then a big light appeared from this portal and monsters started to crawl out of it. As it turned out, it was a Tabian, and with some strange thing on his back. Suddenly this big purple petal began to open, and the main monster said that their non-arrival will not be a secret for anyone. Then after this petal, all the monsters that were at the base appeared and all looked straight at the sky. And suddenly the big red monster Raf asked what would happen to Sid and if he would come at all. Then Memvarel replied to Rafofi that the seed has not yet arrived, but he will come. Then Memvarel said that Zaka is constantly moving from one place to another and it will really not be easy for you to find him because he has a protective barrier. The big blue monster listened attentively to everything he was told. Asked Tobion not to open his eyes, because there could be a lot of hallucination, and everything he saw, reptiles, strange objects, could be just an ordinary illusion. He also asked the monster to just close his eyes and just swim in the direction he tells him. The big blue monster understood everything that the main monster said to him, after which he turned to all the other monsters that were now on this blue monster Tobion and asked them to be careful because swimming can be really brutal. But all the monsters were serious, and they didn't care about swimming. They wanted to find the Zakai today. Then, at that moment, a large blue monster spread its strange wings. After that, the main monster pointed with his finger and said that they will sail to the northeast and asked not to open their eyes because the Tobian must protect everyone. The blue monster thanked his master and closed his eyes. After that, they all set off, and the water monster quickly started jumping from one place to another. The swimming was really very fast, but with that in mind, the monsters of the city held on. Suddenly, Raf turned to the main monster. He was really interested in something. Then he asked what Memviral would do when they faced the main enemy. But it is safe to say that they will know when they see, because one cannot be absolutely certain that it will happen. He also said that you think Zakai is stupid enough to just ignore meeting them. Then Memviral said that the battle might drag on because the monster was not acting as he thought it would. Suddenly became a big green girl monster, said that it should all be fun. This surprised Raf a lot, because he didn't expect the monsters to say that. But the great gray monster laughed at what the girl said. Then they moved all the way on this blue floating monster. Suddenly one unknown monster appears. Maybe it was Zakai. He was staring intently ahead and thinking about something. He felt some strange feeling. Then the events are transferred to Japan, namely to the place of Kyoto. Superheroes were pushing a large suitcase that contained a small blue monster. All 3 superheroes walked in the very center of the city and headed in which direction. And suddenly, at that moment, Howran hit Diane very hard and unexpectedly on her face. He was really very angry and asked the girl loudly what she was doing right now. Then he answered himself. Howran said that the girl was eating something, but first she should give all the black caps as a sign of respect. The girl was really very angry because the big superhero also said that she should spit out everything that was in her mouth. Then they got into a real fight, but Nangi told them to just calm down, because what they had done was really enough. The great superhero was injured, but said that next time he would definitely deal with the girl so that she would respect the black cap. But Nangi was joking because he said that his face showed that the girl had defeated Haoran. The man said that he would have pleased the Black Cap if he had wanted to, and he laughed strangely. The girl remarked that this superhero would try to repeat even the laughter of the Blacks and Caps, and it really bothered her. But despite this, they all continued to walk past the crowd of people behind them. People were surprised because they saw a superhero in reality and could not understand what he was doing here. And it seemed that the Black Cap had taken some monsters with him because they were all very frightened by the appearance of Haoran. Then the girl noticed all this and was really sick of it all. She asked the boy if they were going to openly, since there were really a lot of people here, but the Black Cap said that they had already discussed it. He asked what was the point of hiding. It seemed to him that it was simply superfluous and unnecessary, and said that he did not want to hide anymore, and never would again, and that they should not worry about what people thought of them. But then the girl became afraid, because it seemed to her that someone had set a reward for her and was hunting her. Suddenly, Haoran said that he learned something new today from the Black Cap. Then the big, strong superhero asked where they were even going and if they were going the right way. The Black Cap said that if they followed this road, they would be able to reach the bamboo forest that was on the edge of the place. He also said that there he met Shigaraha for the first time. He said that he has known him for a long time and therefore he will not hide or run away somehow. Suddenly, Haoran wanted to ask the Black Cap something, but he already guessed it himself. He said that right now they should be a target for persecution. His eyes lit up and his gaze became sinful. The girl was very surprised because she did not understand why they were becoming a target for surveillance again. Suddenly she turned back. It seemed to her that she had not yet seen something strange that was behind them. Behind them was a really big man who hid behind a big stone wall and watched. Then the Black Cap said that it was a really good place because there were always flies flying overhead. Haoran said he was the Black Cap's right-hand man, even though he was still wounded from the last battle, but asked for a signal to take care of this problem with the stranger. But the Black Cap told them to just ignore it and go to the forest because even by the steps of this man you can tell that he was very weak. Then the superhero girl noticed one strange fact. The man was really very pleased because the Black Cap praised him for his actions and for his intelligence, but the main character said that they will make this stranger in the forest because there they will have more chances. He also said that they had a short way to go to their goal. Suddenly the girl began to remember Jane's last battle against the fan. She mentioned that this battle was really very difficult and brutal for all superheroes. She also remembered how the big scary monster gave really hard punches. At this moment of the battle, Jane understood that it was necessary to act in a different way, otherwise nothing would work. Her eyes lit up and stones started flying around. Paul win this battle. Chto! T'Pol carefully looked at her friend. She was really scared. Jay said that this battle must be won at any cost because it was very important to them. She said that this battle must be finished even at the cost of her own life. Then she remembered how many stones appeared around Jane and red blood flowed from them. It screamed very loudly and it was already very scary for her friend. At that moment, the Holy Polo opened her eyes. She got up very quickly in her bed and woke up. It was just a terrible nightmare. Suddenly, the girl noticed something strange. She heard something. The phone lying next to her suddenly started ringing. It was James. James apologized for calling so early, but said that the superhero girl had to come to them very urgently. St. Paul agreed, but asked what had happened because it was really very suspicious. Suddenly, James unexpectedly asked her if she had any contact with Jane after what happened, but the girl answered that she had not. Then James said that the matter was really very important because now Australia was under attack by monsters. Poplar very much because now she started to worry about her friend. James said that this information is still inaccurate, but the alarm was signaled 10 minutes ago. He said that the day tech unit had already gone there for security reasons. But he also said that unfortunately and SuperPeople, no one has gone there yet. Where he said that Jane was in contact with an escort named Daphne Bereaver, which was in Australia. St. Paul understood that it was necessary to start acting immediately because the situation was serious. Then St. Paul got up from her bed and said that she was going there urgently. James said that he will tell more about everything in Ben's laboratory and she needs to go there. But the girl said that there was not enough time and besides, she had a very bad feeling. So she said that she was going straight to Australia to the scene of the incident. She said that she was going without James and asked that the boy control everything and that she would rely on him. At this moment, the great superhero said that now Dan Ian must carry the luggage because an unknown superhero is following them and he must be ready to attack. But the girl said that she doesn't want to do that, and besides, you need to be quieter because a stranger who is watching can really hear it all. Suddenly, the black cap turned to the left and noticed something strange. He heard people talking about some new monster attack that was happening right now. He carefully looked at people and listened to all the information. One of the men said that a monster attack is happening right now in Australia. Then the girl took out her phone and said that there really is some kind of situation in Australia. She said that, but it was not even known what kind of monster it was, and the deity had already gone there. Black Cap was very surprised because he did not feel anything. Besides, he knew very little about this country. So he said that first of all, they need to finish their business and they will go to the forest first. Sui then said that she also wanted to go and asked to be sent to Australia as well. This really surprised everyone in Ben's lab. They didn't expect this from Sui. The superheroine should stay in America just in case. But the girl said it really didn't matter and asked to be sent to Australia. She also said that it had to have something to do with Jane and she wouldn't be left out. Ben looked at Sui and was really confused because he didn't know if she was doing the right thing. Everyone else in the room didn't know if it was the right decision either, but then James agreed. Suddenly at this moment, Kellen suddenly said that they have a big problem now. The superhero said that they don't have a lot of superheroes that can move very fast right now, so it would take a very long time. James confirmed all the information the boy had said. Sui was getting really strict because she sensed that something was really wrong. The superhero then said that only Paul could fly, so only she would get there in a short amount of time. The guy said that he understood all the feelings of the girl, but said that the priority was to get really quickly to Australia. Then at that moment, St. Paul climbed out of her building and very quickly flew towards Australia. Kellen said that this time, unfortunately, you just have to rely entirely on St. Paul. Then the news said that the situation in Australia had not yet been clarified, but St. Paul had gone to the scene of the events. Maxim and Krylo watched the news carefully because she was really interested in what the hell was going on in Australia. Kirill was really surprised because he understood that Australia was in no way connected with the White Cap. But he also understood that some small monster could not appear in Australia, and it was dangerous. Maxim was angry as usual, so he told Kirill to pack his things. Meanwhile, the Black Cap finally arrived at the bamboo forest that was located on the outskirts of the city. The superhero said that he had not been here for a long time, but everything remained the same, and he remembered the road. He pointed to the house ahead and said that the one they needed lived right there. Suddenly, they saw that the door to the house was open. It was really suspicious. This really surprised the Black Cap because he was expecting something else. Nangi was surprised because he realized that Shigehari had not been home for a long time, although he hardly ever left the house. Then he turned to Hauran and said that they would start from scratch. At this point, Hauran asked if this was some kind of signal to attack. Then Nangi said that there was something in the sky that annoyed him very much. Then the superhero began to jump very quickly through the trees and rise into the air. When he got up, he saw that there was a very angry eagle. Hauran said that the eagle was very cute indeed, but it was really very hard to fool. Suddenly, this strange eagle's eyes began to glow with blue paint, and it began to scream loudly. At that moment, some strange, unknown creature rushed at Hauran very quickly and struck him. This really surprised the Black Cap because he understood what was happening in the air. Superhero Girl was also very scared because she did not understand what was happening now, and she was worried about the superhero. After that, a really big weird explosion happened not far from the scene. After that, a strange guy in a blue jacket landed on the ground. The eyes in the Black Cap lit up with red paint, and he said that the boy could at least say hello properly. But the strange unknown man did not answer him at all. It was a very small boy who just stood there and did not react to all the events. The girl was really surprised when she saw the little boy. She couldn't believe that he was Shigehari's assistant. Suddenly, she heard some very strange and suspicious sounds behind her. After that, a big strange eagle landed on this unknown boy. It was really very strange. Then the boy asked if he was the same Black Cap who fought in the Korean War. The girl was really surprised because she did not expect that this boy would have such a strange, low voice. Suddenly, the little boy asked loudly and confidently why the people were here. This confidence really surprised the Black Cap. He was also surprised that there were also eagles in his team. Then he said that he was a friend of Shigaraha. But the little boy suddenly said that it was all untrue and that the boy was lying. The boy suddenly said if the black cap was his friend, he wouldn't have attacked Kenta. The girl was surprised because she did not understand which Kentu we were talking about. Black Cap was also surprised and asked if the boy was talking about his eagle now. The boy calmly looked at him and confirmed this information. The little boy said that the Kenta eagle had been very good friends with Uncle Shigaraha for a very long time. The little boy was really angry with the black cap, but suddenly a big foot appeared near him. It was the foot of the same big, strong superhero that hit the boy's face. The black cap was really surprised because he did not expect such a turn of events. Dan Yang was also worried because she did not understand who would win this battle now. She was afraid for all the superheroes. The fight became even stronger, and then the girl called Haoran because she was worried about him. At that moment, the little guy moved back a few meters after this strong blow, which was inflicted on him by Haoran. But suddenly, when the little boy lifted his head up, he saw that a big, strong hand of Haoran was above him. It scared him very much. But fortunately, at the last moment, he managed to jump aside, and therefore Kaoran hit the ground with his hand. But Kaoran was really angry and didn't want to give up. He wanted to show the black cap that he was really capable of anything. Then at this moment, he grabbed the boy's leg with his strong hand. It was clear that the boy was not expecting this. Suddenly, Haoran's eyes began to glow with some kind of fire, and he became very angry indeed. He said he would not feel sorry for this guy. The little boy was really very scared because he understood that he was in great danger now. But Haoran was just merciless and wanted to deliver a very strong blow to this little guy. Dan Yan was really very surprised because she understood that Haoran could just destroy this little kid now. Then suddenly there was a very strong explosion, which sent a strong sound wave throughout the forest. Then Black Cap asked the superhero if he had forgotten the honor of being a martial artist and wanted to just become an assassin. As it turned out, Black Cap restrained Haoran's blow. He said that it really disappointed him a lot. Haoran was really very surprised because he didn't know what to say. It seemed to him that he had failed the Black Cap. Black Cap told Haoran to just stop and not make things worse for them. Then the strong superhero fell to the ground and said that he did not deserve to live because he almost hit the Black Cap. The little guy sitting behind was really very surprised because he didn't understand what was happening with Haoran. Black Cap then said that they really didn't want to kill him and his strange eagle. He then said that the boy was right because he was not Shigaraha's true friend, and they had only met once. The guy turned around and said that he was looking for him, but if the kid didn't want to, he couldn't take him. He said that he would find his way to his old friend himself and asked the boy not to be angry. But suddenly the little boy stood up and unexpectedly told the Black Cap to wait. Black Cap and all the superheroes were surprised because they did not expect that the little guy would want to help in any way. He said he would help, but asked them to save Shigahara and began to cry bitterly. The Black Cap was surprised because he did not expect the post that his old friend was in trouble. Meanwhile, superheroine Paul was flying very fast across the ocean late at night. Her eyes were glowing and her wings were also clear that she was very angry and worried about all this. She remembered how Jane had said she knew what she was doing and just wanted to see Daphne to heal. She said at the last minute that even if the treatment was successful, she was not sure if she would be able to return. St. Paul was really very angry because she did not understand what could have happened in Australia. She flew very fast and hoped that her friend would wait for her. The little guy, the superhero, said that it had already been about 6 months since the man left. All the superheroes were sitting near this big house in the forest and were really surprised. Then the superhero girl asked the boy to stop crying because she needed him to tell what exactly happened. But the boy cried very bitterly because he was very worried. Haoran was really very ashamed because he understood that it was only a little boy, and suddenly he also started to cry. Your Black Cap told the little guy to just calm down because they will definitely solve everything. Then he suddenly asked the little boy what his name was. At that moment, the little boy calmed down and said that his name was Mura Chisaki. The Black Cap also introduced himself and asked what his connection was with Shigahara, and asked him to tell everything he knew and what had happened. Then the little boy started his story and looked at the superhero. As it turned out, Tokasaki Shigahara was also unusual and wore a big hat and glasses. The little boy said that he saw this scary man for the first time in a grassy field. He said that at exactly the same time, a warning was sounded about the attack of monsters, which was in Adamus not far from the sea. It was really a very big and bad situation because the monster was very gigantic and no country could handle it. The little boy said that he arrived at the grassy field where the scary monster was supposed to come, but at that moment he saw something really shocking. He said that he first saw another superhero that looked strange. The little guy was very surprised because the superhero did not react in any way. He said that despite the chopped pieces of the monster's body parts and the terrible smell of blood, there was a strange warmth coming from it. It seemed to him that there was nothing warmer in this life than this warmth. Then the little superhero said as he looked the superhero right into his strange yellow eyes. He said he couldn't say a word because he was really in shock. After that, this strange superhero called his eagle, which was called Kenta. Then the little boy met this kind eagle for the first time, which landed on the man's shoulder. All superheroes listened carefully to this story because it was really exciting. He said even though the two superheroes understood each other, they never met again for a very long time. The little boy continued to catch the evil monsters, but surprisingly, the strange man did not appear. After that, he said that when he was late, he only saw the dead bodies of chopped-up monsters. Then, after the third monster was killed, rumors spread about the little boy and the man, and the Japanese government began looking for any information about them. Dan Yang suddenly noticed a very interesting point that she could not understand. She then asked if the boy killed 3 monsters. How many monsters did Shigehara kill, and why were there so many monsters in Japan? The Black Cap confirmed that it was very strange indeed and laughed. Dan, like Howran, were surprised. They were interested in what answer the little superhero would give. The superhero said that the National Service statistics were complete bullshit because according to their report, most of the cases were solved thanks to St. Paul and Kalena, but they were simply hiding the true number of attacks. He said that the number of monsters was several times higher, and the politicians just wanted to make sure people were safe, even though it was all untrue. Dan Yang then confirmed that she and Nangi had also caught more monsters than what was in the official statistics. Meanwhile, the big, strong superheroes were surprised that the little guy could handle the 3 monsters by himself. He thought he was real. Suddenly, at that moment, his dark personality began to emerge from the hand of the Black Cap. I was surprised, because I didn't understand why the dark personality was coming out. The little guy really wasn't scared, because he didn't understand what was happening in this place right now. The dark personality said that this little guy was indeed very similar to a Nangi. He could tell by the look of the battle. But Chisaki was very scared, because he did not understand what this dark personality was talking about. Black Cap was also very surprised because he did not know if it was true. Then suddenly, he hid his dark personality and said that it was really very uncivilized to intrude on other people's conversations. Superhero then told Chisaki to continue telling his story. The boy was indeed very confused by all these events, but decided to continue the story. Then he said he found him himself, and the man said he knew the little guy was following him. Then Shigehara asked what the little boy had to do with him. Chisaki introduced himself and said he was a superhero, and he asked his grandfather if he knew him. The man said he wasn't a grandfather yet, although the hair color was indeed that. Chisaki then said that they really bonded very quickly and started seeing each other very often. The guy said that sometimes he felt cold from him, but then he felt warm again, like after the first meeting. Chisaki said that the man told him a lot of funny and interesting stories from his life. The little guy said that he never had any friends, and when he spent time with him, it was really a great gift for him. Then, one dark evening, both superheroes were sitting on the outskirts of his house. Then Super Guy said that the little guy must be very lonely as well. Chisaki was really very surprised, because he did not expect such a strange conversation from the man. The superhero said that the world was really very good, because they could always rely on each other. And in general, everything was fine and nothing strange should have happened. But one day a big scary monster almost killed Chisaki. He was really close to death. This really surprised all the superheroes because it was very surprising, because the little guy always won. Chisaki said it was one warm day and he was just walking to the shore of the beach to look at the seashells. But without any warning, he suddenly became the first participant in the appearance of terrible monsters. He said that this monster was several times stronger than all the previous monsters that appeared in Japan. He said that the speed and strength of this terrible monster was simply incredible, and it destroyed everything in its path. The guy said that when he was almost on the verge of death, his body was simply numb with fear, and his mind was preparing for death. But suddenly at that moment, a superhero appeared and was surprised that the monster could speak. He said he wasn't sure they could have a conversation and asked the monster to just let the little guy go. Then the scary monster asked the superhero if the little guy was his student. The superhero was surprised at what the monster was saying, but once again told him to put the little guy on the ground. The half-dead boy recognized the voice of his best friend, the superhero. The man's eyes began to glow blue, and he asked the monster to put the man on the ground. But the monster laughed, because he said that he immediately understood that Chisaki was his student. At that moment, the eagle flew quickly in the air above this terrible monster. The big purple monster didn't understand what was happening because it heard strange sounds. Then he lifted his head up to see what was happening and saw something strange. The little half-dead boy began to cry because he recognized the same eagle named Kent. He then remembered the superhero pulling out his greatsword and starting to fight. A superhero and a scary, strong monster started. Fortunately, the man managed to take away the small child from the terrible monster, and it became a real relief. He also managed to cut the monster's hand very badly with his long katana. But suddenly, this terrible monster put his hand to his body and the hand recovered very quickly. The superhero continued to hold the claws in his hand because he was afraid to let go. He saw that the monster had regained its hand, and he was very afraid because he had never seen such a thing before. The big purple monster was really angry and wanted to completely eat the man and destroy him. The superhero understood that to defeat this monster, he needed to cut off his head because he has a very strong regeneration. Then suddenly the man said that the world is really a beautiful place, although there is a lot of fear and loneliness in it. The little boy was right and very surprised because he did not expect to hear such a thing at such a moment. He gave the little boy a hat and glasses and told him that he now trusted them to him. Then the man asked if the little boy remembered his words that he had told him. The superhero said that the little guy could always count on him. It was a very difficult moment, and the little student began to cry because he understood that the man was in danger. After that, the superhero entered this monstrous purple monster. At that moment, the big monster's eyes lit up with paint, and he started screaming very loudly. After that, the fight between the superhero man and the scary, strong monster began. The fight was really very strong and difficult for both opponents. The little boy mentioned that the superhero fought the truth very well and even had a better chance of winning. But at one point, another monster came to them. This really surprised all three heroes. They couldn't believe it all. Suddenly, some very strange sounds and some strange vibrations started from under the ground. Then suddenly, a very large green hand came out from there and threw the man down. This hand was really very strong, and before that, the superhero did not expect an attack from it, so it managed to strike. The blow was indeed very powerful and carried the man to the other side, after which a wave rose into the air. The little boy was very worried about the superhero, because he understood that now he had fewer chances. The superhero was also surprised, because he understood that this was a very bad situation indeed. He saw another several times larger monster named Bohama appear in front of the big purple monster. Supermoney was surprised because these two monsters could talk, and it was the first time he had met such powerful monsters. Then suddenly, two monsters attacked this man at the same time. The little boy was really very scared because he understood that he could not help because his body was crippled. He remembered that this strange blue monster was constantly attacking from underground. Although it was difficult, Shigehara tried his best to overcome all these strong monsters. Danyan was really very scared because she understood that there were two such strong monsters in this battle. She said that this situation was really very unfair and dangerous, and then asked the little guy what happened next. But the little boy said that it was not like that at all and everything was different. He said that this superhero was beating them with confidence, and it really surprised him. This information also greatly surprised Dan Yang and the strong superhero Haorana. They really couldn't believe it. But the Black Cap said that was to be expected and everything was fine. Both superheroes were really very surprised because they didn't understand why Nangi wasn't surprised. Black Cap said that Shigehara was indeed very powerful and his strength was hard to describe. He said that it was indeed a very strong difference because he still had martial arts. Black Cap said that he was truly the strongest male superhero he had ever met, and he was probably even stronger than the Holy Spirit. He also said that this superhero could easily defeat Behemoth and all other very strong monsters combined with his skills. He then spoke to Chisaki that no matter how strong these monsters were, they were not the strongest, and Shigehara had to win. It happened as the Black Cap said. The superhero really defeated these monsters. Then he stood before them and said that he had several questions for them, for they could speak. The little boy was really very surprised because suddenly this strange eagle flew to him. The eagle did agree. Somehow it seemed very strange that he felt something or got sick. This really surprised the boy because he had never seen an eagle behave so strangely. Then he took and stroked the eagle and said that everything was over and everything was fine, and there was no need to worry. At the end of the battle, the man stood in front of the monsters and tried to talk to them. Shigehara then said that he remembered that the monster's name was Bohama. Then he asked them who they were and where they came from. Then that purple monster put his head down and said he wouldn't say anything. At that moment, Shigehara swung his long katana and then he hit the monster very hard with his long sword. It was a really powerful blow. Chisaka was really very surprised because he didn't understand what the superhero was doing with the monsters. As it turns out, the superhero cut off the monster's arm and said he knew they could still recover, if not the bodies, to be honest. Then he asked what would happen if some parts of the body were constantly cut off, whether they would be able to attract like that for a long time. Then he cut off one of the monster's hands again and told the monster to listen carefully. Shigehara said that he had destroyed the monster with one blow and had specifically left it alive to talk. So he told the monster not to think that the man was going to kill him too. The purple monster was really very surprised and scared because he didn't know what to do. Shigehara said that the monster would suffer until it answered his question. The monster was indeed very wounded and could not speak well, but he said that they were only moving on command. Shigehara listened attentively to everything that the terrible monster told him. The purple monster then said that he and Moyle had come to Earth to find Stein. Stein was and asked him about it. The monster said that Stein ran away from them because he was afraid to stay in the shadows. He said that he was a fool and that you had to find him because he was a warrior who could afford to fight on his own, and there were orders to find him. And yes, the purple monster met these superheroes who defeated him. The superhero then asked who he was and who he served. The monster said that he served a king who was above all these monsters and was the strongest among them. This information really surprised the superhero because he was beginning to understand that there were even stronger monsters in the world. He couldn't believe that it was all really that complicated and that there were kings and those who were really weak. Then the superhero asked the monster if he knew where to find him this Stein, so he came here. The monster was surprised because he said that if he went out to sea, then he might be able to find this monster. Then he told Bohama that now he would definitely not die from his catarrh. He said that if the monster lies to the superhero's face, it will be several times worse. Shigehara said that his death was indeed very painful and prolonged, and he hid the catarrh from his hands and began to do something terrible. The little boy was very surprised because he did not understand what the old man was doing. Then the superhero told the purple monster to lead him to this Stein. This information really surprised all the superheroes, because they could not believe it. Little Superhero said that was all he could hear of their conversation. That same night, they decided to go to sea. The man took his boat and put a terrible monster and his eagle in it. Then the little superhero said that he can fight too and can be relied on. The superhero was very surprised and looked the boy straight into his small eyes. Then he said that the little boy compared to him was like heaven and earth, and they were different. Shigehara said that little Chisaki himself realizes that he cannot help and will only hinder. The superhero said the boy needed to get stronger, and he didn't need to ask him for this trip. Shigehara said that he would definitely return, and while he was gone, he asked the boy to take care of Japan. The little boy listened carefully to all this, and he was very sorry because he was worried about the main superhero of Japan. After that, the man went straight down the river into the sea with the monster on board. Blackcap said that he did it in vain because it was pointless. Shigehara wanted to simply destroy all the kings and the entire monster system and save the world by himself. This really surprised all three of them because they couldn't believe that the Black Cap would say such a thing. After that, the little guy took the black cap around his neck and asked for forgiveness for his uncle and for all the people he saved. Blackcap said if he wasn't a fool, then where was he now, and did the boy contact him after that? The little boy was angry, but he cried because he understood that he had not contacted his uncle, and there was no connection. Suddenly, Haran wanted to say something to the little boy. It was unexpected. Dan Yan did not understand this whole situation and Shigehara's concession superhero. The little guy said that after leaving, he sat for several days and just waited on the beach for his return. But one day something very unusual happened. Something landed on the shore. The little boy was very surprised because he did not expect to see something so unusual. He saw an eagle landing on the ground, which was badly maimed and injured. Chisaki also noticed that this eagle had a strange note attached to its leg. The boy was very surprised and said that he had better never read this note. When he opened this piece of paper, he saw only one big red word, "Beware," and a lot of blood. But suddenly the black cap took this moment and lifted the guilty kid into the air. The hero said that this particular leaf was the result of careless actions, and that is why the little boy sought their help. The little boy remembered how he had asked the superheroes to save his uncle. The black cap was angry and asked if the boy had higher emotions than if he had the right to raise his voice at him. The little guy was very scared and crying because the situation was very bad for him. The girl and Hauren carefully followed all this. They were very scared because they did not understand what the black cap was doing. Black Cap then threw the little one to the ground and said that he had annoyed him very much. The kid fell and suddenly his eagle appeared next to him, wanting to protect him. Then the Black Cap asked if that was the whole story, and if there was a sequel, he asked him to tell it right now. The little boy looked intently at Black Cap with his big teary eyes. He said that if you move to the northeast, you can see a small strange island near which there were many gates. A king lived there. He wondered if the monster said he would only take him to the island and asked the superhero for one favor. The monster asked the superhero to kill him before they reached the scary island. This really surprised the superhero and the little guy. They did not expect to hear such a thing from a monster that wanted to destroy people. He said he couldn't find the Stein and led the superhero to the island. Therefore, sooner or later, he will be killed anyway for his concessions. Shigehara was really surprised. He felt that there was something wrong here, and it seemed that he was very much afraid of the king. The little guy also didn't understand what this strange monster was saying and why he wanted it that way. Then suddenly a man came aboard the ship and was really angry. He said that the monster had forgotten what was happening and asked if he needed to be reminded of it all again. The monster was really scared. The man said that he himself would decide what to do with the monster's body. The guy said that was all he knew, and since that time he never saw Shigehara again. The Black Cap was really angry and looked sternly at the kid, thinking about something. Then he told everyone that he warned that it is better not to hope for anything. This really surprised all three because they thought that his decision would be different and Nadia would appear. He said that based on the fact that he had been gone for several days and had left such a bloody note, there was a good chance that he had been killed by a monster. He also said that he thought he would act on the situation, but now they were all taking a step back. Then the Black Cap turned to Chisaki and asked him to forget about Shigehara. He said that if he was his true friend, then the superhero should know what to do now. He said it was time to really act, asked the boy to stop crying and start following him. The little boy was really surprised because it seemed to him that the Black Cap would simply give up on the matter. I said that they all need to go because there is nothing else to do in Japan. Then he said that they would continue to do everything that Shigehara had done, and they will be made at least in honor of his memory. All the superheroes were really surprised by this decision of the Black Cap and were ready. Haran then asked the Black Cap if they were going to the island right now, but the Black Cap denied it. He said that they do not know the exact coordinates and will wait for it all in Australia. The blue evil monster in the suitcase listened carefully to all this and was really surprised. Meanwhile, the events are transferred to the temple, which was in the mountains. There, all the monks were listening to the news from Australia, where there was very thick smoke and fog and very serious communication problems. Everyone was really surprised and did not understand what was happening and what dark clouds were over Australia. The old man said he really didn't like it all and had a really bad feeling. Meanwhile, something strange happened in Australia 2 days ago. The events took place at the university called Griffith at approximately 12 o'clock. All students listened attentively to the lecture where the man talked about flute mushrooms. He said that they are so called because when the sounds of the wind pass through, they make sounds like a flute. This is a really ancient mushroom. He is also called legendary. The disciples were really very surprised. They couldn't believe it. The girl also said that this mushroom has medicinal properties and can cure any problems, and it also tastes very good. Then the teacher said that she was not sure that these mushrooms really existed. After all, they can only be a legend. This woman's name was Daphne Barifer. She worked as a teacher at the university. Then she moved on to another topic. Then one student said that this teacher called a classmate a witch. I wonder why I called it that? The guy said that there were legends that she could really read people's thoughts and feelings, and she had a strong education. Suddenly, in one moment, everything around began to shake. No one understood what was happening at the university. The woman was really very surprised because she felt an earthquake. It was really strange. Then the action moves to the surf beach in the same location. Suddenly, one man who was on the beach was very scared because a big gray rock appeared in front of him. These stones began to appear almost everywhere. People were really scared and did not understand what was happening. These large stones destroyed everything they saw, and the man did not understand what was happening. All the people were terrified because they saw how huge stones just fell to the ground. It was really strange. They thought it could be meteorites or some other scary things. They were all in shock. All the people who were in the water were also frightened and began to swim quickly to the shore to get out of the water. Suddenly, one man was very surprised and realized that these avalanches of stones fell only on the beach, but not in the sea. All the rescuers called people, realizing that these stones may continue to fall. And then one man realized that something was really strange and suspicious here. He told his colleague that many stones fell from the sky, but nothing was hurt and no one was killed. He said that all the houses were in order because the stones fell only near the houses. The people were also in order because no stone hit people and did not injure them. Then they noticed that it was really strange because everything was fine. Suddenly, one man took the microphone and asked everyone to evacuate the beach and leave the entire area. Suddenly, one man in a red cap noticed that something really strange was ahead. He approached and saw that it was a really big rock. It was a really big shock because this rock was several times bigger than the others. Then the events are again transferred back to Griffith University. All the students were really scared because they didn't understand what was happening, but fortunately, all this is over. It seemed to them that it could be some kind of monsters because recently there was a war in Korea. They were all worried, but suddenly realized that there was no signal for evacuation or anything else. Then one student asked the professor if they should leave the building, but there was no one in the place where the professor usually sat. It was really unexpected. All the students realized that she had left the building, so they also started to leave the university. Meanwhile, the police appeared on the beach and began to investigate all this. 2 policemen approached the big rock because they didn't understand what it was. Then one man said that it might have something to do with Jane Nada because she had superpowers made of stones. Daytech unit arrives and all the residents are evacuated. But one policeman was very surprised because he did not understand which special unit Daytech was talking about. After all, Daytech is a special unit in Australia. Then the man said that they should definitely leave the place because they like to go to other countries to protect them. The policemen were satisfied with this information and planned to leave the place. But suddenly a girl with long hair appeared in front of them. Then the man said that it was a closed area and she could not go there. But despite this, the girl continued to walk and the man stopped her with his stick. At that moment, the girl took and crushed the policeman's baton, saying that she did not have time to explain. This really amazed everyone because they could not believe that a woman could be so strong. Then she went to a large rock and began to examine it. Then she put her hand on the stone and asked Jane what was going on. But the big rock was just silent. It seemed that it did not have the strength to answer. Then the female psychologist understood everything and asked him to enter her memory. After that, really loud screams and strange noises started. At that moment, a strange yellow line of light appeared. This yellow energy was really very strange and opened a kind of portal. Suddenly, all of Jane's memories of the fight with a big scary monster fant appeared before the woman. Then the woman continued to keep her hand on the stone, and some steam began to run around. Then she realized that the reason for all this was a big scary monster with red eyes. She began to understand what Jane and the holy sex were involved in. The woman said she wanted to say thank you because the 2 of them fought for the lives of humanity before everyone saw it. Then she told Jane to go to her house and ask her to leave the stones here. There was no response from the stone, so the woman decided to take this as confirmation. In view of this, the police were buzzing all around, asking all people to evacuate from the scene of events. Then for this evening, the woman brought her friend to her big house, and the evening came. She said that it was a good thing that Jane was alive at all. because the monster was very strong. Suddenly, someone unexpectedly opened the door to the room. I was really surprised, because I did not expect to see this person here. Then the man said that Daphne covered the place and asked why she came here again. The woman said she doesn't want a lot of people's attention and uses the place as a hiding place. This man's name was Jamin. He said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and it was a pity that she came so rarely. Daphne said that Jane was dying, and she asked her husband for help. Meanwhile, it was a dark night on the beach and no one was there. The entrance to the beach was closed after the events that happened this morning. Suddenly, the head of some strange gray creature appeared from under the water. Then this strange creature crawled onto the beach with its strange paws. It was a very strange four-legged monster that suddenly started sniffing something. Meanwhile, there was one man at the post, but as it turned out, he was talking on the phone. The man said he had a night shift and smoked a large cigarette. He said that elections were coming soon in the U.S. and asked how the atmosphere was there. He also asked if Marcus would become president. The interlocutor said that this was indeed a very strong candidate and a good entrepreneur. Then he asked what the man was doing before the elections in another country. The man said that he just recently took out a loan and put the money in JM shares. He said that these stocks had "the world's leader in innovative technology" written all over them, so he fully trusted this company. If Marcus becomes president, the stock will skyrocket. But suddenly the old guard man saw that something strange was happening. Then he took a flashlight in his hand and turned it on, directing the light. The man pointed the light at the strange monster, but he did not see it and only watched something strange move. He was really very surprised and was not afraid because he really noticed the movements. Then he asked who was there and directed the light even closer. He was really very surprised because he did not understand what was happening, and no one was already there. He said that everything seemed clean, but he would go and check just in case. Then he directed the light of the lantern forward and saw this very strange and terrible creature. The evil monster just looked at him silently and was really very angry. The man received a very big shock and simply could not say anything. Then suddenly he dropped his phone and cigarettes because of this strange shock. His hands were shaking violently. This monster was several times bigger than a man and strange smoke was coming from his nose. Then the monster asked the man where the stone was, but the old guard was really shocked and said nothing. He was really surprised because he did not understand what the monster wanted from him. The interlocutor also did not understand where the man had disappeared. Then suddenly the man tried to run away from this terrible monster and scream for help. But at one point the monster still got the man, and a lot of blood appeared around. After that, the switched-on flashlight fell to the ground and shone its light upwards. But the terrible monster completely destroyed this flashlight with its strong foot. This strange monster had no eyes, but a very large nose and mouth indeed. Then he saw that this place was blocked due to strange stones that fell from the sky. But with all this in mind, he quickly ran and destroyed that fence. Meanwhile, the man was lying dead, and his interlocutor was asking him to give him some kind of answer. After that, the man said that everyone was really shocked after these events. He said that it was as if nothing happened, but it is not clear why all these strange stones appeared. He said that it was not clear exactly why these strange things fell from the sky right on this beach right in Australia. On this day, all people were talking about these strange stones that fell from the sky. There were rumors that superheroes were there. But when the man saw Jane right here, it became clear that all those rumors were not lying. He said that he was also very surprised because he didn't know that Daphne was also superhuman. But Daphne pretended she just didn't hear the man. What did I tell you that a lot of people saw her on the beach with that rock and the police complained about her breaking in here? Then the girl confirmed to her husband that she was also a superhuman. She said that after the fields in Korea and after the situation with Jane on the beach, things really got worse. The girl said that she can no longer pretend because new ones appear. She said that now are hard times because the monsters have officially declared war on the superhumans. She also apologized to her husband because she was very sorry that she hid this truth from him all this time. She also said that if he is uncomfortable, he can just poop and he will. She said that she can disappear right now from his life, and she is grateful to her husband for everything he has done. Then the man remembered all his family life together with Daphne and all the strange moments. But the man said that the woman does not change, and she constantly refused to meet him and called him only when she needed. The man then said that he would pretend he hadn't heard that she was a superhero. Then he asked her to cut to the chase and asked what he could do to help. The woman was really very surprised, and suddenly her eyes became a different color. Then she gave the man a piece of paper and said that she needed to find what was there. Scotch was really surprised, because he did not expect the woman to prepare everything so quickly. She said that they have very little time and so they need to hurry. Suddenly, the same monster that was on the beach appeared above the big stone wall. Then he passed through the wall and carefully followed something. He looked at the house and from which came the smell of the same superhero who arrived here. Then you can say that he seems to have found this very place. He said this to Mr. Calbos. As it turned out, this strange, eyeless monster was called Olam, to grow from his stomach. Then at one point, the monster called out very loudly and opened its mouth wide. It was really quite impressive. At that moment, a bird with red eyes came out of the mouth of this strange monster. It was really unexpected. This bird was very intently looking somewhere ahead with its red eyes. Then suddenly his eyes and his light began to change in a very strange way. It seemed that he was very attentive to something. Then suddenly a very strange red glow appeared above that house and illuminated the house. Then some big scary monster said it was really great and complimented him on a job well done. As it turned out, this terrible monster with horns was called Calbos. Then Calbos turned to Olam and told him to let the raven go. This strange black raven said that he himself would inspect everything and inform the monster about the situation in the house. Suddenly they were surprised because they heard strange sounds of a car driving into this yard. Then a large raven flew into the air and told the blue monster to hide until he gave the order to come forward. After that, a big, scary monster started to enter directly into the roof of one of the houses and said that he understood everything. Meanwhile, the car continued to drive into the yard. Someone said that the dinner was really delicious. Then the car came to a complete stop in front of the same big house where Jane was. At one point, all the lights in the car went out and the car was turned off. Meanwhile, in the house, the man asked the woman why the list was really so big and why so many things were needed. The list included mancana leaves, red fruits, desert arrowroot grass. He didn't see how this was supposed to help, especially since she was superhuman and she almost died. He wondered if he didn't need her even more. Daphne said that all the superhumans inside were human too, so it was all really helpful. She said that Jane was in such a state that no pills, no operations helped her. Only natural medicinal drugs are needed, which will give a balance between the body and the person. She said she would take it all under her control, but suddenly the man and woman heard some strange explosions from the window. They were really surprised, but the man said that it could just be a neighbor with a milkshake. Then he decided to open the window and see what was really happening there. He opened the window and loudly shouted, "Isla!" He was really very angry. He did not understand what the girl was doing because it was really very late. The girl was confused. The girl said that it was a really long drive here before she was at the party. She was really angry with her father. Scotch said that he is her father anyway and takes care of her. Then suddenly Daphne went downstairs alone to the girl. The man got behind the wheel of the car and promised the girl that he would find everything and she would not worry. The man said that it is very easy to find a girl here and it is necessary just to make her think about herself. The woman said she would deal with it and asked her husband and Ayla to be careful. Then suddenly they were driving back and hit one net. It was a fence. It was really very strange. Then Daphne remained standing in the yard and just looked ahead. Ayla, who already had good experience, was driving. The man said that he thought that Daphne was a superhuman, but surprisingly nothing went down in their relationship. But the girl did not react to this information. She simply said that everything was clear. Then the girl asked her father where they needed to go, and the man said that any place would do for the moment. Still, you have to buy a lot of things, and it can take really 5 days. After that, one day they had to go to some mountain and go down some rocks like climbers. The next day, they spent the night in a cave and were really looking for something. Then they went to some desert, where they stayed to rest and drink water. It seemed to the girl that they were lost. The next day, they drove further by car to some new places and obtained all the products that were on the same list. Suddenly, Daphne noticed something very strange indeed that she hadn't seen. Meanwhile, the husband and daughter continued to quarrel because he did not allow her to go on dates. Daphne said that Jane could not just die like that and believed that her friend would get better. Suddenly, Daphne began to remember their first meeting. She was really surprised when she found out that she was a superhero. Daphne held Jane's hand very firmly and strongly to give her at least a little energy and for her eye to shine with some kind of light. She asked her friend not to die and to be strong. It was clear that there was really some kind of strange connection between the two Supergoikas, and everything around them glowed with blue paint. She asked her friend not to die so that they could meet again and smile at each other. Then suddenly some really strong radiation came from the house and something really happened. Suddenly, at that moment, a really big blue light came from this house. This really impressed Raven because it was clear that something very strange was really happening with the superheroine in this house. Then suddenly some strange smoke came out of this house. Daphne continued to support her friend. The next day was the last, 5th day, when all the medicines had already been brought and everything could be started. Then the man was really surprised because he understood that Jane's friend sat up all night and did not fall asleep. Then he approached the woman because he was really surprised that she did not give him any answers. When he got closer, he was really very shocked and scared. It was really a shock. What he saw was that Daphne was really very tired and she had a lot of blood on her face. He was very scared. He understood what was happening because the woman continued to hold her friend's hand and some strange steam was coming from it. Meanwhile, Scotch's daughter sat and just looked at the other houses. Suddenly, an angry black raven saw the girl and suddenly something loud and unexpected. It was clear that Ailey was really very angry about something and was smoking a cigarette. She said that her father was really very stupid to lose his perfect chance for a good relationship. She was sure that the man was really committed to Daphne, and they would have been a very good couple indeed if her father had not interfered and was more confident. But she also understood that she had some kind of relationship with her father because she was with him for 5 days. She also said that they didn't share the same blood, but she also looked a lot like her father. Suddenly, an angry raven with red eyes saw the girl and listened carefully to everything she said. At that moment, a big giant hand of a blue monster appeared and from the roof. This hand hit the girl very hard in her face because she put her cigarette on it. The girl was really shocked, and she did not understand what was happening. The monster continued to press on her head. The evil monster and the lever were really serious, and they wanted to completely destroy the girl. But the girl had no fear. She said that breaking into other people's houses was a really bad idea. At that moment, she took the initiative and grabbed the monster's body with her strong hand. Then she took it and kicked the monster very hard with her foot right in his stomach. It was really very unexpected because it seemed to everyone that the girl would simply be very afraid and run away. Meanwhile, the raven realized that he needed to attack the girl as well and flew right into her face. Then a real fight started on the roof of the house and everything around began to fly apart. Suddenly, the girl's father heard that something very strange was going on in the yard. There were some strange sounds. He didn't understand what those sounds were. It seemed to him that it was some kind of thunder, but the weather was fine. Then suddenly, very tired and hurt, she said that Ailey was in trouble. Scotch then asked Jane to sit here while he went outside to see what had happened. But suddenly Daphne turned to her husband. She wanted to tell him something. She said he didn't check anything and just stayed by her side. After all, it was very dangerous. The man was really very surprised. Then the woman said that monsters can attack unexpectedly. The man was really very scared because there was some kind of fight in the yard and some strange noises. The woman said that all the explosions and the battle was between Ayla and the monsters she was fighting. The man was really very surprised because he could not believe what the woman said. The half-dead woman said quietly that it was all true. She said that the girl has the same road as her. And sure, the girl also decided to move only forward. Would discuss it all after they had a drink. She said that it wasn't even half the time and she still had a lot to do. Suddenly, a strange blue light appeared above Jane. It was Daphne's energy. At that moment, the roof of the house just exploded due to this blue light, and everyone was really shocked. Then a terrible black raven with red eyes told Olam to step aside. The girl was very surprised because she did not understand what was happening and overheard the monster's conversation. At that moment, a big blue monster quickly jumped from the roof of the house and started to run away in the other direction. But the girl could not just leave it like that because she understood that this was their plan. She began to run quickly after the blue monster because she just wanted to catch up with him. Meanwhile, the two men were discussing the performance of Marcus, who was in America, and watching. Suddenly they heard a very strange sound like a scream, which really surprised them. Suddenly they saw a big blue monster in the air, and behind it a girl who was trying to catch up with it. This really surprised all four people, because they had never seen a monster in real life before. Then at this moment, the girl wanted to strike the blue monster's leg really hard. But suddenly at that moment, something very fast and hard hit the girl from behind on her shoulder. The girl was surprised because she did not understand who it was and what he wanted. As it turned out, it was a black crow. He told them to hide in the sea. Then Olam quickly began to run and surprised all the people who were in the street because they had seen such a thing for the first time. But the strong girl with green hair decided not to give up and quickly ran after that monster. At that moment, she realized that they were all protected by this terrible raven. She understood that it was he who gave the order to the blue monster, but for some reason he did not run away. Despite this, the girl said that she was faster than these monsters and wanted to catch up with them. Then the strange Crow Island located in Japan appeared. A small red light appeared there. As it turned out, this black raven somehow began to connect with its red eyes to others. He was sending some strange red electrical communication to the other crows. At this moment, the main monster felt really afraid because he could feel everything that the crow felt. Then suddenly, this monster flying in the air said that they had a problem because there was a superhero. All the other monsters were also very frightened because they did not understand what they should do in such situations. Then the main monster with the big green beak began to think how to solve it. He said that it will be really difficult and Olam will not be able to escape because he will definitely be caught, and it is only a matter of time. Meanwhile, the monster tried to run towards the sea because there he had more chances. But at that moment, the girl still managed to grab this terrible monster by its blue tail. This scared the monster very much because now he did not understand what to do. It seemed that now he would definitely die. The main monster then contacted Olam and told him to spit out the cube. Then suddenly, something really strange, similar to a cube, began to appear in the monster's stomach. At that moment, the terrible monster spat out some strange big cube high into the air. This cube began to fly really high, and it was spinning in the air. Then suddenly this cube landed on the beach and was completely folded. Suddenly, at this moment, a strange red light began to come from the red side. Suddenly, the same cube with the same red light appeared on the island of crows. Then the monster said they were coming. At that moment, the cube began to glow even brighter on the beach, and all the people were very scared and ran away. It seemed as if this cube was going to burn right now because it had some kind of fire inside it. All the people were very scared and did not understand what was happening because a very thick smoke appeared all around. People began to scream very loudly because they could not believe their eyes seeing from the side. The girl with green hair was also very surprised by what she saw. Suddenly, the big leg of some monster came out of this portal. This bridge said that newborn dogs are also not afraid of anything in the beginning. He meant the girl. All these monsters came out of this portal. There were 3 of them. They said that now they are going to do away with it completely. The girl stood at a distance and was really very surprised. She did not expect that this could happen at all. The monster that had 3 eyes was called Sabirus. He said he was going to start smelling like a dead body now. The other monster was purple and his name was Buhama. It was the same monster Chisaki told about. The last monster was red and his name was Aston. He also had 3 eyes. Then the main monster with a mask on his face asked if they had seen anywhere what just stupid nonsense leads to. The girl behind her hair just kept silent and looked at all these monsters. She understood that the situation was really bad. But suddenly she unexpectedly said that unfortunately she didn't even have a lighter with her. She said she would like to just burn all these monsters at once. She was really serious. The girl said that she didn't know what these monsters were doing here, but they wouldn't take a single step forward because she would destroy them. The main blue-masked monster was really surprised because he didn't expect the girl to be so stubborn. He then said that they would look at how she would then start talking after their attacks. The monsters on the side watched the boss carefully and understood that this was the signal to start attacking the girl. At that moment, 2 monsters quickly moved forward towards the girl. Both monsters jumped high in the air and wanted to attack the girl at the same time. But at that moment, the girl pulled harder on the tail of the blue monster she was running after. Then she took and very quickly swung this monster in her hands. With this blue monster, she hit the other monsters that were flying straight towards her in the air. The people who were on the side were really very surprised because they did not expect that the girl was a superhero, and they started to film it all on camera. This really upset the girl because she understood that this was a bad time for this. She turned back and yelled for everyone to just start running back to safety. Then at that moment, one blue monster hit the girl hard in the face with its tentacle. The girl really did not expect this blow because she was talking to people, and because of this, she flew high into the air. But even so, her gaze was truly stubborn. She didn't want to give up just like that. The monster said he wanted to finally smell her dead body. Suddenly, at that moment, there was a really big explosion all around. They were very scared and started to run away from the scene. The blue eyeless monster was really very tired from all these strong blows. At that moment, the girl jumped high in the air and hit one green monster with her foot right in the stomach. But at that moment, a large purple monster hit her in the face. There were really too many monsters for one superheroine. The blow was really very powerful and the girl flew very far to the sand. But despite this strong blow, the girl became even more comfortable and wanted to kill all these monsters even more. At this moment, two monsters of the air to deliver strong blows to the girl. It seemed to them that she would not be able to strike the two of them. After that, there was a really big explosion on the beach and a very strong sound wave went all around. Meanwhile, a siren began to sound in the city, and everyone was asked to evacuate to hide from the terrible monsters that were right now on the beach. Then there was a very bright light in Daphne's house, straight up to the sky, and she said she had to go. The man said he had to go or help his daughter and asked if the woman could be here alone without him. It was very difficult for the woman to speak, but despite this, she told the man to stop talking nonsense. The strong man was really very surprised because he did not understand what the woman wanted to tell him. She said that he would not be able to help his daughter in any way because she was fighting against monsters and asked him to listen to her carefully. She said that she understood that he was truly a father who wanted to protect his child, but now it was a completely different situation, and there was no way he could act. She said that only Ayla could fight against the monsters because she was superhuman and asked him not to interfere with her in this situation. She said that the enemy was very dangerous indeed, and it was still up to him to do this, just hope that the girl would make it. The man was really very sorry, and he was very worried about his daughter. Because of this, he shed a tear. At that moment, the girl asked the man if he knew the story about the witch who was there every night. This witch ran on the rooftops every night and looked over the whole city to see the situation and control it. The woman said that her students also call her a witch and guessed that it was her. But suddenly the woman said that she was not a real witch who ran around at night. The man was really very surprised and did not understand who could be in her place because everyone thought that it was her. At this moment, the events are transferred to the beach, where a battle with terrible monsters was taking place right now. The main monster suddenly said that the atmosphere had changed and her weapon was completely different. The main monster said that he saw only greed in the girl and that she was the same Australian witch. Near the girl was a very large metal-sharp anchor. She was very angry, her eyes were glowing, and she held her weapon in her hands and said that the monsters would have to pay for it with their lives. At that moment, the superheroine said that trash like these monsters are not worthy to take even one step on this good earth. The main monster was really very surprised because he did not expect the girl to be so strong and so stubborn against them. At that moment, the girl got into a fighting position and swung her powerful weapon very hard. This really scared all the monsters very much because they understood that this was all very serious indeed, and they could die now. Then the girl stopped waving and threw her weapon very hard in the direction of all these penalty monsters. All the monsters were really very scared because they understood that right now a very dangerous thing was flying towards them. This Supergirl's weapon was one of the strongest. At this moment, this strong anchor completely crushed one blue monster, and a part of its body was torn off. But despite this, the anchor continued to fly towards the other monsters. Then the big strong monster saw an anchor in front of him flying straight towards him. The monsters managed to brag about it, but despite this, the anchor tore a part of his clothes. He said that it was a really unusual weapon. Emerged from underground and held a chain. The main horned monster was really very surprised because he didn't understand what was happening and he didn't know what kind of hand it was. The girl looked sternly at all these monsters. She understood that now she had forgotten the chance to defeat them. This big hand held this mighty anchor and guided it. All the monsters were really very surprised because of this. Thanks to this hand, the superhero girl could fully control the flight path of this heavy anchor. Then the masked monster yelled for Aston to be very careful indeed, because danger was flying towards him. At that moment, Aston saw that his face was this very heavy anchor. Masov managed to flinch from the blow, but despite this, he still took damage and had part of his body ripped off. Despite such a good result, the anchor continued to fly and destroy all the monsters he saw in front of him. At that moment, the heavy anchor caught the monster with 3 eyes, which was in the air and wanted to escape from the impact. It was indeed a very strong blow that sent the monsters flying very far up. Meanwhile, the other sample understood that now he had a chance, because the girl was completely focused on the flight with her weapon. He was about to hit her really hard, but suddenly he noticed something strange. While he was in flight, some unknown blue hand grabbed his leg and prevented him from striking. Then the events flashed back to where the 2 superheroes were in a car, watching the sunset and talking about something. Daphne told Alla that it had been a very hard and lonely road indeed, and she was having a hard time understanding the full extent of her feelings. The girl said that in the past and in the future, she will live in the shadow of those whom she did not save. The woman listened to her carefully. She was really very sorry because she understood that superheroes cannot save absolutely all people. She said that every night she talks to the souls of those who died and tries to find answers to their questions. Daphne then turned around and asked what happened to that anchor. It seemed to me that he played a very important role. She said that on this anchor there is a lot of pain in all those dead people, and they are fighting together with her. She said that when she uses the anchor, she feels all this pain and subsidence and becomes stronger. Daphne listened attentively to this whole conversation of the girl. She really did not expect that it was all like this. The girl said that the pain of all these dead people helps her move forward, and they drive the anchor straight to the goal. The woman was really very surprised and said that Ayla was really very strong and she had never met her before. Then she told Daphne not to tell her husband about this superpower of hers, otherwise it would be bad. Then the events bring to reality where the hand of the dead man is holding the leg of the monster. Perhaps he was really very scared because he did not understand what was holding his leg, and he had never seen such a person before. Then the girl sternly looked him straight in the eye and said that she had warned them all not to step on her land. Then she swung very hard into the air. She wanted to strike a really, really young man. She hit the monster with all her might and it fell to the ground. There was a lot of his blood around. Meanwhile, the main monster in the mask was really very surprised because he did not expect that they would lose like this now. Meanwhile, Blackcap, Dan Yang, and Howran were in Japan on Totenbori Street. They used to go straight. Then Blackcap laughed and told them not to be afraid of that little blue monster, for he was not dangerous at all. At that moment, the strong Howran said that right now the monster, but then the monster said that he has very important information. Meanwhile, Chisaki was really very surprised because he did not expect that they had a small blue monster with them. Dan Yang said that everything was fine, and even though he was a monster, he was currently helping them. After that, the little blue one could tell that they needed to listen carefully to him because it was very important indeed. He said that if they were going to go to Crow Island, they might as well not even try, because they wouldn't succeed. Blackcap said that they wouldn't do that right now, but regardless, he was interested in what was on that island. The monster said that he overheard them talking about the same terrible Crow Island, and he said that there was a really very powerful and scary monster living on this island, and Shigahara was definitely already dead because everyone who steps on this island dies. Blackcap did not understand what the blue monster was talking about because it seemed that it was simply impossible. Then the little Fongoid said that this terrible monster was one of the strongest monsters on the entire planet. He said his name was Calbus. Blackcap was really very surprised because he did not expect this. Then he asked if this horrible monster had really killed his friend. At that moment, the little scary monster said that it was an order and it was definitely true. It really surprised everyone. They could not believe that the strongest superhero was dead and did not understand what the order was. Then the blue monster said that the master of this island was a seed, and if anyone took one step on this island, he would be dead.